Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Deal Breaker by Carmine, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Rock Engel. 1. Rory. Oh my God, I moan. My skin is slick with sweat, so flushed, it's practically hot to the touch. We need more fans. We already have 7, Kyla points out as she kneels in front of the open mini-fridge and swings the door back and forth, trying to usher some of its precious cool air out into our sweltering office. I'm afraid if we add another one, we're going to blow a fuse. I glance down at the power bar that juts out from under my desk. There are so many plugs jammed into it, I'm surprised the whole place hasn't burned down. I collapse backwards against my chair. Big mistake. My back sticks to the cheap vinyl, and I lean forward with another moan, scooping the damp auburn tendrils of hair off my neck. Do you at least have a hair tie? Kyla nods, still swinging the fridge door. In my desk drawer. She's got her chest pushed so far into the appliance that she looks like she's about to crawl right in. She looks ridiculous, but mostly I'm just jealous I didn't think of it first. Despite the fact that right now, Kyla is tits deep in a refrigerator, she's actually one of the most together and effortlessly cool people I know. We're the same age, 27, and about the same height, 5'4", but that's where the similarities end. Her dark hair is bleached blonde on the tips, and she's always wearing t-shirts with bands I've never even heard of. She carries a messenger bag, ironically emblazoned with the logo for the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Most of the time, she has on her big, white, noise-canceling headphones. She's the kind of person who always has the perfect song for everything. I, on the other hand, live in yoga pants and only carry purses big enough to fit a wine bottle and a foot-long sub. I cry at most. Okay, all commercials that have animals or babies in them. I never have the perfect anything. I yank the drawer of Kyla's desk and wince at the piercing squeal as it scrapes open. I find the hair elastic and have to use my hip to smash the drawer closed again as I knot my hair up on top of my head. That feels better. I don't know what I was thinking, leaving it down today. Remind me again why we opened up our office on the surface of the sun, I lament to Kyla as I flop back down in my chair. Kyla finally emerges from the fridge, but not before she grabs 2 cans of Diet Coke and hands me one. Because, she says, as she flips the tab on her can, my parents are giving us an awesome deal, and there's no way we could afford an office in Manhattan otherwise. Right. That. I grin and press the cold can against the exposed part of my chest for a minute before cracking it open and taking a long swallow. Kyla and I started Marigold Marketing almost a year ago now. For the first 6 months or so, we worked online, meeting in my Brooklyn apartment or at a coffee shop when we needed FaceTime. But business picked up, and soon we craved a more permanent space. Somewhere we could spread out, somewhere we could call our own. Plus, my sister, who I share an apartment with, also happens to work from home, and both of us crammed in a little apartment all day was proving dangerous for our relationship. There's only so much Emma the Perfect I can handle in one day. So, Kyla and I set a budget and started the search for our perfect office space, which quickly turned out to be a complete and utter pipe dream. If housing in New York City is bad, commercial real estate is worse. Even moving out to New Jersey would cost us more in rent than we made in 3 months. Then Kyla's parents stepped in to save the day. They own and operate a laundromat in Midtown Manhattan in a building they bought in the 70s when they first emigrated here. The property is worth $1 gazillion now, and they could sell it and make a mint, but according to Kyla, they're happy running the Ucoin laundromat and don't intend to give it up anytime soon, which worked out perfectly for us. The space upstairs from the laundromat was only used for storage, So in exchange for helping them clean it out, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang agreed to rent it to us. The amount they charge us is barely a pittance. We couldn't rent an office in Boise, Idaho for what we're paying, never mind New York City. And having a Manhattan address gives our business a legitimacy we're hoping will help us land bigger clients. Not that we could ever bring them to our office for meetings. Not unless we want to start including a sauna package in our service offerings. I take a long swallow of the Diet Coke and set the can on the edge of the desk, next to the green file folders that have been staring up at me all morning. I flick the edge of one of them with my nail. Do you think we should talk about this now? I glance at Kyla. She eyes me over the edge of her can as she drinks, and then she sets it down and sighs. I guess we should. She drags her chair to the little round table we set up in the middle of the room. We found it on the side of the road one day, not far from my apartment, and hauled it on the subway all the way to Manhattan. It has the green felt top of a poker table and a deep gash on the edge that we're pretty sure came from a bullet, so we figure it once belonged to some kind of illegal gambling operation. But it's our conference table now, or at least what passes for a conference table at this stage in our careers. I drag my own chair up to the table as Kyla spreads the file folders out. There are 3 of them. One spills over with papers, but the other 2 are slim and nearly empty. Do I want to know? I ask, staring down at them. No, but you can probably guess. Probably, I agree with a slump of my shoulders. She nudges one of the slim folders towards me. These are the accounts that are paid up. I flick the file open and skim the 4 single sheets of paper inside. Right, I swallow. 4 accounts paid up, and none of them all that big. And these are the invoices that haven't gone out yet. She nudges the second folder towards me. I open that one too, running one roughly chewed nail over the pages inside. 7 of them, this time. A little better. This isn't bad. Look at the totals. I flip through the pages again, mentally adding the numbers printed in the total due section of each invoice. Damn, I mutter. Yeah, April was a slow month, since we did that pro bono work for the Dress to Impress fundraiser. Right. There's not much I can say about that. The Dress to Impress project had been mine, and Kyla is the one who'd reluctantly agreed to it. I close the folder and push it away. What's this one? I ask, gesturing at the 3rd folder. The one that's at least an inch thick. This looks more promising. But Kyla shakes her head, cutting off my budding optimism. Those are the invoices that are due. That's good, right? Let me rephrase. Those are the invoices that are overdue. Ah, yeah. So we'll start calling them. We did the work. We deserve to be paid for our efforts. Sure. She pulls the folder out of my hand and opens it up again. Where should we start? The woman's shelter we did that social media campaign for, the Bulldog Rescue Group that needed a new website to promote the 49 dogs that had come into their care and needed to find homes, or, maybe we could start with street teens and tell them they owe us for the fundraising marketing we did. I look at Kyla in dismay as she slides the folder towards me again. Which one, Rory? I don't answer. Instead, I open the folder and flip through the pages inside, looking at the invoices. The names bring back a rush of warm memories. Street Teens, Bulldog Rescue NYC, Liberty Village. Kyla and I do a lot of great work with Marigold, and we made a conscious decision early on to focus our efforts on nonprofits, charities, and community groups. What we hadn't counted on was that most of them are stretched as it is. Paying for our services is difficult, even when they desperately need them. Especially when they need them. Add in the fact that neither of us want to be the sheriff who chases down delinquent payments, and Well, let's just say our bank account isn't exactly growing. We're losing money at this point. Kyla sighs as if reading my thoughts. I don't know what to do. Me either. My voice catches in my throat. Kyla and I met in marketing school, where we both enrolled to get a marketing diploma once we realized our English Lit degrees weren't landing us the cushy jobs we dreamed of. We soon discovered we shared a mutual passion for giving back and for red-eye coffees from the cafe down the street from our college. And we kept in touch after the course was over. Even after we both took jobs at different PR firms. Every couple of months or so, we met up for a red-eye and a catch-up session, and after my best friend Celia followed the love of her life and moved to Chicago, Kyla became the closest thing I had to a BFF. Back then, we inevitably spent our time together bitching about our jobs and how we do things differently in our own firms. No bullshit clients, no waste of time meetings, Friday afternoon dance parties. One red-eye led to another, and the idea for Marigold Marketing was born. A year later, our caffeine-induced hubris is clear. What were we thinking? Starting our own company? Neither of us have ever run a business before. Sure, we're good at marketing. Kyla is an amazing designer and all-around creative genius, and I promise you that even in my yoga pants, I could strategize my way out of a paper bag and make the whole thing go viral on YouTube. But neither of us know a thing about running our own business. That much should have been obvious when we started looking for office space with a $600 a month budget. I'm surprised our broker didn't laugh us out of the room. I take another sip of Diet Coke to distract myself for a minute. When I set the can back on the green felt, I wipe a layer of sweat off my brow. Well, we're going to have to start calling the people who owe us. It sucks, but we can't work for free. Kyla nods. I know, I just hate it. Me too, I agree. I wish we could afford to take on more pro bono work. We've started doing that over the last couple of months, like the Dress to Impress project. The charities appreciate it, and we love to do it. But pro bono doesn't pad the bank account. Okay, then. Agreed? I flip the folder closed. We start calling and following up on our outstanding invoices. We can split the list. I'm sure it won't be that bad. Can we start tomorrow? Kyla asks with a sigh, grabbing the folders off the table. Dear God, yes. We both laugh, and Kyla stuffs the folders back into the filing cabinet, where we won't have to look at them. At least not until tomorrow. Did it get hotter in here in the last half hour? I ask. I pull my shirt away from my body and flutter the fabric, trying to cool my stomach. I think they're running Buttercup. Feel the vibrations? Oh, Buttercup. Buttercup is our nickname for the industrial dryer downstairs. It's an ironic nickname, of course, because Buttercup is a bitch. She's a bitch and a half, actually. The machine takes up almost the entire back room, and when it runs, it raises the temperature in the place by a whole 10 degrees, not to mention the rumbles that echo deep in my gut. I'm pretty sure the damn thing is as old as the laundromat. It might even be as old as time itself. Cheap rent, I remind myself as I blow a stray strand of damp hair out of my face. I grab the small fan off my desk. Don't judge me, I warn Kyla. She grins as I lift my shirt and point the fan straight at my disgustingly sweaty chest. I swear my bra is half a shade darker than when I put it on. Hey, she laughs. No judgment here. I think it's brilliant. She grabs her own desk fan and does the same thing. Thankfully, Kyla and I have the kind of friendship where seeing each other's sweaty tits doesn't faze us. I sigh happily as the slightly cooler air from the fan pummels my chest, while Kyla leans over her computer and opens up her music app. The next second, A rap song blares from her tiny speakers. "It's getting hot in here," I laugh, recognizing the lyrics as soon as the first notes play. "This should be our theme song." "Be it resolved," she shouts above the music, "that Marigold Marketing now has its own theme song." We start dancing around like fools, holding our shirts up over our heads and pointing our fans at our chests. We must look like complete lunatics. But these are the kind of moments that make me love being in business with Kyla. No way could we do this at a regular office. I'm so into my dancing that I don't notice when Kyla stops. I wave my elbows up and down in some kind of fan-holding chicken dance while she clears her throat. And then I give my ass a good and healthy shake. It's not until she says, "Rory," that I stop. Then I turn. Then I see him. I stand there shocked for a moment, unable to move. Frozen in place at the sight of the man standing in front of me. He's older than he was the last time I saw him, but there's no mistaking that chiseled jaw, those pillowy soft lips, those piercing blue eyes. "Rory, your shirt," Kyla whispers. I feel like I'm in a trance. She takes the fan out of my hand, and I let my shirt fall back into place. My entire body goes numb. "Hello, Rory." His deep voice fills our tiny office. "Son of a Buttercup," I whisper.
2. Wes. Have you talked to her yet? My business partner, Levi Goldman, is sitting across from me, his legs crossed. He bounces one foot up and down. "Going over there this afternoon," I assure him. I don't mention that I've had Marigold Marketing's website open on my computer browser for days now, staring at their About page and the auburn-haired beauty pictured there. Rory Holloway. As breathtaking as the last time I saw her. Her face, at least in the picture, hasn't lost any of the openness I remember, and her wide smile is as friendly and down-to-earth as it always was, despite her more imposing chief strategist title. "You think she'll go for it?" Levi asks, examining one perfectly manicured nail. "Of course. Why wouldn't she? It's a huge opportunity for her." Levi raises his eyebrow, as well manicured as his nail. "Remind me, how do you know this woman?" "We went to school together." An understatement, but Levi doesn't need the whole sordid story. All he needs to know is what I've told him, that Rory Holloway is the perfect person to take on our rather unique marketing needs. "College?" he asks. "High school." I don't elaborate further. "Ah." He says nothing else, but his eyes narrow as he studies me, and I wonder what's running through his mind. Levi and I have been business partners for coming up on 8 years now, and we've built our firm, Gold Lake Developments, into one of the biggest and most successful in the city, which, in a city like New York, is a stunning accomplishment. Levi is everything I've ever wanted in a partner. Cold, calculating, ruthless. He sees everything as a risk or an opportunity. Doesn't matter if it's properties or people. His approach is the same. What can he get out of it? Or, alternatively, how can this hurt him? It's an attitude I've worked hard to cultivate to myself, too. You can't get anywhere in real estate, or anywhere really, by being a soft touch. 10 years in the business have taught me that. I haven't mastered Levi's level of detachment, but I'm getting there. Levi brushes an invisible piece of lint off his suit jacket. "Your relationship won't be an issue, will it?" he asks, as if he can see through my lie by omission. I roll my eyes, shutting my laptop so that Rory's smiling face won't be staring at me anymore. Relationships are never an issue for me. You know that. He squints at me as if assessing something. Risk or opportunity? And nods. Great. This is a big one, Wes. It'll be the biggest deal we've ever inked. Preaching to the choir, buddy, I assure him. I got this. After Levi and I finish up the rest of our business, he exits my office, and I crack my laptop open again. As soon as the screen comes to life, Rory's face greets me. A rush of memories flood over me. But I force them back where they came from, into the deep recesses of my mind, locked away once more. This isn't about the past. It's about the future, one in which I'm about to become a very wealthy man. I stare up at the sign for the U-Coin laundromat, then down at my phone again. This is the address listed on Marigold's website, but this place hardly looks like the chic little boutique firm I envisioned. I think about calling, but I don't want to give her a chance to refuse to see me, which she'd be well within her rights to do. I suppose it's unfair of me to steamroll her by showing up out of the blue like this, but I'm going to do it anyway. I can't explain it. It's just something I have to do. And it's not because I need her help. Ever since Levi and I hatched this plan, seeing Rory again has been all I could think about. I try to peer inside, but the glass on the door is too opaque to see much. For a second, I think the glass is frosted, but then I realize it's just years of wear and tear on the old door. The red vinyl letters are peeling away, and underneath, the glass is yellowed but clear. With my phone back in the pocket of my suit jacket, I pull open the heavy door. Once inside, I'm walloped with a wave of heat. The room is long and narrow, with washers lining one side and a row of dryers on the other. In the middle are a few scattered tables and two large counter-height stands where people are folding fresh, clean laundry. The whole place smells like a strange mix of laundry detergent, mildew, and bleach. Everyone in the room watches me as I stride through the space, toward the service counter at the back. I'm sure I look out of place here, in my custom-tailored suit. Christ, my shoes alone probably cost more than most of the people's entire wardrobes. It's a mixed crowd in the laundromat. There are young moms with little ones clinging to their legs, bored college kids poring over textbooks and clutching their giant Starbucks takeaway cups, and one squirrely-looking guy with a neck tattoo. They all watch me suspiciously, and for a second I wonder if they think I might be the tax man. Some suit from the government, here to give them a hard time just for existing. I get it. 20 years ago, my mom would have been the same way. I never thought I'd grow up to be that guy in the suit. Sometimes I still wake up expecting to be in that old twin bed, shivering under worn blankets. At the service counter in the back, a petite Asian woman greets me without looking up. "How many you need?" she asks, punching open an aging cash register. "I'm sorry?" I have to shout over the din of the machines. "Quarters. How many you need?" "Oh, I don't need any quarters." Now she looks at me. She eyes my suit, squinting. "We don't do dry cleaning. Half a block up, Milano's." "I don't need dry cleaning." Now she stares at me. There are fine lines around her mouth, and I realize she's older than I'd initially assumed. Her dark eyes rake over me, as suspicious of me as everyone else. I pull my phone back out of my jacket pocket and jab open the browser. "I'm looking for this place," I say, pointing to the screen. "Marigold. This is the address on the site." "Marigold is upstairs." She points to the front door. "Back outside, next door over. Up the staircase." I thank her and make my way toward the exit, ignoring the eyes that follow me. By now, I'm used to commanding attention wherever I go. It comes with the territory when you're one of the most successful and wealthiest real estate developers in the city. But there's something about being in this dingy little laundromat that's bringing me back to a time in my life when that wasn't the case. When I would have blended in with everyone here. When I could have been one of those little kids, clinging to my mom when she pet my hair with one hand and tried to fold her work uniforms with the other. I push open the door and take a deep and grateful gulp of fresh air. Well, fresh being a relative term, of course. This is still New York City, after all. The din of the washers and dryers is replaced by the sounds of traffic, of a cab driver leaning on his horn, of the distant sound of a barking dog. The chemical heat becomes smoggy humidity. I turn my attention back to the building, looking for this mysterious second door. This time, I spot it right away. It's painted a dull brown, the same color as the exterior of the building. No wonder my eyes passed right over it earlier. I try the handle, and I'm surprised to find it opens easily. I enter into a narrow stairwell, the type of narrow that makes me glad I don't suffer from claustrophobia. It's hot in here, too, and I can hear the distant strains of hip-hop and laughter coming from upstairs. For a second, I hesitate. Am I making a mistake? I haven't seen Rory in 12 years. Not since high school. Not since... I straighten my tie. Stop being ridiculous, I command myself. This is the perfect plan, and you know it. It's what needs to be done. I take the stairs 2 at a time, infusing my movements with a confidence I only partially feel. Fake it till you make it has been a mantra that's served me well my whole life, and I have no doubt it applies here too. The temperature seems to raise by another 15 degrees by the time I get to the top of the stairwell. It's fucking stifling. The music is louder now, too, and the laughter has reached a fevered pitch. I turn the corner and find a door propped open with a half-empty case of Diet Coke. And inside the small room beyond that door, Rory and another girl, holding shirts up over their heads, bras exposed, holding small black fans and dancing around. I feel guilty about looking at the other girl, but I can't force myself to take my eyes off Rory. Even with her shirt pulled up, hiding most of her face, everything about her is so familiar. The auburn hair piled on top of her head, the creamy skin of her soft stomach. Even her damn terrible dance moves haven't changed since high school. I'm pretty sure she's doing her signature funky chicken right now. The only change at all is the voluptuous way she fills out that lacy pink bra. Jesus. Despite the oddness of this moment I walked in on, a rush of blood heads straight to my cock. Rory's always had that effect on me, and that's another thing that hasn't changed. It's the other girl who notices me first. She stops dancing, her mouth hanging open in shock. She yanks her shirt into place and clears her throat, trying to get Rory's attention. Rory's lost in her own world, though, and she completely ignores her friend, instead shaking her ass in time to the music. My dick betrays me once again, stiffening further at the sight of her perfect ass, hugged by a pair of tight yoga pants. "Rory?" the other girl says, and it's only then that Rory turns and sees me. She freezes, not even bothering to cover herself. "Rory, your shirt," her friend hisses, taking the fan from her. Rory finally moves, robotically tugging at the hem of her tank top, her eyes never leaving mine. My heart is thudding in time to the music, my eyes locked with Rory's. "Hello, Rory," I say, breaking the silence. She's still staring at me, her mouth open in shock. "Son of a buttercup," she whispers.
3. Rory. I lick my lips, unable to tear my eyes away from the man standing in front of me. I can't believe it's him, after all these years. Him. A flurry of memories windmill through me, stunning me with their sudden intensity, buckling my knees. Kyla elbows me, forcing me back into the present. I shake my head, trying to clear it. "Nice to see you," I force myself to say, though my throat feels thick. This is my business partner, Kyla Zhang. Kyla, this is Westlake. Went to high school together. There's more to the story, of course, but I leave it at that. Wes seems untroubled by this oversimplified characterization of our relationship because he reaches out and shakes Kyla's hand. As he turns his attention to her, I use the opportunity to scrutinize his face. The light crow's feet that have started to form along the corners of his eyes, the neat scruff that covers his jaw, the deep blue of his eyes, which hasn't dimmed at all. He seems taller now, though, and more filled out, and for one red-hot second, I let myself imagine the cut body that's lurking beneath that suit. I swallow. Wes is a partner at Gold Lake Developments, I tell Kyla, wondering if she'll recognize the name. I can tell when her eyes widen that she does. Gold Lake is one of the preeminent real estate development companies in the city. In fact, I'm pretty sure Wes owns or has at least invested in half the city's new builds over the last few years. He is the new Manhattan. "You've been keeping up with me," Wes says, a note of genuine surprise in his voice. "Alumni newsletter," I say casually, even though the truth is more like occasional drunken social media stalking. "Ah, right." I fold my arms. The action reminds me that just a few minutes ago, Wes caught me with my chest hanging out. I flush at the thought. "What can I do for you?" I ask, trying to keep my tone professional, if not curt. Instead of answering, Wes takes a few more steps into the office. He looks around, and for the first time, I view the office from his eyes. From the eyes of the real estate king. The walls are all white, except one, where Kyla has painted a huge mural of a field of marigolds. The floor is black and white checkered laminate tile, the only thing we could afford after we ripped out all the mildewy old carpet. Our desks are mismatched hand-me-downs from Kyla's parents, and our chairs are cheap vinyl 70s chic and harvest gold. Wes stops in front of our poker/conference table, absently fingering the groove from the bullet hole. I cringe in embarrassment. Westlake is one of the wealthiest men in this city. I can only imagine what he thinks of our dinky little startup. But when he turns around to face me, he's grinning. "Cute place you got here, Roar." Roar. My stomach clenches. No one has called me that since high school. Actually, no one has called me that since Wes. It was his little nickname for me. He used to say I was like a lion when it came to the people I loved and the causes I believed in. I force myself to swallow and put on a polite smile. "Thanks. We like it." His hand goes to the knot of his tie as he wriggles it, adjusting it even though it was perfectly straight. "Is it always so hot in here?" His eyes are teasing. "Yes." I purse my lips, trying not to smile. "And so noisy?" "Yes." "And so... summer breeze fresh?" "One of the few perks of working here," I tell him, my lips twisting up. "The smell of clean laundry." "Could be worse, I suppose." We looked at a place out in Jersey that was above a taxidermy shop. He nods solemnly. "That would be worse, yes." Silence descends over us, and Kyla squints at me. I try to tell her with my eyes that her guess is as good as mine right now. That I have no idea why Wes is here. That he's the absolute last person I ever expected to see walk through the door of our office. I'm pretty sure my efforts at telepathy fail because she's still squinting at me when I turn back to Wes. "So, Wes, what can I do for you?" I repeat. He owes me an explanation at least. For a second, I think he's going to avoid the question, but then he looks me square in the face. His blue eyes pierce straight through me. "You're in marketing, right? Well, I find myself in need of some marketing assistance." That is definitely not the answer I was expecting. Gold Lake is a full-service development firm. They no doubt have their own in-house PR specialists, and when they do big media pushes, they use huge global agencies. I can't believe a tiny little firm like Marigold would even be on his radar. I'm not sure we can help you, I say, pressing my lips together. Well, now, let's not be hasty, Kyla interjects. I shoot her a look, and she widens her eyes as if to say, why are you turning down work? She doesn't know Wes the way I do, though. Yes, Rory, let's not be hasty. Wes grins. Why not hear me out? I refuse to let him get the upper hand here. You should have called, I tell him. Make an appointment and maybe we can talk. I know I should have. He actually seems a tad contrite, or as contrite as a man like Wes can be. But I'm here now. Let's go for coffee and I'll fill you in. It's too hot for coffee. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I realize how childish and petulant they sound. But Wes keeps grinning. Fine. Iced coffee, smoothie, juice, beer, just let me give you my pitch. I look at Kyla for support, but she's nodding at me. I turn back to Wes, feeling helpless in his presence. Fine, I say, as I throw my hands up in the air. But I make no promises beyond hearing you out. That's all I ask, he says. But he wears the smug smile of someone who knows he's already won. 10 minutes later, we find ourselves down the street at Zing Juices. It's a tiny little juice bar with lime green walls and baristas in brightly colored beanies. I order a fruity blend while Wes asks for a spinach supreme and a shot of wheatgrass on the side. He grins when he sees me wrinkle my nose. It's good for virility, he says with a wink. My cheeks flush. Wes smirks, and I realize he was trying to get a rise out of me. I force my lips into a straight line. I refuse to give him the satisfaction of knowing that his presence affects me in any way. This meeting is strictly professional, even if my insides are buzzing like a swarm of cicadas. When our juices are ready, we take them over to one of the small, round tables near the window. I take a sip of my freesia fruit cocktail and wait for Wes to speak first. Instead, he grabs the small glass of wheatgrass juice and throws back the shot of green sludge. I watch his throat bob as he swallows. Then for a second, I let my eyes travel down to his broad shoulders, his well-muscled arms, his perfect masculine hands. How many times did I feel those same hands caress my skin, pushing my hair away from my face, cup my chin, tilting my lips up to kiss? I shake my head. Jesus, Rory, keep it together here. I take another sip of my juice. I still refuse to be the first to speak, but this waiting game is killing me. One silent second at a time. Wes, on the other hand, looks completely unfazed as he sets his shot glass down and turns to his spinach concoction. I frown at him, hoping he'll take the hint and hurry up. But he remains irritatingly, devastatingly composed. I've sucked back almost my entire drink by the time the silence finally wears down my last nerve. I don't have all day, you know, I spit. What do you want? Wes smiles, and I curse myself for letting him win. I know he was waiting for me to speak first, for my curiosity to get the better of me. I try to comfort myself with the fact that negotiating is what Wes does for a living. How can I compete with that? I'm so glad you asked that, Rory, he says, as I choke back a silent scream of frustration. As you know, at Gold Lake, we're always looking for ways to give back to the community. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Gold Lake is not known for their community efforts. In fact, if anything, they're known for going in and bulldozing over existing communities, both literally and figuratively. But I've committed to hearing him out, so I just raise my eyebrows and let him continue. We're in the process of launching a bold new hiring initiative that will provide opportunities for immigrant women and women living in poverty. The right candidates will have an opportunity to work at Gold Lake on cutting-edge projects and be mentored by some of the brightest minds in the business. I squint at Wes. His face gives nothing away. I have to admit it sounds like a good program. Too good. And Wes's words are too practiced. What's the catch? He chuckles. No catch. Let me guess. They have to work for free? He shakes his head. All the women we end up hiring will be paid fair salaries, above industry average. Health benefits and everything. Huh. In what is becoming a theme today, I'm shocked into silence. It sounds great. He grins. I'm glad you think so, because we want you to run the publicity for it. My jaw drops. Me? Marigold, he says. I've looked into your work in the nonprofit and charitable sector, and I think you, your company, would be perfect for the job. I have no idea what to say. The program sounds like it would be right up our alley, but this is Gold Lake we're talking about. Their budget for something like this must be astronomical. We build websites for animal rescue groups. We don't run multi-million-dollar ad campaigns. I'm flattered, Wes, I start. But I don't think we're right for the job. His face falls. I can tell by his expression of incredulity that he wasn't expecting me to turn him down. Then again, I doubt Wes Lake is used to women turning him down for anything. And if I'm being completely honest with myself, that's part of why I'm saying no right now. Even though it's true that Marigold isn't really equipped for the kind of work he's describing, that's only half the reason I can't accept the job. The other half is that I don't think I can work that closely with Wes, not without dredging up all those old feelings again, the ones I worked long and hard to bury. Seeing him today is already doing a number on my heart. Working in close proximity with him would be a death sentence. I'm not sure you know what I'm offering you here, Rory, he says. I can tell that he's attempting to keep his voice level. Oh, I do, I assure him, trying to sound cheerful. I just don't think we're who you need for such a big project. I think you're exactly who I need, he says. I suck in a breath. The words hang there between us for a moment. I wrap my hands around my empty plastic cup. Those words, coming out of Wes's mouth, how long had I dreamed of hearing them? Once upon a time, when I was a naive high schooler, those words would have been everything. Wes recovers. His face returns to its default neutral setting. I've gone about this all wrong, he says. Let me pitch you for real. Over dinner. I'll present the program to you. We have some compelling research on the benefits of a program like this, and on our proposed budget and timelines. If you're still not interested, I'll accept your decision. His request seems so reasonable that my resolve weakens. Wes must read my hesitation because he leans in, like a wolf with a sheep it's finally isolated from the herd. Friday night. Jasmine Thai on 12th. Do you know it? Best duck curry in the whole city. Wes, I push my cup back and forth between my hands. Dinner at a restaurant sounds more like a date than a meeting. Strictly business, Rory, he promises, as if he senses the true source of my reluctance. A pitch meeting. Friday night happens to be the next time I'm free. That's all. He looks so earnest. My shoulders slump in defeat. Fine. Excellent. His face immediately lifts, and the abrupt change makes me wonder if the earnestness I saw was all an act. I push the thought away for now, but a part of me can't help but wonder, what the hell did I get myself into? 4. Rory. The whole way back to the office, all I can think about is Wes. About what a mistake this is, and about how in the hell he got me to agree to dinner. I climb the stairs above Ucoin with trepidation. I know Kyla will ask how it went, and I owe her the truth, or at least part of it. Sure enough, as soon as I step 1 foot into our small little space, Kyla shifts around in her seat. When she sees it's me, she pulls off her massive headphones and turns away from the website project she was working on. Well, how did it go? Did he offer you a job? I flop down into my chair, not caring that I'm immediately plastered to the vinyl. I let out a sigh. Sort of? Kyla laughs. What does that mean? He wants to pitch me formally on Friday, but yeah, they're launching some kind of new hiring initiative for disadvantaged women, and he wants our help to promote it. He said he'd heard about the work we do with nonprofits. Kyla leans back in her seat. She looks thoughtful. Is all she says. What does that mean? She shrugs. I don't know, just, I let out a resigned huff. Yeah, that's how I feel too. We laugh, and it feels good to have someone to share at least some of my concerns with. That project doesn't sound like Gold Lake, Kyla says. No, I agree, it really doesn't. And we aren't the kind of firm they'd normally work with. Exactly. See, this is why I'm conflicted about it. Well, one of the reasons. She nods. On the other hand, God, I can only imagine the budget they have for a project of that size. Did he mention anything about billable hours? I shake my head. I'll ask him Friday. She nods. Still, I'm going to guess it's pretty high. Her lips twist and she rubs the inside of her wrist, a nervous habit of hers. You know, this job could probably take care of all our bills for months. We wouldn't have to harass all our other clients. We could take on more pro bono projects. The Elmwood Gables Community Center project you wanted to work on, for instance. I know, I groan. I've already considered how much financial freedom this project would afford us. In so many ways, it would be a godsend. If only I could shake my hesitation about working with Wes. What do you know about this guy? Kyla asks. You said you went to high school together. Did you know him well? I shake my head. Not really. Different circles. I hate myself for the lie, but I can't bear to get into the whole sordid story right now. Kyla, bless her, takes me at my word. I guess you'll have to try to evaluate his intentions at your meeting Friday. Do you want me to come with you? For a second, I entertain the possibility. I'd pay good money to see Wes's expression if I showed up to dinner with Kyla in tow. I know a double date isn't exactly what he had in mind, even if he did claim this was purely a business meeting. But deep down, there's a part of me that doesn't want Kyla there, that wants to face Wes on my own. Maybe that should be a warning. Wanting to be alone with him doesn't exactly seem like a wise idea, after all. But I push that thought out of my mind. I'm fine, I tell her. We'll debrief afterwards. She nods. Okay. Be careful, okay? What do you mean? I wonder for a second if she can sense that I have ulterior motives for taking this meeting. I don't know, she admits. I guess I just think there's a reason we've chosen to stay away from representing firms like that. They don't always share our values. I'll say. I mutter under my breath. Kyla doesn't even know the half of it, and her words resonate more than she realizes. After a couple more hours of work, I decide I'm too distracted to get anything else done. I say goodbye to Kyla and take the subway back into Brooklyn. I unlock the door of our apartment quietly, not wanting to disturb Emma if she's working. But when I poke my head into her room, where her desk is, I find it empty. I let out a breath. I'm actually relieved to find her gone. I'm not sure I'm ready to deal with Emma the Perfect yet. I hop in the shower to wash the day's sweat off my skin. Thank God we don't pay for our own water here, because ever since Marigold moved above the U-coin, my shower quota has shot way up. Today, though, it does nothing to refresh me. Even under the pounding stream of cool water, I feel hot and flushed. Wes. I push the image of his face aside as I soap my body, ignoring the way my nipples pebble when I think about him. Wes. God, why does he have to be so fucking hot? Why couldn't he have gotten a beer gut and a bald spot? Instead, he's somehow even more attractive than he was at 18. Wealthy, successful, powerful, and sexy as hell. It hardly seems fair. I allow myself a minute, just one, to think of Wes's deep voice, of his long fingers on that little shot glass, of the utterly sexy way he'd smirked at me across the table at the juice bar. My soapy hands drift across my skin, over my breasts, across my stomach, inching lower until I find my part and slip one tentative finger over my clit. Christ, what am I doing? I hit the tap, turning the shower as cold as I can make it. I yelp as the frigid water hits me, but I force myself to stand under the spray until all traces of soap and all my thoughts of Wes are washed away. When I let myself turn off the water and climb out of the shower, my skin has finally lost its pink flush. I pull on clean shorts and a tank and head to the kitchen, where I throw a pot of water on the stove so I can boil some pasta. Cooking is more Emma's domain than mine, but I can at least manage noodles. While I wait for the water to boil, I grab my cell phone so that I can check my Marigold email. Nothing new. I feel a twinge of disappointment, and I realize I'd been hoping to see something from Wes. I give my head a shake. I must have issues if I'm hoping to hear from him. On a whim, I find Celia's contact info. I hit the call button. "Rory!" she squeals into the phone after a couple of rings. "This is a nice surprise." "Hey, Celia," I say, relaxing into a smile at the sound of her voice. Celia and I met in college and became instant best friends. We'd shared dorm rooms and then apartments, clothes, shoes, and an endless number of bottles of wine. We'd come to New York City together a few years ago, but she'd recently moved to Chicago to open a bar with her fiancé, Jace. I'm thrilled that she's found such happiness, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss her like crazy. "Less than 4 weeks now," she gushes. "Can you believe it?" I can't. "Are you completely and totally freaking out yet?" "Not about marrying Jace, if that's what you mean," she says with a laugh. "But I am freaking out a bit about all the wedding details. Remind me again why I decided to plan a wedding in another state." I grin. "Because you wanted to get married in Connecticut? Because your family is there? And you grew up there?" "Right. Good reminder. I knew I made you maid of honor for a reason," she jokes. "But this is still hell." "Is there anything I can do from here?" I can hear her gnawing on her lip on the other end of the line as she considers the question. "I don't think so, but thanks for the offer." "Okay, well, just say the word," I tell her. "Anything you need." "Thanks, sweetie, you're the best. How's life treating you?" Okay, I guess," I say. The water on the stove bubbles, and I dump an unmeasured portion of dry pasta into the pot, enjoying the second of silence as the water slows its boil for a moment. "Rory, Celia says. It isn't a question. I sigh as I rummage through the drawer for a large spoon to stir the pasta with. I saw Westlake today. Celia sucks in her breath. She's never met Wes, but she's heard all about him. Even in college, he occupied an embarrassingly large part of my mental space, and I couldn't help but compare other guys to him. It was Celia who had helped me move on, and in the last year, watching how happy she was with Jace, I thought I had finally put Wes completely and totally behind me. I wanted what Celia had, and I was ready to find it. Not that I had actually done anything to try to find it, of course. The truth is, I don't date much. I blame work for that, but I won't lie. Part of me is hoping that love is going to knock on my door one day, kind of like it did for Celia. I'm not sure I have the stomach for dating in New York City. I swear this entire city is made up of pretentious hipsters, douchebag finance types, 40-year-old party boys, and stone-cold creeps. You just ran into him? Did he recognize you? Did you talk to him? Her questions got more high-pitched until I cut her off. Worse. He showed up at my office. He offered me a job. A job? Celia screeches. What? What about Marigold? I mean, a marketing job, not a job at Gold Lake. That's great. I shake my head, even though I know she can't see me. No, it isn't. This is Gold Lake we're talking about. Aren't they a huge firm? This would be great for you and Kyla, no? I sigh. That's the problem. They're a huge firm. What do they need Marigold for? Because of you, Celia breathes. What? Rory, this is about you. Why else would Wes seek you out after all this time? The marketing thing is just a cover. You're crazy, I say, although my throat suddenly feels dry. I stir my noodles and hot water splashes out of the pot, sizzling on the burner. I'm not crazy, she says smugly. Ooh, this is so exciting. You have to take the job now. Since when did you become Miss Optimism? I miss my old friend, Celia the Cynic. Celia laughs, an irritatingly cheerful tinkle. You can thank Jace for that. And remember how far-fetched and impossible my relationship with him seemed in the beginning? What if it's the same for you and Wes? For a second, I let myself entertain the idea. What if she's right? What if Wes did seek me out? What if he wants to rekindle what we once had? God, I can't go through that again. Even if what Celia is saying is true, I can't do it. I can't let him hurt me like that again. When I was 17, Wes leaving had devastated me. To go through that a second time might just destroy me. Sweetie, I have to go. I'm boiling over here. I rummage in the drawer for a pair of oven mitts. Boiling over? My pasta. Oh, okay. Well, promise me you'll think about what I said, okay? Don't be afraid to bet on this, Rory. I bet on Jason. Look how well that turned out. I promise I'll think about it, I assure her, while I secretly cross my fingers. I end the call and toss my phone on the counter while I tend to my pasta. Despite what I told Celia, I don't need to think about it. Her advice had exactly the opposite of its intended effect on me. Instead of considering the possibility of Wes's offer, I'm more convinced than ever that the whole thing is a terrible idea. I can't work with Wes, and on Friday night, I need to tell him that. 5. Rory. By Friday, my resolve is still strong, but my nerves are out of control. The other day had given me a taste of Wes, just enough to know how my body reacts in his presence, which is to say, I become a hot steaming mess. I'm going to need every ounce of my willpower tonight. I spend the day trying to throw myself into my work so that I won't have to think about the dinner. It works, and when my cell phone rings at around noon, It draws me out of a deep and focused trance. I shake my head and turn away from the social media calendar I'm working on, now fishing my phone out of the bag at my feet. I don't recognize the number. "Rory Holloway speaking," I say in my most professional voice, just in case. "Hello, Miss Holloway. This is Joyce Weaver calling from Westlake's office." Shit. I sit straight up in my chair, adjusting my posture as if Joyce can see me somehow. "Yes?" "I'm calling to confirm your date with Mr. Lake this evening." "It's not a date," I blurt. She pauses. "I'm sorry?" "It's a business meeting," I say, clearing my throat. I hate how awkward I sound. "Not a date. Mr. Lake is presenting me with a proposal." There's another beat of silence on the other end of the line, barely perceptible. "Of course," she says. "My mistake. Your business meeting with Mr. Lake will take place tonight at Jasmine Thai. Mr. Lake will be there at 8 o'clock sharp. He's offered to send a car for you and has asked whether you'd prefer to be received at your home or your office." Be received? Is she freaking kidding me? Wes was never a show-off before, but I guess that's what money does to you. "You can tell Mr. Lake that I'm perfectly capable of getting to the restaurant on my own. I won't need to be received anywhere. I'll meet him there." Another barely perceptible pause. "I'll be sure to pass that information along," Joyce says diplomatically. "Is there anything else?" I feel impatient now, irritated with Wes, and embarrassed about how this conversation has gone. "No, but I thank you for your time. Mr. Lake will see you at 8 o'clock at the restaurant. The reservation will be under his name." "Thank you," I force myself to say before hanging up. When I turn to face Kyla, I find her stifling a laugh. "I've never seen you so flustered," she says. I'm not flustered, just annoyed. I think this whole thing is a mistake. She shakes her head. "Just hear him out. I don't love it either, but the money. Rory." I rub my temples. I know. I turn back to my computer, but instead of diving back into the calendar I was working on, I turn to my email and find the one from the Elmwood Gables Community Center. They'd contacted us a couple of weeks ago about helping them promote their new community garden project. I really wanted to do the work, but their budget is next to nothing, and I know we can't afford to take on another Goodwill project right now. Except if we had Gold Lake money, we could. With Wes's money, we could do something really special for them, for all our clients. Is it worth it to deal with the devil if it's for the greater good? I gnaw on my lip as I scroll through the pictures that Barb Delaney, the director of the community center, had sent. All the smiling volunteers working to bring the garden to life. The empty plots of earth waiting for people to come and claim them and start their own little gardens. It could really be something. With Gold Lake money behind us, we could help make it something. I feel my resolve about tonight dissolving. I have time to go home before meeting Wes, so I hop in the shower and then blow-dry my long auburn hair. Emma is out at a networking event tonight, so the apartment is quiet. On the one hand, I'm grateful. I still haven't told Emma anything about seeing Wes again, but it would be nice to have the distraction of her company. Instead, I crank up the speakers on my laptop and dance around to the music. After my call from Joyce this morning, I'm more concerned than ever that Celia was right, and that Wes thinks this is a date. So I spent a long time deliberating my outfit choices. I don't want anything that will give him the wrong idea. I settle on a black pantsuit with a red button-down shirt underneath. Nothing says business meeting like a good pantsuit, right? I twist my hair back into a neat bun and dig out a pair of very sensible black wedge heels. I admire the full effect in the mirror. Strictly professional, that's for sure, No mixed messages here. Even my shirt is buttoned up right to the top, with only the uppermost button left undone. I consider my reflection, pursing my lips. I could undo just one more button, maybe. I finger the soft skin of my neck and picture Wes's lips grazing the hollow of my throat. Nope, shut it down. I slip the top button through its corresponding hole so that I'm fully buttoned up. There. Let's see Wes get any funny ideas now. I grab a cab to the restaurant. As soon as I step inside, a horrible wave of doubt seeps through my bones. I've never been to Jasmine Thai before, but I expected a bustling little ethnic place, the kind with a busy-to-go counter and family-style platters. Instead, walking into Jasmine Thai is like walking into an opium den. It's dark, and I can't discern anything beyond the hostess stand, because everything is cloaked in swaths of deep velvet curtains, burgundy, eggplant, fuchsia, plum. The light is dim, and the scent of curry and lemongrass mixes with sandalwood and something intoxicating that I can't place. "I have a reservation," I stammer to the hostess, who smiles benevolently down at me from behind her ornate stand. "It should be under lake?" "Of course." Her demure smile doesn't show any teeth. I feel her eyes roaming over my outfit, my oh-so-sensible shoes that had seemed so smart when I was back in my apartment. "Your other party has already arrived." She leads me through the restaurant, and my head whips wildly around, trying to take it all in. All the tables are tucked into their own little enclaves, draped again in the same jewel-toned velvets. Flowering vines sweep up towards the ceiling, twisting between the tables. I recognize the white flowers immediately. Jasmine, of course. That was the smell I couldn't name. My parents ran a small flower shop back in Connecticut, so I'd grown up around this same kind of heady floral scent. It feels exotic and familiar at the same time. Kind of like Wes, actually. I scramble to keep up with the hostess until she stops so abruptly I almost crash into her. I glance around in confusion, wondering why she's come to a halt, when I see Wes. He's tucked away in another enclave, one that's just big enough for a table and 2 chairs. 2 gold sconces hang on the wall inside, and fat white candles glow. For a brief fluttering second, I wish this was a date. This place is too romantic for words. The hostess slips away, leaving me alone with Wes. He stands up, leaning over, and kissing my cheek. The gesture takes me by surprise, and my fingers fly to my face, tracing the spot where his lips had pressed. "You look beautiful," he says. His eyes roam my body, and I have to remind myself that I'm wearing a buttoned-up suit. The hungry way Wes is looking at me makes me feel like I pranced in wearing crotchless panties, a push-up bra, and nothing else. I swallow. It's the restaurant, I tell myself. It caught me off guard. Nothing I can't recover from. Wes steps to the side and pulls my chair out for me. As I slide past him, my ass rubs against his hands, and my cheeks flame hot again. I flop into my seat and grab a glass of water off the table and chug it down. Wes chuckles as he sits down. "I guess I'll ask for a new glass of water." I stare at the empty glass in my hand, and then down at the table, where I realize, yes, I definitely took this from his side. "Sorry," I manage. God, why am I so flustered right now? Wes, on the other hand, is cool as a freaking cucumber. He looks fantastic in a charcoal blazer and crisp white shirt. Unlike me, he's left the top 2 buttons of his shirt undone. What a cowboy. "I hope you don't mind. I ordered a bottle of white. I wasn't sure what you liked these days. It's been a while." His mouth twists up into what seems like a genuine smile, and I smile back. "White is great," I say. You know, assuming they have no Rockaberry wine coolers. Wes bursts out laughing. "There's a blast from the past. Jesus! I haven't had one of those in years, not since high school," I finish for him. I don't feel like smiling anymore. Wes's grin falls away, too. "Yeah," he says. "It's been a while." "Yeah." Ugh, why did I have to say that? Now things have gone back to awkward. We're saved at that moment by our server, who arrives with the bottle of wine Wes ordered. He sets 2 glasses down on the table and uncorks the bottle, decanting a small amount into one of the glasses for Wes to sample. Wes, however, just waves his hand over the glass. "It's fine, I'm sure. Never had a bad bottle here." The server nods and fills the rest of his glass, then mine, then sets the bottle on the table and disappears back into the swath of velvet surrounding our table. "So, do you come here often?" I ask, trying to make conversation as I sip my wine. Flavors explode on my tongue. Delicious. "Why, Rory," Wes says, his teasing grin back in place. "Are you flirting with me?" "No," I stammer. "It's just you said you'd never had a bad bottle here, so I wondered." Wes reaches across the table, putting his hand over mine. His thumb caresses the soft skin on the back of my hand, and a hot chill runs up my arm. For a minute, I can only stare at our entwined hands, at the way they stand out against the rich, dark wood of the table, at the way Wes is still stroking his thumb over my skin. When I lift my eyes, he's watching me. He's wearing a half smile, but it's different from his usual arrogant smirk. It's more unsure, as if he's as unsettled by this moment as I am. But as quickly as it came, the look fades from his face. He lets go of my hand and reaches underneath the table for something. When he comes back up, he drops a stack of file folders on the table. "What's this?" I poke at the pile. He grins. Arrogant again. Cocky. Back to his usual self. "My pitch," he says. "This is a meeting, after all, as you so adamantly pointed out to my secretary. We can get started whenever you'd like." "Right." I wrinkle my forehead, though I don't know why. This is what I wanted, isn't it? Purely business. Just 2 professionals having a dinner meeting. No time like the present, then. For the next hour, Wes makes his case. He lays out all the details of the hiring program, presents the research their HR team has done, and outlines the projected numbers for the coming years. I'm impressed. I don't want to be, but I am. The initiative is exactly the kind of community-oriented effort that Marigold prides itself on representing. And even though I don't want to, I get excited about the possibilities. While we talk, Wes and I work our way through an order of duck curry, a heaping papaya salad, and a family-sized platter of pad thai. The food is delicious, but I barely notice as I sit and watch Wes do what Wes does best. Close a deal. Partway through his pitch, I'm barely listening to the words coming out of his mouth, and instead reflecting on how much he's changed since high school. I guess we both have. But Wes is, well, he's practically a different person. The Wes I knew was sensitive, sweet, funny, liked by everyone, but never one of the popular kids. Just a regular kid, one of the good guys. The Wes sitting across from me now is harder, smoother, like a polished stone. "What do you think?" he asks, interrupting my train of thought. I pause, holding my fork with a bite of salad already speared on it, and think about his question. "I think it sounds Very impressive, I say finally. Good. He grins triumphantly. Then you'll really like this part. Our budget for promotions for the first year, which includes the recruitment phase as well as the ongoing promotion, is $4 million. I almost choke on the piece of papaya I've just popped into my mouth. $4 million? I told you this is a big project, but I'm confident you're the right firm for the job. Big? This is huge. God, Marigold's biggest project so far was a $10,000 social media campaign for a paint-your-own pottery chain. We are so not the right firm for the job. But Wes had already moved on, flipping over another file folder and scanning down a column of numbers. We're projecting billable hours to come in at around 1,000 or so for each you and Kyla. I trust you'll set your rate at around 200 an hour. I try to keep my mouth from falling open in shock. I do the math quickly in my head and realize he's offering us about $400,000 in profit. That's more than we'd expected to make in our first 3 years of operations. It's also more than enough to cover all the pro bono projects we want to take on. Wes, that's very generous, but what? He says sharply. Rory, let's be honest here. Any marketing firm in the city would be chomping at the bit to get this project, and yet I'm here pitching you. I want you. His eyes blaze for a minute, and then he wipes his hands on a napkin. For this project, I want you. His face is set in determination. I set my fork down and study him for a minute. Why this project? I eventually say. I'm sorry? His brow furrows at the unexpected question. Why this project? Let's be honest. Gold Lake isn't exactly known for their charitable outreach, so why this project? Wes reaches for his wine glass and sips from it thoughtfully before answering. That alone is enough to impress me, at least a little. I expected him to have a pat, rehearsed answer. Maybe he'll actually give me something real instead of a bullshit line. Do you know what my earliest memory is? He asks. No, I say in surprise. I guess I don't. He sets his wine glass down. It's of my mother coming home at 7 a.m. from her all-night shift at the diner. She worked 2 jobs back then just to make ends meet. So after she was done at the diner, she'd go on to her next job at the taxi dispatch center. Except she'd never go straight there. She'd always come home first, even though it was miles out of her way, and she'd make me breakfast. Oatmeal. Sometimes she'd put sliced banana on it, and sometimes chopped apple and sometimes raisins. My earliest memory is sitting at our crappy little kitchen table, eating my oatmeal, while she rushed to change out of her diner uniform so that she wouldn't be late for work. Wes. I watched him in stunned silence. He's never told me that before. I think back to our time together in high school and realize I don't think I ever even met his mother. Once, maybe, when we'd run into her at the mall. Wes had brushed off the incident, and I'd gotten the sense that they weren't all that close, so I had him pried. But now, the way he's speaking about her, the haunted look in his eyes, it makes me wonder why I never asked about her. Wes shrugs, as if bringing himself out of a distant memory. Anyway, I guess I always felt that if there had been better opportunities for her, she might have been able to get ahead. That things might have been different if she didn't have to work herself to the bone at 2 jobs like that. I have so many things I want to say to him in that moment. So many questions I want to ask him, like, how is his mother now, and why did I never meet her back then, and why didn't he ever let on how his family struggled? Wes was always just Wes. Charming, fun, sweet. more interested in finding the best spot to watch the sunset than talking about his personal life. I had never pushed because with Wes I was always caught up in the moment. When we were together, the only thing that existed between us was us. Now, even with all my burning questions, the only thing I can bring myself to say is, I accept the job. Wes's face breaks into a grin. That's great, Roar. You have no idea how happy that makes me. I still have to talk to Kyla, I caution him as I try to ignore his use of my old nickname. But I think she'll be on board. Like you said, this is a dream project for Marigold. I'm sure she'll see the logic in it. Here then, take this and go over it with her. It's the contract. He slides a blue folio across the table towards me, which I shove into my bag. He grabs the wine bottle and tops off both of our glasses, then raises his own. I think this deserves a toast, don't you? Sure. I lift my glass. To new beginnings? And to old friends. His smile in the candlelight is beguiling, and I shiver as I clink my glass against his. We polish off the rest of the bottle and chat about the project a bit while Wes settles up the bill. When our glasses are emptied and our plates have been cleared away and our server is eyeing us in a way that clearly says it's time to give up our table, Wes looks at me and says, "Shall we?" He lets me go ahead of him, and then his hand goes to my lower back as he guides me out of the restaurant. The touch is light, mostly polite, but it still sends a shivery wave of longing through my body. Wes. I try not to let it distract me as we step out of the intoxicating dark restaurant. I take a deep breath of the fresh night air. Do you need a ride home? Wes asks. I can call my driver. I shake my head. I'm fine. I'll just get a cab. His eyes stay glued to my face. His jaw ticks. Are you sure I can't give you a ride? I really don't mind. Well, I say. And that's the moment. The moment my resolve begins to weaken. I raise my eyes to Wes, where they land straight on his pillowy, perfect lips. My own lips feel dry all of a sudden, and I run my tongue lightly over them. What happens next happens in less than a second. It happens in a blink, in a heartbeat. Wes pushes me up against the brick wall of the restaurant and covers my lips with his. I gasp as he does it, breathing out into him, but my entire body responds to his touch, his kiss. Jesus, his kiss. Memories flood over me as he kisses me. The way his lips press against mine, the way his tongue strokes mine, the way his hand slips to the back of my neck. It's all so heart-achingly familiar, and yet it's not. Because Wes is a man now, and he kisses like one. Commanding, forceful, powerful, and God help me, I like it. Standing there, pressed between the hard warmth of Wes's body and the cool brick wall behind me. All rational thoughts fly from my brain. All I can think about is getting more of his kiss, of his hands, of his body, of this. So when Wes breaks off the kiss and then trails his lips along my jaw and up towards my ear, when he grazes his tongue along my earlobe, when he whispers into the shell of my ear, "Let me take you home," I do the only thing I can bring myself to do. I run. 6. Rory. The apartment is quiet when I unlock the front door, and I thank God that Emma the Perfect must be in bed. I creep into the kitchen to get a drink, running the tap as softly as I can while I fill my glass. Where were you? I spin around, almost dropping the glass. there's Emma, wrapped in a light pink silk robe, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "I'm sorry, did I wake you up? I was trying to be quiet. Like, seriously quiet. Apparently, my sister has supersonic hearing." "It's okay," she says, waving off my concern. "I was watching a movie on my laptop in bed and I fell asleep." She looks me up and down, and when her nose wrinkles, I realize I must be a mess. I pat my hair self-consciously, and sure enough, it's all frizzed up in the back. You know, the kind of hair you get when you're pressed up against a brick wall with your ex-boyfriend's tongue down your throat. "Where were you?" she asks again. "I had a dinner meeting." She nods but doesn't look convinced. I pull the blue folio out of my purse and wave it at her. "We're thinking of taking on a new client," I explain. "Oh, that's great." The folio must have been enough proof because now she smiles. "Who is it?" "Actually," I take a deep breath. No point lying to Emma. She'd find out eventually anyway. "Do you remember Wes Lake?" Emma stares at me blankly. "From high school," I prompt, and she shakes her head. "Of course I remember Wes," she says dryly. "I just can't believe you'd consider working with him. After what he did to you, Rory?" I sigh, leaning against the counter. "I know, but his company is huge and the project is really interesting, and the money he's offering is just—" Whoa. Emma folds her arms. "And he's a jackass." A jackass to Emma is the worst thing you can be. And she knows jackasses. Because to me, she's Emma the Perfect, but to the rest of the world, she's Miss Emma of the popular online advice column, Miss Emma's Modern Manners. Every week she doles out etiquette advice, the most frequent of which is don't be a jackass. It's good advice, I suppose, and judging by the letters Emma gets, there are a hell of a lot of jackasses out there. Is Wes a jackass? I don't know. I'm not sure I have much objectivity when it comes to him. "God, Rory, you cried for weeks," Emma says, reading my mind. She shakes her head. "Weeks, I remember." I drink from my glass of water, washing away the suddenly sour taste in my mouth. She's right. Of course she is. My sisters, Emma and Blake, were both younger than me, but both of them could well remember how devastated I'd been when Wes had left. It was the shock of the thing. One minute things were perfect, and the next minute he was gone. That's all in the past, I assure Emma. It's completely irrelevant now. I don't mention that tonight. My feelings for Wes had felt very much in the present. At least my physical feelings for him. My lips tingle again, remembering our kiss. I'd lusted after Wes since the first time I saw him, 1,000,000 years ago in freshman English. I still remember the bright blue t-shirt he wore. The way it had picked up the cobalt in his eyes. He was gorgeous. Still is. And the things he used to do to me, my body hasn't forgotten that either. The way he always made me feel. Beautiful, sensual, cared for. Even when we were awkward teenagers, it never felt that way with him. Wes was my first, and we came to life when we were together. The same way it felt like we did tonight. Except, what happened tonight is so not going to happen again. Like, ever. EVER. It shouldn't have even happened in the first place. My throbbing lips are a reminder of how vigilant I'm going to have to be. Emma pulls her soft brown hair back and slides an elastic band off her wrist as she twists it up. She leans against the kitchen counter. "I just don't know why you'd want to spend any more time than you have to with that jackass," she says as she flicks away a stray wisp of hair. "He's a jackass, I know," I cut her off. I finish my water and set my glass in the sink. Emma folds her arms, looking cross. Miss Emma does not approve of cutting someone off, of course, or of dishes in the sink. I know you're just looking out for me, I say to appease her. I get it. And yes, Wes hurt me. But I'm not that same little girl anymore. This is a job, one that could be great for Marigold. I'm sure we can work together for a few months without any issues. We're both grown-ups, you know. I force my lips into a smile. Emma hesitates, but then smiles back. You're right, she admits. I just hate the thought of you getting hurt. Not gonna happen, I assure her as I wish her good night and head down the hallway to my bedroom. I wish I had as much conviction as I'm pretending, though. During dinner tonight, I thought maybe everything I just said was at least possible. That I could work with Wes without any messiness. But that was before the kiss. Now, I'm not so sure. First thing on Monday, I bring the contract into the office to share it with Kyla. We texted a bunch on the weekend, and I told her I tentatively accepted the offer, but I wanted us both to go over the contract with a fine-tooth comb before we sign anything. I hate to say it, but there's a tiny part of me that still doesn't completely trust Wes. Or should I say, doesn't trust Gold Lake. Our union still feels a bit unholy, and I'm going to make damn sure we don't get screwed here. Kyla is already at the office when I arrive. Tell me everything, she says, bouncing to the poker table and flopping into one of the chairs. I bite back a smile. No way am I telling her everything, but I launch into a full report of the dinner and of Wes's pitch. While I'm talking, I nudge the folio with the contract towards her. When I'm done, she opens it and flips through the pages. The billable hour estimates are on page 7, I tell her. I wait while she scans the page, and then I burst out laughing as her eyes go wide. Holy shit, Rory, she says. She stares at me, mouth agape. This is fucking crazy, I know. And it is. After everything else that happened with Wes that night, I'd almost forgotten about the completely ridiculous offer he made us. This isn't regular money, Kyla says, laughing. This is baller money. I giggle. Hell yeah, it is. This is gold-plated MacBook, champagne fountain, diamond tooth kind of money. I laugh again. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, it's amazing, right? It would take so much pressure off us. I think wistfully of all the projects I want to take on. Kyla's quiet for another few minutes while she looks over the rest of the contract. She closes the folio with a sigh. We can read the contract more closely today, but I think we should take it. Yeah? Even though it's Gold Lake? She nods. I don't know how to feel. Even though I'm excited, I think part of me was secretly hoping that Kyla wouldn't want to go along with it. That I'd have a good reason to turn down the job and not have to see Wes again. I've been flip-flopping about the whole thing all weekend. One minute, I think I've decided that working together will be fine, that I can handle it. And then the next minute, I go in completely the opposite direction and want to run screaming far, far away from West Lake. I never thought a $400,000 account would be something I'd question. The money is spectacular, no doubt. But is working with Wes a deal-breaker? You said yourself the program sounded really cool, Kyla says. We don't have to associate ourselves with the rest of Gold Lake's activities. We're just helping promote an initiative we believe in, right? Right, I echo. But I know my voice lacks conviction. For not the first time, I feel annoyed with Wes. Why did he seek me out? Me. There have to be 100 firms in this city that could take on this project. Instead, he had to waltz back into my life after 12 years and make me an offer I couldn't refuse. no matter how badly I wanted to. It isn't fair. The industrial dryer downstairs kicks in then, and the rumble echoes deep in my bones. I almost laugh. Buttercup. Maybe that's the universe telling me to suck it up, Buttercup. Kyla looks at me. What's so funny? Nothing, I tell her. Nothing at all. Let's start going through the contract. If we're going to take this deal, we are not getting screwed in the process.
7. Wes. By Wednesday, I haven't heard a peep from Rory Holloway. I'm starting to think I made a huge mistake. And I'm not the only one. My business partner, Levi, hovers at my door. "Have you got Marigold on board yet?" he asks, glancing at his watch as if he's got me on a timer. "Not yet, but it's only a matter of time," I assure him, projecting a confidence I no longer feel. I was so sure that I'd convinced Rory to take the job. That's the only reason I'd let my feelings for her get out of hand on Friday night. Normally, I know better than to mix business and pleasure, especially when it's still in the courting stage, but I thought we were pretty much a done deal at that point. She'd seemed so interested in my pitch over dinner. I'm still not sure what made me do it. What made me kiss her outside the restaurant. What made me run my hands through her silky auburn hair. But God, it felt good. It felt like being a teenager again, but in all the best ways. Somehow, when I was kissing Rory, I didn't feel like Wes Lake, the real estate tycoon. I just felt like Wes Lake, the man. That feeling seems to be increasingly rare these days. "Are we gonna need a backup plan?" Levi asks me now, drawing me out of my thoughts of Rory's soft pink lips, my hands tangled up in her hair, the feel of her curvy body pressed up against mine. I have to try not to groan out loud. It's a good thing I'm sitting behind my desk right now, or Levi might get to see more from me than he bargained for when he stopped by my office. "Won't be necessary," I tell him. "I expect to have the signed contract in place by the end of the week." Levi studies me for a minute, but then nods. "Good. She liked the concept?" "Ate it up." "Good. If she likes it, that means other people will too." "That's the plan." For the first time, Levi's face relaxes into a smile. He's a handsome enough guy when he smiles, I guess, though that doesn't happen often. He's only about 15 years older than me, but his face has hardened after years in the business. I wonder if that's how I'll look when I'm his age. I shudder at the thought. Though, if I'm half as successful as he is, I'll have nothing to complain about. Who needs a pretty face when you're one of the richest men in Manhattan? "Excellent," Levi says. He rubs his chin. "By the way, I was speaking to Greg Mamalidi at the Housing Authority yesterday. Just on the down low, of course. He thinks we'll be able to get it approved." "That's great. We've always known that getting the project approved by the Housing Authority, and thus by the city, would be one of the biggest barriers to this project. Levi's contact giving us a verbal okay is a good indicator that we're on track." He nods again. "He's been putting feelers out with the rest of the board, and it's looking like a go. We just need to submit the final proposal. Once the application goes in, the project is effectively public, so we need to be sure we're ready when that happens. So we need to move up the timeline on the hiring program. Is that what you're saying?" He nods. "I think so, yes. It would be good if we already had some materials out there, had hired some people under the banner. There's no guarantee anyone will find out about the proposal right away, but we have to be ready if they do." "Got it. I'll talk to Rory as soon as she signed the contract. Has HR done any outreach yet? Maybe they can start sourcing through immigration support networks or something, even before we get the campaign officially rolling?" Levi points a finger at me. "Yes, I like that. I'll talk to Kelly in HR. Get the ball rolling now. Should be able to find at least a couple of candidates. Levi is still standing at my door, as if he's expecting something else from me. I raise my eyebrows, waiting for him to speak. Even though he's standing in one spot, he always seems to be moving somehow. He has the slight and wiry body of a flyweight fighter, and the same short man complex that so many of them seem to have, a dogged need to constantly prove himself. And despite his polished appearance, with his custom suit and slicked back hair, I still get the impression that he would go batshit crazy if he ever got into an actual physical altercation. He's the kind of guy you love if he's on your side, and fear if he isn't. Levi nods, tapping his knuckles against my doorframe once, before striding away. I shake my head as soon as he's gone. These plans we're discussing still hinge on Rory's acceptance of the contract. I think about calling her to see if she signed it yet, but I'm not sure if making her feel pressured is the best approach right now. God, why couldn't I just keep my tongue in my mouth? I'd already have a signed contract in my hand if I hadn't been so hard up for her. Then again, I could just as easily blame her for that. Why the hell did she have to let me catch her dancing around in her bra? How the hell is a red-blooded man supposed to resist that? I don't have a will of steel, for Christ's sake. Rory Holloway. This had seemed like such a brilliant idea 2 months ago when Levi and I were first discussing it. We had needed a goodwill project to take attention away from a deal we were trying to close on the Lower East Side. It would be a major jewel in the crown for us, one of the biggest multi-use complexes in Manhattan, with condos, retail space, and more. But the real coup is that the land is owned by the city, under the Housing Authority. It's home to Elmwood Gables, a huge and dilapidated community housing complex. The space is enormous. Multiple residential buildings, a community center, a park, a parking structure, and some kind of garden. The land's never been available for commercial development before, but the Housing Authority has recently started parceling off some of their land to get access to more capital. The project is a controversial one, and Levi and I discussed it a lot before we decided to pursue it. It won't be popular with the community. Nobody wants a high-rise in their backyard, especially an expensive one that drives up the price of everything else. Historical preservation groups will get in on it too. They consider the Lower East Side an endangered neighborhood, which means they don't want people like us, rich bastards, bulldozing it. They don't want us tearing up historic buildings, and they definitely don't want us tearing up community housing and parks. The mayor has already seen a ton of pushback on projects like these. But for us, and for our potential investors, it's a no-brainer, even if it comes with bad press. That land is prime real estate, and the Housing Authority is in such dire financial straits that they're selling it for a song. You can't get land this cheap in New York City anymore. Levi and I have done the math, and whatever we put into this development, we'll get back 100-fold. We've been putting out some covert feelers for a few months now, and we already have at least 8 food and drink franchises ready and willing to set up shop, plus a dozen different companies interested in the flagship retail spaces. We've turned away twice that many more that don't fit our vision of the project. The Lower East Side has never been fully developed. It still has a lot of authentic character and original buildings. This project will be the one to tip it over the edge into full-scale gentrification. Welcome to rich urban professionalville. You must be this high and be able to afford a $12 coffee to enter. That's why our new hiring initiative was born, to mitigate the bad press we know we're going to get from this. If we can get media attention focused on the good work we're doing with disadvantaged women, single moms, immigrants, the same people who happen to live in those types of affordable housing units, then no one can come out and criticize us for bulldozing them, right? Well, actually, they still can. They still will. But at least we'll have evidence that we aren't the completely heartless money-grabbing monsters they'll no doubt paint us as. I mean, we are. But at least with the hiring initiative, it will be debatable. That's why I need Rory. I've been following her career for a few years now. And okay, occasionally drunkenly scrolling through her Facebook profile and thinking about what it will be like to hear her voice again. She's done a good job of building a reputation as one of the few honest marketing firms in the city. Her client roster is filled with do-gooders and charities. Having her and Marigold represent our hiring initiative would buy us way more credibility than if we used our own in-house team or went with one of the big-name agencies here in the city. You can't buy that kind of credibility. And when the chips are down, I'm banking on the fact that we're rep by Marigold will work in our favor. I had expected the whole process to be painless. Working for us would be a major coup for Rory and Marigold, and I knew I wouldn't have any issue working alongside her. And then Friday happened. Actually, scratch that. From the moment I walked into her office last week, I've wanted her. Dancing around in that lacy pink bra, shaking her ass to that rap song. Everything about her so curvy and warm and sweet. Damn, I was a fucking goner from the get-go. I never had a chance. Still, I should have at least tried to keep it to myself. If I'd been able to do that, then maybe she'd have signed the contract by now. Sure, I might have the world's worst case of blue balls, but at least we'd have Rory on board, and I wouldn't have Levi breathing down my neck. I let out a deep breath as I crack open my laptop. I mean to hop into my email to respond to a few outstanding requests, but instead I go right back to Marigold's website again, clicking through to the About page and gazing at Rory's picture. I feel like a fucking stalker. Not that it stops me, of course. I'm so focused on Rory's photo that at first I don't notice the commotion outside my office. I really must insist you make an appointment, I hear Joyce, my secretary, saying to someone as I'm yanked out of my daydream. Another woman's voice cuts through the air, one that I recognize instantly, one that sets my heart thudding out a heavy rhythm in my chest, one that's already sending a rush of blood below the belt. Rory. I stand up from my chair so fast it almost tips over backwards. I step quickly out of my office and into the executive reception area where Joyce sits. Both of them turn to look at me. It's fine, I tell Joyce, though it's Rory's face that I can't tear my eyes away from. Wes? Just the sound of my name on Rory's tongue sends me into a downward spiral. She licks her lips nervously, and for the second time this afternoon, I wonder if I'm about to have an embarrassing problem on my hands. Come into my office. I hold the door open for her. She crosses Joyce's desk wordlessly and steps inside my office as I let the door close behind us. It's nice to see you, I say. My voice sounds hoarse, and I wonder if she notices. Yeah. Okay. Not a warm welcome, but I'll take it. At least she's here. I gesture to the leather chair across from my desk, and she slips into it. I sit behind my desk, closing the laptop quickly and praying she didn't see what was on my screen. I don't need her knowing I was staring at her picture like a lovesick puppy. Not exactly the kind of image I want to be projecting here. I glance down at the blue folio she's clutching in her hands. It's the same one I gave her the other night, the one that held her contract. So, this is either really good, she's here because she signed it, or really bad, and she's here to tell me she won't be signing it at all. I wait, trying to give her the opportunity to speak first. It's one of my favorite negotiating techniques. Never be the first one to speak. Always let them come to you. I steeple my fingers together as Rory fidgets. Her fingers move constantly, twisting around the folder in her lap. She won't meet my eye either, and I'm getting a really bad feeling about this meeting. She looks so uncomfortable that I'm about to cave and say something when she shoves the folder across the desk towards me. I signed it, she blurts. I let out a breath, but quietly, so she won't notice. Great. I pick up the folder and thumb it open, glancing through the pages. I'll sign my portion, and my legal team will get you the fully executed copy within the next couple of days. Great. Rory tries to smile. She rubs her hands over her knees, which are covered in dark fabric. She's wearing the same black pantsuit she wore Friday night, or at least a very similar one. The realization brings me back to the moment outside the restaurant, pressing her against the brick wall, skimming my hands down over her body, along her curvy hips. Fuck, that is not a mental image I need right now. I'm having a hard enough time controlling my dick as it is. Rory takes a deep breath. She's still rubbing her thighs, and I force my gaze to her face. She isn't looking at me. In fact, she seems to be looking at everything in the room that isn't me. I give her a minute and join her in looking around the office, wondering how it must appear to her. The floor-to-ceiling windows, the view of Manhattan, the bright blue New York City sky casting everything in a pure white light. Every surface in my office is glass, steel, or white. It's fresh, modern, clean. Exactly how I wanted it. But if Rory is impressed by the modern luxury, she doesn't let on. When she looks at me, she's biting her lip. I wanted to say something else, she says finally. I smile. I figured. That makes her grin, at least a little. I signed the contract, she repeats, twisting her fingers again. But it comes with a condition. Which is? What happened on Friday can't happen again. Ah, here we go. I should have known this is what she was agonizing over. I want to put her at ease, so I nod. I understand completely. You do? She looks relieved. I thought you would expect... She trails off, embarrassed. Rory, of course not. Christ, I'm not going to make you sleep with me if you don't want to. Trust me, I have plenty of women who do want to. I can't resist slipping in that last bit, although I regret it as soon as I see how it makes her cringe. Start over, Wes. Look, I wanted to work with you long before that happened. That hasn't changed. I think you're perfect for the job, and I'm looking forward to working with you on it. Finally, she seems to relax. She slumps back in the chair, a smile coming over her face. Thanks for saying that, Wes. I'm looking forward to it, too. She hops out of her seat, and the casual way she moves now makes me realize how heavily this was weighing on her. As she walks towards the door, I follow her. Rory. Something in my voice catches. She turns and faces me. Her eyebrows are raised. I swallow. I'm sorry if anything I did made you uncomfortable. Her face falls. Oh, God, Wes, not at all. Friday was great. I mean, really great. Her cheeks flush when she says that, and I can't help but grin. Yeah, it was pretty great, wasn't it? Amazing. She bites her lip. Outstanding. I lean in close to her, so close that I can smell the coconut from her shampoo. Epic. Her body twists, her face mere inches from mine now. Her breath is warm against my lips. Her own lips are parted, and all I can think about is how it would feel to suck her bottom lip between mine, to tug it gently with my teeth. I can't think of anything beyond epic, I admit, trying to distract myself from the way her soft tongue traces over her lip, the way they glisten. It makes me think about how I could make her glisten in other areas, run my tongue over her pussy lips like that, watch her writhe under my hands. Christ. I run my hands through my hair. I just finished promising the woman there would be no more funny business, and now here I am, thinking about how much I want to set her down on my desk, spread her legs wide open, and feast on her pussy for the rest of the afternoon. I can, Rory says. Her voice is a bit breathless, and my heart thuds in my chest as the moment lingers. Rory takes a step towards me, closing the space between us completely. Her body is pressed against mine now, so close I couldn't even slide the pages of her just-signed contract between us. Her breasts press up against my chest, heaving as she breathes. That's when she kisses me. Her hand slips behind my neck, guiding my face down to hers. And then her lips are pressing against mine, her tongue sliding boldly into my mouth. I let her because I'm not an idiot. When a woman like Rory kisses you, even if she just got finished saying she's done kissing you, you go along with it. Her mouth moves hungrily over mine, and I give her everything she wants. I'd give her that and more. Her body against mine is frantic. Her hands roam across my chest, then down to the hem of my shirt, which she yanks out of my pants. She slides her hands up under the fabric, as if she's desperate to feel my bare skin. She skims her nails over the planes of my abs, the bulging muscles of my chest. Her hands are so small and delicate, but the way she's touching me right now could bring me to my knees. And then, as suddenly as she started it, Rory pulls away. She jumps back 2 feet as if she's been zapped by something, and then she stands there panting, her breasts heaving up and down. I run my hands through my hair. I can still taste her on my tongue, and I want to savor the moment instead of killing it by saying something stupid. "What is wrong with me?" she mutters. And I know it's more directed at herself than at me. "Nothing's wrong with you, Rory," I answer anyway. "In fact, I rather liked what you just did." She lets out a huff of breath. "You would." "I think you did, too." She doesn't answer, just raises her eyebrows at me. I know that what I should do right now is back off, say something polite, and show her out the door. Instead, I take 2 steps towards her, until she's pressed right up against me again. She doesn't move. I tip her chin up. "We were always good together, Rory." My voice is hoarse, gruff, even back then, even when we didn't know how good we had it. I use my other hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Her breathing is coming in short, sharp pants, but she's watching me with a focused intensity. She hasn't left yet, so I take that as a good sign. "We could be good together again, Rory," I tell her. "I could make you feel so good. I could make your body sing like a nightingale." I shouldn't be saying any of this, but all I can focus on is the fact that she isn't leaving, that her lips are parting, that she's leaning in closer. My dick is pulsing, and all I can think about is bending her over my desk and making her sing, just the way I said. "Wes." There's hesitation in her voice, but also an unmistakable note of longing. "Tell me you haven't thought about it, Rory," I growl. "Tell me you haven't thought about what it will be like to be together again. To fuck the way we used to, like we were the only 2 people in the world." Her breathing is rapid now, and I can see the throb in her throat as her pulse skyrockets. The air between us is electric. "It would be even better than it was back then," I tell her. I run my thumb along the soft hollow of her neck, where her blood races. I've learned a few things since then, I assure you. I could bend you over my desk right now and have you screaming in under 3 minutes. My name on your lips, my lips on your... She moans. Soft, but so fucking sexy. She wipes the back of her hand across her forehead, as if she's feverish. I grin. Part of me enjoys seeing her so flustered. Tell me, Rory, would you like that? She nods, just slightly, a light tip of the chin. Wes, She starts, stops, licks her lips, shakes her head. I can't, she says, and slips away from me again.
8. Rory. How did it go? Did you give it to him? Kyla asks, striding into our tiny little office and dropping her messenger bag on the floor beside her chair. She's already pulling her headphones off and looking at me expectantly. I almost spit out the mouthful of coffee I'd been about to swallow. I haven't seen Kyla since I dropped the contract off at Wes's office. Since I had... Well, I'm not going to think about that right now. I left the contract with him, yes, I say, choosing my words carefully. He's going to sign it and get it back over to us this week. Wow. So this is really happening. Yup. Kyla frowns. You look less than enthusiastic. I plaster a smile on my face. Oh, I'm enthusiastic, just cautious, I guess. I've known Wes a long time. Her frown deepens. You think we need to worry about him? Now there's a loaded question. Do we need to worry about him? I truly don't know. I'm going into this project carefully because I'm still not convinced his motives are completely altruistic. Do I need to worry about him? That one's a much more resounding yes. I already have ample evidence of that. I'm incapable of keeping my shit together around the man, or of keeping my lips to myself. I'd had the same problem back in high school. Wes Lake could turn me into a puddle of taffy with just a whisper. I don't know, I say to Kyla. You know my concerns about Gold Lake, but we've signed the contract now, so we just have to be smart about it. I don't mention that I'm trying to take that advice to heart on a personal level, too. To be smart around Wes. So far, it's a lesson I'd give myself a failing grade in. Kyla nods. That's fair, I guess you're right. Hey, are you going to get in touch with the Elmwood Gables people and let them know we can take on their project now? Elmwood Gables. I hadn't thought of them since I'd signed the contract. I'd been too preoccupied with thoughts of Wes. Now I get excited again. Assuming Wes doesn't keep me too busy, I should have time to work on their garden project now. No, but I'm going to. Thanks for the reminder. Hey, how did the meeting with Seeds of Change go yesterday? Kyla goes off on a long spiel about her meeting with our most recent charity client, and the business talk effectively puts Wes out of my mind. Our catch-up turns into an impromptu meeting, and we go over all our outstanding projects. By the time we wrap up, I'm smiling and humming under my breath. As soon as I pull my chair back up to my computer, I fire off an email to the community center telling them that if they're still looking for help, we'd be happy to do it. It feels good to send that email, to be able to help someone who really needs it. To my surprise, my email pings almost right away with a response. The director, Barb, invites me out there this evening to see the space and get a quick orientation on what they do. I fire back my acceptance, and then jam in my earbuds, humming happily still. I arrive at Elmwood Gables at just past 6. I haven't been out to the Lower East Side recently, and as I walk from the subway station to the community center, I look around in awe at everything that's changed. Little sushi restaurants have replaced old bodegas, and an organic baby clothes store sits proudly on the corner. I can't even remember what used to be there, but I'm sure it wasn't that. In the center of all the shiny new hubbub sits the huge multi-complex Elmwood Gables, and at the heart of that, the community center. The rundown cinder-block building sticks out like a sore thumb next to the Glassworks Gallery and the gourmet taco stand. Yet despite the encroaching new businesses, Elmwood Gables still dominates. As long as the community center and the affordable housing units are here, the neighborhood will never completely gentrify. And luckily, Elmwood Gables is entirely on city-owned land, so they won't be going anywhere anytime soon. I'm all for progress, but I hate the way that more and more of these kinds of places have been squeezed out of Manhattan. They make the city the vibrant place that it is. The community center is a squat beige building, a 70s-style behemoth in painted cinder block. The huge sign above the door bearing the Elmwood Gables name is hand-painted, with a scene of lions playing basketball. Something one of the more artistically inclined kids had painted, no doubt, although not recently because the paint is faded and dull. I pull open the heavy blue and white door and step inside. There's a small welcome desk at the front, and an East Indian teenager is sitting there, typing out a message on her phone. "Hi, I'm looking for Barb Delaney." I give her my name as she looks up from her phone. "She should be out back," the board receptionist tells me. She points absently towards the hall that leads back into the labyrinth of the center, then turns right back to her screen. I thank her and head down the hallway. The inside of the center is the same as the outside. Cinder block that's been painted over in a creamy beige color. I get to the end of the corridor, then poke my head down the 2 hallways that branch off from it, looking for a back exit. The center reminds me of being back in high school again. Something about the smell of gym shoes and chlorine, the thud of basketballs coming from somewhere not too far away. A group of young boys runs past me, their sneakers thudding and squeaking on the worn blue laminate floor. I spot a glowing red exit sign and follow it, turning around a couple of corners, and then finally emerging from a set of double doors that lead out to the back. I suck in a breath as soon as I step outside. It's like walking into another world. In New York City, the only time you're truly surrounded by green is if you walk through certain parts of Central Park. But stepping into the backyard of the community center feels like walking into a lush jungle. There's a chain-link fence somewhere marking the perimeter. I can see glimpses of it through the shrubs and trees, but the plant life has grown up so high and tall that everywhere I look, I see green. Climbing vines and weeping willows and blooming flowers everywhere. A white gazebo sits in the center, glowing like a jewel amidst the greenery. The sun-soaked roses give off a hazy perfume, making me feel delirious and filled with a kind of wonder I haven't felt in a long time. It makes me feel like I'm a kid again, sneaking around my parents' flower shop, playing hide-and-seek with my sisters, and breathing in that rich, loamy perfume while I crouched behind a shelf in the cold storage room. It's a special place. I know that within seconds of walking into the space. On the far side of the yard, there's a clearing, and here, 3 women and a couple of men are tilling the soil, turning it over with hoes and talking and laughing while they work. I stand there for a minute watching, marveling at this hidden gem in the middle of the city. After a while, one of the women working notices me standing there. "Can I help you?" she asks, putting her hand over her eyes to shield them from the sun. "I'm looking for Barb Delaney. I'm Rory Holloway from Marigold Marketing." "Oh, Rory!" She breaks into a grin as she walks towards me. "I'm Barb. I'm so glad you could come out." She pulls off a pink polka-dotted gardening glove and shakes my hand. "This is quite the spot you have," I tell her. "It's so magical." She beams. "We think so, too. That's why we want to show it off. Get more people using it." Barb is probably in her 50s, with close-cropped gray hair and the ruddy complexion of someone who spends a lot of time in the sun. She wears no makeup, but her green eyes sparkle, and her smile is warm and friendly. We walk down the steps, towards the square of earth where the others are digging. It's large, half the size of a gymnasium. I can smell the rich loaminess of the earth as they turn it over. The other women give me a quick smile, but then quickly go back to work. So, you want to promote the garden? Barb nods. That's right. We finally got permission to turn it into a community garden, a project we've been trying to get off the ground for almost 5 years now. We opened the sign-up for plots in March, but so far the response has been, well, not what we were hoping, let's put it that way. I can't imagine that. Why wouldn't you want to have a little garden here? There must be a ton of people in the city who'd kill for a bit of space to grow things. That's what we were hoping, but... She trails off, then shrugs. We think it's just a lack of awareness. At least, that's what we're counting on. Which is where you come in. I nod. So you need some help with promotions. Desperately, she smiles. We have so many ideas of things we want to do at this place. Mini farmers markets, community dinners, concerts, special events. But we can't do any of that until we actually have people in here using the space. Well, you should have no trouble. It's an amazing spot, I say, looking around again. I've never thought of myself as someone with a green thumb. That's my mom's domain. But even I want to get on my knees and dig in the dirt out here. Come on, let me introduce you to some of our volunteers. I pick my way through the dirt with her, wishing like hell that I'd worn my flip-flops today instead of these stupid wedges. At least I didn't go for the stilettos, though. Everyone, this is Rory Holloway. She's going to help us get the garden growing, so to speak. I hope so, I say, reaching out to shake hands with the men and women in front of me. One woman, who has long dark hair and the kindest smile I've ever seen, introduces herself as Maria. When I ask how long she's been here, she smiles warmly and says, "Too long." Barb guffaws. Don't say that. This place wouldn't be half as far along as it is without you. Maria's been doing all our marketing up until now, she explains to me. Oh, I hope I'm not stepping on any toes. Maria shakes her head. Not at all. Marketing is not my expertise. I was a project manager back in Brazil, so I like to help organize. The creative stuff. That's not so much in my wheelhouse, as you might say. I grin. I get it. Project management isn't in my wheelhouse. How long have you been in New York? About 3 years now. We moved because my husband got a job here, but he died just 1 year after we came. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I glance anxiously at Barb, but she's just smiling sadly. I can't even imagine. Maria only nods her head. It was hard, yes, but then my son, he's 9. I couldn't imagine taking him back to Brazil. Not when he has so many more opportunities here. That's so selfless of you. I'm sure you must have family in Brazil that you miss. I do, but I like it here. So does Bruno. That's my son. And we're glad she's here, Barb interjects. She's been a godsend in helping us get the garden up and running. Maria's eyes sparkle. Well, only until I can find a new job. Then I won't have so much free time. Don't remind me. Barb pretends to pout, her shoulders slumping. Don't worry, Maria says. So far, no bites. What kind of job are you looking for? I know it's not really any of my business, but the wheels in my mind are churning. Maria shrugs. One that pays money? She grins. I would like to work in project management, but it's hard because my certification is from another country, so I take whatever kind of job I can find. I was working at a cleaning company, but the business closed. Now I play in the dirt, she says with a laugh, gesturing around her. I tap my lips thoughtfully. You know, this is going to sound weird, but I might actually know of something. Let me give you my card and maybe you can forward me your resume. Maria and Barb share a glance, and then Maria looks back at me excitedly. "That's wonderful, I will. Of course I will." I fish one of my business cards out of my purse and hand it over to her, while Barb pretends to look on disapprovingly. "Rory," she chides, "I brought you here to help us get the garden going, not take away one of my best volunteers." I shrug and grin. What can I say? We're a full-service marketing shop. "Mm-hmm," she grumps as she leads me inside. We spend the rest of our time together discussing some promotional ideas for the garden, and by the time I'm ready to leave, I'm thoroughly excited for the project to get started. It's such a worthwhile cause, exactly the kind of place I wanted to help, the kind of work I wanted to do, when Kyla and I started Marigold. I'm also excited about the idea that maybe Maria could find a spot in Gold Lake's hiring initiative. It could be huge for her to get a job in her field again, and with a company like Gold Lake on her resume, she'd be set, even long after the program is over. Of course, it doesn't escape my attention that I have Wes Lake to thank for both of these things. It's because of Wes's job offer that Marigold has the money to be able to take on the Elmwood Gables Community Center as a pro bono project. And it's because of Wes that I might be able to help Maria get a job. I sigh. It's not fair that he has to be so good-looking and so kind. I mean, really. If he could stop doing that, then maybe I'd be able to stop kissing him. Ugh, kissing him. I touch my lips, remembering the feel of his mouth on mine, of his breath against my throat, of the taste of him on my skin again after all these years. It's wrong, I know. So why does it feel so right? Who knows? Maybe I've been wrong about him all this time. Okay, yes, he broke my heart when we were younger, but that's ancient history, right? Maybe he really is a different person now. And the way I feel when I'm kissing him... No, I catch myself before I go too far down that line of thinking. After all, it's bound to lead nowhere good. Nowhere good at all. 9. Rory. I'm in the office early the next morning, even before Kyla has arrived. In the early hours, before things get going at UCoin downstairs, the office isn't quite so sweltering. I tuck myself in at my desk and pull up the day's to-do list, then dive quickly into my work. I start with some website updates I'd promised I'd make for Bulldog Rescue NYC. Kyla normally handles our web stuff, but I know she's swamped with a couple of other big web design projects, so I'd offered to do them. I search through my email for the zip file the rescue group sent me, then unpackage all the photos. I almost squeal out loud at the cuteness. It's their new batch of adoptables, about a dozen squishy-faced bulldogs, all looking for new homes. I wish for the 1,000th time that our apartment allowed dogs, although maybe it's a good thing it doesn't. Otherwise, I might end up taking them all home with me. Not sure what Emma the Perfect would think about living in a dog hotel. I bite back a laugh at the thought of her grimacing as she defers every piece of clothing she owns. No, Rory, no torturing your sister, even if she does border on obnoxious sometimes. I upload the new photos and the adorable little descriptions the rescue provided. Hi, NYC. My name is Roxy, and I'm a shy 8-year-old girl who loves nothing more than going for walks and snuggling with my foster family. I'm deep in the rhythm of it when my cell phone rings. I pause as I'm uploading a photo of a snaggle-toothed puppy named Henry. My foster parents say I'm almost completely housebroken, and fish my phone out of my bag. Rory Holloway, I say, still cooing at Henry's lopsided doggy grin. Hello, Rory Holloway. My own grin falls away. I sit up straight in my chair, pressing the phone against my ear. Hello, Wes. My voice sounds strangely formal. How are you? Fine. A slight pause. Great, I'm fine too, thanks for asking. Even through the phone, I can hear his teasing grin. What can I do for you, Wes? Part of me almost wants to call him Mr. Lake, to emphasize how strictly business our relationship is. Except I get the distinct impression he'd enjoy that a little too much. I have your signed contract, he says. I thought I could take you out to dinner so that I can give it to you and we can discuss next steps. Next steps. I fell for that one last time. I'm not sure dinner is such a good idea, Wes. I think about suggesting I come by his office, but clearly that isn't a good idea either. How about a quick lunch? Lunch should be safe. There's nothing romantic or sexy about lunch, right? We can do lunch, he says amicably, without missing a beat. Where would you like to go? Fran's, I say quickly, naming a bustling diner close to our office. Fran's is known for their amazing home-cooked meals, but most of all, it's the least romantic place I can think of off the top of my head. It mostly attracts the senior set and a few regular homeless people who know they can get a hot cup of coffee and a place to get in out of the rain or the scorching heat without being hassled. Fran's. I hear the surprise in Wes's voice, but he recovers. Sure, that sounds great. Meet you there at noon? I swallow. Oh, so you meant today? No time like the present, right? Unless you have something else planned. My mind won't work fast enough to come up with a plausible excuse, so instead I nod. Sure, today's fine. I get off the phone with Wes and look down at my outfit. Yoga pants, again, and a tangerine-colored t-shirt that says, I woke up like this, which is almost in fact true. I pretty much did wake up like this. Why, oh why, can't I be one of those women who wears cute polished suits to work all the time, or at least a smear of lipstick? Well, if there's any advantage in going out with Wes today, it's that I don't have to spend a lifetime agonizing over what to wear. I'm just going to have to go as is. I go back to my website updates, but now even the cute doggies can't distract me from my upcoming lunch meeting. I arrive at the diner before Wes. It's bustling, but I snag a booth near the front. Unlike our seating arrangement at Jasmine Thai the other day, this booth offers absolutely no privacy whatsoever, which is exactly what I want. It also gives me a perfect view of the door, so Wes won't even be able to take me by surprise. I order a coffee while I wait for him, but I don't have to wait long. At 12 o'clock sharp, I see him. I take a long slurp of my coffee and try to ignore the way my throat tightens when I swallow. He pulls the door open, steps inside, and scans the restaurant. My throat tightens further when I see the way his face lights up when he spots me. He cuts easily through the crowd to the booth where I'm sitting. People seem to give him a wide berth, as if they can somehow sense his wealth, his power. Hell, maybe they can. That suit he's wearing has to have cost a fortune. It's a deep charcoal color, and he's wearing a sky blue tie that sets off his eyes perfectly. His attractiveness is completely out of line. Someone should have a talk with him about that. He slides into the booth across from me and grins. Interesting choice, he says. His eyes travel over my chest, across the stupid t-shirt I'm wearing. I raise my eyebrows, daring him to say something about it, but Wes just gestures around him. In restaurants, I mean. What can I say? I had a craving for mac and cheese. That sounds good, actually. Our waitress arrives then, dropping 2 tall menus in front of us. I don't bother picking mine up, and neither does Wes. 2 orders of your finest macaroni and cheese, he says. And another coffee, please. The waitress nods and slips her pad back into her apron pocket without writing anything down. Once she's gone, Wes turns his gaze back to me. I try to meet it as well as I can, forcing myself to sit up straight and be professional. You know, despite the yoga pants and the stupid t-shirt. So, you said you were bringing the contract? Wes hesitates. The grin never leaves his face, but something in his eyes flickers. Then it's gone. Yes, right here. He reaches down to his briefcase and pulls out the same blue folio I dropped off earlier this week. He slides it across the table, and I flip it open and glance quickly through the documents inside. Everything seems in order. I close the folder and slide it to the far side of the table as the waitress drops off Wes's steaming mug of coffee. You also said you wanted to discuss next steps. Wes raises his eyebrows again. All business today, I see. He chuckles, dumping a small thing of milk into his mug. Hey, I'm not complaining. Not now that I'm paying for your time. By the way, I hope you're recording this as part of your billable hours. Of course, I say, even though I hadn't even thought of that. He nods. Good. And as far as next steps go, we'd like to see a campaign proposal by the end of next week. Does that seem reasonable? We want to get moving as soon as possible. Certainly. I swallow a lump in my throat. A week? Jesus. I guess I should have known that Gold Lake would want to move on Gold Lake-style timelines. But no way am I going to let Wes see me sweat. I distract myself for a minute, taking a long and slow sip of my coffee. Will this be for the entire campaign or just for the recruitment stage? Well, we'll focus on the recruitment stage for now, of course, since that's the most important piece to get rolling. But I'd like at least an overview of the rest of the campaign, along with a cost projection and a rough spending allocation. Sure. My stomach is rolling nervously. By the way, we're starting to move on the hiring process already. We'll still want to focus on a recruitment piece for the campaign, of course, but we're hoping to have the first hires in place by the end of the month. Right. Oh! I perk up, remembering Maria and feeling like I can finally add something to this conversation. I met someone yesterday who might be a good candidate for the program. She was a project manager in Brazil and has been having a hard time finding work in her field here. Can I send you her resume? Absolutely. That sounds great. See, I knew I made the right move hiring you. You're even helping us recruit for the program. A little flutter passes over my heart, but we're thankfully interrupted by the waitress, who drops heaping plates of gooey mac and cheese in front of us. This looks great, Wes says, digging in. I sip my coffee and pick at the noodles in front of me. Around us, the diner is hopping, and I can smell greasy burgers frying up and the sweet scent of maple syrup, and somewhere beneath that, a layer of bacon grease that may be permanently baked into the walls at this point. Wes notices me looking around and follows my gaze. He shakes his head softly. Been a long time since I've been in a diner like this, he says. There's something almost rueful in his voice. Not enough Michelin stars for you? I tease. He shakes his head. It's not that, it's... He pauses and takes a sip of his coffee, and I get the strange sense that he's actually trying to buy himself time. But for what? I have a lot of memories of coming to a diner just like this one, he says finally. He clears his throat. With my mom, I mean. You do? This is twice now that he's mentioned something about his mother. Why can't I ever remember him talking about her before? I try to picture the woman we'd run into at the mall that day, heavy-set, with a pinched face and red cheeks. She looked nothing like Wes, or at least the memory of her that I'm able to call up looks nothing like him. Wes nods. Remember Al's Dine and Shine? I laugh. I haven't been there in years. It was an old diner in our hometown of Highfield, Connecticut. Well, half diner and half car wash. Mostly the only people who went to the diner were the over 60 crowd, who came for the early bird specials and stayed for the bottomless coffee. Well, my mom worked in a diner just like that one for a while, before I moved to Highfield. When my grandmother started getting sick and couldn't watch me as much, my mom would bring me in with her, and I'd sit behind the counter while she worked. This was when I was quite young, of course, 4 or maybe 5. She'd give me lemon meringue pie to keep me quiet while she worked. Sometimes she'd put me to bed in the staff break room if she was stuck working the night shift. Wes looks around the restaurant now, and I can tell by his expression that he's lost in the memory. I don't say anything because I don't want to disrupt his train of thought. Whatever he's thinking, it seems to tug at him. Finally, he shakes his head. His eyes are clear again. Anyway, that was a lifetime ago. Or at least it feels like it. I know what you mean. Sometimes it seems like I can barely remember the person I was back then. I'm trying to empathize, but Wes raises his eyebrows. I remember everything about you, he says. His voice is low and gravelly, and even amidst the din of clanging glasses and ambient chatter, they lance through me. I force myself to take a bite of macaroni, but it sticks like glue in my throat. The moment stretches out between us until Wes cocks his head. Rory, I've been thinking. I hold my breath, waiting for him to continue. He fingers his fork for a minute, then looks up at me. If we're going to work together, we need to do something about this. This? This, he repeats, gesturing at the space between us. This tension. With chemistry, Rory. I thought after so many years it would be gone, but I let my shoulders slump, finally feeling like I can relax a little. I know, it's pretty bad. But it's not a good idea, right? We're working together now. We should try to keep it professional. Right? Wes doesn't answer for a minute. His cobalt eyes are as piercing as ever, and now they latch right onto mine. Right, he says slowly, although he looks as if he was thinking exactly the opposite. I force my gaze away from his face. It's too hard to look into those deep blue eyes of his. I feel like I'm going to fall in and never be able to find my way out again. Instead, my eyes light on the blue file folder on the table next to me. Our contract. A professional agreement, rules and expectations clearly outlined and agreed to by both parties. I tap my lip thoughtfully, then turn to face Wes again. What if we had a contract? His brow furrows. We have a contract. His eyes go to the folder and gesture. Not that kind of contract, a personal one. Are you talking about a sex contract? He gets a devilish grin on his face, one I ignore. No, I'm talking about a no-sex contract. That sounds distinctly less fun, but 1,000 times more professional, don't you think? I sip my coffee and stare at him over the rim of my cup. Wes does the same. Theoretically, what would this contract entail? He asks finally. Well, it would just stipulate that we would have no physical relationship, which includes kissing, I add pointedly. Hey, you were the one who kissed me last time. My cheeks redden. I know, but that was a regrettable lapse in judgment, one that wouldn't be committed again, especially if we have a contract. A regrettable lapse in judgment, huh? Wes frowns, then sighs, grabs the napkin from beside his plate, and spreads it out on the table between us. He reaches into the breast pocket of his jacket for a pen. Contract, he scrawls across the top of the napkin. His handwriting clearly hasn't changed a bit since high school. It's still the same messy scrawl that every teenage boy seems to use. So, what do you think? He asks. Number 1 is obviously no sex, since this is a no-sex contract and all. I nod. This whole thing is absurd, yet I find myself swept away by it. Wes writes a number 1 and then writes, "No sex" next to it. I get a rush of euphoria. This is going to work. It's in writing now. "What else?" he says, looking up at me. "No physical contact of any kind. No kissing, no touching, no hugging." "What about high fives?" I roll my eyes. "No high fives. That would be a kind of physical contact." "Got it." He writes the words "no physical contact" underneath the first clause. "Oh, and no dates." He raises his eyebrows. "Dates?" "Well, nothing that could be construed as a date. You know, no having so-called business meetings in places like Jasmine Thai. We meet at your office or on otherwise neutral territory like this place." "Fine." He adds the words "no dates" to our napkin contract and stares down at it. "How about this one? No talking about the past?" "Fine with me. I don't need to be reminded of anything that came before this. What happened between Wes and I back then is ancient history, and I'm happy to leave the past in the past." "Is that it, then?" He stares down at the napkin. "No getting attached," I say quietly. I don't know if I'm making this rule for him or for me. When our work contract is over, we go our separate ways. He glances up at me, his expression grim. The look in his eyes makes my stomach somersault, and I wonder if I've gone too far. After all, at one point, Wes was my best friend and, at least I thought, the love of my life. Is it unreasonable to think we might be able to stay friends this time around? But he nods and scribbles the words down on the napkin. "Anything else? Or do we have a deal?" I look down at the 5 rules he's written out. This whole thing seems ridiculous, and yet it makes me feel better to have it in writing. To know that we're on the same page, that anything happening between us would be a bad idea of epic proportions. We have a deal. Wes tilts the napkin towards himself and scrawls his name at the bottom under our lists of rules. Then he hands me the pen. I scratch my own name into the rough napkin. The fact that I feel I need this contract in the first place should be a major red flag, yet here I am, signing it and feeling like it's going to magically fix everything I'm feeling. I slide the napkin back towards Wes, but he waves it off. "You keep it," he says. "I trust you." I take it and slide it into the blue folio with our other contract, the real one, for safekeeping. For the first time since Wes walked back into my life, I feel like I actually have a chance of getting out of this unscathed. 10. Rory. When I get back to the office, Kyla is sitting at the green-felted conference table, finishing up a takeout order of sushi. "How was the meeting?" she asks right away. "Do you have a better sense of the project now?" I don't tell her we barely talked about the project at all. I run my finger along the spine of the blue file folder before I drop it on my desk. Yeah, sort of. I think we're going to be pretty busy, though. They want a full proposal by end of next week with cost breakdowns and everything." "Wow, okay. Yeah, I really want us to come up with something that'll blow them away." "Agreed. So, got any brilliant ideas?" She grins. I wrinkle my nose. "No, we might be screwed." Kyla laughs. "You always say that, and then we always manage to come up with something awesome. I'm sure this'll be no different. How about we both start thinking about it, and then we can do some brainstorming tomorrow?" That sounds great. And it really does. I'm so glad I have Kyla as a partner in all this. I don't know what I would do if I was facing down Wes alone. I pull my chair back over to my desk and fire up my email. I have a message from Barb from the community center with a recap of our meeting and copies of some of their existing promotional materials so I can see what they've already tried. I shoot her a quick reply to say thanks and then glance through the stuff she sent. It's all pretty lackluster, and I get excited thinking about what we can do to help them out. Although my brain keeps wanting to drift back to Wes and our lunch meeting, and the napkin that's nestled between the covers of the blue file folder. I force myself to set all that aside and get some work done. With Wes's deadline looming, we're going to seriously need to get our asses in gear this week. I open a blank document and jot down some initial ideas for the campaign, as well as a general to-do list for all the things we'll need to pull together for the plan. As I work, the to-do list gets longer and longer, while my ideas list stays distressingly sparse. I know we're only on day 1, but I already feel like Kyla and I are in way over our heads. Then again, we were in over our heads the moment we decided to open our own firm. Business licenses, incorporation papers, accounting software. There was so much neither of us knew about, and until now, we've managed to figure it all out. I'm sure that if we put our heads together, we'll be able to get through this project, too. I hope. We both end up working long into the evening. By the time I rub my eyes and look up from my computer screen, it's almost 8 o'clock. Kyla's still buried in her own work, wearing her huge headphones as usual. "I think I'm going to take off now," I announce. She pulls off the headphones and blinks a few times. Wow, I didn't realize how late it had gotten. Me either. I've been trying to come up with some ideas for the campaign, but me too. Anything good yet? I grimace. Not really. You? She shakes her head. Are we completely screwed? Oh, probably, I laugh as I sling my purse over my shoulder. No, I think we just need fresh eyes. We'll huddle tomorrow and see what we can come up with. We say our goodbyes and I bound down the stairs and out into the street. As soon as my feet touch the pavement, I realize I left my contract upstairs. Not my real work contract, but the other one. The one on the napkin. I don't want to chance Kyla finding it. I'm pretty sure she wouldn't be too keen to find out. I had to make a no-sex contract with one of our clients. The thought sends a twinge of guilt through me. I hate lying to her about my history with Wes, but there's no reason she ever has to find out. After all, nothing's going to happen. I have it in writing. I take the stairs back up to the office, 2 at a time. Kyla looks up, eyebrows raised. I forgot some notes, I say, waving the blue file folder. I carefully slip out the napkin and shove it into my purse. Then I'm out the door and gone again. As soon as I pull open the apartment door, I'm hit with the smell of lasagna. That means Emma's home, and if I know my sister, this isn't real lasagna, but her zucchini noodle concoction. Emma the Perfect doesn't do carbs, as she would say. Rory, is that you? No, it's your friendly neighborhood burglar. I drop my bag on the hallway table. I'm just about to take dinner out of the oven. Are you hungry? Famished. That's true. I'd barely picked at my macaroni and cheese at lunch, because I'd been too distracted by my conversation with Wes. Come, then, sit. Eat with me. Thanks. I head into our tiny little kitchen and grab an extra plate and cutlery and set it down at the table with Emma's. I'd offer to open us a bottle of wine, but Emma doesn't really drink much either. At least not during the week. On the weekend, she'll occasionally indulge in a rum and Diet Coke, but that's about it. Sometimes I wonder how we're even sisters. Emma and I have been sharing an apartment for the last few years, and despite our differences, we actually get along well as roommates. We're both neat. Well, she's neat, and I manage to keep my messiness contained to my own bedroom. And neither of us are big partiers, so the house is always quiet and clean, which are 2 of the biggest factors in roommate harmony. Plus, to be honest, it's nice having someone who really knows me here, especially with Celia gone. Even when it seems like my sister might be from another planet, she still feels like home to me. Emma could live anywhere, of course. Her job doesn't require her to live here in New York City, even though her editor works here. She says she just likes it here. I guess I can understand that. There's no place in the world like New York City, especially not Highfield, the small town in Connecticut we grew up in. Our third sister, Blake, still lives there with our parents, and I don't know how she can stand it. Then again, Blake is the baby of the family, and she seems to feel no need to leave the nest any time soon. "How was your day?" I ask, as Emma scoops out tiny portions of her zucchini lasagna. Have I mentioned my sister eats like a bird? Pretty good. I got another 2 chapters written. That's great. Are you going to tell me what it's about yet? Emma is working on a nonfiction book, something that goes along with her column, but she won't give me any exact details. To be honest, I'm dying to know. Knowing Emma, it will be something like How to Be Perfectly Perfect, a guide to being better than everyone else. In fact, I'm pretty sure I suggested that title to her once. Of course not. She flashes me a grin. At least, not until it's done. Fine. I pretend to pout, but I suppose I can't exactly be mad. After all, I'm keeping my own secrets. Any good letters today? Oh my God, yes! I meant to tell you this. I'm going to use this one in tomorrow's column. A guy wrote in wanting to know how he could convince his girlfriend to have an open relationship, despite the fact that she'd said no 3 times. He wanted to know whether it would be bad to just go ahead and do it anyway. Can you believe that? Ew, what a loser. Did you tell him not to be a jackass? Emma giggles. Of course, and a whole bunch of other things, too. Good. God, this is why I don't date. Seriously. Emma agrees. Speaking of jackass guys, whatever happened with Wes? Did you tell him where to shove his job offer? Shit. I look down at my plate and carefully saw off a piece of zucchini. I pop it into my mouth and chew as slowly as humanly possible. Emma waits for an answer, and the vegetable seems to stick in my throat as I swallow. I don't know how to respond to her question, but after a couple of minutes, my silence becomes its own answer. You took the job, didn't you? The note of disappointment in Emma's voice is clear. I shrug. Maybe. Rory! She sounds like a parent who found out their precious child got caught stealing candy from the corner store. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. That's the look she's giving me right now. This job is a huge opportunity, Em. I couldn't turn it down. Besides, don't you kind of think Wes owes me? What he owes you is an apology. I shrug. That's all in the past. I honestly couldn't care less about stuff that happened back then. Which is a lie, but Emma doesn't need to know that. Emma purses her lips. She lays her fork down across her plate. Her nails are perfectly done. A seashell shade of pink that complements her skin. I agree that it's all in the past, she says diplomatically. I just wonder if he's changed. Well, he's practically a billionaire now, so yeah, I'd say he's changed. Emma rolls her eyes, a rare show of impatience for her. I just think Wes is a user, Rory. He doesn't care about anyone but Wes. I doubt having money has done anything but make that quality worse. I stuff another bite of vegetables in my mouth, if only so that I don't have to answer her. Is she right? What Wes did, that was so long ago. Everyone is an asshole in high school, right? I'm sure I did things back then that I wouldn't be proud of today, like the time in 7th grade that I stopped being friends with Denise Turner because she didn't have the right high-top sneakers, and all my other friends decided she couldn't hang out with us anymore. I'm not exactly proud of that moment, but I like to think I've grown into someone kinder than that. Who's to say that Wes hasn't done the same thing? I know one thing for sure. If there was any chance that I would admit to Emma that I'd accidentally kissed Wes, not once, but twice, that chance has gone right out the window. "Can we talk about something else?" I say, pushing a piece of zucchini around my plate. "Of course, sorry. I don't mean to harp. And I get that this is about your career, so you should do whatever you think is best." It's surprisingly kind for Emma, but the rest of her sentence hangs unspoken between us. Don't come crying to me when it all goes to shit. Later, after I've done up the dishes, I grab my laptop and take it into my bedroom, intending to do a little more brainstorming about the campaign before my meeting with Kyla tomorrow. But my mind keeps going back to Wes. Is Emma right? Is he just a user? I'm sure someone in his position and with his money and power is used to getting exactly what he wants. Am I playing right into his hands? I still can't figure out why he sought me out after all these years, especially when he could work with any marketing agency in the city. Is this all just part of some master plan I'm not in on? I want to say that Emma doesn't know what she's talking about, but giving out advice is actually what she does for a living. So maybe I should pay more attention to what she says about Wes. After all, she knows him too. She remembers everything that happened. I fish the napkin out of my purse and look over the words Wes had etched onto it this afternoon. I let my fingers trace the lines of his signature, that hard scrawl. I know that I should stay far, far away from Wes, but every time I'm around him, all that logic is nowhere to be found. And the weirdest thing is, I enjoy being in his company. After all this time, he still makes me laugh, still makes me feel heard and strangely understood. I open the drawer in my nightstand and stuff the napkin in there for safekeeping, then crack open my laptop. I may not know what to do about Wes the man, but I know that if I'm going to impress Wes the client, I'm going to need to have a kick-ass presentation by the end of next week. And that means I need to get cracking. 11. 12 years ago. I leaned forward, peering into the mirror as I carefully applied a stroke of primrose pink to my lips. I took a tissue out of the box next to me and blotted, the way I'd seen models do in magazines. My hair was shellacked into a perfect chignon, with a couple of tiny silver beads wound through it, nestled into the twist. Mom and I had researched the hairstyle months ago, and she'd practiced it on me a few times since then, so that it would be perfect for tonight. And it was. It was perfect. I was almost ready. I reached for my necklace, nestled in the small teal velvet box it had come in. A graduation gift from Grandma. I was touched that everyone wanted to make tonight so special for me. You only get one prom, they all said. What they didn't know was that it was already going to be special because I had Wes. I cracked open the little box and gasped. It was empty. The delicate pearl and rhinestone necklace, along with the matching cluster earrings, was gone. "Mom!" I shrieked. Panic rose in my throat. She appeared at my bedroom door a moment later, camera in hand. "What is it?" "I can't find my necklace. The one Grandma gave me. It was right here." My lip quivered. Even though I already knew tonight would be perfect, I had been looking forward to showing off my outfit to Wes, to seeing the way his eyes would widen when I twirled in front of him in the kitchen. I needed the necklace for everything to be complete. "I'm sure it's around here somewhere," she said. She set the camera down on my bed, and we both started hunting. Behind the vanity, under the bed, in my jewelry box with the rest of my other little things. It wasn't anywhere. I sat down on the bed. Frustrated tears were pricking my eyes. Where could it have gone? And then I heard giggling from out in the hallway. I jumped up, just as Mom crawled out of the closet where she'd been digging through old shoeboxes. I bet one of them took it. A pink flash streaked past my bedroom door. Blake or Emma, I couldn't be sure, but I was suddenly sure, 100% positive, that one of them had my necklace. I'm going to kill them. I'm sure your sisters didn't touch it, Rory. But by then, I was already off the bed and following them down the hall. Give it back, you brats! It was Emma I ran into first. She threw her hands up in the air. Don't look at me, I didn't touch it. I scrutinized her face. It looked innocent enough, and to be fair, Emma wasn't the troublemaker in the family. She was 14 now and got perfect grades and spent an hour every morning ironing her hair to stick-straight perfection. Blake! I could hear her giggling from down the hall in her bedroom. Our house wasn't that big, so even with her door closed, I knew she was in there. I stomped down the hall and pushed her door open. Give it back, you little twerp! Even from here, I could see the stones glittering around her neck, hanging over her purple sweatshirt. Her eyes widened as I came into the room, and she crab-walked backwards on the bed, laughing. She had twisted her blonde hair up and stuck a clip in it so that it looked like a messy version of mine, and put a slick of some plum-colored lipstick on. I softened when I saw her. Blake was the baby of the family, and though she was 12 now, she'd always seemed much younger. Our parents coddled her. Maybe because they knew she was their last, and so she did silly little things like this to get attention sometimes. Blake, can I have that back, please? I said, changing my tactic. Fine. She stuck her bottom lip out in an exaggerated pout. She reached up and tried to pull the necklace over her head. You're going to break it! I rushed over and kneeled on the bed beside her. I took the necklace from her and gently undid the clasp. Oh, stay there, girls. I just have to get a picture of this. Blake and I both looked up at the same time and saw Mom in the doorway, her camera held up in front of her face. Mom, we both whined at the same time. At least we could agree on that. Oh, come on. You girls look so cute. I knew there was no getting out of this, so Blake and I stayed posed like that until Mom had taken enough snaps. When she pulled the camera away from her face again, she had tears in her eyes. You girls are getting so big, she said. I can't believe all my babies are growing up. This had been Mom's constant lament for the last year or so, ever since it really started to sink in that I was graduating this year and would be going off to college in the fall. I'd picked a school here in the state, close enough that I'd easily be able to come home on weekends if I wanted to. But just the fact that I wouldn't be living under the same roof anymore had triggered Mom's empty nest syndrome, or whatever it's called. Can I go now? I have to finish getting ready. Mom sighed and nodded, though she was still smiling sadly. Necklace in hand, I went back to my room. I sat in front of the mirror again and slipped the necklace around my neck. It was as pretty as I remembered. Blake had returned the earrings, too, so I popped those on as well. I took a moment to admire the effect in the mirror. The set my grandmother had chosen was perfect, and I knew Wes would love it. Wes. Just thinking his name gave me a deep thrill. I couldn't wait to see him in the tux. He'd said he wanted to do something special after the prom was over, too, and I couldn't wait to see what he'd planned. He was always so thoughtful. I knew tonight would be amazing. Wes and I had been friends for a few years now, ever since he'd moved here back in 9th grade. I'd always liked him, but over the last couple of years, my feelings for him had grown more than friendly. The more time I spent with him, the more I liked him. His sweet smile, the way he'd swoop his dark blonde hair out of his eyes. But it was more than that. It was the thoughtful way he'd ask about things that were going on with me. The way he remembered that I liked my hamburgers with extra pickles. The polite way he'd speak to my parents when he picked me up. For a while, I only saw him in groups, but then we started spending more time one-on-one. And then one night, he kissed me. It was right outside the house, here, when he dropped me off and insisted on walking me to the front door. We stood under the porch light as dark moths fluttered above us, hurling themselves at the bright light. When he leaned in, his lips against mine felt right, like we belonged together. Since then, we'd been inseparable. Being with Wes was so easy. It felt like it was as natural as breathing. Maybe I was silly to believe it, but it felt like we belonged together. It felt that way when we had sex, which we did a lot these days, usually in the back of Wes's car. But more importantly, it felt like that when we weren't even doing anything special, just driving around Highfield talking or wandering through the mall or hanging out in my basement watching movies while my parents were at the flower shop. Wes and I could do nothing at all, and it felt like the most fun thing in the world to be doing. "Oh, Rory, you look beautiful." I turned at the sound of Dad's voice in the door of my bedroom. He was leaning against the doorframe, and like Mom, his eyes had a misty sheen to them. "Thanks, Dad." He watched me for another minute, then shook his head. "I almost forgot. This is for you." He held out a small white box. I recognized the green bloomers sticker inside. "Daddy, you shouldn't have." I lifted the lid and found a beautiful corsage, a white rose, backed by delicate greenery, and all held together with silver ribbon and silver beads that matched the ones in my hair. "Oh, come on," he says. "We own a flower shop. Like hell I'm not going to get my little girl a corsage for her prom. Besides, your young man may have come into the store a couple of weeks ago, so I happen to know he's getting you a wrist corsage. Now you can have two." I stood in front of him as he gently pinned the arrangement to the front of my dress. When he was done, he stood back to admire the effect. Perfect. He turned away for a second, but not before I noticed him wiping his eyes. My heart swelled a little. I'd always had a good relationship with my parents. I was the firstborn, so I was a pleaser. But ever since the reality of going away to college and leaving my family behind had begun to sink in, I'd come to appreciate them even more. Even my sisters, who more often than not drove me crazy, I'd miss all of them next year. I didn't want to think about how much I'd miss Wes, too. We hadn't spent much time talking about what would happen in the fall, when I went to college here in Connecticut, and he went off to Harvard. He'd been accepted on a full scholarship, which was quite the achievement. Wes didn't play it up, but he was crazy smart. Harvard wasn't as far away as, say, California, but it was still far enough that I worried about what would happen between us. Part of me felt like the connection we had was strong enough to withstand the distance, but the other part of me was wise enough to know that we were teenagers, and that a lot of things in our lives were about to change dramatically. Would we really be able to last through that? I wanted to believe we would, but... What time did Wes say he was coming to pick you up? 7:30? Dad glanced down at his watch. What? It's already 7:45. A nervous flutter went through me. It wasn't like Wes to be late. Dad must have seen the concerned look on my face. I'm sure he just ran into some traffic. He'll be here soon. Yeah. Neither of them mentioned the fact that Highfield was small enough that traffic wasn't really a thing. I'll just text him. I grabbed my phone off the dresser and fired off a short message. Where are you? You better come downstairs, Dad said. You know your mother's going to want to take 1,000,000 pictures before you go, so you might as well get started before Wes shows up. True. I grinned and grabbed the silver clutch off the bed, then followed Dad downstairs. Sure enough, Mom had an entire notepad page filled with shots she wanted to get. Me with her, me with Dad, me with each of my sisters, Me with both of my sisters. You would think I was the Queen of England or something. But as we worked our way through the list, my worry grew. There was still no sign of Wes. By the time we finished, it was well past 8. I grabbed my phone, but he hadn't responded to my text. "Just call him, honey," Mom said, sneaking a glance at Dad. "I think I will." I took the phone into the kitchen, where at least I could get a modicum of privacy. I hit Wes's contact info and then the dial button. There was no answer. The phone rang and then went to his voicemail. The sound of his voice in the message sent a flutter through my heart, as it always did. "Hi, it's me," I said hastily. "Just wondering where you are. Hope everything's okay. Let me know. Love you." I hit the disconnect button and then stared at the phone in horror. "Love you? Oh, God, why did I say that?" Wes and I hadn't said those words to each other yet, and even though I was pretty sure I felt them and that he did too, I wanted the moment we said them to be special, memorable, not a dashed-off voicemail when I was impatiently waiting for him to come pick me up. I told myself to breathe. It didn't matter. Maybe it would be something we'd laugh about later. He'd tease me about raiding Mom's peach schnapps, and then he'd kiss me, and then maybe we'd say it for real. I could already see the moment unfolding in front of me. I took the phone back into the living room, where my whole family was still gathered. "Any luck?" Mom asked. I shook my head and bit my lip. "Voicemail. Well, I'm sure he'll be here any minute." I sat in the chair nearest the window so that I could watch the street, waiting for the moment that his little red Pontiac Sunfire would pull around the corner. He'd saved up all year to buy that thing, and even though it wasn't much to look at, and already was almost 10 years old, Wes was so damn proud of it. The minutes ticked by. Mom tried to keep up a cheerful stream of conversation, but eventually she ran out of things to say. Quite the feat, really, and turned on the television. The sky grew dark. Blake and Emma went to bed. I kept my phone in my lap, gripping it so hard I was sure I would break it. It buzzed a few times, and I'd leap hopefully, but it was always just Taryn or Amy wondering where I was. They were all at the prom already. Everyone was waiting for me, they said. I asked them if Wes was there, if maybe we'd gotten our signals crossed and I was supposed to meet him there, but no one had seen him. Still, I sat there, waiting. My worry grew. Mom kept yawning, and I knew she wanted to go to bed, but both she and Dad seemed determined not to move until I did. "You can go to bed," I said quietly. Mom looked helplessly at Dad, but he shook his head softly. "I'm sure there's a good explanation," he said, helping Mom to her feet. "And if not, well, I can always punch his lights out." I tried to smile, but my mouth refused to budge. I watched as my parents went upstairs. Once they were out of earshot, I let go. The tears I'd been blinking back for almost an hour now started to fall, streaking down my cheeks. I turned off the television and all the lights, but I couldn't bring myself to go to bed yet. I stood at the window for a minute, watching the street. I don't know why. Maybe I thought that if I concentrated hard enough, I'd see Wes's car peeling around the corner at last. Instead, something else happened. My phone buzzed. I looked down at the screen right away, breathing a sigh of elated relief when I saw Wes's name there. I opened the message and read the words on my glowing screen. "I'm so sorry," he'd written, "but I have to go." That was it. 7 words. I slipped back into the chair, smoothing the wrinkles that had formed in my dress from sitting so long. The room was dark and silent now, and I cried quietly as the soft light from the streetlights outside poured in through the windows. 2 weeks later, I got a postcard, postmarked from Boston. All it said was that he decided to leave Highfield early, that he had a job in Boston for the summer. He said he hoped I had fun at college in the fall. That was it. That was the last contact we ever had. Until the day he showed up in the doorway at Marigold and offered me a job.
12. Wes. I lean against the window of my office, admiring the view of the Manhattan skyline. It's a spectacular thing, that view. Worth every penny we spent for this office space. If all goes well, in the next couple of years, there'll be another skyscraper there on the horizon, another sleek tower joining the flock, preening against the sky. The tallest residential building, taller even than 432 Park Avenue, courtesy of Gold Lake Developments, courtesy of me. I wonder if my mother will be proud. The thought comes to me unbidden, and I draw back from the window. I search my office, as if I might see her standing there. Her image flickers in front of my eyes, almost real, like a hologram. Her ash-blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, her warm smile. She'd be wearing either her diner uniform or the jeans and purple knit sweater she used to wear the rest of the time. I'm sure she had more clothes than that, but those are the only two outfits I can recall these days. She wore that purple sweater so often that the cuffs were all frayed, the back of the neck torn a little from yanking it over her head so many times. God, if I close my eyes, I swear I could even smell it. That familiar scent of fabric softener and black coffee, and her. I don't know why I've been thinking about her so much lately. Usually she comes to mind on holidays, anniversaries, her birthday, mine. The rest of the time, I can get on with my work without those memories haunting me. Lately, though, my mother's memory has been lurking constantly, always just around the corner of my mind. It's been happening since I saw Rory, I realize. I suppose it's natural that spending time with her means I'm going to think about the past a bit more. Going to Fran's Diner didn't help either. It's been years since I've been to a place like that, and the deluge of memories had hit me as soon as I'd sauntered in. The same way they had when I'd walked through the laundromat the other day. The smells, the sounds, even the squeak of my expensive shoes on the weathered linoleum floor brought back visceral memories I didn't even realize I was still carrying around with me. That life is supposed to be behind me now. But suddenly, it seems to be very much in the present. Rory, too, has become a very real part of my life again. I thought I'd be able to handle that, but now, even thinking her name calls up a picture of her delicate face, the sparkling sound of her laugh, and that's enough to knock me back down into my seat. Rory. The realness of her is a much stronger force than the idea of her I'd been holding on to all these years. Lunch at Fran's hadn't gone exactly how I'd expected. I should have known when she suggested we meet there that she was shooting for something loud and public, where she wouldn't be tempted to reenact our antics from the other day. I just hadn't realized that she felt so strongly about the issue that she would want it codified into a contract. A no-sex contract. I shake my head, a smile on my lips. I've signed a lot of contracts in my life, but I can honestly say I've never before signed a no-sex contract. I guess there's a first time for everything. Look, do I want to sleep with Rory again? I don't know. Do dogs bark? Does A. Testoni make the best men's shoes on the planet? Am I a man with eyes in my head and a dick in my pants? So, yeah, I want to sleep with Rory. But maybe she's right. Maybe that's a mess neither of us should wade back into. I mean, look how well it had ended last time. Sure, I'm a different man than I was back in high school, but that doesn't mean Rory and I would be any better for each other now. I don't do relationships, and she clearly doesn't do casual sex. So maybe it's good that we've got the contract keeping everything nice and neat. Although, other than the sex part, there's not much chance of me wanting to do any of the other things on that list. Going on dates? Talking about high school? Neither of those things are happening anytime soon. That I'm 100% sure of. I don't have time to ponder the situation any further, because then Levi is at my door. "Got a minute?" he asks. I nod and gesture for him to come in. He slips into the seat across from me and crosses his legs. "How's everything going with Marigold?" he asks. His voice is casual, but I can tell he's still uneasy about this whole arrangement, especially given that Rory and I have history. Which means there's definitely no way I'm letting him know about the other contract we signed. "Great. I met with Rory, and they're going to have a fully spec'd proposal to us by next Friday." Levi nods, pleased. Good. Maybe that will get him off my back for a little while. We wrap up a few more items of business, and then Levi heads back to his office. I lean back in my chair, folding my hands behind my head. This is good. Everything is working out the way it's supposed to. If we can succeed in getting this project off the ground, we're going to be very wealthy men. This is life-changing money. Buy a private island kind of money. Mom would be proud, I think. Wouldn't she? She always believed in me. Even when I was really small, she was always telling me that I was going to grow up to do something amazing. I think she secretly hoped I'd become a doctor or something. Someone who helped people. Real estate developer isn't exactly that, but still. I'd made something of myself. Transformed my entire life. From nothing to a Fifth Avenue penthouse. That's something to be proud of. Right? I keep myself busy the rest of the afternoon. I have a full schedule, in and out of meetings. And between that, I'm answering emails and returning phone calls. I work straight through dinner, until it's nearly 8 o'clock. That's not unusual, though. I've always been what you call a workaholic, but I consider that a good thing. You don't succeed in this industry without putting in hard time. Someday, maybe I'll have the freedom to slack off, but not anytime soon. When I pull away from my laptop and blink myself back into the here and now, I realize I'm starving. I run through a few ideas in my head of what to get for dinner. Thai? Indian? Italian? Nothing sounds appealing, though, until I realize exactly what I'm craving. I text my driver and have him meet me at the front of the building. 10 minutes later, I'm walking back into Fran's diner. This time, I take a seat at the counter, the same as I'd done so many times at Express Eats, where my mother used to work. The harried waitress hands me a menu, but I wave it off. "Just a slice of lemon meringue pie, please." She smiles as she drops the menu back on the stack behind the counter. She has a nice smile. Kind. Open. She's got ash blonde hair. Not that different from my mother's, but it's cut short, with a swoop of bangs that covers one of her tired, creased eyes. "Best in the city, you know," she says. She has a broad smile, despite her clear exhaustion. "Good. Can I get a coffee with that, too, please?" "Of course." She turns away to grab the items. My eyes follow her as she eases the lemon meringue pie out of the glass counter behind her. Even from here, I can see the lemon filling glistening, bright yellow and just a bit wobbly looking. The meringue is crisp white and perfectly browned on the peaks. My mouth waters as she slices into it. She slides the plate in front of me, then adds a fork and a coffee cup, which she fills. I wave off the cream and sugar, grabbing one of the individual milk portions out of the bowl in front of me, and she moves on to the next customer. For a minute, I stare down at the pie, the lemon scent in my nose, the hot coffee next to me. It's all so achingly familiar. I swallow down a lump in my throat, wondering why in the hell I feel so emotional. It's just a stupid piece of pie. It's not just the pie, though, of course. It's everything. It's the clattering plates, and the smell of bacon and coffee, and the waitress in her short blue dress and sensible white shoes. It's everything. It's me. It's my past come back to life. I saw off a piece of pie and pop it in my mouth. The meringue practically dissolves on contact, and then I bite down through the jellied lemon and the flaky crust. It's everything I remembered. I let my eyes close for a second while I chew. I told you, best in the city. The waitress's voice interrupts my thoughts, and I blink my eyes open to see her smile twinkling. You weren't kidding, I say. My compliments to the chef. I'll pass that along, she says with a wink, before she whisks away to tend to the next customer. I eat the pie slowly, savoring every bite, every moment that I spend in that diner. For a while, I can almost imagine that my mother is still here, that she's just around the corner. At any moment now, she's going to appear, blonde ponytail bouncing, mouth laughing, eyes sparkling, her white-soled sneakers silent on the checkered floor. For a minute, I let myself pretend. Then I finish my pie, pay my bill, and step back into reality.
13. Rory. We're completely screwed, aren't we? I groaned to Kyla, not for the first time this morning. We're sitting at our poker conference table, surrounded by 1,000 crumpled sheets of paper, discarded ideas and half-written plans. We're trying to come up with a good plan for Gold Lake's project, and so far everything we've thought up has been, well, stupid. Or cheesy. Or both. Definitely nothing that would be up to Gold Lake's standards. Okay, maybe we need to approach this from a different angle, Kyla says, grabbing a fresh sheet of paper. God love her, she never loses her enthusiasm. What's the best thing about this initiative? What's different about it? Well, I muse, chewing on the end of my purple pen. It's a great opportunity for women who might not otherwise have these kind of chances. Okay, Kyla writes that down. So, how do we show that? If I knew that, we wouldn't be sitting here in the graveyard of bad ideas, I say, gesturing at all the balled-up sheets of paper on the floor around us. I just don't want it to be insulting, you know? I mean, these women have probably already been through a lot, and it would suck to make light of that, you know? But at the same time, you don't want these ads getting too heavy. It's supposed to be a positive initiative. Hopeful. Kyla is nodding. I wish we could ask these women what they'd actually want to say. Totally. I tap my pen against my teeth as I think. Then I sit up straight. That's exactly it. What would they want to say? What would they want people to know? About them, about their lives, about what this program means to them. I slap my palm down on the green felt. That's it, Kyla, you're a genius. Why am I a genius again? I mean, not that I'm disagreeing or anything, because that's exactly what we need to do. Let these women tell their own stories. We shouldn't be putting words in their mouths about how great the program is. We need them to tell us for themselves. Their testimonials will sell this thing better than anything else. Plus, that way, there's less chance that anyone will accuse Gold Lake of just trying to make themselves look good. Instead of Gold Lake, or us, telling everyone how awesome they are and how much they're helping people, we'll find people willing to say that stuff on their behalf. Kyla looks thoughtful. You know, that's really not a bad idea. She grins. I'm so glad I'm a genius and thought of it. I laugh as I grab the pad of paper and start sketching out ideas. We could do videos. Nothing fancy either. Just these women talking about their experiences, interspersed with pictures of their lives, of them at work, that kind of thing. Nothing too exploitive, you know, no poverty porn. Kind of like Humans of New York, but, you know, with Gold Lake. Humans of Gold Lake? Something like that. At least people might start to buy that they even have a human side. I love it. There's only one problem that I see. I stop my sketching and look up. What? They haven't actually started hiring anyone yet, right? Isn't that what you told me? I shake my head. Wes mentioned at lunch yesterday that they're looking to have the first few people hired quickly, so probably in a couple of weeks, or even sooner. I also sent him a resume of this woman I met. If they hire her, she'd be absolutely perfect for this. Her story is so heartbreaking, but it's really inspiring how she keeps pushing forward. I'm starting to get really excited now, picturing the video we can make with Maria's story. Of course, there's still the small matter of Gold Lake actually hiring her for a spot in the program, but I'm sure Wes or his HR department will be as enamored with her as I am. I had scanned her resume before I sent it to Wes, and it looked, at least to me, like she had great qualifications. Okay. I think if we can make it work, it sounds great. And even if it doesn't work for this initial recruitment phase, we can always use the idea down the road, once the project has time to get rolling. It can be part of the sustainment campaign. Right, exactly. Good point. I'll talk to Wes as soon as I can. Wes. I swallow. I had hoped to be able to make it through this campaign while dealing with him as little as possible, and now I'm already going to have to follow up with him, and we aren't even on day 2. Thank God I made him sign that contract. At least now I can be sure there won't be any funny business. Our napkin contract is ironclad, right? Kyla and I do a little more brainstorming and then wrap up our session. When I pull my chair back up to my desk, I scrunch up my courage and send off an email to Wes, asking him if it'd be okay with filming some of his new hires and if he can put me in touch with HR. He responds almost immediately, suggesting I come by the office to discuss it in person. I stare at my computer screen for a minute. I'd expected him to answer the question over email. Maybe at the worst, suggest a phone conversation if he felt it was too long of an explanation to type out over email. Hell, I'd have been happy if he'd just forwarded my email to HR and let them follow up with me. I chew on my fingernail as I try to decide how to respond to his message. Why exactly does he want to see me in person? Is he violating the terms of our agreement already? I decide that I'll keep my response light. Surely a man like you is too busy to take a meeting over such a small request. Unless there's something major you need to communicate to me, I'm more than happy to simply deal directly with someone in your HR department who would be the best person to contact. There, I think, as I send it off. Even Wes would be proud of that level of tactfulness. Instead, I get another email less than a minute later. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. My office. I'll be expecting you. I resist the urge to tear out every last one of my hairs. Why does that man have to be so damn infuriating? Still, I spend the rest of my day thinking about our meeting. I know I shouldn't look forward to it. I mean, I don't look forward to it. But, damn. This feels like high school all over again. I can't let Wes get under my skin. But why does he have to be so good at it? 14. Rory. We made a deal. That's what I tell myself the entire ride up the elevator to Wes's office. Although I'd considered turning down Wes's request to meet at this office, I'd ultimately decided it wasn't exactly an unreasonable demand for a client to make. And besides, technically we were still abiding by the contract. We were meeting in neutral territory, and we wouldn't be doing anything but talking about work. There'd be no kissing, no funny business, hell, not even a lingering look. When you write something on a napkin, you mean business. That's just common sense, right? But none of my positive vibing stops me from having a mini heart attack when I reach the reception area and see Wes bent over Joyce's desk as he points at something on her screen. He doesn't spot me right away, so I linger there, watching him. Admiring the strong line of his back as he bends and the way his jacket stretches around his bicep as he leans over the desk, gesturing at the computer. The way the tendons in his neck pulse, and the easy way his mouth ticks up into a grin at something that Joyce says. The way his gaze drifts up towards me, almost as if he can feel me there, and the way his eyes crinkle in pleasure when he notices me.
Rory.
He stands up, straightening the dark blue jacket he's wearing. I ignore the throb of desire that pulses through my body at the sight of him. Remember, the napkin, I remind myself. The napkin that was your idea. Here I am, I say stupidly.
Yes. Here you are.
Oh God, why do his eyes have to smolder that way?
Come on in.
I nod curtly at Joyce, who glowers at me, and follow Wes into his office. He closes the door behind us, then notices me hesitate.
No funny business, I promise.
He crosses his hand over his heart as he sits down behind his desk.
I just don't want us to be interrupted by Joyce's constantly ringing phone.
It seems reasonable enough, so I inch my way towards his desk. Wes watches me with an amused grin on his face.
I don't bite, Rory. I swear.
I know. I glare at him, but my face pinks up in embarrassment. I sink into the seat across from him and tell myself to pull it together. I'm here to work. Wes steeples his fingers together.
So, Rory, what can I do for you?
His blue eyes are burning and my skin speckles with goosebumps. 1,000 answers to his question roll through my mind, all of them dirty. Bend me over your desk, spread my knees, unzip your pants and whip your cock out so I can devour it. The amount I want those things, and the sudden intensity with which they hit me, nearly makes me slide out of the chair. A hot flush covers my body. I squirm in my seat while Wes continues to regard me, grinning. Why does he always have to look so fucking composed? Did you get the resume I sent you? I managed to stammer. For my friend Maria. He nods.
I forwarded it on to HR.
Did it look good? Do you think she has a chance? He shakes his head.
To be honest, I didn't look too closely at it. I trust your judgment, so I told HR they should give it serious consideration.
Oh, you just took my word for it?
Of course.
Oh, I say again. I don't know why that pleases me so much, but it does.
Is that all you wanted?
No. Kyla and I were working on concepts for the recruitment phase, and one of the ideas we tossed around was to put together video testimonials from some of the early hires. Do you think your HR department will be moving fast enough for that to happen, or should we shelve the idea for now? Wes taps his desk, thinking.
I like the idea. And yes, I think we should have at least a few people in place within a couple of weeks. I'll give you the name of someone you can work with in our human resources department.
Great.
Great.
He echoes. He's still staring at me in a way that makes my skin feel hot. See, we could have resolved this over the phone, I point out. It really didn't require a meeting.
I know, but I like seeing you.
Oh. I want to tell him he can't say things like that because of our deal. But I can't think of a specific point that it violates. After all, he didn't touch me or kiss me or do anything inappropriate. The only thing inappropriate about it is the way it makes me feel. Because the way he makes me feel, the way my skin burns in his presence, the way my pulse races and my knees shake, might not be in direct violation of our agreement, but it definitely goes against the spirit of it. I don't have time to respond because at that moment, Wes's phone gives off a very loud buzz. He glances down at it and frowns. "Sorry, Roar. Just a sec." He grabs the phone and scrolls through it, still frowning. Somehow, even when he's disgruntled about something, his face still looks handsome. It just makes him look more like the ruthless developer that the media like to portray him as, though the more time I spend with him, the more I wonder if all of that's not a facade. Every time he calls me Roar, all I can see is the kid he used to be. "What's wrong?" I ask, as he scrolls through something on his screen. He cranes his neck, stretching the muscles, which cord and tighten. "Oh, just this stupid thing I forgot I have to go to tomorrow. See, I'm trying to get into this country club." He breaks off as he sees my smirk. "Don't laugh. It's not really my thing, but it's good for business. The problem is they're pretty old school there, which means they like old money, blue blood types, which I most definitely am not." "That's true," I muse. "Westlake is most definitely a man of the red-blooded variety." "Anyway, if you're a slimy new rich like I am, they put you through the ringer before they let you join. You need a sponsor, you need to attend a certain number of events, and so on. I've got a buddy who's put my name up for consideration, but it turns out there's some couples night dinner I have to go to tomorrow." He groans. "Christ, that means I have to find a date too." "I'll go with you." The words are out of my mouth before I can even stop to consider the wisdom of them. What the fuck am I doing? The way Wes's eyebrows shoot up say he's wondering the exact same thing. "I thought we had a deal. No dates. Wasn't that part of your little contract?" "Yes, but this wouldn't be a date. It would be one friend doing a favor for another friend." Good justification, Rory. So good, I almost buy it myself. Of course, the truth is that the thought of him going on a date with another woman was like a sucker punch to my gut. I might not want to go on a date with him myself, but I don't want to think about him going out with anyone else either. And then the offer just tumbled out. If that makes me crazy, then, well, yes, I'm crazy. "A favor for a friend," he muses. "Exactly," I shrug, like it's no big deal. Like I go to the country club with my ex-boyfriend practically every day of the week. But I mean, if you don't want me to go, that's fine. I have a new episode of Scandal to catch up on tonight anyway. Oh, good. Now he knows exactly how exciting my life outside of work is. Wes shifts in his seat, still thinking. "You sure you'd be okay with this? I don't think it's really your kind of thing." "You think I can't get dressed up for your fancy friends?" I glare. "I'll have you know, I can clean up just fine. I don't always wear yoga pants, you know." "I happen to like your yoga pants. A lot," he adds with a cocky grin. "And it's not that I don't think you'd clean up nice. It's not you I'm worried about. It's these people, Rory. They're kind of... Wes, if you don't want me to go, just say so. I'm going to retract my offer in 5, 4, 3... Of course I want you to come," he says hastily. He leans back in his chair, folding his arms and looking at me with a strange smile on his face, as if this game just suddenly got interesting. "I'll pick you up at 7, tomorrow night." "It's a date." "I thought it was a favor for a friend," he smirks. "Figure of speech, Wes." I roll my eyes. But inside, my stomach is rolling too, wondering what the hell I just did. As soon as I get home, I know there's only one person I want to talk to. I just pray I can catch her before she heads into her evening shift at the bar. I go into my bedroom, close the door, hit the dial button, and then hold my breath and only let it out after she picks up. "Great timing," Celia announces by way of greeting. "I just got off the phone with your mom." "You did?" "Yes, we were going over the final details for the flowers." "Right. I'd forgotten that my parents were doing the floral arrangements for Celia and Jace's wedding. Not sure how I'd managed to forget. Mom has only been talking about it nonstop since Celia asked her. "Oh, yeah, how's that going?" "Good, great, actually. She's been sending me pictures and concepts and samples as she goes, and I think everything is going to be perfect." "I'm glad." Not surprised, though. Mom has always had a great eye for this kind of thing. She and Dad run that business like it's their fourth child. "How are the dress fittings going?" "Amazing, though I think I've gained 5 pounds in the last month, thanks to stress eating. And it's all going to my gut. If I gain any more, Bree is going to have to work some kind of magic. I know you can make dresses smaller, but I'm not sure it works so well in the other direction." I laugh. 2 words, empire waist. Good idea. I'm going to suggest that to her. Celia's friend Bree is a clothing designer and had volunteered to make her dress for her. I was a little sad that we hadn't gotten to do a trip to the bridal stores to try on a bunch of dresses, but I know it means a lot to Celia to have her circle of friends participating in her wedding. It's why she'd asked my parents to do the flowers. After all, even though there are plenty of good florists in Ambleside, where Celia grew up and where the wedding is taking place. "So, what's new with you?" she asks now. "How's your favorite new client? Agreement still holding up?" I can hear the sly grin in her voice. I had texted her about the contract I made Wes sign, so she knows full well that our relationship isn't quite as platonic as I've been pretending it is. "Oh, fine. Actually, get this. I'm going to the country club with him tomorrow." "What?" "I know," I laugh. "Can you imagine me at a country club?" "That's not the crazy part. Are you telling me you're going on a date with Wes, Missy? Wasn't that the whole point of your weirdo napkin deal?" "It's not a date," I say hastily. I get an eerie sense of déjà vu from my conversation with Wes earlier. "Oh, so it's a work thing. You have to go?" "Well, not exactly. No." "I knew it." She sounds way too smug. "Honestly, Celia, it's not like that. I'm doing him a favor. He needed someone to bring to this dinner thing with him." On the other end of the line, Celia squeals. I roll my eyes. "Oh, this is perfect. I knew this was going to happen." "It's really not like that," I protest, but I know any argument I offer at this point is going to be ignored. Ever since Celia met Jace, she's been convinced I'm one quirky encounter away from my own love story. Getting reacquainted with Wes plays into her narrative perfectly. "Anyway, speaking of dates," Celia says, interrupting my train of thought and making me groan. "When I was talking to your mother, she mentioned you still didn't have a date for the wedding." "Right, about that. When I got the invitation to the wedding a couple of months ago, I checked +1 in a fit of optimism. Celia had teased me about it at the time, but I'd taken it as a challenge. Things to do before the wedding: lose 10 pounds and find a boyfriend. Unfortunately, I hadn't made any progress on either front. "Well, you know who you could ask, right?" There's a playful note in her voice, and I know instantly who she means. "No." "Why not?" "Because, just, no." "You're doing him a favor and going to this country club thing. Why can't he do you a favor and come to the wedding with you? Besides, I want to meet this famous Wes." Because there's a big difference between spending a couple of hours out in Westchester County versus an entire weekend in Connecticut. "Potatoes, potatoes," she says. I can picture the way she's grinning right now. "No, we're not going there. He's my client." "Whose pants you want to get into?" "Celia, what? I'm pretty sure the feeling is mutual." "You don't even know him." "No, but I know you. Better than you think, probably." "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means you get up in your own head too much. I'm sure it goes back to Wes and what he did to you back then. You think you were wrong about him, that he didn't love you as much as you thought he did, and now you don't trust yourself to ever be right." "But Rory, What if he did? What if it's always been Wes? Her words are slicing through me. But it's her last question that pokes at my heart with an icy finger. I was wrong about him, I say bitterly. Because the person I thought he was, the person I loved, wouldn't have just taken off like that. You've got to let go of this idea that Wes is back in my life for a reason. Have you ever asked him why he didn't show up that night? I don't answer. Because I know as soon as I admit that I haven't, she'll take that as some kind of proof that she's right. But my silence is answer enough. Why don't you just ask him? She prods gently. You never know. Maybe there was a good reason. After all these years, don't you owe it to yourself to find out? Because I don't want to know, I spit. I realize as soon as the words are out of my mouth that it's the truth. I was wrong about Wes all those years ago, and hearing him confirm it will only make it more real. On the other end of the line, Celia sighs. Okay, I'm not going to push you. I just think that if you had to create this silly contract to be able to work together, then there's obviously something still there. I'm glad we're not in the same room together because I roll my eyes at that. Just because there's something physical between us doesn't mean there's anything else, you know? She laughs softly. Fine, Rory, if you say so. I can tell she isn't buying it, but at this point, I don't feel like arguing about it anymore. We spend the rest of the call talking through the plans for the days leading up to the wedding. Bachelorette party, rehearsal dinner, trips to the salon. There's a lot to do, and I'll be so busy at the wedding itself that I really don't even need a date. I don't know why I was so bent on getting one. And I'm certainly not going to entertain Celia's idea of asking Wes. The thought is almost enough to make me laugh out loud. An evil little part of me would actually like to do it just so that I could see the stricken expression on his face when I did, and the awkward way he'd try to clamber out of it. That alone might be worth it. Well, honey, Celia says, I'd love to chat longer, but my soon-to-be husband is glaring at me because I'm sitting here talking to you while he's been unloading the dishwasher and getting tonight's menu ready. Oops, I laugh. I didn't realize you were at the bar already. Tell Jace I'm sorry. Oh, don't worry about it. We needed our girl talk. Have fun on your date tomorrow. Before I can protest, Celia laughs. I know, it isn't a date, but have fun anyway, okay? I grumble out an agreement and get off the phone. It's not a date, I say into my empty bedroom. But the bare mint green walls seem to have no opinion on the matter. 15. Rory. The Kinsman Country Club in Westchester County is only about an hour's drive from Manhattan, but it feels a world away from my tiny two-bedroom walk-up apartment with the laminate countertops and the shower that seems to perpetually drip. From the moment we cross through the huge iron gates, I'm plastered to the window of the car, watching the huge grounds sprawl out before us. So this is how the other half lives, I joke. I had put aside my conversation with Celia yesterday and was making an effort to try to enjoy myself. After all, how often does someone like me get to go to an actual country club? Not half. This is the 1%, Wes answers wryly. I stare in awe at the lush manicured grounds, the tall rose bushes in full bloom, the smartly dressed valets in their white uniforms and matching caps. The building, or should I say buildings, are equally spectacular. The main building, where we're coasting to a stop, is as big as a hotel, with a grand front entrance flanked by ornate white pillars. I can see other buildings behind it, and in the distance, the perfect green pitch of a state-of-the-art golf course. I smooth down the dress I'm wearing and suddenly wonder if I haven't made a huge mistake. These are Wes's people, not mine. My family never hurt for money, but my parents worked hard. They owned their own business, and because the entire success of the endeavor was on their own shoulders, they worked long hours, weekends, and holidays. If our delivery driver called in sick, it was Dad out there in the red van, dropping off orders and making deliveries. We had a small house. We didn't take fancy vacations, and my sisters and I did chores around the house, or the store, to earn our modest allowances. I don't know what the people here are like. Really, with the exception of Wes, I don't even know anyone that rich. But I can't imagine I'm going to have much in common with them. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Wes says, sensing my discomfort. "I'm sure," I say, even though that's far from the truth. "Good. Because I'm not." He smiles again. And for a second, it's that same boyish grin he had in high school. Charming and sweet, and with a hint of self-deprecation. To my surprise, I reach over and squeeze his hand. "How bad could it be, right?" I say, trying to sound reassuring. Wes doesn't answer, but he does stare down at my hand clasped around his. "Why, Rory Holloway," he teases. "Who was it that made the rule about no touching of any kind?" My cheeks flush. "Yeah, well, I'm just comforting a friend." Comforting a friend and getting distracted by how nice my hand feels in his. How perfectly nestled it is inside his much larger one. For a moment, we regard each other. Something in Wes's eyes blaze, and then he nods once. "Right, well, let's get this over with. Shall we?" His driver has brought the car to a stop now, and a white-jacketed valet hovers outside, waiting for some kind of invisible signal. As if he receives it, he suddenly opens the back door on my side, offering me his hand so that I can slip out of the car. While I wait for Wes, I look around again, trying to keep the stunned expression off my face. This place is practically palatial. Wes comes around from the other side of the car, and I'm grateful when he links his arm through mine. I'm not a country club kind of girl. What am I even going to say to these people? But Wes grins at me, and all my worries melt away. Being with him makes it seem manageable. It might even be fun. God, why am I thinking those things? I shake my head lightly and tuck a few imaginary strands of hair back into place before looking up at Wes. "Ready?" He nods. "Ready." The inside of the club is as majestic as the outside. It feels almost like a glamorous hotel, with a grand lobby, a formal restaurant off to one side, and a bar off the other side. There's a huge staircase in front of us, too. I wonder where it leads. Wes looks back and forth. "I think we're meeting in the restaurant," he says, leading me over in that direction. "Tell me about your friend again." I'm walking stiffly in my high heels, trying not to trip and look like an idiot. I'd opted for stilettos over wedges, and even though I'm glad I did, for the ass factor alone, it's been ages since I've worn them, and I'm feeling a bit like a baby gazelle on new legs. "His name's Tyler Grant. His father is Malcolm Grant of—" "Good Grant Media," I interrupt. "Wow, okay. So we're talking about the richest of the rich." Good Grant Media is a media conglomerate that owns half the newspapers, a third of the television networks, and one of the biggest media streaming sites in the country. Add in a few magazines, publishing companies, and radio stations, and there pretty much isn't a medium out there that they don't have their fingers in. He nods grimly. "Yeah, Tyler's a great guy, though. You wouldn't know from meeting him that he's a Grant. I think he likes it that way, too. He's always tried to distance himself from the family business, although, of course, when you've got a family like that, it's hard to get too far away." I bet. I actually can't imagine what it would be like to grow up under a business like that. Even with Mom and Dad owning the flower shop, there'd always been a little pressure on us to get involved in the business, maybe even take over one day. I help out with marketing all the time, but I have to admit that running a flower shop has never really piqued my interest. I'm lucky that Blake works there now, so that helps take some of the pressure off Emma and me. I think that's him over there, actually, Wes says, pointing to a couple sitting at a small table over in the corner. Shall we? I nod, and he leads me through the restaurant, towards his friend. I try to get a read on him as we walk. He's handsome, in a cocky sort of way, with dark hair that's just a little bit too long and untamed. His gray eyes are sparkle with cheer when he sees Wes. He stands and clasps his hand warmly, and they do that bro shake that involves a half hug and a clap on the back. When they've exchanged greetings, Wes steps back and puts his hand gently on my lower back. The touch makes me shiver. His fingers graze the area just below my waistline, and all I can think about is how much I want him to move them lower, even though we're in the middle of this extremely fancy restaurant, and everyone would be able to see. I'm so distracted by the thought that I barely hear him introduce me to Tyler. I have to wrench myself back into the moment when I see Tyler extend his hand. Nice to meet you, Rory, he says smoothly. Wes has told me a lot about you. Not that much, Wes protests, but Tyler grins. Likewise, I say, shaking his hand. Thank you so much for extending the invitation. Not at all, he says. I'm determined to get Wes a membership here, and bringing a gorgeous date is only going to help make his case. I sneak a glance at Wes and wonder if he's going to point out to Tyler that this isn't a date. But he doesn't say anything, just smiles. I glance down at the woman still sitting at the table. She's turned to her phone now and is ignoring us completely. Her blonde hair hangs in her face, and I realize she's much younger than I initially thought she was. Her purple eyeshadow shimmers in a way that only someone in their very early 20s can pull off. Hi, I say, hoping I'm not interrupting anything. I'm Rory. She glances up, appraises me, then looks back down at her phone without answering. I shoot a side glance at Wes, and he shrugs. Tyler looks slightly embarrassed. This is Amber, he says. Amber, this is Wes Lake and his date, Rory Holloway. At Wes's name, she perks up. Wes Lake? Gold Lake, right? I've heard about you. None of it's true, Wes says with an easy grin. She smiles like she can't tell if he's joking or not, and then decides to go for broke and tosses her long blonde hair casually over her shoulder. I'm sure some of it's true, she says. Her bottom lip sticks out just enough to make the flirtation in her voice unmistakable. Tyler looks embarrassed, but Wes, to his credit, completely ignores the innuendo. He pulls out one of the empty chairs and gestures for me to sit before tucking me neatly into the table. Wine, Rory? Tyler asks, waving a bottle of red. Sure, thanks. I suddenly feel incredibly nervous about being here with Wes's friends. Apparently, I didn't really think this through when I agreed to be his date for the evening. A glass of wine should take the edge off. So, Wes tells me you run a marketing firm? Yes, just a small one. Marigold Marketing. We mostly work for charities and nonprofits. So it has to be a real switch to work for Gold Lake, he teases. You must have given Wes quite the pitch. Actually, it's the opposite. Wes was the one pitching me. Is that so? Tyler raises his eyebrows and glances at Wes. I look over too, but Wes is suddenly very focused on the cocktail menu. Well, there must have been something about you that he liked. I guess so. I glance over at Wes. He still won't look up at me, but I swear I see his cheeks flush. Tyler flashes me a grin, and I get the strangest feeling that he's teasing me. I just can't tell if he's doing it because he knows something I don't, or if he's actually just teasing Wes. I sip my wine nervously and wish I could gulp the whole glass back without looking like a lush. So, how long have you and Wes known each other? I ask, changing the subject. Since college, he says. He elbows Wes. This guy was the damn coolest back then. Wes groans. Oh God, Tyler, not this again? Tyler chuckles. Stop being modest. I think any woman you're dating needs to understand just what she's getting here. I laugh. Well, now you have to tell me. The wine must be loosening me up already, because I don't even feel compelled to point out that Wes and I aren't exactly dating. Tyler settles in as if he's preparing for a long tale. Wes is still shaking his head, but he's fighting back a smile. Amber, I think you'll enjoy this story too, Tyler says. But Amber glances up from her phone only long enough to roll her eyes. Tyler shrugs off her disinterest easily and turns back to me. Okay, picture this. It's the first day of college, Harvard. Everyone's moving into their dorms, and it's just this picture-perfect scene, with everyone's rich parents dropping them off in their Explorers, right? Kids in artfully ripped jeans that cost $500 a pair. Everyone kind of nervous, but trying to look cool. I'm standing there outside the dormitory, arguing with my mother about the fact that I don't need this bed-in-a-bag thing she bought for me because, of course, I'm 17 and anything called bed-in-a-bag seems like the epitome of uncool. Yes, because sleeping in comfort is for total losers, Wes adds. I said I was 17. You were an idiot. My point exactly. Anyway, we're standing there, and suddenly there's this loud rumble. I mean, a roar. A car engine, but I'm talking about the dirtiest, clunkiest engine you can imagine. This red Sunfire comes tearing around the corner, and literally everyone in the area turned to watch it roll in. I'm sure half of us were just watching to see if the muffler was going to drop off before it came to a stop. But I digress. Wes rolls his eyes. It wasn't that bad. Dude, I couldn't even hear my mom telling me all the reasons why I needed a bed in a bag. And you know how loud she is. Okay, I guess the car was kinda loud. Wes cracks a smile. I can't help but enjoy watching the interplay between them. It's different seeing Wes with his friends, and I've never heard anything about his college life, so this is like a secret glimpse into where he went after. I remember that car, I say, sipping my wine. And yeah, it was loud. Tyler grins triumphantly. See? Thank you, Rory. Anyway, the closer he got, the more we realized it wasn't just the muffler. This car was a literal piece of shit, covered in mud, huge dent in the fender, and the passenger side door had been repainted in a color that only half matched the original color. I like that car, Wes says wistfully. I like that car too, Tyler says. We definitely had some good times in that bad boy. But it was the parents' expressions that was just killing me. Everyone was staring, wondering who this badass in the beat-up Sunfire was. A good percentage of the girls were watching too, I'll tell you that. He's exaggerating, Wes insists, but Tyler laughs. No way, man. He turns to me. He's just being modest. I'm sure even some of the moms were fanning themselves a little. I snicker and look at Wes, whose face is bright red now. Somehow I can't quite picture him in the bad boy role. Anyway, as soon as he pulled up in front of the dorm and unfolded himself from that little car, I knew this guy was cool. You just thought I looked like I might be someone you could buy weed from. Tyler laughs. That too. Anyway, we all start rolling into the dorm. Me and Mom and my dad are carrying a shit ton of stuff. Mom still got that bed-in-a-bag bullshit that I think she decided to buy at Target so she could feel like a regular suburban mom for once in her life. And this guy here just slings a backpack over his shoulder and takes the stairs 2 at a time. I swear my mom was panting a little, watching him go. Wes's cheeks flame even redder. Shut up, Tyler. I can't think about your mom that way. I don't blame you, but that's not the point. Anyway, we all get upstairs, and Mom finds my room number. And who's already lying there on one of the little twin beds with his headphones in and staring up at the ceiling? You were roommates? I glanced back and forth between the two of them. Yup. That year it was assigned, but the other years it was by choice. We lived together for our whole undergrad, before we went our separate ways. Wow. So you guys go back a long way. Yup. And get this, my mom took pity on him because he had no parents there with him and no stuff. So what did she give him? I snort and glance over at Wes. This time he's genuinely smiling. Let me guess, the bed in a bag. Yeah, this fucker stole my own bedding right out from under me. I didn't steal it. Your mom gave it to me willingly, and you didn't want it. I was 17. What the fuck did I know? I was freezing that night. I gave you a blanket. You gave me a fucking pillow sham. It covered the essential areas. Tyler shakes his head. Essential areas, my ass. Exactly. The mood around the table seems light now, and all my awkwardness is melting away. Seeing Wes with Tyler reminds me so much of how he was in high school. Funny, sweet, a bit of a smartass, but still one of the good guys. Anyway, that was just the beginning of Mom's doting on Wes. After she found out about his home situation, I think he got more care packages than I did. Are we going to order soon or what? Where's that waitress? Wes cuts him off abruptly. I look back and forth between him and Tyler. Tyler doesn't seem to notice anything amiss, but I know Wes. And I know that something just made him deeply uncomfortable. Was it the mention of Wes's home situation? He's let it slip a few times that he didn't have much money growing up. But is that all Tyler meant? Or is there more to the story? As if on cue, the waitress appears at our table. She's wearing a low-cut black silk top and black wide-legged pants. She looks better dressed than I do. On Tyler's recommendation, we order the Wagyu beef with grilled asparagus and Hasselback potatoes. Amber orders a green salad and a Bloody Mary. She still hasn't turned away from her phone, and I wonder what kind of relationship she and Tyler have. He seems like a pretty great guy, but she's hardly interested. By the time our food arrives, we've fallen into easy conversation. Tyler and Wes tell more stories about their college days, and I find myself laughing along with them. Through the stories, I see a lot of who Wes was in high school. But I also see the glimpses of the man he would go on to be. The ruthless dedication to his studies, the networking he did with Tyler. I think that maybe meeting Tyler opened his eyes to the kind of life that he wanted. And it was very different than the life he had in Highfield, Connecticut. I don't know whether to be sad about that his dreams were so much bigger than mine, or happy for him because he's achieved what he set out to do and be. Between those thoughts and the wine, I settle into a kind of melancholy haze, watching Wes and Tyler joke around. It takes me by surprise when Tyler looks at his watch and then elbows Amber, who's barely participated in this conversation beyond the odd blank stare. We should get going, he announces. Amber bolts to her feet as if she's been waiting for this moment since she got here. Wes and I exchange a glance, and I stifle a giggle. We say our goodbyes, and I look around the restaurant, realizing how much it's emptied out since we arrived. I'm a bit tipsy from the wine and tired enough that I could easily crawl into bed right now. But the way Wes is looking at me jolts me awake and alert. Can I interest you in another drink? He asks. His hand is on my lower back again, and my heart begins to race, already hammering in anticipation.
16. Wes. After Tyler leaves with Amber, I'm still not ready to say goodnight to Rory. Can I interest you in another drink? I ask, gesturing towards the bar as I put one hand on her lower back. I try not to look too hopeful, but it's hard. Rory tenses. Her face twists wistfully, but then she shakes her head. I probably shouldn't. I've already had 2 glasses of wine. Afraid you might do something you regret? I tease. Rory doesn't laugh. Yes. Her voice is earnest. She tucks a stray strand of hair behind her ears and runs her tongue over her lips. She must have reapplied her lipstick at some point when I wasn't looking, because they're once again colored in the most flattering shade of light pink. She gazes up at me. Well, not exactly regret, but I think we both know what might happen if we have another drink. I don't know if it would stop at kissing this time. I swallow. Hard. Her words are so honest that they take me by surprise. She's right, of course, but I guess part of me was secretly hoping that's exactly what would happen. Contract be damned. Ever since the moment she'd stepped out of her apartment building wearing that dress, those shoes, looking the way she does, and smiling at me so tentatively, like she wasn't quite sure she was doing the right thing. Well, all I'd wanted to do was slide my hands up under the skirt of her dress, along her creamy thighs, and to the warm spot between them. She looks perfect tonight. Absolutely perfect. And resisting her hasn't gotten any easier as the night wore on. I guess you're right, I say reluctantly. I still don't want to let her go, though. I'm not ready for this to be over. Do you want to take a walk, then? I could show you the rest of the grounds. Rory smiles. That sounds safe enough. I hold out my elbow, and she links her arm through it. The feel of her small hand on my forearm sends a jolt through me. Christ, why, even after all these years, does she still have this effect on me? There's an entire planet's worth of women out there, and yet Rory is the only one who's ever been able to elicit this kind of response from me. It isn't physical either. Or at least, it isn't just physical. There's something about her that awakens every part of me. My senses feel brighter, sharper. My brain feels more alert. My heart seems to pick up a slightly different rhythm. It's like seeing color for the first time after living in a world of black and white. In order to keep myself from scooping her off her feet and carrying her to my car, I instead force myself to start walking. I lead her not out the front doors we came in through, but down the hall and towards the back, where a huge pavilion overlooks the golf course. The view is breathtaking, and I'd been struck by it myself the first time I came out here. That was just a couple of weeks ago, when Tyler had invited me out for drinks at the bar. In New York, it's rare to see this much green, unless you happen to have a view overlooking Central Park. And now, with the sun setting, the green of the golf course is set off by the blazing pinks and oranges of the sky, by the smell and feel of twilight coming fast upon us. Wow. Rory stops walking as we get to the edge of the pavilion. She casts her gaze out over the horizon. There are stone benches lining the edge of the patio area, and I think about stopping with her here. But there's something else I want to show her first. Come with me, I say. My voice sounds huskier than normal, even in my ears, but I chalk it up to too much scotch. Rory's arm is still linked through mine, and she lets me lead her off the pavilion and down a stone path that skirts the golf course. We walk in silence, though somehow it doesn't feel at all awkward. It's companionable, and for a second I have the strangest mental image of Rory and I in our 70s, taking our evening constitutional after a dinner out. I picture her with gray hair, lines around her eyes and mouth, me with a beard made up of silver bristles. The image makes my stomach flip-flop, and I push it away. What an odd thing to think about. Maybe I can chalk that up to too much scotch, too. I hear the water lapping softly before we actually come upon the pond. It's technically part of the golf course, one of the lateral water hazards, but right now we're on the far side of it, nestled in a grove of trees. Tyler had shown me this spot on our first tour. And yes, he may have mentioned that it made a nice spot if you ever needed to get a lady alone. Even though it has a path leading up to it, almost no one seems to come out this way. Most people seem to stick to the main path and simply go between the main building, the clubhouse, the golf course, and the spa. But me, I like these little hidden gems. And I like being alone with Rory, out of sight of the rest of the club. "Wow," Rory says again. I think that's the only thing she's said since we came outside. I sneak a glance at her as she gazes out over the water. It's a surprisingly large pond, and on both sides of it, the grass is emerald green and perfectly groomed. On our side only, there's a thatch of trees. Willow trees, mostly, the kind that hang down dramatically, draping around us and giving off the feel of a romantic southern city. Not such a bad place, is it? I mean, aside from all the rich snobs. Rory laughs. No, I suppose it's not bad at all. I can see why you'd want to be a member. She's standing beside me, still looking out at the water. I sneak another glance at her profile and find her face relaxed, thoughtful. There's something wistful in her eyes, but I imagine that's the pull of the natural beauty of the place. I feel an urge to wrap my arm around her waist, pull her close to me, but I fight it off. I don't want to do anything to ruin the moment, and Rory pulling away and running back to the clubhouse would definitely ruin the moment. I force myself to take my eyes off her and focus on the lake. It really is beautiful out here. "So, you and Tyler have been friends a long time?" she says, breaking the silence. I tense. I'm not sure where she's going with this. "Yeah, since college." "Technically, I've known you longer." I grin. "Yes, technically you have. But I still don't feel like I know you." She turns to face me, and her expression is serious. I swallow. "Not a lot of people do," I say. She nods, as if this makes perfect sense. "And Tyler?" I shrug and look out at the pond again. "He knows some parts of me." "The parts you let him know." Her words cut through me. It's an incisive observation, but then Rory has always been perceptive. "Yes. No point in lying." "What about me?" I turn to face her. Her hazel eyes are earnest, if a little unsure, but she holds herself steady, shoulders back. "What do you mean?" I feel like there's a lump in my throat. "What parts do I know?" I shrug. It's reflexive. "More than most?" It doesn't feel that way. Sometimes it feels like I never really knew you at all. She says this quietly, without any accusation, like it's a simple statement of fact. I could point out that our contract makes this kind of discussion strictly verboten, but I don't. Instead, I do something else that's not supposed to be allowed. I pull her into my arms. She gasps a little as my hands slide around her waist, and as I pull her so that she's pressed against my body, I can feel her heat already, even through the suit I'm wearing. Her curves nestle perfectly against me, and even though she puts her hands against my chest, it's more for balance than to push me away. For a minute, I hold her like that, both of us just breathing and looking into each other's eyes. The sun is almost completely set now, but there's enough light left in the sky for me to make out the fine features of her face, the way her eyebrows knit, the way her perfect pink lips part, the way her chest rises and falls against me. I lean in and kiss her. It's gentle at first, a sweep of my lips across hers, a graze, a glance. She's just as tentative, moving her lips only lightly against mine. Both of us are hesitant, uncertain. My body feels like a tight coil, kinetic energy ready to explode, but I move as if the opposite was true, as if I had all the time in the world, as if I had the unwavering belief that this is the right thing to do. The truth is, I don't. I have no idea if I'm not completely fucking everything up. All I know is that there's a part of me that wants this, that needs this as much as I need air and water. And slowly, slowly it happens. The kiss unfurls. Rory leans in closer. Her lips press harder against mine, parting. My hands slide to the back of her head, my fingers twining themselves through the neat twist of her hair. She lets out the softest of moans, and then my tongue is in her mouth, tasting her, tempting her, toying with her. And she gives as good as she gets. Her tongue caresses mine, her breasts press against my chest, her hands have moved to my back, and I can feel them stroking my muscles through the fabric of my shirt. I suddenly want to shrug off my jacket, rip off this shirt, and let her feel my skin against hers. But I'm guessing the club has rules against that. Not that our own contract would allow for it either. But our contract also doesn't allow kissing, and it doesn't seem like we're too concerned about that at the moment. No, in this particular moment, this feels like the exact right thing to be doing. Kissing Rory feels like the thing I was born to do. I pull her closer to me, knowing she can very well feel the effect she has on me. She grinds in closer, and I decide to hell with the club rules. I let my hands roam down her back, over the soft fabric of her dress, until I reach the round curve of her ass. I cup it in my hands and lift her, just a little, bringing her in tighter against me. The skirt of her dress rides up, and I can feel her soft skin under my hands now. It's warm, the way everything about Rory is. I want to feel that warmth everywhere. I need it. I part her thighs, dipping in to find her cleft from behind. Her dampness instantly coats my fingers, sending another jolt of blood straight to my cock. I can already imagine the sweet taste of her on my tongue, coating my shaft as I fuck her, dripping down and soaking my balls. I groan as Rory presses harder against me. "Wes," she breathes. I find her entrance and circle it, smoothing her wetness over my fingers. She squirms, and I ease the tip of my finger inside her. Her muscles immediately clamp down on me, as if they're trying to draw me deeper inside. "Wes," she breathes again, her lips hot against my neck as she lays her head on me. "All right, folks, let's wrap it up." The voice cuts into our moment as effectively as a bucket of cold water. Rory pulls away with a gasp. We both whip around to see an aging groundskeeper, perched on a ride-on lawnmower, shooting us a glare. I'm taken aback for a second, and so is Rory. She smooths down her dress, while I give the groundskeeper a quick salute. Understood. He gives us the once-over again, but then whirs away on his Husqvarna. Rory and I both stand there for a minute, panting, considering each other and what just happened. Before I can say anything, Rory turns away. Her back is to me now, but she doesn't move, doesn't run off this time. I close the small distance between us, pressing my chest to her back. I can smell her hair now, like honey and jasmine. "Wes," she says again. My name on her lips makes me feel like I'm coming apart from the inside. I know. It's just, I know. We stand like that for I don't know how long. I don't touch her, other than to let my chest graze her back. I can feel her shoulders heave as she breathes. She wraps her arms around herself, even though it isn't cold out. The sun has completely set now, and the only light is from the lampposts on the course and from the stars above. The pond is lapping gently, and it mingles with the sound of our breath and the breeze through the willows. It's perfectly romantic, except for the fact that this isn't supposed to be happening. Rory and I aren't supposed to be doing this, and yet right now, it's the only thing I want in the world. I move my hand to her neck, smoothing away a stray auburn tendril that's fallen from her twist. Rory shivers again, then spins suddenly to face me again. This is going to sound weird, but she takes a deep breath. Would you like to come to a wedding with me?
17. Rory. I can't believe the words coming out of my mouth. This is as bad as offering to come out to the country club with Wes and be his +1. Worse, actually, because going to the wedding isn't just a couple of hours of commitment. It means a drive down to Ambleside, Connecticut, an overnight stay, dinner and dancing and making small talk with all my family. It's a huge ask, especially for two people who have a deal to not make these kind of asks. Which is why I'm shocked as hell when Wes answers with a resounding yes. Not sure, not a reluctant okay, but a full enthusiastic yes. I swallow. My body is still trembling from what happened between us a couple of minutes ago, and suddenly I'm more than a little unsure about my impromptu decision. But even in the dark, Wes's face is lit up. It's quite sweet, actually. It's in Connecticut, I caution him. I love Connecticut, he says confidently. Then his face hardens a little. Wait, it's not in Highfield, is it? I shake my head. No, Ambleside. I don't know that area. It's not too far from Wesleyan. It's my friend Celia who's getting married. She was my best friend in college. I guess you could say she's my Tyler. Wes's face relaxes. That sounds great. I'd love to meet your college friend, and I've never been to that area of the state before. We can make a trip of it. I nod, letting myself get a bit excited. I have to go down early, a couple of days probably to do maid of honor stuff, but maybe we could meet there and then drive back together the next day. I already have a hotel room booked. At the words hotel room, I hesitate. So does Wes. The words hang between us, and I can guess what he's wondering. Should he get his own room? After all, we're not supposed to be dating. Not that this is a date, it's just one friend accompanying another on a social obligation, right? It's supposed to have 2 queens, I assure him. I didn't ask for that, it's just what was available in the block of rooms they had reserved. You could try to book another room, but with the wedding, I think it might already be full. He nods. I could always make a call to the hotel just to see. I mean, if you think, sure, yeah, great. I don't know whether to be disappointed or relieved. I'm going to go with relieved. That seems like the smart option, especially after what just happened. Should we head back in? Wes says. It's getting quite dark. Are you cold? I'm fine, I say, but then I shiver. Even though the nights stay warm in the city, out here, without all the pavement soaking up the heat from the day, the air has turned cool and crisp. Wes chuckles and shakes his head. Still stubborn, I see. He slides his jacket off and wraps it around my shoulders. What, me? Stubborn? I tease. Then I pull the jacket tighter. It's warm and smells unmistakably like Wes. Thank you. Of course. He holds out his arm again, and I link mine through his and let him lead me back up to the club. By the time we get there, my legs have almost, completely stopped shaking. It isn't until the next day that I realize I now have to tell Celia, not to mention Emma, that Wes will be coming to the wedding. I apparently didn't think this through completely. I can't decide which is going to be worse. Emma will be displeased because she doesn't think I should be spending any time with Wes, and certainly not getting close enough to bring him to my best friend's wedding. Celia, on the other hand, will be smug. She'll take this to mean that she was right, and that Wes has feelings for me and me for him. But neither of them are right. At least not entirely. I don't know. Maybe Celia is a little bit right. The way Wes had kissed me last night, the way his hands felt, my lips and nether regions, haven't felt the same since. Every time I remember that moment, with the pond lapping behind us and Wes's hands exploring my body, I get a rash of goosebumps up and down my arms. Everything about Wes has a way of getting under my skin and staying there. The problem is that Emma is a little bit right, too. I shouldn't be spending this much time with Wes. That's the whole reason we created that stupid contract, because this isn't good for either of us. Except every time I'm around him, I turn into a crazy person. When he kissed me last night, when his hands trailed up under my dress, I should have pushed him away. A little voice in my head was screaming at me to do just that, but my body... God, my body wanted to lean into him so badly. Wanted to let him throw me down in the grass and fuck me on that perfect green lawn. And that was the real reason I'd asked him to the wedding. Not because I wanted to get closer to him, but because in that moment, I didn't know how to keep from throwing myself at him. It was strictly self-preservation. Like I said, I don't think I thought this through very well. Emma is still out at a meeting with her editor when I get home from work, so I take advantage of my time alone to clean the apartment a bit. At least that should help put her in a good mood. I know I shouldn't worry so much about what my sister thinks of who I bring to a wedding, but it's different with Emma. I mean, the woman's nickname is Emma the Perfect. She seems to live her own life by these impeccable standards, and every time I do something that falls short of that, I feel like a failure. Especially since I'm the older sister and should be the one who has it all together. I know if she was in my shoes, she never would have invited Wes to the wedding. She wouldn't have even accepted the job in the first place. She'd have stuck to her principles and told him where to shove it. I can't help but wonder why I didn't do that. Before she gets in, I manage to load the dishwasher, scrub the bathroom, and mix up a huge Greek chicken salad for us to share for dinner. I'm just putting the feta back in the fridge when I hear her key in the door of our apartment. "Hello, sister dearest," I call out from the galley kitchen. She doesn't answer right away, just stalks over to where she can see me. "What?" She gives me a suspicious glare. "What do you mean, what?" I reach into the cupboard and pull out 2 big bowls. "You never call me sister dearest." "I don't?" I say innocently. "I should." She looks around the kitchen and misses nothing. "You cleaned," she says. "And made dinner?" "I thought you might be hungry." "I already ate." "Oh, well, I'll just throw the rest of this in the fridge then." So much for that plan. I scoop out enough salad for myself, then open the fridge and start moving stuff around so that I have room to stick the rest of the bowl in there. The whole time, I can feel Emma's eyes on me. "Want a glass of wine?" I ask. I wipe my hands nervously down the front of my pants. God, Rory, get a grip. She's your sister, not Attila the Hun. And even if she doesn't approve, it doesn't matter. It's my life, not hers. Sure. I consider that a grudging peace offering. Emma doesn't usually drink during the week, so if she's agreeing to have a glass of wine with me, I'll take that as a positive sign. I pour us 2 glasses, and we go into the living room, me carrying my big bowl of salad along with my wine. I sink into one of our armchairs, a hand-me-down from our parents that they drove into the city for us one weekend, and pop my feet up on the little leather ottoman. For the first few minutes, I concentrate only on my salad. Emma sips her wine in silence while I eat, her feet tucked underneath her on the shabby but insanely comfortable sofa we also inherited from our parents. The silence gets too long to ignore. Remember how when we first got Celia's wedding invites, I decided to check +1? I don't look at Emma while I dig through the lettuce leaves with my fork, hunting for an olive. She laughs, surprised. Yes, I admire your optimism, but I have to say, I'm glad that Blake agreed to be my date. My two sisters had decided to attend the wedding together, which, in retrospect, might have been a smart thing to do. Blake's a pretty good date, I agree. Emma grins. I made her promise to bring me a corsage from the shop. Cute. I finally find an olive and pop it into my mouth. It sticks in my throat when I try to swallow. Well, I realized I needed to find a date, stat, so Wes is going to go with me. The silence that falls over the room is as thick and heavy and uncomfortable as the scratchy wool blankets our grandmother always had. Really? It's not a question. Yeah, just, as friends. She didn't say anything. She doesn't look at me either, which might actually be worse. So anyway, I just wanted to give you a heads up since you'll see him there. When Emma looks up, I'm surprised to see her expression isn't one of judgment. It's of concern. Are you sure this is a good idea? I shrug and poke around in my salad again. God, these lettuce leaves are interesting. I could just stare at them all day. So much easier than looking at my sister and the pained way she's considering me right now. I'm sure it'll be fine, I say. Wes hasn't exactly come through for you in the past, she points out. What if he does it again? She doesn't have to say what she means by it because I know exactly what she's referring to. What if he stands me up again? He won't, I say, trying to sound confident. Emma is still staring at me. She sips her wine without taking her eyes off me. What exactly is going on between you? Nothing. I don't know. Nothing and I don't know aren't the same answer. So which is it? Nothing. It's nothing. We're friends now. Just friends? Just friends? I don't know. According to the napkin I made him sign, yes. But based on the way I felt when he kissed me again last night, there was nothing friendly about that. That was unbridled lust. The kind that sweeps you out into the murky waters of bad decisions. I set the bowl of salad down on the coffee table. Suddenly, I don't feel hungry anymore. Emma is twisting her hands in her lap, which she only does when she's worried about something, and I realize her concern for me is genuine. I just don't want to see you get hurt again. I know. I look down at my own lap because I don't want to meet her eye. And I won't. I take my half-eaten salad and shove it back in the fridge, then lean over and kiss the top of Emma's head. I try to tell her with the gesture that I appreciate her concern, but that I'm fine. I don't know if it quite translates. I have to go call Celia. Don't worry about the dishes. I'll do them when I'm done. Emma nods, but I can feel her eyes follow me as I disappear into my bedroom. As soon as the door is closed, I let out a shaky sigh. Maybe Emma is right. Maybe I'm making a huge mistake. My hands tremble as I grab my phone and hit Celia's contact number. What if she thinks I'm making a mistake too? Even though she was the one who told me to invite him. She probably never thought I'd actually go through with it. The phone rings a couple of times before she picks up. Hey, sweetie. Her voice comes out rushed and breathless. What's up? Am I catching you at a bad time? Because I wouldn't mind putting off this conversation a little longer. No, I'm fine. I just got back from a run. You're running now? In my shock, I forget all about Wes for a second. If there's one thing Celia and I share, it's a lack of enthusiasm for running. If you ever see me running, you better turn and run too, because something's probably chasing me. I know, Celia laughs, but you'd be surprised how easy it is to gain weight when you run a bar and are trying to plan a wedding. Jace kept patting his stomach and complaining about his beer gut, so we decided to try to get back in shape before the wedding. Jace has a beer gut, I snicker, trying to picture it. Jace isn't my type, but there's no denying the man is built like a Greek god. She laughs again. God, no. He still looks like a washboard. Honestly, I think it's more of a way for us to burn off some adrenaline. I can't say I love it yet, but I won't lie. It does feel kind of good to get all sweaty. I bet it does, I tease. It feels good to talk about normal, non-Wes-related stuff. Ha! You're one to talk. Have you gotten sweaty with Wes yet? And there it is. My cheeks flame red, and I'm glad she can't see me. No, but that's actually kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. Ooh, consider my interest piqued. Remember when you said I should invite Wes to the wedding? Interest further piqued, I remember. Don't tell me you're actually thinking about asking him. I can picture the excited gleam in her eyes. I kind of already did, I admit. Oh my God, you didn't! Her voice is a high-pitched squeal, and I have to hold the phone out to avoid rupturing my eardrum. Yes, I did. God, simmer down. I won't simmer. This is too exciting. So you don't mind? Emma thinks it's a terrible idea. Rory, Emma thinks Brett is a terrible idea. We don't listen to Emma, remember? She chides, making me laugh. Celia is more than familiar with my sister's perfectionist tendencies, and I feel a rush of gratitude towards her for her understanding. Anyway, of course I don't mind. I can't wait to meet the famous Westlake. He's not that famous, I mutter. To you he is. He's an essential part of the Rory canon. So what does this mean? You asking him to the wedding? Is it like a date? Ooh, are you sharing a hotel room? I know there's no point in lying to Celia, so I tell her the whole story. About going to the country club with Wes, about our kiss, about how I'd blurted out the invite only so that I wouldn't be tempted to let our kiss go any further. The whole time I talk, I can hear her barely suppressing her laughter. It's not funny, I protest. She laughs again. I'm sorry, sweetie, I'm not laughing at you. It is a little funny. You and Wes, I don't know. It's like the universe is holding up a neon sign and screaming, "How can I make this more obvious?" Her amusement is contagious, and soon we're both laughing at how absurd the whole situation is. Wes is my client, my ex-boyfriend, my first love, and now my wedding date. For the first time, I let myself feel a twinge of hope. That maybe Celia is right. That Wes is back in my life for a reason. That maybe, just maybe, things might end differently for us this time around. 18. Rory. Oh no, Kyla groans. They're running Buttercup again. The deep rumble has started, and the temperature in the office is already rising to an uncomfortable degree. Kyla hoists herself out of her chair, and the cheap leather makes a sucking sound as it peels away from her sweaty skin. Oh, God! I fan my hands in front of my face as I shrug off my hoodie. I don't even know why I bothered putting it on in the first place. It feels like she's working overtime. We seriously need to find a new office. We seriously can't afford a new office, remember? Well, maybe we should take some of our Gold Lake money and look for one. It doesn't even have to be in Manhattan. God, it doesn't even have to be in New York State. Alaska sounds nice right about now. Kyla flops down at the poker/conference table. There's already a bead of sweat on her forehead. My t-shirt is sticking to my skin. The floor vibrates underneath my feet as Buttercup does her thing. I sink into the chair across from Kyla. Alaska it is, but in the meantime, we've got to get moving on our Gold Lake presentation. What do we have left to do? Kyla flips open the laptop and navigates to the file she's been working on. I've been doing a lot of research into the models, and I think we have some compelling stats about why our suggested approach is the right one. There's some good data on how audiences connect with real people more than spokesmodels. I'm nodding. That's great. I've been putting together a possible schedule and budget for the campaign. I'm wondering if I should do 2 options, just to give them a couple of different choices, like maybe one that has a consistent spend and one that pushes harder at certain milestones. Kyla nods thoughtfully. That might be a good idea. We don't want to give them too many choices, but Wes seems like the type who might like to keep his options open. What do you think? You know him better than I do. I don't know him that well, I say hastily. I scribble some notes down on my pad without looking at her, then scan through my to-do list. I think we're almost there. You're going to polish up the graphics this week? She nods. Yep, don't worry. It's going to look super slick when I get done with it. Good, I grin, because I don't think Wes would be impressed with the chicken scratch I put together. It needs your magic touch. Oh, I don't know about that. I think he'd like whatever you put together. Her voice has a teasing note to it. But when I sneak a glance up, she's focused on the laptop and won't look at me. I flip my notebook closed and push my chair back, anxious to end this conversation before it goes somewhere I don't want. I think we have all we need to keep working for the afternoon, right? Kyla is still smiling. Yup, let's get back to it. We both return to our desks, and I hop over to my email to see if I've missed anything important. Oh, shit, I mutter under my breath. What? Kyla swings around in her chair. Nothing. Just forgot I agreed to go to this bulldog rescue fundraiser tonight. Is that the one in Central Park? Yeah, I don't know. I guess it might be fun. Come on, puppies, picnic. What's not to like? I like puppies. The voice comes from behind us, and I jolt, spinning around so fast I almost fall off my chair. Wes! The word alone gives my stomach an infusion of butterflies, but add in the actual sexy man standing right in front of me, and the butterflies put down their flag and lay full claim to my insides. Hey. He adjusts his tie, though as usual it's already perfectly straight. Hi, Kyla. Hi. The silence in the room quickly becomes uncomfortable. I can't even look at Kyla. When I can't stand the tension anymore, I force myself to face Wes. I wasn't expecting to see you today, I say. Duh, of course I wasn't. Otherwise, I would have worn something cuter than my old Wesleyan t-shirt with the hole in the back of the neck. When am I going to learn to stop dressing like a homeless person at the office? I know, he says with a grin. A grin that just happens to set the butterflies off in a flurry. But I had some news. Want to grab a coffee? Sure. I say it so fast that Kyla snorts. I shoot her a glare but grab my hoodie and follow Wes down the stairs. He takes a deep breath of the fresh air outside, and I notice him visibly relaxed now that we're out on the street together. I hate to say it, but I do too. We walk in silence to the closest coffee shop, which happens to be a cute little place called Rocky Road Espresso that makes the most delicious iced coffees in the entire city. We go in and order, and I throw my credit card down. Wes starts to protest, but I silence him with a grin. Don't worry, I'm expensing it to you. He grins back. Fair enough. We take our drinks and grab a seat near the window. Another wave of silence washes over us, but it's comfortable. It reminds me of all the time we spent together in high school, getting coffees to go from Al's Dine and Shine, and then driving around aimlessly along the highway out of Highfield. Life felt so big back then. Like there were so many possibilities and we could drive forever and never run out of road. HR met with your friend Maria yesterday, he says, breaking the silence and tugging me out of my memory. I perk up instantly at her name. Yeah, and? He pauses for a minute and my heart dips. Then his face breaks into a grin. They loved her. They've offered her a spot in the program. She's going to start next week, Monday, as soon as the paperwork is finalized. I let out a squeal so loud that half the coffee shop turns around to stare at me. I'm glad there's a table between Wes and I, because otherwise I'd probably be launching myself into his arms right now, and who knows where that would lead. That's great, Wes. Thank you so much. I can't keep the smile off my face. He shakes his head. No, thank you. You're the one that brought us an excellent candidate. I sip my iced coffee while my heart attempts to slow itself to a normal rate. I don't know why I'm so happy about this. I mean, I barely know Maria. But it feels good to be able to help someone. That's what I always wanted to do with Marigold, and even though getting Maria a job isn't exactly part of our service offerings, it still feels satisfying to know I had a hand in helping someone get ahead. Well, I'm really happy, I say. I'm glad it worked out for both of you. I love that about you. My skin buzzes. What? I love that you care so much about other people. Oh, well, I sip my coffee again. Don't play it down, Roar. You're a good person with a good heart. Sometimes, I wish I was more like you. My earlier happiness multiplies tenfold. My whole body buzzes with a warm glow. What are you talking about? You're a good person, Wes. This whole hiring initiative was your idea. I expect him to smile, but something in his face changes, hardens. He stares down at the table, pushing his plastic cup around and leaving a wet trail of condensation in its wake. His jaw ticks once, twice, before he looks back up. He holds my gaze, his blue eyes burning into mine. Will you have dinner with me tonight? Dinner? I pretend to wrinkle my nose, even though my heart is pounding out a marching band beat. That sounds like a date. Isn't that against the rules of our contract? He chuckles. Given that you came to the Kinsman Club with me and I'm going to a wedding with you, I'd say we're a little beyond that point. I can't help my grin. Well, I don't know about that. But anyway, I have to go to a fundraiser tonight, this picnic thing in Central Park. Do you want some company? Company? Yeah, when someone joins you in an activity and you can enjoy it together and perhaps talk to each other a bit while you're doing it. I know what company means. I roll my eyes. But, are you sure you want to come? What I really want to say is, are you sure that's a good idea? I'm sure. What's the fundraiser for? Bulldog Rescue NYC. They're one of our other clients. I love bulldogs. Sounds fun. Then I guess it's a date? I frown. I was going to say friendly social outing. He chuckles. I think date sounds better. I take a deep breath and a long swallow of coffee. Even though it's iced, it does nothing to cool my burning skin. Okay. I say the words slowly, carefully, feeling them out on my tongue. I guess it's a date. 19. Rory. Wes and I meet in front of the plaza. It's a little after 7 and the sun is just beginning its descent, turning the sky hazy and pale. The air is warm and my skin is damp, despite the sundress I changed into. When I see Wes stroll up, though, I break into goosebumps. He looks even more handsome than usual, wearing a pair of well-cut jeans and a dark blue polo shirt. His eyes are hidden by a pair of expensive-looking sunglasses, but the way his face erupts into a grin tells me he's spotted me. "Hey," he says as soon as he's close enough. "Hi." I sway a little, feeling my skirt float around my bare thighs. I feel like a schoolgirl chasing her crush through the playground. I try to fight the feelings, but the closer Wes gets, the more my heart races. The word date is still tumbling around in my mind, burning hotter with every passing second. "You look great," he says, and leans in to kiss my cheek. The feel of his lips on my skin give my goosebumps. He slides his sunglasses up on top of his head, and then lets his eyes run over the length of my body. He takes his sweet time, too. "Nice dress." "Just trying to keep cool." "Well, you look hot." He grins and I roll my eyes. "That was lame." "Oh yeah? So why do my legs feel like jelly right now?" "Nah, just honest." He's unbothered by my comment, and I can't help but notice the way his gaze lingers over my chest. Oh boy. Breathe, Rory. Where is my damn buttoned-up pantsuit when I need it? I force myself to laugh. Come on, it's a bit of a walk to the picnic area. It's not a far walk to my apartment. I turn back, hands on my hips. What exactly are you suggesting? That I could think of something that might be even better than puppies. Are these the kinds of moves you use on a date, Wes? Really? I can't help but tease him. The sun and this dress and the way Wes is looking at me have me in too good of a mood to worry about his flirting. Actually, no. Usually I'm much smoother. These are the moves I use when the girl I'm with is driving me completely wild, and that only happens with you, Rory. I pretend to roll my eyes again. Bad dog, I tease. Is my voice shaking? If I had a newspaper, I'd swat you. Let's go. He grins again, but follows me across the street and into the park. As we walk, he slips his hand in mine. It gives me a jolt, and my entire body tingles, like I've just gotten an electrical shock, and yet, within seconds, it feels like the most natural thing in the world. My hand snug in Wes's. To anyone in the park, we look like a normal couple, out enjoying a stroll. Only we know all the history and baggage that's wrapped up in this surprisingly simple gesture. Maybe Celia was right. Call it gravitational force, magnetics, I don't know. All I know is that something seems to keep drawing me to Wes, and whatever it is, it's a force more powerful than me. Despite everything, after all this time and distance, he's still in my orbit. Maybe he always will be. We don't talk much as we walk. We take in the scenery, all the other people out enjoying the warm evening. When we hear laughter and barking, I squeeze Wes's hand. I think we're in the right place. We come around the corner, and I squeal. There are so many bulldogs that the cuteness factor is on overload. There's a big barbecue where an older man is grilling hot dogs, and picnic tables are set up with information on bulldog rescue, all manned by enthusiastic volunteers. And of course, there are the dogs. Some are rescues, with big posters advertising their adoptability and details. Others seem to be pets, walked on leashes by their owners who've come out to support the fundraiser. There's music playing and kids running around, and the whole thing is so wholesome and sweet that my teeth actually ache a little. I glance at Wes, who's scanning the crowd. Oh God, you hate this, don't you? I cover my face, laughing. Probably not exactly the kind of evening you had in mind. Are you kidding? This is great. Let's go pet some dogs. He takes my hand again, and we stroll past the picnic tables, petting and fussing over all the dogs that are up for adoption. Mabel, the old queen with a rhinestone collar and a serious underbite. Arnie, the all-black bulldog with one white ear and a bright red bandana whose poster says he might be part Boston Terrier. Rocco, the 9-month-old puppy found abandoned in Soho last month. Wes and I squish them all. He doesn't even flinch when Mabel covers him with sloppy kisses. She practically climbs into his lap as he crouches down to pet her. Ugh, what is it about handsome men and dogs? It should seriously be outlawed. My lady parts are singing the Hallelujah chorus watching him fuss over them. Dear God, please never let him hold a baby in my presence. I try to get my body to calm down, but after a few minutes, I realize that ship has sailed. I decide to just go with it and focus on having fun. After we've cooed over every dog available, Wes stands, brushing off his jeans. Something over his shoulder catches my attention, and I bite back a grin. Maybe I can have a little fun with this. Wes? I press my hands against his chest and smile seductively. I really want to give you a kiss. He looks surprised for a second, but then his face spreads into a grin. You do you? He growls. I nod. I bite down gently on my bottom lip, trying to look as sexy as possible. I even bat my eyelashes. Would that be okay? His hands are sliding down around my waist now, drawing me to him. The hard planes of his body are making me sweat even more than the sun is. Hell yeah, that would be okay. It would be more than okay. His voice is gruff, sexy. Suddenly, all I want to do is kiss him for real. Maybe this plan was a bad idea. I smile sweetly while my heart races, and then tap my finger lightly against his chest. Good. It'll only cost me $5 and a milk bone. His face wrinkles in confusion. What? I bite my lip harder and nod over his shoulder. He spins his head to look and then bursts out laughing. The Pooch Smooch booth? The bright red booth is behind us, on the far edge of the picnic area. It's about waist-high with a big window cut out of the center. A dog-sized kissing booth. Inside the box sits the ugliest bulldog I think I've ever seen in my life. I mean, he's so ugly, he's cute again. Most of his face is black except for a white stripe that runs down the bridge of his nose, like a skunk stripe. He's got a sprig of wild hair coming off the top of his head and one huge snaggletooth curling over his upper lip. He's got an underbite and a long tongue that hangs down. His sign says his name is Brad. There are 2 jars on top of the box, one to collect cash donations and one to collect milk bones, which a volunteer is handing out. The rescue keeps the donations, and apparently Brad gets to keep his milk bones. Wes chuckles as I drag him over. My friend here would like a pooch smooch, I tell the volunteer. A young guy in his early 20s wearing hipster-tight burgundy pants and a T-shirt with the rescue's logo on it. Go for it, the guy says. He hands me a milk bone and I drop it in Brad's jar, then shove a $5 bill in the other one. Wes grimaces, but he leans in. Brad's long tongue reaches out and sweeps across his chin. I double over, laughing at the horrified expression on his face as the slobbery pink tongue touches his lips. He stands up quickly. I think it's your turn, he says. The volunteer hands him a sanitary wipe, and Wes scrubs at his face. He reaches into his wallet and pulls out a $100 bill, adding it to the jar. I think that's going to buy quite a few smooches, don't you? I giggle, but lean in like he did. Brad makes a snorkeling sound, and then his tongue shoots out, coating my cheek in dog drool. Oh, but I paid for so many more smooches, Wes says, nudging me when I stand up. Get back down there. I think I'm smooched out, I laugh. I scrub my face with the wipe. The scent of alcohol and lemon clings to my skin, but it's better than dog biscuit breath. If a guy wants that many smooches, he's going to have to at least buy me dinner first. Noted, Wes says with a grin. In that case, can I buy you a hot dog? He gestures towards the barbecue that's set up on the side. Big spender, I tease. But yes, I could go for a hot dog. You have no idea how much I like to hear you say that. I punch him lightly in the arm. A hot dog of the edible variety. He raises his eyebrows. Go on. You know, in a bun. With ketchup. Interesting. I've never tried it that way, but hey, if it works for you, you're incorrigible. I see your sense of humor hasn't evolved since high school. I'll take that as a compliment. Suit yourself. We stroll over to the barbecue and Wes orders 2 hot dogs and 2 cans of Coke, then pays the woman holding the metal cash box. He drops an extra 20 into the donation jar beside her, and I bite back a smile. We take our dinner over to an empty picnic table and sit down. This is fun, Wes says, cracking open his soda. Thanks for coming with me. I always feel awkward hanging around these things by myself. I'm having a great time. So, you said they're one of your clients. I nod, taking a bite of my hot dog and trying desperately not to glob ketchup down the front of my dress. Yeah, we've done a few things for them. Website design, a social media campaign. They can't afford much, but who can say no to all those smushy little faces? Wes shakes his head. Not me, that's for sure. His eyes crinkle up when he grins. It's great that you do so much for these clients. They must love you. I shake my head. Well, I have to thank you again for the job. This one project for Gold Lake is going to give us the freedom to take on a lot more charity clients. Honestly, if we had our way, we just work with nonprofits all day. All pro bono. And smushy dog faces, of course. Of course, I grin. Rory, hi! A voice calls from over my shoulder. I turn around to see Mary Ellen, the bulldog rescue coordinator I've been working with. Mary Ellen, hi! I stand up and give her a hug. Great turnout. She looks around proudly, stuffing her hands into the pockets of her denim overalls. Yeah, not too bad. Thanks again for your help with the flyers. I wave off her comment. No problem at all. Happy to do it. She peeks over my shoulder at Wes, and I smack my forehead. Sorry, Mary Ellen, this is Wes. Wes Lake. He's actually another one of my clients. Nice to meet you, she says, reaching out to shake Wes's hand. You a dog lover? He smiles warmly. I am. Though if I wasn't already, Mabel would have convinced me. Mary Ellen laughs, her face lighting up in pleasure. Yes, she's a doll, isn't she? Can you believe we just found her roaming the streets last month? A gorgeous old girl like her. Such a shame. Unfortunately, it's pretty hard to find homes for senior dogs, but she's had a lot of attention tonight, so you never know. Fingers crossed. She holds up 2 crossed fingers, and Wes and I do the same. Anyway, I won't keep you, she says. I just wanted to come and say hello. Make sure you check out the auction before you head out. We promise we will, and then watch as she disappears back into the crowd. She seems nice, Wes observes after she's gone. I nod, finishing off my hot dog and brushing my hands off on a napkin. She's really sweet. We're really lucky. All our clients are amazing. He grins. Present company included, I presume. Of course, I stammer. My cheeks redden. Good. He catches my eye and smiles warmly. And my stomach does a fluttering thing that rivals the feeling I had watching Wes loving on Maple. Should we check out the auction, I say, to change the subject? Sure. We stroll over to the other side of the picnic area, where a few more tables are set up. There are items on each table with sealed bid boxes. It's all very informal. You just write your name and your bid and stuff it in the appropriate box. We browse the items up for auction, from the little I Heart Bulldogs keychain to a certificate for 10 free pet spa days to a pet photography session. Ooh, I'm going to bid on that, I say, pointing to a yoga mat with paw prints on it. Wes raises his eyebrows. You know I'm picturing you in Downward Dog right now, right? I groan. Stop. I can't help it. I push past him playfully and scribble my name and a bid on a slip of paper, then shove it in the box in front of the yoga mat, while Wes goes to the table with the bulldog keychain. Fingers crossed, he says, holding up his 2 crossed digits again after he's shoved his bid into the box. I'm feeling good about our chances, I assure him. I think this is our lucky night. He starts to say something, but I reach up and cover his mouth with my hand, both of us laughing. Don't even say it. Say what? He says, his voice muffled behind my palm. Whatever dirty thing you were about to say. I think you've got the wrong guy, he says, still muffled. I laugh as I lean against his chest, but then he pries my hand away from his face. Gently. He turns my arm and kisses the inside of my wrist. I gasp. The touch is so intimate, so unexpected. The rest of the park melts away. Everything in my body is laser-focused on Wes. My entire being hums in his presence. I'm not ready to say goodnight yet. Maybe we could go for a drink? His voice is hoarse, gruff. I nod. I don't trust my own voice right now. He kisses my wrist again, and even though I see him doing it, and am prepared for the feel of his lips on my skin, I still squeak. Maybe we could go for a drink at my apartment? His blue eyes have gone dark. I nod again. I know it's wrong, but the magnetic force between us is pulling me again, straight into Wes's orbit. He grins, then turns my arm down so that he's holding my hand again, and leads me out of the park. 20. Rory. So this is your place. I scan Wes's penthouse apartment and try to keep my jaw from hitting the floor. It is. It's nice. Nice is the understatement of the millennium, of course. It's a 2-story apartment, bigger than my parents' house, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Central Park. The space is open, and from where we stand, I can see a modern kitchen with black lacquered cabinets and stainless steel everything. Low-profile furniture is elegantly arranged around the main room, and huge pieces of art cover the white walls. What looks like a gas fireplace is nestled into one wall opposite a deep gray sofa. I didn't have much to do with it. An agent found the place for me and someone else decorated and furnished it. I just kind of sleep here. Must be nice. Remind me to never let you see our place. I could probably fit the entire thing into one of your bathrooms. He shakes his head. I'm sure your place is lovely. He scans the apartment. His expression looks not sad exactly, but lost. Almost like he's wondering how in the world he ended up here. If you like parquet floors and cracked plaster walls, I joke, trying to keep the mood light. He smiles. I do, actually. His expression changes again, slipping back to his normal confidence. Can I get you a drink? A glass of wine? That sounds great. I follow Wes into the kitchen and watch as he opens a bottle of red and pours out 2 glasses. My heart is thumping at the reality of standing in Wes's apartment for the first time. But it feels good to be here with him. Easy, natural. I take one of the glasses from him and clink it against his when he holds it up to me. What are we toasting to? He thinks for a minute. Bulldogs, he answers with a grin. That makes me smile, and I feel another happy rush as I swallow the first sip of wine. Wes watches me, and then he takes a step towards me. Even though he's just wearing a t-shirt and jeans, he still seems as imposing as he does when he's wearing a suit. His nearness undoes me. The smell of him, the warmth of him, the hardness of him. I sway lightly, already feeling lightheaded after only a sip of wine. Or maybe that's just the effect of Wes. He sets his glass down on the stainless steel countertop and then wordlessly tips my chin up. I swallow, but my lips are already parting in anticipation. He leans his head in and kisses me slowly. So slowly that it's maddening. His lips pressing against mine, nipping at my skin. His tongue teasing itself gently over mine. I let out a soft moan. Part of me is still insisting that I should be fighting this, that I should tell him no. And not just because we have a deal, but because I know that once we do this, we can't undo it. You can't unring a bell. But God, I want to ring that bell, more than I've ever wanted anything. Wes reads my mind. He grabs me suddenly, lifting me up. I swing my legs around his waist automatically, trying to find purchase, as my heart races and I laugh breathlessly. Wes growls and kisses me harder. My arms are wound around his neck and I cling to him, kissing him and breathing him and wanting him. Wes carries me like that, all the way through the apartment and then up the floating staircase. His arms flex around me, holding me tight. His body is hard against mine, his shoulders taut under my hands. He shuffles us into a room and then sets me down gently on a bed. His bed. I look around the room, trying to get a glimpse of the man Wes is now, who he is when he lays down to sleep, but the walls are as white as the ones downstairs. They give nothing away. The bed is low to the ground and covered in a white duvet that's as blank as a sheet of paper. There's one piece of art on the wall, a huge triptych over the bed that's done in abstract whites and grays. It gives nothing away either. Nothing but the fact that he has money and can pay someone to buy him pieces like this, that is. I press my fingertips to his jaw, studying his face, trying to understand who this man is, who he's become. His blue eyes are bright, but the half-smile he wears feels more like a mask sometimes. I kiss him again. At least I know who he is then, when we're kissing. We tumble onto the bed, a clash of arms and legs and tongues. I can feel his breath against my skin, his erection pressing into my thigh. I run my hands under his t-shirt, where his skin is warm and stretched firm over perfect washboard abs. He tugs at my dress, yanking it easily over my head, and then pulls me against him. For a long time, we lie there on his bed, kissing, the same way we used to do when we were teenagers. God, we could kiss back then. We'd spend hours and hours in the back seat of his Sunfire just kissing. I knew every inch of his face, every quirk of his lips. My legs resting over his hands wound up in my hair. Windows so fogged up that no one in the world could see us, and we wouldn't see the world. It was perfect, but somehow, this is too. Wes's broad shoulders under my palms, his hands, so much bigger now, splayed against my bare back, inching under my bra strap. With a quick flick of his wrist, he unclasps it. I giggle. You've always been good at that. What can I say? It's a useful skill. Oh, is it? Like knot tying. Knot tying? Or fire starting. Identifying poisonous mushrooms. In fact, I'm starting a petition to suggest they teach it in Boy Scouts. He grins, and I kiss him just to make him be quiet. He strips off his own shirt, and then his arms are around my back again, pulling me to him and crushing my breasts against his chest. My nipples beat at the warmth of his skin, at the firmness of him. We tumble over each other. I reach for the waistband of his jeans, fumbling with the button, the zipper, trying to push them off his body. He does me the favor and kicks them off himself, his lips never losing contact with mine. I stroke my palm over the bulge of his boxer briefs, moaning in need as his cock twitches against my hand. "Oh my God, Roar," he groans. His hands skim over my hips, pushing against the soft lace fabric of my underwear. I tug at his at the same time, and then suddenly, we're both naked. Nothing between our skin but a fine layer of sweat. He rolls me onto my back, his hand dipping down between my thighs, parting my cleft, stroking my clit with his thumb. I buck against him, whimpering against the side of his neck and pulling him to me. My hands explore his body while he touches me, finding all the planes and angles and crevices, the ones that are so familiar and the ones that are brand new. His body is a jungle, a mystery, a fevered dream. I pant against him as he strokes me. His hands are practiced, confident. None of the fumbling of when we were young. He turns small circles around my clit, pressing against it with just the right amount of force. My hips move automatically towards him, wanting to feel more of him. Oh God, Wes, this is so wrong. My words are muffled against his chest. He pauses his ministrations, and I almost sob. Do you want to stop? He looks down at me and tilts my chin so that he's looking in my eyes. Those eyes. I could get fucking lost in those eyes. God, no, I breathe. I want more. I want it all. Good, he growls. He pushes my thighs apart then, almost roughly. He kneels between my legs and dips his head, and I nearly scream when his tongue glides over my clit. I clutch the blankets instead, pulling them this way and that, while my body rocks back and forth. Wes works some kind of ungodly magic on me, turning me into a screaming banshee. When he plunges 2 fingers deep inside me, I buck again, my body nearly bending in half. Wes holds me in place, licking and sucking and kissing my pussy. His mouth is so warm and wet, and every nerve ending in my body buzzes with his touch. He keeps going until the orgasm rips through me like hot molten lava, liquefying everything inside me. My legs collapse limply onto the bed as Wes crawls up to find my mouth with his. Good? He asks, kissing the line of my jaw. Oh, yeah. Good. He grins proudly, and I have to laugh. Come here. I pull him to me, pressing his lips with mine. I can taste myself on him, and even though I should find that weird, I don't. It feels intimate and erotic and, well, hot. Wes seems to enjoy it as well, because he kisses me with even more force now, pushing me backwards against the fluffy pillows and climbing astride me. His thick cock bobs heavily above me, and the ache inside me intensifies. His cock is bigger and more magnificent than I remembered, than I even could have imagined. Perfectly shaped in just the right length and girth. He grips the base and strokes it with his fist a few times, making me groan. Okay, now you're just toying with me. Never, he murmurs. He reaches over to the nightstand and pulls out a square silver packet. Sheathing himself quickly, he runs his cock over my pussy, coating himself in me and making my clit tingle. God, Rory, you're so wet. I could drown in you. His eyes are blazing, and every word sends a lick of fire through me. You make me that way, Wes. I want you so bad. I've waited so long for this. Me too. Forever, it feels like. His cock is against my entrance now, and slowly, he starts to push forward. He stretches me, fills me. My pussy starts to clench down around him, and I have to remind myself to breathe. When he's finally all the way inside me, he pauses. For a minute, it feels like all we do is breathe. Breathe and stare into each other's eyes. I graze my fingers along his jaw, feeling the thick stubble that always seems to be the perfect length. Not quite a beard, but more than a 5 o'clock shadow. Just the right amount of manly facial hair. I breathe in and out as his cock pulses inside me, and then, without words, we start to move together. My hips rise to meet his, and he bucks against me. We find a rhythm, but every thrust comes harder, faster, more frantic. It's like we're desperate for our bodies to be joined together to try to capture something we thought was lost forever. It doesn't take long before I'm already cresting towards my second climax. I grip Wes's shoulders, digging my nails in as my body bucks and arches against him, as his name falls from my lips over and over again. He groans as I clench and then slams his hips against mine, driving his cock deeper than I ever thought possible. I feel him twitch inside me, and then he's tensing, groaning, and unleashing everything. We collapse into a spent heap, and I curl my body against his. Even though I'm hot and sweaty, I want nothing more than the touch of his skin against mine. I crave it. I need it. Wes pulls me against him. It feels like he needs this too. Our chests rise and fall together as we remember how to breathe. "Stay the night," he says. His lips are in my hair, close to my ear. My heart skips a beat as I think about the deal we made, the way I was so determined to protect my heart. Then I think of the way he made me feel just now, the way I felt when my hand was tucked inside his. "Yes," I say. "I'll stay the night."
21. Wes. Waking up next to Rory Holloway is everything I've ever dreamed of. It's all I've ever wanted, and then some. Looking down at her sleeping form, curled sideways on my white sheets, duvet twisted around her long, shapely legs, I feel a pang of something I can't even name. It knocks against my heart in a way that feels foreign and scary. Good morning," she murmurs, without even opening her eyes, as if she can sense me staring at her. "Good morning, beautiful." I push a lock of hair off her face so that I can see her better, admire the rosiness of her cheeks, the soft line of her jaw, the curve of her neck. My eyes drift lower, to her bare shoulders, the soft flat plane of her solar plexus, the rise of her breasts under the sheets. It immediately gives me my own rise under the sheets. Rory smiles again, as if she knows what's happening without even looking. She finally opens her eyes, her pupils dilating at the sudden infusion of sunlight. She's still smiling sleepily at me, and I lean in. I can't keep my lips away from hers for another second. Suddenly, she sits up straight. "What time is it?" "7. "Okay. Whew. I thought I was late for work." She collapses back down onto the pillow. I chuckle. "No, plenty of time. I can even drive you." "Good. I have a full day today. As you might know, I have a very demanding client who expects a presentation in a few days." She's grinning playfully, and I shake my head. "I have no idea what you're talking about, though I do know you have a very demanding man in bed with you, and at least another half hour before either of us has to be up and functional." She says thoughtfully. "I wonder what we could do with all that time." "I don't know. I was thinking maybe we could violate the terms of our agreement again. She rolls over on top of me so that suddenly there's nothing between us but heat. I've never been one to go back on an agreement before, she says, but maybe this is one deal worth breaking. She starts moving then, rubbing her wet pussy over the hardness of my shaft. Her soft, curvy body moves over me, her breasts heaving lightly over my chest, her hair tumbling down around both of us. I press my hand to her cheek as she moves, as she takes her pleasure from me. I gesture to the nightstand, and she reaches over to get a condom, even though I want to spend hours and hours, lifetimes really, pleasuring her in every way imaginable. This morning, we're both hungry for the grinding satisfaction of a quick fuck. Rory wastes no time sliding the condom on my pulsing cock, and then straddles my thighs again. She eases me past her opening, and then sinks down, letting out a blissful groan that thrills me more than anything else. Watching her get off on my cock is the biggest turn-on I've ever experienced. My balls are already starting to churn, and I have to take a few deep breaths to slow myself down. But watching Rory grind above me makes that hard as hell. She moves slowly up and down, fingering her clit while she bucks against me. I grab her hips and meet her rhythm, rocking with her. Her lips part, and the softness of whimpers falls from her lips, her breath short and sharp. Oh, God, Wes, you feel so fucking good. I groan. Oh, keep doing that, Rory. Keep fucking yourself on my dick. Use me. She whimpers again, but bucks her hips harder against me, grinding her clit against my pubic bone. Her tits bob up and down, her rosy nipples pointing straight at me. I flick my thumb across one, and she mewls, then lowers her chest, aiming the pert little bud straight at my mouth. I happily oblige, and she groans again. Her hips buck harder, and I can feel her pussy starting to tighten and clench around me as she crests closer and closer to a climax. Oh, that's it, beautiful, I moan. Come all over me. She lets go then, and it's fucking glorious to see. Her skin blooms bright red, and her lips part in the sweetest little oh, and her whole body trembles on top of me. I let go at that moment, too, everything rushing out of me in powerful spurts. I pull her down on top of me and hug her to my chest, even though we're both covered in sweat. Her skin against mine is warm and familiar, and even with the scent of sex in the air, I can still smell the honey from her hair, the faint sweetness that is unmistakably Rory. I need a shower, she murmurs against my chest. Her breath is warm on my skin. Me too. She says, drumming her fingers against the muscles of my stomach. I wonder what we should do about that. Later, after we've showered and fucked and then showered again, we make it downstairs and into my car. I drop Rory off at her office as promised. At least I'm wearing a different outfit than I was yesterday at work, she jokes. Although I think Kyla might wonder why I'm wearing an actual dress to the office instead of my usual yoga pants. I think you should wear dresses more often, personally. You would. Easier access. Yeah, I got the joke, she grins. All right, smartass, I say, as I pull up in front of the Ucoin laundromat. Have a good day at work. I lean over and kiss her. Rory's cheeks pink up, and then she gives me a funny look and hops out of the car. A second later, she disappears into her building. I sit there for a minute, wondering why I just did that. Have a good day? A kiss on the cheek. That's couple behavior. Rory and I aren't a couple. We're just, well, I don't know what we are, but we're not that. Hanging out with her is fun, and sleeping with her was fucking amazing. But I can't afford to let myself get too invested. There's too much distance between us for that. Too many things Rory still doesn't know about me. Too many things that would hurt her if she knew the truth. And hurting Rory is literally the last thing I want to do. I make a vow to rein in this behavior. I'm not saying I need a fucking napkin contract to keep my feelings in check. But a little restraint right now might not be a bad idea. That night, I meet Tyler out at the Kinsman Club again. The club is less busy tonight. Maybe because it's a Tuesday, or maybe because the Knicks are playing. I spot Tyler right away, nursing a beer at the bar. I slide onto the stool next to him. "Hey, man." "Hey." He brightens as soon as he sees me, and we clasp hands briefly. I signal the bartender to bring me a beer the same as Ty's. "No Rory tonight?" he asks. I can hear a note of teasing already building in his voice. I shake my head and try to keep my tone light. "Nah, we're just friends. She works for me." "Really? Just friends, huh?" He raises his eyebrows in a way that says he totally doesn't buy that. "Yes, really." I nod at the bartender as he slides an amber bottle in front of me. "It didn't look like that the other day." "Well, I don't know what it looked like, but it wasn't that." I focus on my beer, while Tyler laughs silently to himself. We've been friends long enough that I doubt I'm fooling him. But I have to at least keep up appearances. After all, Rory and I had a deal. And after the silly way I acted this morning when I dropped her off, I'm determined to make sure any and all feelings are safely kept in check. "By the way, how's Amber?" Tyler has the decency to look chagrined. "You know, that wasn't a thing either." Isn't it funny how that works? He sips his beer, grinning. "Yeah, but mine is a different kind of non-thing than yours is. In my case, the woman can barely string a sentence together. So there's that." "Yeah, now that you mention it, she did seem a bit, non-verbal." He chuckles. "Luckily, I wasn't dating her for her verbal skills." I laugh and roll my eyes at the same time. Typical Tyler. Ever since I've known him, he's had a different girl on his arm nearly every week, sometimes more frequently. He's a charming guy, I'll give him that, and he has no problem finding someone for a night or two. He likes it that way. Me, I've never been one for casual relationships. Or relationships of any kind, really. Getting close to people means letting them know the real me. And there are things I prefer to keep close to the chest. "How are things with your dad?" I ask, to change the subject. But Tyler grimaces. "About the same." "Which is?" "He thinks I'm an irresponsible asshole unworthy of the Grant name." "Right." He chuckles. "Yeah, good times. I think he's just glad he has my sister. At least that way, the company will fall into good hands when he's gone." "God, I haven't seen Lacey in years. How's she doing?" "Great. Daddy's little girl, as always." "Does that make you the mama's boy?" "Fuck off," he grins. He spots someone over my shoulder and gives a wave. "Logan, hey, come here. I want you to meet someone." I turn in my seat and see a guy coming towards us. He's probably the same age as Tyler and I, but he's got a more stoic air to him. Full suit, expensive watch glinting under the dim bar lights. The smell of old money. "Logan Cartwright. This is my friend Wes Lake. Wes is the co-founder of Gold Lake Developments." "That right?" He extends his hand, and I grasp it firmly. I don't mean to brag, but I've got a killer handshake. I run the name Logan Cartwright through my mind, trying to remember where I know it from. "Gold Lake," he continues. "You guys are the ones looking at that public land on the Lower East Side, right?" "Word gets around," I grin. "It's a risky project." "Yep. High reward." "That's the idea." He nods solemnly. "Good stuff. I'll be interested to hear how it goes." "Get in touch any time." I hand him my card. I still haven't quite figured out who he is, but it's not hard to deduce that if he's here, And dressed like that, he comes from money. He nods and then hands me a card of his own. I shove it into my breast pocket without looking at it. Don't want to be too obvious about the fact that I have no clue who he is. As he shakes hands with Tyler, then heads off in the direction he was going before Ty stopped him. "The reaction's been like that since I first brought you here," Tyler says now, his voice low. "People are really interested in this new project Gold Lake's taken on. Half the people here have been desperate to get their hands on public land, and everyone's watching to see how it goes for you. You're kind of paving the way, charting the course, if you will." I shrug. I guess what he says is true, but somehow the weight of all the expectations of everyone here suddenly feels heavy, especially because it reminds me of Rory and what she's going to think when all of this becomes public. It's just business. You're a fucking pioneer, buddy. People are watching to see if you're going to sink or swim. Right. I take a long swallow of my beer, not wanting to think about what it might mean if I sink. But Tyler seems oblivious to my discomfort. "I'm telling you, if you and Levi pull this deal off, I think you'll have no problem securing a membership here. You've already made a good impression on people here. If they see you as someone they want to know, then you're in. Old money or not." "Great. That's great. Thanks, Ty." He takes a sip of his beer and then chuckles. "Now be honest. You had no fucking clue who that guy was, did you?" That makes me laugh. I shrug. "Yeah, sorry, no. The name's familiar, but I'll give you a hint. The man could cut glass." I wrinkle my brow and then sit up straight. Cartwright Diamonds. Only one of the biggest, most historic businesses in the city. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, given the type of clientele the Kinsman Club attracts, but somehow knowing the heir to the Cartwright diamond fortune just gave me his card is still one of those moments that hits me in the gut and reminds me of how far I've come from where I used to be. 10 years ago, I was just a kid from the wrong side of the tracks, trying to scrabble up a ladder that seemed to be greased with bad luck and poor choices. Now I'm sitting in one of the most prestigious country clubs in the entire fucking nation, shaking hands with billionaires and eking my way into their midst. I should be ecstatic. This is what I've always wanted, ever since I got to Harvard and got my first taste of how the other half lived. So why do I have a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach? Why is the only thing I can picture the look on Rory's face when she finds out why we hired Marigold in the first place?
22. Rory. "Okay, now tell me everything," I gush. "What do you really think about working for Gold Lake? Do you love it? Are they being nice to you? Are you getting to work on any exciting projects?" Maria laughs, covering her mouth when she does. "Rory, it's still my first day. The answer to all your questions is, I have no idea yet." "Sorry," I grin. "I'm just so excited for you." Maria and I are at Fran's Diner, the same place Wes and I came when we first hatched our contract. I had offered to take her out for lunch for her first day at Gold Lake, partly to celebrate and partly as a thank you. She'd already agreed to help Kyla and I out with the video we wanted to pitch for our marketing campaign. We'd spent the weekend with her and a videographer friend of Kyla's, getting some B-roll of Maria at home, at the community center garden, and interacting with her adorable son, Bruno. It was a little weird, considering she hadn't even started at Gold Lake by that point, but that's why we were waiting till later this week to film the actual interview. I'm hoping that filming it early will mean she'll give us some honest first impressions, but either way, this is just a rough take for the presentation with Wes. We can always redo the interview once she's had more time to settle in. Now Maria grins, sipping her coffee. Her full lips are painted in a bright red, and with her white blouse, gray blazer and skirt, and neatly knotted hair, she looks like a completely different person from when I first met her. digging in the dirt at the Elmwood Gables community garden. "Honestly, I think it's going to be great," she says. "I mean, it's a lot to take in and I'm a little bit overwhelmed, but I think I'm handling it okay." "I have no doubt you are." I smile at her. The more time I spend with Maria, the more I like her. She's warm and funny and smart, and I can't even fathom the kind of inner strength she must have with everything she's been through. I have a meltdown if the corner bodega is out of Diet Coke, and this woman's been through hell and back. Yet, watching her with her son, especially as he struggled with his homework and she patiently sat down and tried to work through the math problems with him, I see this kind of grace and calmness in her that I really admire. "Do you like your mentor?" I ask, sawing off a bite of pancakes. "Breakfast for lunch. It's totally a thing." "I think I'm going to love her. It's so cool to be working under a woman who's succeeding in project management. I worried that it would be all men there, but so far it's a really nice and mixed bunch of people. That's great." I wonder briefly if that's Wes's influence. I think about what he told me that first night we went out, and he pitched the project to me. He talked about his mother and the opportunities he wished she could have had. I wonder if that's always influenced his hiring choices, even before this new dedicated program. The thought makes my insides flip, makes me feel like my stomach is smiling. "So, what cool projects are you going to be managing?" "None of my own yet," she says shyly. "But I'm helping out with this project to add 6 levels of parking to a development out in Williamsburg." "Parking?" I wrinkle my nose, laughing. "That doesn't seem exciting." "Oh, it is, though," Maria beams. "There are so many moving pieces, so many deadlines and deliverables. I'm in Gantt chart heaven." I laugh. "I wish I was that organized." "But you run your own business." "Yeah, but you should see the mess that is our office. And the file system on my computer." I pretend to shudder. "It would give you nightmares." "I could help you whip that into shape," she says confidently. "You'd need a whip for sure," I joke. "I need to be disciplined." "No, I'm serious. I could totally help you. Life is so much easier when you're organized, and I owe you one to thank you for getting me this job." "Oh, you don't owe me anything," I say, brushing off her comment. "It's all Wes. This project was his idea. All I did was pass along your resume. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you what you think of Wes." I admit that I'm curious to get her insights. My perspective on Wes is warped because of our history, but Maria might be more objective. But instead, she shakes her head. "I actually haven't met him yet." "Oh, that's too bad. I guess he hasn't had time to stop in and say hi yet." "I know. I'll ask him to have a coffee with you." "Oh, really, Rory's no big deal," Maria protests, as if she's afraid I'm going to get her in trouble. "Honestly." "Don't worry. I'll make sure he knows it's my idea and you're not having any problems or anything," I assure her when I see the nervous expression on her face. "I just don't want to do anything to jeopardize this position." "I know. Totally get it. I promise I'll just suggest it. I'm sure he'd love to do it anyway. He's very passionate about this project." I actually hadn't talked to Wes much since he dropped me off at my office late last week. We texted a few times, and he'd invited me out for dinner on Sunday. But Kyla and I have been so wrapped up in the pitch that I barely stopped moving all weekend. By the time the invitation came, I was practically comatose and had to turn him down. That didn't stop me from spending the entire weekend thinking about him, though. Maria and I finished our breakfasts, and I settle up the bill. Just as we're about to head out of the diner, the glass shelves behind the counter catch my eye. Specifically, the bright yellow of the most delicious-looking lemon meringue pie I've ever seen in my life. I think of Wes eyeing the pie last time we were here. I could bring him a piece, I think. Since I'm stopping over there anyway to meet with the HR director to get some statistics on their hiring program, It's the neighborly thing to do, right? Not to mention that it would give me a good excuse to stop in and see him. I catch the attention of the petite brunette working behind the counter and ask for a slice to go. Then Maria and I walk the 8 blocks back to the Gold Lake offices, chatting and laughing the whole time. When I get to Wes's office, Joyce is sitting there like a sentinel, as always. I feel like she's the Sphinx and I'm supposed to answer some kind of riddle before she'll grant me access to Wes's office. "Yes," she says, raising her eyebrows over her red spectacles. 42, I mutter under my breath. The answer is 42, right? I'm sorry. Oops. Is Wes here? I say instead, smiling sweetly. Do you have an appointment? I haven't needed an appointment to see him in the past. Everyone needs an appointment. If you call him and he says I need an appointment, I will happily come back later. I'm still smiling, and she finally sighs loudly and picks up the phone. I count this as a success. It's the first time she hasn't tried to physically bar me from going into his office. "Rory Holloway to see you," she says crisply. Hey, at least you remembered my name. "I see. Yes, sir." She sets the phone down and purses her lips, then sighs. "He'll see you." I almost bow. It feels like that's what you should do when the Sphinx allows you to pass. Instead, I just say thank you and go past her desk, pushing open Wes's door. His face lights up as soon as he sees me, and I can't help the happy fluttery thing my heart does. When he looks at me like that, all my insides turn to mush. It's kind of ridiculous, really. "Rory, this is a nice surprise." I was in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd drop by and say hi. "I'm glad you did. Have a seat." I sit down across from him, nestling into the oversized leather chair. I remember the first time I sat in this chair, coming into his office with that contract, my hands shaking as I told him there'd be no kissing, no funny business of any kind. Look how well that worked out. The thought brings a smile to my lips, and Wes looks puzzled. "What?" "Nothing, just thinking." "About what?" "About our contract." "Oh, did you have some concerns with it?" His expression turned serious. "Not that contract." "Oh." "Oh." His concern turns into a wicked grin. "What can I say? I'm a master negotiator." "You are, but I was actually thinking that we're both pretty terrible about holding up our ends of the agreement." "True. Don't let any of my business associates know. I won't. They might expect me to fall into bed with them, too." I giggle. I hope you don't make a habit of it. Wes gives me a funny look, and I clamp my mouth shut as soon as the words are out of my mouth. Why did I say that? I guess it's not any of my business if Wes sleeps with other clients. It's not like we've had any kind of discussion about whatever's happening between us. We're not even supposed to be sleeping together, and that was my idea, so I certainly have no right to tell him not to be with anyone else. Even if that's the thing I really want to do. But Wes must see the warring go on in my mind because he shakes his head softly. "I don't, Rory. I'm not. You're the only one." You're the only one. How many times had I dreamed of hearing those words from Wes at one point in my life? And here he is saying them, looking at me with those panty-melting blue eyes, making my toes curl in my heels without even laying a finger on me. Is it any wonder I haven't been able to keep up with my own agreement? "Okay," I say now, flushing with relief. "Me too. I mean, you too. I get it." He grins. "Anyway, what brings you to the neighborhood?" "What?" "You mentioned you were in the neighborhood." "Oh, right. I was having breakfast with Maria Costa, and then I'm meeting with your HR director." "Oh, good. Ready for Thursday's pitch?" He grins. I pretend to wipe my brow. I don't know. The pressure's on. You're damn right it is, he chuckles. I expect you to wow me after all. I know. And I've heard you're a hard man to wow. I am. Except when it comes to you, it seems. My cheeks color again. Well, then I expect our presentation is going to go spectacularly. He smiles at me. I have no doubt that it is. There's a moment of silence between us, but it feels easier now. There's still a frisson of energy passing between us, but there's something warm and comforting, too. Sometimes, being with Wes seems so simple. Hey, I meant to ask you, do you think you could take Maria for coffee sometime? Today's her first day, and I know she'd love to meet you. Wes goes quiet. He looks down and shuffles through some papers, but he doesn't really seem to be looking for anything. It feels like he's trying to avoid meeting my eye. I'm not sure I can, he says, still rifling through a stack of file folders. I've got a very busy week ahead. You don't look busy, I tease. I'm busy, Rory, he snaps. Just because I make time for you doesn't mean I have time to spend my day hanging out, shooting the breeze with anyone who crosses my path. I get it, I snip. God, relax. I just think it would be nice of you to have coffee with her sometime, when you aren't so dreadfully busy, of course. He sighs. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound like an asshole. I am busy, but I'll try to make time for her. Thank you. That's all I wanted. I twist my fingers around in my lap, suddenly feeling awkward now. Funny how fast that changed. Wes doesn't say anything either, so I stand up. I guess I should get going. I'm sure we both have lots of work to do. Rory. He stands too, but stays behind his desk. No, it's okay, Wes. Don't worry about it. I turn to go, but as I reach the door, I remember the styrofoam container I've been carrying. I completely forgot about this, I say, facing him again. I set it down on his desk. What is it? He asks. He doesn't touch it. We were at Fran's. I got you a piece of pie. Pie? Lemon meringue? Wes swallows, and the strangest look comes over his face. Lemon meringue, he repeats. Yeah, I say, trying to figure out what's going on with him. Do you like that kind? I do, yeah. His voice sounds thick, almost choked up. Thanks, Rory. No problem. I give him a quick wave and then leave his office, thinking that was one of the stranger conversations Wes and I have ever had. Just when I think I have that guy figured out, he doubles up on the inscrutable.
23. Wes. I stare down at the styrofoam container sitting on my desk. It's right in the middle of a pile of papers. An architectural plan I was reviewing. Concept sketches for a row of townhouses out in the Bronx. Not a high-profile project, but one bound to bring in a fair bit of coin, given how housing is exploding out there. But the drawing is far from my mind. All I can see is that takeaway container, sitting there where it fell from Rory's hand, staring me in the face. Lemon meringue pie. It's like she knows. She knows my soul, even when she thinks she doesn't. I can try to deny it, but it's always been Rory. It will always be Rory. I flop down into my seat, still staring at that damn container. Even with the lid closed, I feel like I can smell that sharp lemon, the buttery crust. This is a fucking disaster. Seeing Rory is always the best part of my day. Something inside me lights up when she's around, like I have a fucking Christmas tree inside my chest. And not a small one either, like a big fucking Rockefeller center tree. And yet, every bright, shiny moment is tinged with darkness, because Rory has no idea what I'm doing, who I am. Talking to her about Maria had reminded me just how deep this fault line runs. Her request should have been simple. Have a damn coffee with her friend, the one that I hired. But it threw me into a panic. Yes, I hired these women. Yes, the jobs were good, were legit. But I felt a lingering guilt over our reasons for implementing the program in the first place. I decided a long time ago that I wouldn't have anything to do with the program personally. HR takes care of the hiring, and then the new hires get put in whatever department they're assigned to. My hands stay out of the whole thing. Having coffee with Rory's friend Maria isn't part of that plan. If I had coffee with her, I'd have to think of her as a real person. And worse, she might try to thank me for the job. And if she makes a big deal of it, that's only going to make me feel even more guilty about the motives behind it. So I'd snapped at Rory. I'd hated myself the second the words were out of my mouth, especially when I saw the surprised look on her face. In the end, I had no choice but to agree to the coffee, because I couldn't live with hurting her even that much. So what was I going to do when she put two and two together and figured out the real reason we hired her? It's only a matter of time now. That much I'm sure of. Word is spreading around the Kinsman Club, and more retailers are starting to approach me on the sly, trying to feel out their options for getting into the space. And even if that gossip doesn't make its way to Rory, it's still only a couple of weeks until we have to formally submit the proposal for the project. If Levi's contact at the Housing Authority is right, it'll be a quick matter of rubber stamping it, and then we'll be ready to start bulldozing. Rory's a smart woman. When the negative press starts to come out, she'll realize why we were so keen to get moving on this hiring initiative, and probably figure out why we hired Marigold, too. I slowly nudge the container over towards me, using the end of my pen, as if it's a snake that might suddenly lunge at me. I ease the lid open, and I'm struck with the tangy, sweet smell of the lemon. It hits me like a punch to the gut. The meringue glistens, perfect, stiff white peaks edged lightly in brown. The guilt is too much for me. I snap the lid closed again and bring the whole thing out into the reception area. I drop it on Joyce's desk. "What's this?" She looks up, adjusting her glasses. "Pie. Eat it, if you want. If not, throw it in the garbage." "Oh. Okay." She seems a bit perplexed by this development and eyes the pie suspiciously. Then she nudges a stack of file folders towards me. "HR dropped these off for you." "What is it?" "Reports on the status of the hiring initiative, new candidate resumes, and copies of the entrance interviews for the people starting today." "Great. More things I really don't want to think about." "I'll put them on my desk," I tell her. "I'm going to talk with the Strat guys. Give Mickey a call and tell him I'm coming down." "What's this?" Levi looks down at the stack of file folders that I've just dropped on his desk. He turns back to his computer without waiting for an answer. I sink down into the chair opposite him, as if this was an invitation. Levi lets out a nearly imperceptible sigh and nudges his laptop a fraction of an inch out of the way. "I had the strategic division pull it together." He raises his eyebrows, then flips the cover open lazily, scanning the top page inside without touching it. He looks at me and raises his eyebrows again. "It's a media analysis of the last two companies that have taken on these types of private developments on public housing land. The first developer to be granted the rights to public housing land was TR Real Estate, who took down a community park and put in an all-glass condo building. The second was Quick Sky Holdings. They ripped up a huge parking infrastructure to put in, you guessed it, a condo tower. Even though the city had implemented a rule that a certain percentage of the units have to go for below-market rates, it hasn't stopped the resentment from the community and from the media. The investors love it, of course. They love it when the rich get richer." Levi's long fingers flick through the pages now. His face stays neutral, although I've looked through those pages so many times that I know with each flick of his wrist what he's looking at. The flurry of negative media coverage that started when the development was announced and continues to this day. A spreadsheet tracking their stock through the entire process, and the dip it took when the project was announced, and again when it was completed. It's only on the stock price that I see Levi's expression waver in any way. But in the end, he simply flicks the folder closed again. "Why are you showing me this, Wes?" "Because I want to make sure we're 100% clear on the risks of the Elmwood project." "Of course we're clear. That's the whole reason we conceived of this ludicrous hiring program." "Right." Neither of us says anything for a minute. I look out the window, which spans the entire left wall, and take in the view of the Manhattan skyline. It's a spectacular sight, one that still gives me a thrill when I see it. There's no city in the world like New York City, and the real estate development business here is one of the most cutthroat and exhilarating in the world. I can't imagine doing anything other than what I do. So why do I have this nagging pang in my gut? Why do I feel like a fucking fraud? "I heard that Armitage is looking to offload that property in Bed-Stuy," I say, changing the subject but not quite meeting his eye. "The one in Ocean Hill?" "Yeah." "Why?" I shake my head. "Not enough capital. Too many other projects on the go." Levi leans back. "Interesting. We could move the project there instead of the Lower East Side. It's not that much smaller than our current location, and it's less of a risk. There wouldn't be any public pushback. It's also a hell of a lot more expensive. You think Armitage is going to unload that for cheap?" I shrug. "If they're hurting for capital, they will." He chuckles wryly. "No, I know Richard Armitage, and he's going to squeeze every dollar he can out of that place. Besides, why would we shift our focus to a new development site when we already have one in mind?" I gesture to the folder on his desk. "That's why. This?" He flicks the folder so that some of the pages start to slide out. "This is nothing, Wes. This is talk. Yes, stock prices dipped, but they've rebounded. Both companies have made excellent returns on those projects. This is a good investment, and it's going ahead. Unless you've changed your mind about that." "No," I say hastily. I rub my hands along the front of my thighs. "Of course not." "Good." Levi watches me for a minute. Then he picks up the folder, spins around in his chair, and dumps it into the shredding box behind his desk. He turns to face me again. "Because I phrased that as if it were an option, but it's not, Wes. This project is proceeding with or without you." I stand up, rolling my eyes. "You're always so dramatic, Levi. I assure you, you have nothing to worry about." I leave his office, feeling annoyed at both him and myself. I don't know what I'd hoped to achieve in talking to him about this. I should have known the negative publicity wasn't enough to dissuade him. As long as the dollars came back in the black, Levi was satisfied. But was I? I'm honestly not sure anymore. This project is one I've been working on for so long, reviewing plans and proposals, estimates, concept drawings. It was easy to plow ahead when we were in that stage. It was always about moving on to the next step, the next idea. Now that we're approaching the actual shovels-in-the-ground stage, something's changed. I don't have the same sense of euphoria I normally have. I don't have that same thrill of success. All I have is a nervous buzz that runs through my limbs and a sour taste in my mouth. All I have is Rory's face in my mind, her laugh in my ears. After my talk with Levi, I get Joyce to cancel the rest of my meetings for the day, and I leave my office. Rory's visit has me feeling out of sorts, and my conversation with Levi had pushed me closer to the edge. I'm afraid that if I don't get some fresh air, I'm going to tip right over it. When I get outside, I just start walking. I have no destination in mind, but the sights and sounds of the vivid streetscape occupy my mind enough that I slowly start to relax. Maybe I'm overreacting to this whole thing. Maybe the media coverage won't be too bad. Maybe people are getting used to the idea of private developers laying claim to public land. And if the media doesn't stir the pot, no one else will either. Then Rory won't have any reason to suspect that I had any reasons for hiring her other than her actual skill and talent. Which, let's be clear, she has in spades. Yes, we wanted to work with Marigold for their nonprofit cred, but there were still plenty of companies who could give us that. I had spent a lot of time looking at Rory's work, and for the shoestring budget they worked on, the stuff she and Kyla managed to pull off was truly top-notch. I'm lost in my thoughts while I walk, thinking about Rory and the woman she's become. When I look up, I realize I'm standing right in front of her building. Damn. How the hell did I end up here? I peer into the laundromat, where I'd gone looking for her that first day. The same Asian woman is behind the counter now, folding white towels. The place is busy, busier than the first time I went. The clientele is just as varied. Moms, single college guys, an old Italian couple with what looks like an entire basket of lingerie. "Mr. Lake, hi." The voice comes from behind me, and I spin around. "Were you looking for us?" It's Rory's business partner. I rack my brain for her name. Kyla, I think. Yes, that's it. "Hi, Kyla. It's, is Rory around?" She shakes her head. "She had an appointment this afternoon and won't be back to the office today." An appointment? My mind races, worrying about the possibilities of what that could mean. "Oh, just to have her dress altered. She's in a wedding this weekend. Can I give her a message? If it's something about the project, I can definitely help you." No message. "Thanks. I'll catch her another time." She's still looking at me strangely, so I pull out my phone and act like I have an urgent email to respond to, then wave Kyla off. She shrugs and tugs her headphones on before heading off. When she's rounded the corner and is completely out of sight, I slip my phone back into my pocket. I had briefly considered texting or calling Rory to see if I could meet her somewhere, but I decide that the fact she isn't here is a sign that I should chill the fuck out and give it some space. I know I'm heading toward a disaster, so why fan the flames any more than I already have? I should pull back from her while I still can. I'll go to the wedding with her, but then after that, we'll go back to our agreement and keep things strictly professional. Even though it pains me to do it, that might be the best course of action for everyone. Feeling satisfied with my decision, I turn and head back towards my office. I could call my driver, but I figure the walk back will help clear my head, and then I can start going over those architectural plans I've been putting off all day. I'm not more than 10 feet away from the laundromat when a voice stops me in my tracks. "Looking for me?" Rory. I turn quickly, and the sight of her nearly knocks me off my feet, just as it did earlier today, just as it does nearly every time I see her. "Rory! Hi!" I run a hand through my hair and adjust my tie. "Hi? What's up?" I can tell she's a little bit cautious after I snapped at her this morning. "I wanted to apologize for earlier. I shouldn't have been so grouchy when you asked me to have coffee with your friend. I'm just stressed out about a few work projects that are on the go." "Yeah, well, so am I." She still sounds a bit pissed, but at least she's smiling. "I know. I'm an ass." "Yes." Now her tentative grin is stretched into a full-blown smile. "I won't argue with that. But you do have your moments." "I do, don't I?" I grin. She shakes her head. "I just came back to grab some work I forgot." "Did you need anything else?" I shove my hands deep into my pockets. "Yeah, I had a question, actually." "Oh?" I hesitate only for a second, then take a deep breath. "Do you like Korean food?"
24. Rory. So, tell me about your friend Celia and this wedding we're going to, Wes says, a half-hour later when we're nestled into a small table in a bustling Korean restaurant in Lower Manhattan. We're sipping plum wine and waiting for our bulgogi to arrive. I still have a ton of work to get done tonight, but somehow, when Wes showed up in front of my office, I couldn't bring myself to say no to his invitation again. Especially when he looked so cute, standing there and actually looking nervous about asking me to dinner. It's moments like those that remind me so much of the Wes I used to know. We met in our first year of college, I tell him, sipping the sweet plum drink in front of me. She lived down the hall from me, and we both hated our roommates, so we used to spend as much time as possible hiding out from them in the common room. We watched a lot of Friends reruns together, and then, I don't know, we eventually just became friends ourselves. So she's your version of Tyler, he grins. Pretty much. A loud sizzling noise comes from behind us, and we both watch as another table is served with a heaping platter of barbecued beef. The smell makes my stomach growl and my mouth water. And what about her fiancé? Do you approve? Oh, I love Jace. He's a great guy and he's so good to her. Good for her, too, if you know what I mean. She's more relaxed around him, more like the Celia I used to know. She went into corporate law after we graduated, but she was miserable there. Now she and Jace run a bar out in Chicago, and she's so much happier. I miss her like crazy, but I'm happy for her. It's hard when people leave, he says knowingly. The way his eyes flicker away from mine tell me he's not just talking about Celia. He's right, of course. Losing Celia to Chicago was not that different than how I felt when I lost Wes the first time. Though at least with Celia I could be happy for her, knowing that her life was moving in a positive direction and that we would still be friends even without her being in the same city. With Wes, I lost everything, all at once. My boyfriend, my best friend, my first love, and all I got in return was a text message and a postcard. Suddenly, the smell of barbecue beef is making my stomach turn. I nudge the glass of wine in front of me, swirling the liquid around so hard that it sloshes up the sides of the glass. Every time I think I've moved on from that moment, something comes back and slaps me in the face again. I don't know how Wes and I will ever be able to move forward, even as friends, without actually addressing this once and for all. Across the table from me, Wes is quiet, as if he's thinking the same thing. He puts his hands on the table, almost as if he's about to reach for me, but then he hesitates. He leaves his hands palms down on the table, bracing himself. Rory, He licks his lips as I look up. Everything in the restaurant seems to slow, and then stop. Rory, he starts again. About what happened between us. We're interrupted at that exact moment by our waiter and the enormous platters of bulgogi and scallion salad. Wes takes his hands off the table so the server can set the plates down, and then busies himself with serving us the food and topping off our wine. The silence between us stretches out like a canyon. When there's no busy work left for him, Wes finally stops moving his hands and sets them down on the table again. His eyes meet mine, and even in the dim restaurant, they burn so bright that I almost have to look away. Rory, I wanted to apologize for what I did to you back then, when we were in high school. Standing you up like that was despicable, and not a single day has gone by since then that I haven't regretted what I did. The words pierce my heart. I've waited so long to hear them, and somehow I thought they would be immediately healing. But they only leave me more confused than ever. I believe that Wes really is sorry. The remorse in his voice is unmistakable, but I still have more questions than answers. Was it something I did? I ask. It's a question that's haunted me for 12 years, even though I've always hated myself a little bit for it. I should have been angry with him, furious. Instead, part of me wondered if there was something I could have done differently. Something I did that drove him away. "Oh, God, no, Rory, please don't even think that. Please, Roar." His voice sounds desperate now, and I realize I believe him. For the first time in a very long time, I feel something start to loosen inside my chest. I stab a piece of the barbecue beef in front of me and savor the tangy sweet flavor of it. I take my time chewing, partly because it tastes so good and partly because I'm trying to buy time before I say anything to Wes. He's still looking at me expectantly, though, so I swallow and put down my metal chopsticks. "So why'd you do it then?" There it is. The other question I've been holding on to for 12 years. Now out and open, hanging in the air with the scent of barbecue and the sizzling pans and the dull throb of voices in the crowded restaurant. Wes shakes his head. "Because I was an idiot who didn't realize what a good thing he had." "I'm sorry, Rory. I honestly wish I had a better explanation than that." "You deserved so much better. And you do now, too, but that's all I've got." Wes looks so earnest and broken that the thing in my chest loosens another inch. I realize something in that moment. That whatever happened back then hurt Wes almost as much as it hurt me. I still don't really understand why he did what he did, but it helps knowing that he understands how hurtful it was and that it wasn't okay. Wes's hands are still on the table, and I surprise myself by reaching across the black lacquer and stroking his thumb with mine. As soon as I touch him, my own skin starts to sizzle. The heat starts low in my chest and then burns both ways, up to my face and down between my legs. Our history might be complicated, but the attraction between us is simple. It's physical. Chemical, primal, call it what you want, but Wes has a hold on me that I've never been able to break. Maybe I don't want to. We finish the rest of our meal in relative silence, but an unspoken desire shimmers between us. "I'll have my car brought around," Wes says, after we've eaten and he's paid the bill. His car arrives at the restaurant in record time, which is good, because it gives me no time to rethink my decision. The car slides to a stop right in front of us. I can't see inside, thanks to the tinted glass, but Wes opens the back door and gestures for me to get in. A tiny part of my brain is telling me not to do this, that despite the physical pull, this is still all a horribly misguided idea. But the part of me that wants Wes is winning right now. That's the part of me that climbs into that SUV. Wes slides in after me and slams the door behind him. The driver is separated from us by a privacy partition, and even though Wes gives him no signal, he begins driving as soon as Wes is inside the car. I don't have time to wonder where we're going, because then Wes is leaning over and kissing me, covering my mouth with his. In that back seat, his body feels even bigger, more imposing as he covers me. My hands glide over his massive shoulders, his thick biceps, covered in the expensive fabric of his suit jacket. "You know, this outfit you're wearing reminds me of the first time we had dinner together, at Jasmine Thai." I look down, and sure enough, it's the same suit I wore to our dinner meeting. "Though I think you have fewer buttons done up this time." He grins. "Oh, you noticed all my buttons last time?" I laugh, but my cheeks are flushing with embarrassment at the way I had tried to cover myself up in the hopes that it wouldn't ignite anything between us. Apparently, that hadn't exactly worked out. "Of course I did," he says, nuzzling my neck with his teeth. "But you should know that all the buttons in the world couldn't stop me." The hungry look in his eyes tells me that's true. I lick my lips as he deftly undoes the top button on my shirt and then continues to work his way down. God, Rory, he says, pausing to admire his handiwork. You're so fucking gorgeous. He leans his head in, and then he's kissing a line down from my throat to my belly button. One kiss for every button that no longer stands in his way. My skin sears with each place his lips touch down, his kiss branding me as sure as a hot iron. I squirm underneath him, greedy for more of his touch. His big hands move back to my shoulders, pushing off my jacket and now unbuttoned shirt, leaving me in just my bra. Wes looks hungrily at my chest, and under his gaze, I can feel my nipples hardening and poking at the thin lace. Wes palms one of my breasts, running his thumb over my stiff nipple. My breath catches in my throat as desire pulses through me. I reach instinctively for him, pulling him as close to me as I can. My hands go to his tie, loosening it, and then I work the buttons on his shirt the same way he did mine. I need to feel the heat of his chest pressed to mine. I need to lose myself in his body. Our hands move frantically against each other, both of us desperate for as much of the other as we can cram in. I yank at his shirt, tugging it out of his pants and pushing it off his shoulders. There isn't much room in the back of the SUV, but I lean back to take in his sculpted muscles, his perfect chest, the dark nipples that are already puckered and stiff. I scrape a nail over one tight bud and then the other, making Wes groan deep in his throat. He moves in towards me again, more urgent now. Somehow his apology, finally acknowledging the thing that happened before, has broken down another wall between us. In this moment, I feel like I can't get close enough to him. I want to give him my body and take his in return. Wes roughly yanks down the cups of my bra, exposing my breasts entirely. He takes a moment to admire them before dipping his head down and taking one rosy nipple between his teeth. My head falls back as he swirls his tongue around my bud. God, that feels good. He uses his thumb and finger to stroke and twist the other one while he works this ungodly magic with his tongue. My hands go to his hair, pulling him closer to my body, telling him more. More. Wes moves his mouth to my other breast as his hands trail down my body, stroking my stomach and making my muscles flutter. He fumbles with the button of my pants before managing to pop it open, and then he tugs down the zipper. He wrestles with the fabric for a minute before he sits up straight. Up, he commands. I lift my hips just enough to let Wes tug the pants down off my hips, and then I windmill my legs, trying to kick them off the rest of the way. Next time wear a dress, would you, Holloway? He teases. I'm still trying to catch my breath, and all I can do is nod. Then Wes is pulling me onto his lap. I can feel his erection pressing into me, and I'm so wild with desire that I grind my crotch into his, not caring that I'm so wet that I'm probably soaking the front of his pants. Wes groans again, reaching for my hair and tugging at the elastic that's holding my now very messy bun in place. My hair tumbles down around my shoulders, and Wes brings his head forward, burying his face in my locks and inhaling deeply. You haven't changed, Rory. God, you even still smell the same. I want to tell him that I have changed, that I'm not the same naive girl I was then. I want to tell him that he's changed too, or maybe that he never really was the person I thought he was. Instead, I lean forward. Stop talking, I say, before I kiss him again. We move together, grinding as close together as we can, desperate to feel every inch of each other. I want to be inside you, he groans. I told him to stop talking, but I'll let that one slide. I reach for his belt, clawing at it, never letting his lips leave mine. He reaches down to help me with his pants, lifting his hips so I can shove the layers of fabric down over them. He keeps one hand wrapped on the base of his cock, and he rubs the tip against my lace-covered pussy. The sensation makes me squirm, an ache filling me. God, I want him so badly. "Move your panties aside," he whispers huskily. I can only nod and do as he says. I push the gusset of my panties aside, letting him see how wet I am for him. Wes doesn't say anything else. He presses the head of his cock against my seam, running it along the length of me, coating himself in my wetness. I bite my lip as my hips arch towards him. He strokes his cock over my clit, and each time the ridge rubs against me, I shudder. With his free hand, he reaches for his pants and pulls a small foil packet out of the pocket. I bite my lip in anticipation until he reaches down and lifts my hips slightly, positioning me so that I'm right over his cock now. He looks up at me, his deep cobalt eyes meeting mine. There's a question there, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. He's not wondering if I'm ready because that much is clear to both of us. But perhaps he's asking if I want this, if this is good, if this is the right thing for us to be doing. For a moment, I consider his unasked questions. I do want this, that much I know. But I have no idea if it's good or if it's the right thing to do. Actually, scratch that. I know it's probably the wrong thing to do, and yet somehow, hearing Wes apologize and absorbing the regret that seemed to emanate from him, I don't know. It makes me think maybe this could be okay. Maybe this might not be the worst idea in the world. Maybe Wes is one of the good guys after all. Maybe all I need to do is give this a real chance. No contracts, no bullshit, no more walls between us. I let my body provide the answer. I sink down over his cock, sliding over him inch by exquisite inch. It's torture of the best kind. His cock stretches me completely, filling me. And even though I'm on top and I'm setting the pace, it still feels like he's claiming me somehow, like he's marking me as his. When he's deep inside me, we pause. There's a beat. A moment where all we do is look at each other. Those steely blue eyes are the same ones I'd gazed into all those times before. Everything is still the same. Only nothing is the same. I kiss him again, welcoming the excuse to close my eyes. It feels safer that way. We rock together as we kiss, and I wrap my arms around his neck, using his hard body as leverage as I move my hips up and down. Wes and I find a perfect rhythm, and it scares me how easy and natural it is. We still fit together. After all these years, it still just works. Wes touches a place inside me that no one else has ever reached. I chase the climax with my body, rocking faster and grinding into his lap. I almost lose my mind when he reaches down and starts thumbing my clit. He still knows the exact rhythm I like, how to tug at the hood in just the right way. There's a loud moaning noise filling the backseat of the car, and it takes a minute for me to realize it's me. I don't have time to be embarrassed, though, or to worry about whether or not his driver can hear us. The climax is coming on like a freight train now, barreling through my body at a speed that almost breaks me. I clench my pussy around Wes's cock, hugging him as I bounce up and down in his lap. "Fuck, Rory," he groans, his nose in my hair again. "Fuck." I squeeze him one more time before it's all over for me. Before I'm breaking into 1,000 pieces, before I'm melting into pure liquid crystal. It takes Wes only another few thrusts before he grunts, and then he's coming too. His cock pulsing inside me as he spills, everything into the thin layer of rubber that separates us. He doesn't let me go, not even when it's over. His arms stay wrapped around me, his cock nestled inside me until both of us have stopped shaking and our breathing is closer to normal. Finally, he kisses my neck and leans back. "Can I take you home with me?" he asks. It kills me how polite he always is. And it kills me even more that I have to say no to a request like that. "I'm really sorry," I say. "I have so much work to do tonight. As you might recall, I have a very important presentation in a couple of days. And then the day after that, I'm leaving for Connecticut for the wedding. I have a bajillion things to get done before then, and I just..." Wes kisses my lips. "Rory, it's okay. I respect your workload. After all, I'm responsible for at least half of it." He grins again. "I'll drop you off at your place." "Thanks, Wes," I say in relief. And though it's not a lie, I actually do have a bajillion things to do. I also feel like I need a little bit of time to myself to process everything. Every time I see Wes, our relationship seems to twist and morph so fast that I can barely keep track of my own feelings. And even though in moments like this, it feels like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be, I can't shake the nagging thought that lurks at the back of my mind. The one that whispers, "Be careful," over and over and over.
25. Wes. On Thursday, I have Joyce clear my schedule for the entire afternoon. Rory is scheduled to come by and present her concepts for the campaign, and I've been dreaming about seeing her again ever since I dropped her off at her apartment the other day. All our correspondence since then has been over email, and that just isn't enough Rory for me. After I'd apologized to her the other day, I'd felt something open inside me. I didn't realize how long I'd been holding on to that guilt. I'm sure she hasn't forgiven me 100%. That'll take time. But at least she seems open to it. When we'd made love in the back seat, it had felt different than the other times. Like something that had been standing between us was gone now. Of course, there's still all the other stuff, and I have no idea how I'm going to deal with that. But for the first time, I feel strangely confident that maybe Rory and I are strong enough to figure it out. Together. She's supposed to be here at 2:00, and by 1:30, I'm popping out of my office every 5 minutes and scanning the lobby area. Joyce raises her eyebrows every time before throwing her hands up in the air. "Mr. Lake, is there something I can do for you?" Nope. Just waiting for my 2:00. "I'll be sure to alert you when she arrives," she says, sounding equal parts amused and exasperated. "As I always do." Joyce has been with me for almost as long as I've been in this business. She's brusque and efficient and pretty no-nonsense, but she's always had a soft spot for me, I think. She never had any children of her own, even though she's been married for many years. I've never pried, but I think she's felt she missed out on that part of her life. So even though I wouldn't say she mothers me exactly, I think she does view me in a bit of a maternal way. She looks out for me. Every once in a while, she even gives me a much-needed dose of real talk. Right, of course. Thanks. I go back into my office and force myself to sit behind the desk. I have 1,000 things I could be doing right now, but instead I'm pacing around like a little kid on Christmas Eve. It's actually a bit pathetic. Maybe I need Joyce to lecture me or something. Maybe then I could grow a pair. Finally, at a couple minutes to 2, my phone rings. I glance down and see right away that it's Joyce. "Yes?" I pick up the phone so fast I nearly drop the receiver. "Your 2:00 has arrived." Her tone is unmistakably amused. "Thank you." I clear my throat. "Send her in, please." I straighten my tie, smooth down my hair, and try to look cool when Rory walks in. And I manage it. Until someone walks in behind her. "Hi, Wes," Rory says. "You remember my business partner, Kyla, right?" "Right, of course." I stand up and shake Kyla's hand, even though what I want to do is throw her out my office window. Okay, not really. But I wish I'd known Rory wasn't going to be coming to this alone. At least I could have tempered my expectations. "Nice to see you again." I lead them down the hallway to the conference room, ignoring the feeling of Joyce's eyes following us as we go. My personal life is none of her business, and she'd never dare ask. But I also know the woman isn't stupid. We get to the conference room, and I hold the door open for them. The lights come on automatically, illuminating the room that's designed in the same style as my office. White, steel, glass. Clean, modern. I flick a switch that lowers the projector screen, and then another one that raises the projector out to the center of the table. I see Kyla looking around, impressed, and Rory elbowing her. I bite back a chuckle. "Just plug your laptop in here," I say, gesturing to the projector. "And then the floor is all yours." "Thanks, Wes." Rory has her professional voice on, I can tell. Not to mention that fucking pantsuit again, which is somehow so awful it's sexy again. Or maybe it's just the way Rory wears it. With those curves, the woman could make a lunch lady uniform look sexy. She leans over to grab the cord for the projector, and I get a glimpse of the cleavage hidden by her button-down. Damn. Does she want me concentrating on her presentation or not? Rory gets the laptop connected, and a presentation appears on the screen. It's just a PowerPoint, but it looks nice, with a subtle marigold in the bottom corner. Rory and Kyla exchange a few whispers, and then Rory straightens up and faces me. "Thank you for having us here today," she says. I can tell she's a bit nervous, but she's holding it together well. "I want to stress that these are our preliminary ideas, and obviously anything can be revised to suit your gold legs and preferences." I lean back in my chair and nod. "Sounds great." They exchange another look, and then Kyla takes over, walking me through a couple of similar campaigns that they want to target and why those worked. They've obviously put in the time and done their homework on this. They have stats and projections, and even a breakdown on the most cost-effective channels for reaching our target audience. And when Kyla is done with the background and metrics, Rory takes over again. "As I mentioned to you earlier, our plan is to focus on the actual new hires and let them tell their own stories. What their lives are like before and after starting at Gold Lake. Maria Costa was a perfect candidate for this. Her story really touched me, and I think it will resonate with a lot of other women. So this week, we met with Maria, with our videographer in tow, and let her do just that. Tell her story." With a click of the mouse, the video launches into full screen. I don't recognize the woman on screen. I haven't actually met her yet, but I know it's the woman whose resume Rory passed along a couple of weeks ago. Maria. She's a pretty woman, youngish, with long dark hair that's pulled back over her shoulders. Rory has good instincts. The woman on the screen seems warm and friendly and competent. Exactly the kind of spokesmodel who would work well in a campaign like this. I lean back and watch the video play. "I came here from Brazil 3 years ago," Maria is saying, "but a year later, I lost my husband." She keeps telling her story about the death of her husband and how she's worked to support her son, how he struggled to fit in at his school. I don't mind admitting that my eyes mist over a little as she talks. Her story is hard to hear, and Rory and Kyla have layered it perfectly with still photos of her family and some instrumental music. Nothing too over-the-top cheesy, but enough that it pulls at the heartstrings. The video plays on, the music shifting and getting more upbeat. "We've made it work, though, my son and I. We found an apartment at Elmwood Gables, which is part of the state's community housing initiative, and I found a volunteer job at the community center just down the street. I'm helping get the community garden off the ground, and my son, Bruno, loves coming to work with me on the weekends and playing in the dirt." Maria smiles, and I feel my stomach turn over. The video cuts to footage of Maria and her son walking through the community center, waving at someone, and then emerging out into a blooming garden. But I can barely focus on the screen. Nausea creeps through me. I clench my fists under the table as the video plays on, showing off more shots of the community garden. It segues from there into shots of the Gold Lake offices, Maria talking eloquently about how happy she is to be working here, growing her skills, and learning from her mentor. It's exactly the kind of testimonial we wanted. But of course, Maria's apartment and the community center are right in the middle of our target demolition area. My mind is whirring. We can't have an ad featuring someone who's going to be displaced by our development project. I mean, the whole point of this hiring initiative is to make us look like the good guys, despite the fact that we're tearing down community resources. This is going to completely backfire on us if we go this route. I force myself to stare unblinking at the screen while the video wraps up. "Getting this opportunity has been life-changing," she's saying now. "As a project manager, I'm already getting to work with some of the best in the business. Gold Lake has really changed my life. For the first time in a long time, I can't wait to see what happens next." The video fades to black, and Rory smiles at me expectantly as Kyla flicks the lights back on. I scrub my hand over my jaw, pretending to think. Rory keeps smiling, but as the silence stretches on, her expression starts to get more and more tense. She twists her hands together. "We used our own videographer for this, but obviously we could go with a more professional company if you prefer. We like the sort of handheld look. But if that's not your thing, we can—" She trails off, studying me. I set my hands down on the glossy white table in front of me. "I'm just not sure it's the right approach," I say. "Oh." Rory's face falls, and she and Kyla exchange a nervous glance. "Is there any particular reason?" I shake my head. "I'm just not feeling it." They exchange another look. Rory licks her lips nervously. "It's just any specific feedback you can give us will help us make tweaks to get it more to your liking." I shrug. "I don't know what to tell you. I just wasn't feeling the video. Too touchy-feely for me. It's not on brand for Gold Lake." Rory nods, latching onto my comment. "Okay. Thanks, Wes. We'll take this back and work on something else. When would you like to see a revised proposal?" "Next week is fine." "Do you need me for anything else?" I don't think so." "Good." I stand up. "Thank you for your time. Please set something up with Joyce for next week." I leave them standing there in the conference room as I stride back to my office. My stomach clenches with guilt for the way I shut down their proposal. But this whole thing is just a fucking disaster waiting to happen. The whole point is to draw attention away from what we're doing. And somehow, Rory has managed to create a video that does exactly the opposite. I try not to think about the expression on her face as I walked out of the room. I know Rory well enough to know that she puts her heart into everything she does, and she no doubt is taking this personally. But there was no way I could tell her the real reason we can't use the video. Not unless I want to tell her everything, and that can't happen. Not yet. Not until I figure out how to do it, without destroying everything we have. As soon as I get back to my office, I close the door and go to the window. I watch the city sprawled out below. I try to remind myself that Gold Lake is on the cusp of something huge, that this project is the culmination of my life's work to date. It would be crazy to let my feelings for Rory get in the way of that. So why do I feel like handing in my fucking resignation and whisking Rory away to a remote island where we never have to talk or think about Elmwood Gables again? As I stand there, I promise myself that I'll make it up to her this weekend, at the wedding, where we can get away from this city and from work, where it can just be the two of us, alone in a cozy bubble, free to be together the way we were maybe always meant to be. And then, when we get back, I'm going to figure out what the hell to do about everything else. In the meantime, I think of something concrete that I can do. I think of Maria in that video, helping her son with his homework the same way my mother used to, walking him to a public school that looks like it's 2 steps away from being shuttered. My mother deserved more opportunities back then. But maybe so did I. I go out into the reception area to find Joyce. "Yes, Mr. Lake," she says without looking up from her typing. "I need you to do me a favor." "Yes?" "Find the best private schools in the vicinity of the Elmwood Gables Community Housing Zone. Elementary and high school, both. Find out how much it would cost for a kid to go to school there. Uniforms, tuition, books, whatever. The total cost of the entire education. Pick the 2 best. Most expensive. Then get me a meeting with the school's heads, or director of the board. I don't care. Whoever they've got making decisions over there." Joyce is looking at me curiously, but I'm already disappearing back into my office. "Can I tell them what it's in regard to?" "Yeah. Tell them I want to do something good."
26. Rory. As soon as the glass door of Gold Lake's conference room swings shut, Kyla and I exchange a glance. Is it just me or did that not go well?" she says, tucking her hair nervously behind her ear. I yank the cord out of the laptop to disconnect it from the projector. "It's not just you." "Is he always like that?" I shake my head. He isn't, but I can't exactly tell Kyla that he's normally sweet and kind and generous. Maybe I just don't know Gold Lake Wes. I rack my brain for any kind of clue as to what could have caused his reaction to the video. He'd already approved the idea and concept, and I know he understands that the whole point of the video is to appeal to other women who might want to apply to the program. Maybe it was a tad on the touchy-feely side, but it's not like that can't be edited down. If it's just the tone that's wrong, we can fix that. But Wes had pretty much dismissed the entire thing. "I don't know," I tell Kyla honestly. "But I think I need a drink." We make our way out of the Gold Lake offices and down to Veneer, a Manhattan bar where Celia's fiancé, Jace, actually used to be a bartender. The service has definitely gone downhill since he left, but they still make one of the best grilled cheese sandwiches in the city. The bar is kind of a dive, but at 3 p.m, it's filled with a cheerful assortment of college students, late lunchers, and a few solitary people hunched over laptops and nursing pints that were probably poured hours ago. Kyla and I tuck ourselves into a back corner booth and order beers and grilled cheese sandwiches. "So, what are we going to do about this proposal?" she asks, sipping from the drink the bartender drops off. I shake my head. "Ugh, I don't want to talk about it now." It's a lie, of course. I want to talk about it badly. But what I want to talk about is Wes and why he's been behaving so strangely. But since Kyla doesn't know anything about the fact that I'm sleeping with him, I can't exactly bring it up. In fact, Celia's probably the only person I could talk to about it with. But she's up to her neck in last-minute wedding preparations right now, and no way am I going to interrupt her so that I can moan about men. "We kind of have to," Kyla points out. I sigh. Why does she have to be so obnoxious and right? You're right, but I don't know where to start. Do we scrap the whole concept entirely? Kyla pushes her pint over and hauls the laptop out of her bag. She flips it open to the presentation and starts scrolling through the slides. I'm still convinced the stats are compelling, Kyla says, running through the numbers. Me too. And he seemed on board for that part. I kept sneaking glances at him and he was definitely nodding along like he was in agreement. Okay, monitoring his reaction wasn't the only reason I kept sneaking glances at him, but it's the only reason I have to tell Kyla about. So, it was just the video that threw him off. Yeah. I frown. I mean, I get it if he didn't like the quality or something about the editing or whatever, but he'd already approved the concept. And it's a good concept, I know it is. I haven't been doing the marketing thing a long time, but I know it works. The best campaigns create an emotional connection without being fake or cheesy. And maybe I lack objectivity here, but I really think this video concept achieves that. So what's Wes's problem? Kyla gnaws at her lip as we both watch the video again. It's hard to hear in the bar, but we practically have the whole thing memorized by now. When it finishes, she shakes her head. I don't know, Rory. I still think it's good. Do you think he'd go for it if we just toned it down a little? I nod thoughtfully. Maybe. Let's start brainstorming some alternate approaches, but let me talk to him. Maybe I can get some more intel on exactly what he didn't like about it. Sure. Do you think that'll work? I have no idea. At this moment, I have no idea what's going on with Wes. But I'm hoping that being away at the wedding this weekend will help clarify things. Away from work, away from our obligations. Maybe we can finally sort out whatever it is that's going on between us, once and for all. I take the train into Connecticut that night, then take an Uber to the hotel. Celia has a bunch of things planned for the wedding party, starting bright and early tomorrow morning, so I figured it made the most sense to come in tonight instead of rushing on Friday. I check in at the hotel, but I don't even make it to my room before I hear someone screaming my name. I peek into the bar and see Celia and a group of people clustered around a low table, lounging in low black leather chairs and holding fancy cocktail glasses. I drop my suitcase, and Celia and I fly across the room, embracing each other and spinning around like loons. I am so happy to see you, I gush. I can't believe the rush of warmth that comes over me at seeing my BFF again. Everything is right with the world again. I know, it's been too long. If I'd known I had to organize a whole wedding just to see you again, I might have thought twice about leaving New York. I heard that, Jace says from behind us. He's chuckling, and I pull away from Celia and give him a hug, too. Sorry, honey, Celia deadpans. Sisters before misters. He nods agreeably, grinning. Can't argue with that logic. Where's Wes? Celia asks, looking behind me. He's not coming until Saturday. He has work, and I figured he'd be bored trying to entertain himself while I'm off with you. I don't mention the fact that things ended on a weird note with him today. He did text me while I was on the train, though. Just a quick message to say he was sorry about how the meeting had went and that he was looking forward to this weekend. So that made me feel marginally better. Makes sense. Everyone here is really anxious to meet him. Trent and Luke were grilling me about him, especially after they found out he was in real estate development. They were asking me questions about his projects, and I'm like, guys, I have no sweet clue. All I know is his eyes are blue, and that according to you, he has a great ass. Celia! I smack her arm playfully. You did not tell them that. Okay. No, I didn't mention that part, but I know they're looking forward to meeting him. Maybe they're hoping he can help them open up some new stores in New York. That would be awesome. Celia's fiancé, Jace, is the brother of Trent and Luke Whitaker, the founders of Loft and Barn, one of the country's preeminent home furnishings lines. Their stuff is absolutely beautiful and all designed and prototyped by Luke, himself. But it's hard to get a hold of around here. There are a few stores in Manhattan, but they're all so small that they don't keep much inventory on hand. To get to the bigger stores, you have to go way outside the city, and who really wants to do that? Come on, come have a drink with us. Can I go put my luggage away first? Celia raises her eyebrows. Is that a serious question? Drink first, luggage later, and you have to do what I say because I'm the bride. I pretend to roll my eyes. You're going to be completely insufferable this weekend, aren't you? You know it, she grins, linking her arm through mine and leading me over to the seating area, where I'm enveloped in warm camaraderie and ice-cold vodka.
27. Wes. On Saturday, I drive down to Connecticut on my own. Rory left a couple of days earlier to do her maid of honor stuff. Even after 2 days, I miss seeing her, miss talking to her. I didn't see her for 12 years. But now, 2 days is too long. I listened to music the entire way there. Mostly old stuff I haven't listened to since high school. Stuff that reminds me of Rory, of tearing around Highfield in my Sunfire, trying to impress her by speeding through yellow lights and passing anyone who dared to drive the speed limit, which also makes me chuckle, recalling how often she used to roll her eyes at me. I lean on the gas now, too, but it isn't because I have anyone to show off for. It's because I'm anxious to see Rory again, anxious about how this weekend will go, anxious about everything. I have an overwhelming desire to make sure the weekend goes well. The drive is only a couple of hours, even accounting for weekend traffic, but I do it in just over half that. As soon as I get to the hotel, I check in. Despite Rory's concerns, the hotel still had rooms available, and I was booked into a room a couple of floors below hers. The rational part of me knew this was for the best, but there was an animal part of me that wished Rory and I were sharing a room. I drop my stuff off and text her to let her know I'm here. Even though I'm early, she responds right away, telling me to stop by her room. I hesitate only long enough to pull on a clean shirt and then take the elevator up to the 21st floor. Rory takes a few minutes answering the door, and as soon as she does, I can tell why. Fun night last night? I smirk. Remind me not to mix vodka and Red Bull ever again. She rubs her fingers against her temples. Her auburn hair is piled up on top of her head, and her eyes are dark with yesterday's makeup. She's wearing a short lavender-colored robe that shows off her bare legs. I try not to spend too much time letting my gaze linger there, but, well, it's hard. The woman really does have killer legs. All those years of high school volleyball. There's a silence in the room that stretches between us. I don't know if it's because she's hungover, or if it's residual tension left over from the presentation. I'd apologized over text message, and she'd seemed to accept that. But I knew I still owed her more than that. Look, I'm sorry about Thursday. Your presentation was really good, and I should have given it more thought before I dismissed it. She shrugs. That's okay. You're the client. If you don't like something, you don't have to pretend you do. It's not that, Rory. I really did like it. God, I can't explain to her the real reason we can't feature her friend Maria in a video. Maybe we can just find someone with less of a sad story? Focus less on the hardships and more on the work. What do you think? She nods, clearly relieved. Another wave of guilt washes over me. Yeah, that's great. We can do that. Good. Now, let's make a deal not to talk about work the rest of the weekend. Does that sound good to you? Absolutely. Now, tell me about this bachelorette party. Did you have a lot of penises? Rory tilts her head up. Her spark is back. I'll have you know it was a very classy affair. Not a penis in sight. Really? I raise my eyebrows. So, what's that? I gesture at the desk behind her, where a tumbler half filled with orange juice sits. Sticking out of the glass is a bright purple penis straw. Rory glances over her shoulder, Her cheeks turn a particularly vibrant shade of pink. Okay, there may have been a small amount of penises. A small amount. A perfectly reasonable amount. I'd say that's really a matter of perspective. From where I'm standing, for instance, anything above one penis is probably too many penises. Well, you're in luck. I expect the wedding to be virtually penis-free. Hearing Rory say the word penis that many times in a row is starting to have an embarrassing effect on me, so I changed the subject. How was the rehearsal dinner? Also penis-free, Rory laughs. Now I think she's just doing this to torment me. She opens the door wider, beckoning me into the room. I sneak a glance around. Even though she's only been here 2 nights, her things are strewn across the room. I've never been to her apartment in Brooklyn, but somehow I picture her bedroom there looking exactly the same. Maybe a little worse. What time does this thing start again? I say, trying to avert my eyes from the sight of her bra draped over the desk chair. Not because I'm embarrassed to look at it, but because the thought of Rory sliding it off her shoulders is enough to make my little problem worse. The wedding is at 3. Then I'll have to go off and do photos with the wedding party. The bar will be open by then, though, and there will be past appetizers while people mingle. That's the only time you'll have to be alone. I hope that's okay. Rory gnaws her lips, and I realize she's actually concerned about me. I'll be fine, I assure her. Honestly, don't spend a minute worrying about me. This day is for your friend, and you should be there for her, whatever she needs. Thanks, Wes, she says, relief covering her face. The sound of my name on her lips is almost as dangerous for me as the word penis. I clear my throat and shove my hands deep in my pockets. What are you doing before that? Do you want to get some lunch? She shakes her head. Sorry, I have to meet Celia and the other girls. Hair and makeup stuff. Right. So you're not going to the wedding like that? I gesture at the messy way she has her hair twisted up. She pats it, her face turned in mock concern. What? You don't think this looks good? I always think you look beautiful, I say. The words take us both by surprise. Rory's cheeks go bright pink again, which only makes her look even more beautiful. I imagine that flush spreading down her neck, across her chest, warming the skin beneath that little purple robe. Right, she says. She twists her lips, like she's trying to make up her mind about something, but she just gives her head a light shake. Well, I have to jump in the shower and then meet Celia. Do you want to meet up after we're done with the prep? I tell her sure. I hesitate for a second, then give her a quick peck on the cheek before I leave the room. It wasn't all I wanted to do, but it's all I'll let myself do. For now. I decide to shower and change into my suit before I head downstairs. I'm not sure what Rory will need me for after she's done her salon trip, and I figure I might as well be ready. After I'm done, I make my way down to the lobby and look around for the bar. A quick drink might help take my mind off the half-naked woman I just left behind. I cross through the lobby, and that's when I see her. Fuck. I debate ducking into the bar before she sees me, but it's already too late. She's spotted me. Wes? Westlake? Oh my goodness, honey, look! It's Westlake! I plaster on a grin and walk over to them. Hi, Mrs. Holloway, I say, sticking out my hand to shake Rory's mother's hand. She ignores my handshake and pulls me into a hug. Guilt fills me. I haven't seen her since a couple of days before the prom. A couple of days before I fucked everything up completely. Call me Janine, you silly boy, she says. She takes a step back and looks me up and down. My goodness, you've grown into such a handsome young man. Not so young anymore. Well, in comparison to us, you're still young. She smiles. I glance over at Mr. Holloway and reach my hand out again. He takes it grudgingly, not quite meeting my eye. Well, I can't say I blame the guy for hating me. If some kid stood up my daughter, I'd probably try to have him killed. "What are you two doing here?" I ask, trying not to sound as nervous as I feel. "We're here for the wedding, silly. Rory mentioned you were coming too." I wish she'd mentioned to me that her parents would be coming, I think. But I force another smile. "Great. I didn't realize you knew Celia. I thought she was Rory's friend from college." "Oh, she was. But those two were inseparable for years. Celia spent all kinds of time at our house, and we got to know her quite well. We're actually doing the flowers for the wedding." "Did Rory tell you?" I shake my head. "No, she didn't mention that. Are Emma and Blake here too?" I glance around nervously. Rory's parents might be too polite to say anything, but I wouldn't put it past her sisters to give me hell. "Yes, they're great friends of Celia's too. Blake drove in with us, and Emma was taking the train in today. What time was she getting in, Tom?" Tom, Rory's dad, glances down at his watch. "Oh, around about noon, I think." "Oh, that's soon." "Well, don't let me keep you," I say hastily, anxious to get away. "We'll see you later, right, Wes?" Janine says. "I'd love to hear what you're up to these days." "Sure, yeah, of course." I say my goodbyes and make a quick exit to the bar, where I order a double scotch, neat. I down half of it in one gulp. I wish I had known Rory's family was going to be here. Would I have still agreed to come? Well, probably, but at least I would have been mentally prepared. I know what it is that's eating away at me. It's guilt. I know that what I did back then was unforgivable, and even though Rory seems to be putting it behind her, I have no expectations that her family should be as charitable. And of course, if they knew what I was doing now, well, I'd kick my own ass if I was any one of them. I finish the rest of my scotch in one swallow and rest my elbows on the gleaming ebony bar. I'm about to start feeling sorry for myself and questioning all my life choices when two guys stumble into the bar laughing. They're both wearing tuxes, and I glance over as they grab seats at the bar next to me. "Let me guess, you're here for the wedding." It's not like me to make conversation with strangers at a bar, but they seem so jovial that the words just come out of my mouth. "What gave it away?" the taller one asks innocently, while the other grins. "I don't know, I just have a sixth sense about this kind of thing." I grin back. "In fact, judging by those pocket squares, I'm gonna guess you're part of the wedding party." "Are you saying real men don't wear lavender?" The other one chuckles. "Never." I hold my hands up in mock innocence. "Good guess, though," the taller of the two says. "We're here for our brother Jace's wedding." "Jace, as in Jace and Celia, right?" "Right." He looks surprised. "Are you a friend of the bride?" "Sort of. I'm here with Rory Holloway." "Oh." The two exchange a knowing glance. I look back and forth between them. "What?" "Nothing. Let me buy you a drink." The taller one claps me on the back. He orders 3 scotches, and they're delivered almost instantly. We're the only patrons in the bar right now, so the bartender looks glad to have something to do for a minute. The other guy holds up his glass. "To happy times and happy couples, and hiding out in the bar to temporarily avoid them." I laugh as we all clink glasses and echo his toast. "Wes, right?" the tall one says, after he's taken a swallow of the drink in front of him. "Yeah, sorry, Westlake." I hold out my hand. "Trent Whitaker. This is my brother, Luke. Rory says you're the most handsome half of Gold Lake Developments." I nod, pushing down the tiny thrill I get from knowing she was talking about me at all. "Yeah, that's right. You're the one planning to develop that public land out in the Lower East Side." My stomach turns to a brick. How the fuck did he know that? "Where'd you hear that?" I ask, keeping my voice level. "Word gets around," he grins. "We're looking for retail space out in that area, and one of our sources tipped us off that you might be the man to talk to. Couldn't believe our good luck when we found out Rory was bringing you here this weekend." I swallow. My throat feels like it's coated in ash. Sorry, I didn't catch what kind of business you're in. We run a furniture company. Loft and Barn. Loft and Barn. I curse myself for not recognizing the Whitaker name. I've heard of Loft and Barn, of course. Have a few of their pieces myself. No one makes an unbreakable bed like Luke Whitaker. And I'd heard that they were chasing properties out in the New York City area. I just had no idea they were interested in mine. I raised my eyebrows. No kidding. Rory didn't mention that. I hope you guys didn't bore to death with questions about the space. I try to laugh, but what I really want to do is put my fist through the bar. The thought that they might have inadvertently mentioned something to Rory is making my stomach feel like I'm on a ship that's about to sink. He shakes his head, chuckling. Nah, the way those girls have carried on these past couple of days, neither of us got a word in edgewise. I relax just a fraction. Maybe this is still going to be okay. As long as they don't mention anything to Rory, I can get out of this unscathed. I still have to figure out what to do when we get back to the city, though. I'm going to have to come clean about the whole thing, even if it means she's going to hate my guts. There's no way Levi is going to agree to back out of the deal, and I don't want to hurt Rory any more than I already have. So telling her seems to be the least destructive option, even though the very thought of it brings a wave of bile into the back of my throat. Good, I say, nodding. I prefer not to talk shop this weekend, if it's all the same to you. Don't want anyone thinking I latched onto this wedding just to drum up business with the guests. Totally get it, Trent says, with a quick nod of his own. But we're definitely going to be in touch after this is all over. Absolutely, sure. The silence digs in between us, but fortunately, Trent's phone buzzes, and he reaches into the pocket of his jacket to grab it. He glances down at the screen and then turns to his brother. We're being summoned to the suite. Pre-wedding toasts and some more photos. Luke downs the rest of his drink. Let's go, then. Don't want to keep the bride and groom waiting. The two men slide off their bar stools, but Trent pauses before they go. Hey, Wes, why don't you join us for a drink? I shake my head. I shouldn't. I don't want to intrude on family time. He shakes his head. You wouldn't be. Totally informal. Plus, I know Celia's dying to meet you. He flashes me a grin, and I swallow. I know this comes back to Rory again, and I have to remind myself to be cool. Sure, that sounds great. Thanks for the invite. We signal the bartender and settle up the tab. Then I follow Trent and Luke out of the bar and towards the bank of elevators.
28. Rory. Don't cry, I laugh, wiping at the corner of my eye. Because if you cry, I'm going to cry, and then we're going to have to get the makeup artist back in here. Celia laughs and dabs at the corner of her own eye. I can't help it. I'm just so happy. We're standing in the suite that's been delegated for the women to get ready, though we're expecting the guys to join us any moment. We've been primed, pinned, prodded, and bustled into our dresses, and now the only thing left to do is enjoy the time we have before Celia and Jace walk down the aisle. The dress turned out beautiful, I tell Celia again, for probably the 100th time. I can't believe how amazing she looks. Her black hair is pinned back into an elegant chignon, held in place with amethyst-studded pins. Her earrings are amethyst, too, to match the engagement ring Jace had bought her. Her dress is not quite ivory, but not quite stark white, and it feels just a touch vintage, with its lace overlay and the way it's nipped in at the waist. Bree really outdid herself, Celia murmurs, turning to admire her reflection in the mirror again. Only because I had such a good model, Bree insists. She's one of Celia's new friends from Chicago, and I liked her instantly from the minute I met her. All of Celia's new friends are really nice, and even though there are times I miss her like crazy and wish she would come back to New York, I'm glad that she seems to be thriving out there. Bree is another one of her bridesmaids. along with a girl named Hannah. We're all gathered in the room now, sipping champagne in our lavender-colored bridesmaid dresses. The hotel room has a beautiful view of the river that runs right through the middle of Ambleside, and the mid-afternoon sun is streaming through the window. It's a perfect moment, and I have to look away as I dab at my eye again. "Stop it," Celia laughs, catching me despite my attempts at discretion. "We're putting a moratorium on crying. It's official." I laugh. "Fine. I'll try my best." At that moment, the door opens, and the guys all tumble in, laughing about something. There's Jace, the groom, plus his two brothers, Trent and Luke. Trent is Hannah's husband, and Luke is engaged to be married to Bree. The three couples are all extremely close, and for half a second, I feel just a tiny bit left out. I don't even have anyone to walk down the aisle with. Celia and Jace have an uneven number of attendants, so it was decided that Luke and Bree would go down the aisle together first, followed by Hannah and Trent, and then me by myself. When we'd first discussed it, I didn't mind. I still don't, really. But seeing the guys all spill into the room and head straight for their beloveds sends an unwelcoming pang of longing through my chest. Until I see him. Wes. He follows the other three guys into the hotel suite tentatively, as if he isn't quite sure he belongs here. He scans the room, his eyes searching for something, until they land on me. Then they stop. His expression changes. It cycles from uncertain to hesitant to relieved to something else. Something like reverence. I feel a flush creep across my skin and catch Celia watching me curiously in the mirror. I cross the room towards Wes. "Hi." "Hi." He clears his throat. His eyes travel the length of my body, and even though it's covered in full-length lilac chiffon, I get the strangest feeling that I'm wearing significantly less. Under Wes's gaze, I feel exposed. Seen. "You look beautiful." His voice is deep, and my longing only deepens with it. "Thanks. I clean up okay, right?" I add to lighten the mood. "Yeah, you do." His gaze still hasn't come off me, and suddenly I feel the eyes of everyone else in the room on us. I give my head a little shake and turn to face them. "Everyone, this is Wes Lake. We went to high school together, and he agreed to be my date today. Wes, this is everyone." Wes exchanges greetings with everyone, while I avoid meeting Celia's eyes. I don't know why. Because I'm afraid she'll see something in the way Wes and I look at each other, or because I'm afraid she won't. "We were told there'd be champagne here," Jace's brother Luke says, looking around the room. "Please," Celia says, rolling her eyes. "Of course there is. You might have to open a fresh bottle, though." Luke heads to the bar fridge and pulls out an icy bottle of Dom Perignon. While he busies himself with opening it, I turn back to Wes. "I didn't expect to see you here," I say quietly. "I ran into Trent and Luke in the bar. They invited me up. I hope that's okay." "Of course." "Good. It's not bad luck to see you in your dress or anything, is it?" he teases. I laugh. "No. That's only for the bride and groom, and as you can see, Celia and Jace are already bucking that rule, so I think we're safe." "Good, because I have to be honest. I'd probably have been willing to risk it. You truly look beautiful, Rory." He looks me up and down again, and goosebumps speckle my arms. We're standing close to each other now, so close that I can feel the heat of his body radiating in the air between us. I want to press myself against the length of him, let him wrap his arms around me, feel his lips against mine. "Too bad there are so many people in this hotel room," Wes murmurs. Well, you know, we have 2 other hotel rooms that are perfectly empty right now. Wes's eyes blaze, but at that moment, we're interrupted by Luke, who hands us champagne glasses. "Here you go," he announces. Then he winks. "Nice and refreshing. Cool you off." My cheeks blaze, but Wes chuckles, and Luke has already turned away, pouring more champagne and handing out glasses. When everyone has a glass, Jace steps into the middle of the room. "I'd like to make a toast," he says. The chatter in the room stops as everyone turns their attention to him. He looks nervous suddenly, with all eyes on him. "First, I want to thank all of you for being here with us and helping to make our day so special." Wes looks slightly uncomfortable, and I know he probably feels a bit out of place being here with these people he barely knows. Without thinking about it, I slip my hand into his and squeeze. I'm glad he's here, and I know that's enough for Celia. Wes looks down, surprised, but he squeezes my hand in return as we both turn back to Jace. "Of course, the person I want to thank the most is Celia," he says, turning to his bride-to-be. "Somehow I convinced her to marry me, and I thank God every day that she was crazy enough to say yes. When someone comes into your life like this, someone who makes you feel alive and like the person you're meant to be, then you do anything you can to hang on to them. I'm so grateful that I'm going to get to spend the rest of my life with this amazing woman." Celia wipes away a tear and laughs. "Jace, I put a moratorium on crying. You're not helping my cause." "I'm sorry, babe," he chuckles. "It's just that you make me want to shout it from the rooftops. But I'll wrap it up because we have to get going soon." He lifts his glass up. "To perfect love, finding it, having it, and holding on to it forever." We all lift our glasses and then drink. I can't resist sneaking a glance over at Wes. He sips his champagne along with the rest of us, but I can't read the expression on his face. As I study him, his eyes flick over to mine. For a second, our gazes lock. Then he throws back the rest of his champagne. "I should go," he says to me quietly. "I think I forgot something in my room. I'll meet you down in the reception area?" "Sure." I nod, but I feel confused by a sudden change in demeanor. Was he overwhelmed being in here with the wedding party? Was Jace's speech too sappy for him? I watch as he discreetly eases out of the room, and then catch Celia watching me. "Rory, can you help me with something in the bedroom?" she asks. "I can help you, babe," Jace says, but Celia shakes her head. "It's a girl thing. I need Rory." She looks pointedly at me. "Sure." I shrug and follow her into the bedroom part of the suite, where she closes the door behind us. "Holy smokestack," she says as soon as the door clicks shut. "What?" "That man is... Wow!" "Wes?" She rolls her eyes. "No, Richard Nixon." "Yeah, he's not unattractive." "Not unattractive. Yes, that's exactly the way I describe him," she says, laughing. "And the way he looked at you, well, I can see why you didn't waste any time falling into bed with him." "It's not like that," I protest. "Like what?" "Like whatever you're thinking. It's just a physical thing." "Mm-hmm." "What?" "It is. Now, what do you want me to help you with?" "Nothing. I just needed an excuse to get you alone." "Why? So you could grill me about Wes?" Yes, I'm your best friend, and it's my wedding day. If there was ever a day I deserved the inside scoop, this is it." I brush off her comment. "There is no inside scoop. I work for him. We're sleeping together. That's pretty much the whole story." "With the way he looked at you, Rory, that is so not the whole story." I finger the fabric of my dress, not quite able to meet her eyes. How does Wes look at me? What did Celia see exactly, and do I even want to know? We're saved at that moment by the sound of someone rapping on the door. "Ready, babe? We should get downstairs." Jace's voice comes from the other side. "We're ready," she says. She links her arm through mine. "Right?" "Right." I smile, and we rejoin the group. 29. Rory. "More champagne?" Wes asks, holding the bottle up. "Sure." I nudge my glass over towards him, and he tops it up before refilling his own. We're sitting at the table in the reception hall, watching a few brave souls out on the dance floor. The wedding went by without a hitch. I survived my walk down the aisle by myself. It had helped, of course, that Wes caught my eye as soon as I made it to the front, and gave me a wink and a grin. The ceremony was beautiful and was followed by a surprisingly delicious dinner. I'd even managed to give my maid of honor speech without completely losing it or totally embarrassing myself. All my obligations are done with now, and Jace and Celia are in that delirious newlywed haze where they're making heart eyes at each other, regardless of where they each are in the room. It's pretty adorable, actually. Whatever weirdness was going on with Wes earlier seems to have mostly dissipated, and he's been sweet throughout the whole evening, always making sure my glass is full, pushing my chair in for me every time I come back to the table. He even made polite conversation with my parents and sisters. Mom was a little over the top. Champagne will do that to her, but at least Emma held her tongue. There still seems to be something eating at him, though, and all through the evening. I sneak glances at him, trying to read between the lines of his expression. This time, he catches me watching him and smiles. I smile back, but maybe a bit hesitantly because there's something almost sad in his expression. A silence grows between us. I scan the room because it's easier than looking at Wes. Celia catches my eye, and she looks questioningly at me. I just give her a small wave, though. I definitely don't want her spending any of her wedding night worrying about me. I don't even know what I'd tell her if she asked. My feelings for Wes are confusing as hell, and I don't think I could explain them even if I wanted to. There are times he seems incredibly sweet, and like he might have real feelings for me. But then he always pulls back. And I have no idea if that's because of this dumb contract or if it's for another reason. Maybe the same reason he pulled away the first time, whatever that was. And I don't know if this is what I want anyway. The way I feel in Wes's presence is indescribable. Like I'm in exactly the right place with exactly the right person. But there always seems to be something holding us back. Something murky that I can't quite see or touch. Something that I don't understand. Then again, maybe I don't want to. What we have feels tenuous at best. Like even a light breeze might scatter everything to the wind, just as it did 12 years ago. That's it, I realize, stopping with my champagne glass halfway to my lips. It's that with Wes, I always feel like I'm holding my breath. Like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. The thought fills me with a kind of wordless sadness. What kind of relationship can you have when you're always waiting for the floor to fall out from beneath you? "Would you like to dance?" Wes says, interrupting my train of thought. The wedding's almost over and we haven't even had a dance yet. When I look over at him, he's holding his hand out. His smile is so sweet and earnest. And I know this is another one of those moments that he'll pull me in and make me forget all my doubts. I decide to let him. Sure. I put my hand in his, and he leads me onto the dance floor. As soon as we get out there, the pop song that was playing is replaced by a ballad. Good timing, Wes says with a grin. Or bad, depending on how you look at it. I was looking forward to seeing some of your kung fu fighting moves. He chuckles. Those are in my past, I'm afraid. He wraps his hands around my waist and draws me close to him. As soon as his arms are around me, my body relaxes. All my confused feelings take a back seat to the sensation of his body firm against mine, of his hands skimming over my hips. It feels like this is where I'm meant to be, even if my head doesn't always agree. I lay my head against his chest as we sway to the music. I'm acutely aware of every inch of Wes's body, even though I try to relax and enjoy dancing with him. All I can think about is what else we could be doing right now. I get the feeling Wes is entertaining the same idea, because he pulls me closer to him and his hands slip lower. Not quite on my ass, but not chastely on my waist anymore either. Is it wrong that I really want to kiss you right now? He says. His words are buried in my hair, but they get my attention. I pull my head up and gaze at him. His eyes are dark, his expression serious. After a beat, I shake my head. It's not wrong. Good, because I'm going to do it now. He leans in then, grazing his lips across mine. I suck in a breath at the sudden intimacy of it. He somehow pulls me even closer to him, crushing my breasts against his chest as his kiss deepens. When we pull apart, I take a deep breath. Maybe it's the champagne, or maybe his lips have made me delirious, but I decide in that moment that I'm tired of waiting for the other shoe to drop. Wes, I say, craning my neck up to gaze at him. What are we doing? Well, I thought we were dancing, he grins. But I could be wrong, of course. I smile lightly but shake my head. I'm being serious. What are we doing? This. Everything. What is this? Wes takes a long moment to answer. His eyes go to the ceiling for a second and then light down on my face again. God, I could get lost in that blue. Deep as the ocean and just as dangerous. Rory, he says. He brushes his fingers along my cheek. Finally, he shakes his head. I don't know, but I hope it's something real. My toes curl as he leans over and kisses me again. I lose track of everything. The walls around us, the music, the slight buzz in my head from the champagne, even the fact that somewhere in this room, my best friend is celebrating one of the most special days of her life. The only thing I can see, hear, smell, taste, feel is Wes. Everything is Wes. In that moment, the entire world rolls into a small ball, a wide-open plain. Everything is laser-focused, yet spread out into an infinity of space and time. Everything is in this kiss. And this kiss. God, this kiss? Poets couldn't adequately capture it. Artists wouldn't dare try. This kiss is everything. This kiss is the only answer I need. I lean into Wes and let myself be carried away by the moment. This perfect moment. He presses his lips more firmly against mine, and I open to him, letting him claim me with his mouth. My mind shuts down in that moment, as if it's decided my body will be making all the decisions from this point on. And my body knows what it wants. My body wants Wes. Come on, I murmur. I take his hand from my waist and drag him off the dance floor. He frowns. Where are we going? Just follow me. You didn't like the dancing? I stop and spin around to face him. I did, but I'd like something else even more. That shuts him up. His mouth snaps closed so fast it almost makes me giggle. Except I'm not in a laughing mood. We find Celia and Jason say our goodbyes, once again wishing them well. Wes's hand never leaves my hip, and I like the possessive way it feels like he's claiming me. I lead him out of the ballroom and down the hall towards the bank of elevators. It's late now, and a lot of the wedding guests have already departed. But the hallway still has the odd cluster of people in it, laughing and mingling and clinging to smuggled cocktails and glasses of champagne. I ignore all of them. I suddenly don't care if anyone sees us or what they think if they do. I jam the elevator call button, and we wait impatiently while the floor indicator lights tick downwards. Wes squeezes my hand at the exact moment that the door pings open in front of us. We step into the elevator car as if we were one being, moving in tandem, almost breathing in tandem. The elevator ride passes in a flash. There is no question about which floor we go to. Wes is letting me take the lead in this moment, and he doesn't say anything when I hit the button for the 21st floor. I lead him down the hallway to my room and fumble in my purse for the key card. God damn it, I mutter. I seem to have everything else in this stupid clutch except my key card. Lipstick, tissues, breath mints, safety pins, hair elastics, Band-Aids, Advil. I was determined to be prepared for anything Celia might have needed today. Of course she didn't need anything at all, and now the one thing that I need, my own damn room card, is nowhere to be found. Wes squeezes my hand again and tips my chin up so that I'm looking at his piercing blue eyes. Breathe, he says with an easy grin. I laugh and let out a breath. Right. I force myself to go slowly and find the key card pressed against the back of my phone. I pull it out triumphantly and then slip it into the slot on the door. The green light illuminates, and the lock clicks open. I take one deep breath, sneak a glance back at Wes, and then twist the handle. 30. Rory. We tumble into the room as one. The lights are off, but the moonlight drifts in through the open blinds. The white duvet on the bed glows almost blue. As soon as the door swings shut behind us, I turn to face Wes. In the dim light, his eyes are dark, but they bore into me. His expression is serious, his mouth set in a determined line. His eyes rake over my body, and I shiver. That makes his lips quirk up into a smile. Come here. His voice comes out as a growl, and I feel no choice but to obey. My body moves towards him, my feet shuffling over the patterned carpet. He loops his arms around my waist as soon as I'm close enough and pulls me the rest of the way. The suddenness of it makes me stumble, and I fall against his chest, giggling. But my laugh is silenced as soon as I look up at the expression on his face. My smile falls away, and I swallow. Hard. Wes leans his head in, and my lips part automatically. His kiss makes my toes curl, the same way it always does. The way it always has. It's sensual and powerful and all-consuming. I lean into it the way I always do, the way I always have. His body against mine is warm and solid, and we move easily towards the bed. Our lips never lose contact. Our hands roam each other's bodies like explorers in a foreign country. My skin is already on fire, my nipples on full alert, my pussy beginning to pulse and clench. Wes's hands move to my back and tug gently at the zipper on my dress. He drags it down so slowly, I swear I can hear every individual tooth as it pulls apart. The zipper ends just below my waist, and once it's undone, the fabric slips easily from my body. I let it pool on the floor around me. Wes runs his hands over my now bare shoulders, skimming them over my collarbone, the rise of my breasts, my shoulder blades. His brow is furrowed in concentration. It's as if he's trying to memorize every part of my body, every inch of my skin. God, Rory, could you be any more perfect? His eyes take in my strapless bra, my tiny thong, my high heels. Goosebumps speckle my arms, and the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Instead of answering, I tug at his tie, pulling him closer to me, finding his lips with mine again. He walks me backwards until my knees hit the back of the bed, and then I tumble backwards, pulling him down with me. He holds himself carefully above me, his weight pressing into me but not too much. His hands never stop roaming my body. My fingers shake as I try to undo his shirt. I don't know why I feel so nervous. It's not like this is the first time Wes and I have found ourselves in this position, but maybe it's because it's the first time it's felt real. My feelings for Wes have never really gone away. Not even with all those years and distance between us. Despite everything that has changed, he's still in so many ways the same sweet, sexy guy he was back then, at least in the ways that matter. Despite all my best intentions, despite all my misgivings, I'm falling in love with Wes. Again. Still. Maybe I never fell out of love with him. I push those thoughts away and try to focus on the moment, which isn't hard given the way that Wes's hands are now caressing my breasts. I let out a moan that makes his eyes glint. You can't do that, Rory, he growls, because when you do that, you make me lose all control. I shiver at his words, but only because I feel the same way. Being with Wes, from the first moment he walked into my office that day, has made me feel completely out of control. Like my body and my heart have been completely taken over by someone else. I want this, Wes, I whisper. I want you. He growls again, and then his lips are on my throat, my collarbone, my chest. He moves lower, running his tongue over the rise of my breasts before pushing my strapless bra down and out of his way. He groans as my breasts spring free, and then runs his tongue over those too, lavishing his attention on one nipple and then the other. My back arches involuntarily, pushing my breast closer to his face, begging him to devour me. And he does. His mouth and hands seem to be everywhere, touching every inch of my skin, every corner and crevice of my body. Even my mind seems to belong to him, because I can't think or see or feel anything but Wes. His fingers trail down my stomach and then lower, over my mound. Even through the lacy fabric of my thong, his fingers drive me crazy. He presses into me, grinding the heel of his hand against my clit, while his fingers reach lower. I whimper. His touch makes me insane. But I want more of him. I arc my hips against his hand, trying to drive him deeper. Instead, he takes his hand away. I moan again. Wes. He grins. Yes? I cover my face with my hands and groan, which only makes Wes chuckle. But instead of arguing with me, he moves his head lower. I feel a gentle tug on my thong, and then I realize he's got his teeth on the hem of it. I prop myself up on my elbows and watch as he uses his teeth to pull the panties down over my hips. I lift my ass just enough to let him maneuver, but he seems surprisingly deft. He gets it all the way down to my thighs before he uses his hands to push the fabric the rest of the way down. My heart races as Wes nudges my knees apart. My head falls backwards. Even though I want to watch what he's doing, the anticipation is too intense. My legs are already shaking, and even though I can't see him, I can feel the heat of his body, of his breath, as he lowers his head between my thighs. The second his tongue finds my clit, an arc of electricity shoots through my body. I feel like I've been zapped with something, and my entire body pulses and buzzes with the after effects. Wes knows just what to do with his tongue. He strokes my folds, my crest, my swollen nub, moving between all three with finesse. I squirm underneath him, but he holds me in place. His hands seem to be everywhere at once, caressing the soft skin between my thighs, holding my hips, spreading my knees. My chest heaves as I struggle to breathe against the crushing tide of my mounting desire. Wes seems oblivious to the fact that I'm practically dying here. He licks and sucks with abandon, teasing me 1 minute with the softest of kisses, and then nipping at my flesh with his teeth. An ache so good it hurts. I clutch the white hotel duvet as hard as I can and try to focus on not screaming so loud the entire wedding party 21 floors down can hear me. But the climax rushes at me like a river, taking me with it, washing everything away. Wes, I manage to pant. But then I'm gone. Everything in my body clenches, tremors, arches. I make a sound that's like something between a sigh and a scream. Wes doesn't let up until my entire body is trembling, shaking under his hands, his lips. Only then does he sit up, a satisfied and slightly smug smile on his face. "You have no idea how much time I've spent thinking about that today," he says. "Remind me to repay the favor someday," I say weakly. I'm still quivering. "Oh, I will," he grins. "But not now. Right now I want to be inside you. Do you want that, Rory?" I breathe in and nod. Wes is already undoing his belt, shoving the pants of his suit down over his hips. I gasp when his cock springs free. It's fully hard already, jutting out from his body and bobbing heavily. It's pink and veiny and perfect. I lick my lips, and Wes notices. "See something you like, Miss Holloway?" I nod. "Oh, yes. Good." He fishes in the pocket of his pants for a small foil packet before tossing them to the floor. He rips it open with his teeth and sheaths his cock. I brace myself as he positions himself over me, then run my palms over his shoulders, the flat planes of his chest. I wait for him to push into me, but instead he stills. I look up and find him studying me intently. "What?" I trace my fingers over the line of his jaw. He shakes his head as if coming out of a trance. "Nothing." He moves his body over me, letting his cock rub against the folds of my pussy. Coating himself in my wetness. Just that much closeness makes me tremble again, my pussy already clenching in anticipation. "Now, Wes," I groan, "I need you." And finally, blissfully, he sinks into me. It's the same stretching feeling as the other times. The same feeling of exquisite fullness, but this time, there's something more to it. A feeling of completion, of wholeness. Like my body belongs to Wes, like it always has. Almost as if he feels it too, Wes gazes down at me. His hips move slowly, none of the franticness of our other encounters. This is pure bliss. Deliberate, focused, intense. Every stroke feels like it pierces straight through my body, all the way to my heart, my soul. I cling to his shoulders as we move together. Our bodies drip sweat. Our breath comes in short pants, and still we rock together. I can smell Wes's cologne and the musky, wet scent of our sex. I lick a bead of sweat off his shoulder. Wes groans, his thrusts picking up in speed and intensity. All I can do is hold on to him, let myself be carried away by this moment. "Oh, God, Wes," I moan. My voice trails off. I can't speak, can't form words. I lean into the feeling, clenching my body around him. The orgasm explodes through me. I clutch his shoulders and pull him as close to me as I can. He thrusts his hips harder, taking me higher, pushing me further. I can tell the exact moment he lets go. An expression comes over his face, something like awe and ecstasy, and then he slows his thrusts, burying himself as deep as he can inside me. His shoulders shake, and another bead of sweat appears on his forehead. I want to lick that one off, too. When it's over, he collapses on top of me, planting a kiss on my collarbone. I wrap my arms around him, wanting to keep the feeling of closeness a little while longer. But soon, he rolls over onto the cool and empty swath of bed beside me. I feel an ache as soon as his skin is no longer against mine. I sneak a glance over at him, but he seems to be 100 miles away. My heart doesn't lift again until he winks at me and pats his chest, holding out his arm for me to curl up into. "Come on over here, Roar," he says. And I do. 31. Rory. By the time I wake up the next morning, the sun is already streaming in through the windows. We hadn't bothered closing the blinds last night, and now the bright light is assaulting my eyes. I bury my face in the pillow and groan. It's too early for this. Or, wait, is it? I fumble for my phone on the nightstand and scrunch my eyes open enough to check the time. Fuck! I sit bolt upright. Wes jumps up, sucking in a breath and scanning the room, already on alert. What? I totally forgot we're supposed to be at this post-wedding brunch thing. When? In 10 minutes. Where? Downstairs. In the hotel restaurant. We can do it, he says, scrubbing his face. You probably even have time to have a quick shower. Are you saying I smell? I tease. No. He nuzzles his nose against my shoulder, tickling me with the stubble of his jaw as he breathes in the scent of my skin. I'm saying you smell like someone who spent the night getting thoroughly fucked. I grin, and despite the fact that my body already feels battered, in the best way possible, I can feel myself yearning for him again. You know, you could use a shower yourself, and since we only have 10 minutes, there's not enough time for 2 showers. I trail off and watch as Wes clues into what I'm saying. In about 2 seconds, he leaps up off the bed, the sheet falling away from his hard-toned body. Get in there, he growls, because I'm going to soap every inch of you. I'm going to soap places you never even knew existed. I squeal as Wes chases me into the bathroom, and then even more as he does exactly what he said he was going to do. Never has anyone felt so clean, and yet so dirty at the same time. We stumble into the restaurant a half hour later. My legs are still shaking, and I look around nervously for Celia, feeling guilty about the fact that we're late. Except as I scan the crowd, I realize we're not the only ones. Our group is still sparse, and everyone is moving slowly this morning. Some hungover and some tired, and all of us feeling that post-wedding glow. Or post-shower glow in my case. I spot Celia and Jace right away and make a beeline over to their table, dragging Wes behind me. Good morning, newlyweds, I say with a grin. I suppose there's no point in asking how you slept last night. Celia and Jace exchange a heated look, and Celia shrugs, laughing. We'll sleep on the plane later. She looks up at me and then squints. Judging by those circles under your eyes, I'm guessing you got about as much sleep as we did. My cheeks turn pink. The mattress was a bit lumpy. Mm-hmm. Celia grins and appraises Wes knowingly. I love a good, lumpy mattress. My flush intensifies. I don't know what you're talking about. Me either, Jace admits. And I can tell by the way the table jostles and the way his eyebrows go up that Celia's just kicked him under the table. Go get some food, she says to me and Wes, nodding towards the buffet. Then we'll catch up. We escape to the omelet station, and I'm happy to get away from her knowing eyes. Sometimes it's great having a best friend who can read you like a book, but other times it's annoying as hell. We order ham and cheese omelets and take them back to the table. I find Celia saved me a spot beside her, so I squeeze in while she pours me a cup of coffee. Wes sits on the other side of the table with Jace. They fall into a conversation about the life-giving properties of coffee-spiked beer. You guys must be looking forward to getting away now that the wedding stress is over, I say to Celia, sawing into my eggs. I'm trying to keep the conversation focused on her and not me. She nods. I can't wait. Neither of us have ever been to Hawaii, so it should be fun. I roll my eyes playfully. Right, because you're going to spend so much time sightseeing. We might, she says. Jace pauses his conversation long enough to smirk at her. She shrugs. What? We could. I snicker as he leans across the table and kisses her jaw. Celia turns pink and giggles. Okay, you guys are just too cute. I'm trying to eat here. I pretend to roll my eyes as I drink some of my coffee. Oh, God, that hits the spot. Wes and Jace turn back to their conversation. You're one to talk, Celia points out quietly. I saw you and Wes dancing last night. Yeah, dancing. Everyone was doing it. It was a wedding after all. I pretend to roll my eyes. Sure, but they weren't also sneaking up to the 21st floor together after. Fuck. You saw that, did you? I see all, Rory. You should know that. She grins. I want to know everything. I won't make you recount all the details with him sitting right across from us, but trust me, as soon as I get back from Hawaii, we're having a very long catch-up session. Fine, I say, sighing and laughing at the same time. There's no point arguing with Celia. I know she'll get it out of me eventually. Now, tell me what you guys have planned for Hawaii. I want to hear all about it. Celia's face breaks into a grin, and she launches into a long list of sightseeing activities and spa treatments they have lined up for their time on the islands. I lose myself in her excited chatter and try to put my feelings for Wes far, far from my mind, which isn't exactly easy, given that he's sitting right across from me and keeps flashing me devastatingly gorgeous grins every time he catches my eye. We finished eating and are finishing up our third round of coffees when there's a commotion near the entrance of the restaurant. Trent and Luke, Jace's brothers, stumble in wearing rumpled shirts and looking even more hungover than I feel. They make their way over to our table, while Jace laughs. The princesses are finally up, he jokes. Stop shouting, Trent says, rubbing his eyes. We all laugh, which only makes him wince. You guys hit the scotch hard, Jace chuckles. Oh yeah, we hit it real hard. Luke runs his hand through his hair, which somehow seems to fall back in a way that looks perfectly disheveled. How the hell do guys do that? We're going to grab some food to hopefully soak up some of the leftover alcohol in our stomachs, Trent adds. Can you ask the waitress to bring another pot of coffee if she comes over? Make it two, Luke groans. As soon as they make their way over to the omelet station, Wes catches my eye. We should think about heading out soon, he says. Oh, I say, surprised. His mouth is in a firm line, and there's something serious in his expression that wasn't there before. Is everything okay? Fine, he says brusquely. I just have a lot of work to get done today. I'd like to get back to the city before it gets too late. Oh, okay, sure. I exchange a glance with Celia, and she shrugs. I have no idea what's going on with him either. We're heading out soon anyway, and everyone else is already starting to roll out, she says, smoothing things over. If you guys have to head back, that's no problem at all. Okay, I say reluctantly. Give me a hug then. I say my goodbyes, and Wes shakes everyone's hand. He's polite and gracious, but he keeps looking around the room nervously. I'm still wondering what the hell has gotten into him. 5 minutes later, we're making our way to the door. Wes's hand is on my lower back, and even though his touch feels gentle, I can't shake the feeling that he's trying to usher me out of there as fast as possible. We step out of the restaurant and into the lobby. Wes lets out what almost sounds like a sigh of relief when we hear someone running up behind us. Rory, Wes, hold up. We turn around and find Trent standing there, still holding his empty plate from the buffet line. Are you guys taking off already? Yeah, Wes has to get back to the city. For work. Wes shifts his weight from one foot to the other. I can see the tension that comes over him. I'm more confused than ever. Does he not like Trent? I hadn't even seen them talking together last night, so I don't see how he could have an opinion either way. And the guy is happily married, so it can't be jealousy. Not that Wes has ever seemed the jealous type anyway. Right, yeah. I'm sure you're a busy man, Trent says, scrubbing his face. I should probably be getting some work done today, too, but fuck it. It's my brother's wedding weekend, right? Wes smiles, but it's strained. Trent seems oblivious. I look back and forth between them, completely flummoxed. Well, it was nice meeting you, Wes says. His hand is on my lower back again, and I can feel the no longer so gentle prod as he pushes me towards the elevator bank. Likewise, like I said, I'm definitely going to be in touch. Sure. Wes starts walking faster. Hey, Rory. Put in a good word for me with your boyfriend, okay? I stop. Never mind the fact that he just referred to Wes as my boyfriend. Why does he need me to put in a good word? About what? I say, smiling, still oblivious. The Elmwood Gables development project. They haven't filled the flagship retail spot and I want it, so do whatever you have to do to butter him up for me, and I do mean whatever, he adds with a wink. Sure. My mind is turning 100 miles an hour, and this time, when Wes prods me, I follow him along wordlessly to the elevators. The Elmwood Gables development project? Elmwood Gables is Cityland. It's where the community center is, where Maria lives. We ride the elevator in silence. My mind is still churning. Next to me, Wes is a live wire. I can practically feel him vibrating. The elevator doors slide open on the 21st floor. Neither of us moves. 32. Rory. Wes. I start to say something else, but my throat seems to close around the words. I swallow over the lump that's forming there and force myself to speak. What was Trent talking about? What Elmwood Gables development project? Wes doesn't answer. He doesn't look at me either. The elevator doors slowly slide closed again. The car jerks lightly and then starts to go back down. Wes. I force myself to face him now. My heart is ricocheting against my ribcage, but I try to breathe through it. Maybe there's an explanation for this. Wes has his hands in all kinds of projects. Maybe Trent was mistaken. Breathe. Please just tell me, what was Trent talking about? He shakes his head. His shoulders are slumped, almost as if he's already resigned himself to something. That doesn't exactly fill me with confidence. It's just a project we've been considering. He's staring straight ahead now at the mirrored wall in front of us. What does that mean, considering? What exactly are you planning to do at Elmwood Gables? Wes breathes slowly, his nostrils flaring. His jaw ticks. He meets my eye, finally, but only in the mirror. It's a development project. Condos, retail space. It's something we've been working on for a while. It's not official, though. The proposal hasn't even been submitted. But why would you even consider a project like that? It's community housing. You're just going to tear it down? We're not going to tear the whole thing down, just parts of it. Which parts? He doesn't answer. I put my hands on my hips. Which parts, Wes? The community center, he admits. The garden, the park, a couple of the older buildings. The city wants to offload any of the land they don't consider essential. My heart aches, and my hands fall away from my hips. I picture that beautiful garden, paved over and replaced with yet another glass tower. What a fucking depressing cliché. How can you do that? I expect my voice to be filled with fury, but all I can hear is an overwhelming sadness. We reach the lobby floor, and the elevator doors slide open, but once again, neither Wes nor I move. There's a group of people waiting to get on, and even though I glare at them, they pile on anyway. Wes and I stand in awkward silence while the car trundles up through the floors of the hotel, stopping every minute to let someone else off. Everyone seems to take their sweet time, and it feels like forever before Wes and I are alone again. I'm sorry, Rory. I should have told you. He sounds apologetic, but my stomach is still twisting at the news. That beautiful space is so perfect. I can't believe that Wes would tear it down like it was nothing. Every time I think he's changed, something new comes along and knocks me back down. Did you know the community center is one of my clients? I desperately want him to look me in the eye this time. I want him to know that those anonymous people who live at Elmwood aren't the only ones he's going to hurt. I get my wish. Wes whips his head around to face me. What? What do you mean they're your client? Once again, the elevator glides open on the 21st floor, and once again, Wes and I don't budge. Our eyes are locked in battle that I don't even understand. In a minute, the elevator doors slide closed again. What do you mean they're your client? Wes repeats, as if I hadn't heard the question. Just that. I cross my arms over my chest. They hired me to help them promote the garden, to get more people using it. It's a gem, Wes. Have you ever seen it? He shakes his head. Of course not. I throw my hands up. Why would you even care? It's just about money, right? Who cares if people need those spaces? I do care, Rory, he insists. This all started long before you came into the picture. I had no idea you would end up being involved. It's not just me, though. I'm so frustrated that angry tears are starting to prick my eyes. I can't believe that Wes is so dense, so heartless. These are real people, Wes. At least one of your own employees live there. Maria, remember her? She volunteers at the community center, too. You saw how she talked about it in that video. I trail off.
The next part of the story is waiting. But first, take this pause to rest and recharge your spirit. This audiobook is yours, freely and fully.
Wes's eyes flick up to meet mine, and understanding dawns. You knew. My heart feels like it's dropping as fast as the elevator. It hits rock bottom at the same moment we arrive back in the lobby, and the elevator doors ping cheerfully open again. Another wave of people swarm on. I stab the button for the 21st floor for the third time. Now I'm so angry I can barely look at Wes as we slowly climb back up through the floors. I know this is a business decision for him. I know that this is what he does for a living, and I love that he's ambitious and successful. But the Wes I used to know would never have even considered demolishing community resources like this. The Wes I knew cared about people. The fact that he had let Kyla and I go on with our presentation, watching that video and knowing that in a few months, Maria's life would be completely upended. The thought fills my stomach with acid. Was he just laughing at us the whole time? I blink back the tears that threatened to fall. I can't believe I was starting to trust him again. That's why you didn't like our presentation, I hiss once we're alone in the elevator again. Not because it was off-brand for Gold Lake, but because you knew it would be bad PR to feature Maria in a video when you were about to rip up her home. I told you we weren't ripping up anyone's homes, he snaps. But yes, you're right. That's why I couldn't let you use that video. Even though it was really, really good. Seriously, Rory. Oh, don't try to kiss my ass now. I can't believe you did this, Wes. I feel like you've been lying to me this entire time. My legs are shaking now, and when the elevator opens up on our floor again, I storm out. Wes follows behind me. He seems to be moving slowly, as if he's trudging through quicksand. But I have enough angry energy for both of us. I can't look at his face, though. If I do, I'm going to cry. We make our way silently to the room. I try to slam the door behind us, but the stupid soft close function means it just clicks softly into place. How unsatisfying. Rory, I'm so sorry, Wes says. He scrubs his hands over his face. Honestly, this whole thing feels like it's turned into a shit show. You were never supposed to get hurt by any of this. I had no idea you'd end up so personally involved with this place. We needed someone to help us get the hiring program off the ground. Someone who could help us make it look like it was legit. Like it was legit! I whip around to face him again. My heart hammers out an anxious rhythm. It's not legit? No, that came out wrong, he says hastily. It's legit. So why did you need me exactly? I ask the question out loud, but it's more for me than for Wes. I'm pacing back and forth in the room now, even though there isn't a ton of space. I push past Wes, trying to think through what he's telling me. Or not telling me, as the case may be. You needed the program to look legit, I mutter to myself. It is legit, he repeats. I'm not talking to you. I bite the knuckle of my thumb. My brain is working on overdrive. But I feel like there's still a thread I'm missing. Why'd you hire me? I turn to face Wes now. He sits down on the bed, resting his hands on his knees. It's the question I've been wondering since Wes reappeared in my life a few weeks ago. Celia was convinced that he was really back because of his feelings for me, and I realized that at some point along the way, I let myself start to believe her. That Wes sought me out for me because there was something unfinished between us. We needed you, he says now, to help us promote the hiring program. I know, but why me? I want to scream the words at him, but I force my voice to stay level. You have your own in-house marketing team. You work with global PR firms. I work in a startup over a laundromat, so why me, Wes? Why, after all this time, did you come looking for me? Wes looks broken, but he doesn't look away this time. I'm so sorry, Rory. We hired you, initially, because you work with nonprofits, and it would look better for us if we had an authentic firm vouching for us. No one's going to believe our own marketing on something like this, but we thought if we had a company like Marigold promoting the initiative, it wouldn't look like it was just a PR move. And there it is. The thread I'm missing. The entire hiring initiative was a PR move, wasn't it? Wes doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. The thoughts are clicking into place, and it's like matching up the colors on a Rubik's Cube. Except way less satisfying and more soul-shattering. It's all been a lie, I say weakly. My legs are so wobbly now that I have to sit down on the bed, but I choose the opposite corner from Wes. The whole width of the bed stretches out between us. You've been using me this whole time. You needed some good PR, and I was the perfect patsy. Just a little do-gooder you could manipulate into helping you look like a good guy. And I fell for it all. God, I even fell for that bullshit about your mother. It hasn't all been a lie, Wes says quietly. You have to believe that, Rory. The stuff about my mother was all true. And the way I felt for you. The way I feel for you, that's not a lie either. He reaches his hand out across the bed, but he's too far to reach me. And I refuse to reach my own hand out towards him. I can't even look at you right now. I fold my arms and turn towards the window. The sun is streaming in, bright and cheerful. Oblivious to the fact that inside this hotel room, my heart is breaking all over again. Rory, you have to talk to me. We have nothing to talk about. I don't agree. I'm not leaving here until we talk about this. Fine. Don't leave. I will. I stand up and start shoving clothes into my suitcase, not even really paying attention to what I'm grabbing. I can text Emma, I think, or Blake, or my parents. I have to be anywhere but here right now. Wes crosses the room towards me. He grabs my wrist suddenly. I'm dangling a bra and I let it fall from my fingers. Let me go. Not until you listen to me. I have no interest in hearing anything you have to say. Then maybe you'll listen to this. He slides his hands through my hair, and then his lips are on mine. For a second, I forget myself. I forget everything that just happened in the last 20 minutes. Forget the way my world feels like it's crumbled down around me. That's always what it's like when Wes kisses me. It stops time. It erases places. It bends the fabric of reality. I let myself go. Just for a minute. The sweet relief of oblivion. Wes's lips are on mine, his hands roughly knotting through my hair. The crush of my breasts against his chest. Then I pull away. I pick up the bra off the floor and shove it into the suitcase, turning away from him. Rory, he says again, but I'm already roughly zipping up the suitcase and shoving open the door. Wes follows me down the hallway. He follows me into the elevator, too, even though I try to jam the close button before he can sneak in. I turn away from him while we're in there, although the mirrored walls mean I see him no matter which way I face. I focus on the display panel over the door as it ticks down the floors. Rory, please. You can't imagine how terrible I feel about this. I honestly never meant for you to get hurt. I didn't know that we'd get involved, that any of this would happen. I didn't know that my feelings for you would be... I didn't know that I'd fall in love with you. I suck in a breath, but still refuse to meet his eyes, even in the reflective glass. He reaches out and puts his hand gently, hesitantly on my shoulder. In a moment of weakness, I tilt my head, resting my chin against his fingers. We stay like that for a minute. "Rory," he says again. But at that moment, the elevator doors sweep open. I take a deep breath and rush out into the crowded lobby, dragging my suitcase behind me. I have no idea where I'm going or what I'm doing now that I'm down here. I can feel Wes following me, so I force my feet to keep moving. I walk towards the front doors of the hotel, but at the last minute, veer off towards the restaurant. Maybe Celia will still be there. I burst in and nearly collapse in gratitude when I see her and Jace settling up their bill. Celia looks up right away, almost as if she can sense my distress through some kind of BFF ESP. "Rory, what's wrong?" Instead of answering, I burst into tears. Celia wraps her arms around me, while Jace looks on, concerned. Celia strokes my back. "Maybe you should go," she says quietly. I sneak a peek behind me and realize she's talking to Wes. "I'll talk to her." "Rory, I still want to talk to you." Wes's voice like lava dripping down my spine. I turn to face him. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. "What's the point, Wes? We have nothing to talk about. You should just go back to the city." I expect Wes to fight me, but instead he nods solemnly. I watch as he walks out of the restaurant, away from me and from all of us. Celia reaches for some napkins and passes me a handful. I mop up my face as best as I can. "I'm so sorry," I mutter. "I didn't mean for you to have to deal with any of this today. You're supposed to be celebrating." "How can I celebrate if I know my best friend is crying her eyes out over some guy?" She pauses. I mean, I'm assuming it's over some guy. Did something happen with Wes? I nod. Another round of fresh tears pricking my eyes. I try to stem them with the napkins, but they won't stop coming. Celia and Jace exchange a glance. "Come on." Celia links her arm through mine. "We have an hour before we have to leave for the airport. Let's go sit in the bar, and you can tell me what happened." Jace nods. "I'll go pack up the rest of our stuff. Let me know if you need me to change our flight, babe." "Oh, God, no," I protest. "I'm not going to delay your flight. I just need a minute." "Well, we'll see what happens." Celia takes my arm and ushers me out of the restaurant and across the hall into the hotel's bar. For a minute, I think we might find Wes there, but when I scan the space, I don't see his familiar frame anywhere. He's gone. Thank God. That's what I wanted. Right?
33. Wes. As soon as I leave the hotel restaurant, I know I've made a mistake. I only get as far as the elevators before I decide to turn back. I can't let Rory walk away like this. I have to stay and fight for her. Even if she doesn't want to see me, even if she never wants to see me again, I have to try. But when I get to the restaurant, she's gone. There's no sign of Celia either. Jace is still there, punching his info into a credit card machine. He looks up as I come in, and his expression darkens. I think the girls want to be alone right now. I run my hands through my hair. He isn't quite posturing, but he's got that protective husband thing going on, and I can't say I blame him. I'd be doing the same thing if I was in his shoes. I have to talk to her. I have to make this right. Jace's face softens just a fraction. Look, man, I get it. Believe me. Celia and I had our bumps in the beginning, too. I don't know what you did, but I know sometimes they need their space. Maybe you should do what she said and go back to the city. Talk to her again when you've both had some time to calm down a little." Surprisingly, what Jace says seems to make sense. Maybe we can't fix this right now. Maybe I should give Rory a bit of time to process everything. After all, that's what she said she wanted. I should respect her wishes. Plus, it'll buy me a little time to come up with the right thing to say. The magic words that'll win her over and convince her I'm not a lying bastard. I just hope those words exist. Right now, I'm not so sure they do. An hour later, I'm packed up and checked out. Because it's a Sunday morning, and everyone and their first cousin is driving back into the city after their weekends away, the traffic is slower than usual, which, unfortunately, gives me plenty of time to think. And what do I think about? Rory, of course. How the fuck did we go from a perfect night to the complete and utter fuck-up that was this morning? Every time I blink, I see flashes of last night and our fight this morning. Blink. Rory slipping off that purple dress. Blink. Rory's face as she put two and two together and realized what I was doing with the Elmwood Gables community land. Blink. My lips against her throat, making her moan. Blink. Her shaking shoulders as she threw herself, sobbing, into Celia's arms. Blink. Sliding inside of her, coming together with her in a moment of perfect harmony. Blink. The blank expression on her face when I told her I was in love with her. How the fuck did we fall so far? Then again, I could just as easily ask how the fuck this happened to begin with. Nothing was ever supposed to happen with Rory. It was supposed to be strictly business. And she seemed fine with that. She even made me sign that stupid fucking agreement on the back of that stupid fucking napkin. Yet, one by one, we'd been breaking the rules of our own deal. And here we are now, back in the same place things had ended the first time, with Rory feeling broken-hearted and me being the one to have broken it. I hurt her back then, and now I've gone and done it again. My ribs feel like they're too tight for my chest, and my hands grip the steering wheel, and for a second I think about driving on straight past New York, maybe all the way up into Canada, where I can buy a little cabin in the woods and live the life of solitude I'm obviously meant for. I'm sure I'd look good in plaid. But I don't know how to stay away from Rory. I thought the contract would be enough to keep us in check, but apparently I'd underestimated the magnetic force that exists between us. Even now, knowing she probably hates my guts, and deservedly so, I can't let her go. I try to focus on keeping the car on the road. My foot falls heavier and heavier on the gas pedal, though, and soon I'm flooring it. I swerve between lanes, avoiding the traffic, but barely. It's not until I have to slam on the brakes to avoid rear-ending an SUV with a boatload of kids in it that I realize I'm being an irresponsible asshole. I creep back over into the far right lane and wait for the next exit. It comes up a minute or two later, and I pull off the highway. I need to find a gas station, somewhere I can splash some cold water on my face. I find a spot right away, a diner not far off the exit ramp, with a long row of gas pumps out front and a parking lot big enough for a dozen 18-wheelers. I pull up and hop out of the car. The bathroom is inside the diner area, so I head straight for it. I avoid looking in the mirror once I'm in there, but I run the water as cold as I can and scrub some of the anxiety out of my face. The water helps, but what I really need is coffee. I'm still feeling the effects of last night's champagne on top of everything else. I head back out into the diner and grab a seat at the counter. I try to push away the memories of the last time I'd been in a diner, the time with Rory, when we'd written up our contract, and when I'd come later, on my own, lost in those memories of my mother. It's a man working behind the counter here. He's gray-haired and a little stooped, with lines in his face as deep as the cracks in the vinyl floor. He looks like maybe he's worked here since before I was even born. "Just a coffee," I say when he waves a menu in my direction. He returns moments later with an empty mug and a fresh-brewed pot. "Can I interest you in a slice of pie?" As he pours my coffee, he gestures at the glass case behind him, the one that seems to be a staple of diners everywhere. I scan the selection and immediately spot the bright yellow of the lemon meringue pie. I swallow. I can already taste the crisp, tart sweetness of it, can feel the floaty texture of the meringue on my tongue. Taking it feels wrong, though. Or not wrong exactly. I struggle to put my finger on just why I don't want to have any. "Best coconut cream pie in the state," he says, "or so I tell my wife, who makes it." He winks at me, and I force myself to smile. "Just the coffee is fine," I say. I chug back another bitter mouthful and realize what it is I'm feeling. It's that I don't deserve that pie. Whatever I felt the other day, when I had sat at the diner eating pie and wondering if my mother would have been proud of me, I didn't deserve that again. She wouldn't be proud of me, not if she knew what kind of person I'd become. We didn't have a lot of money when I was growing up, but she was the kind of person who'd give you the shirt off her back if you needed it. She was a giver. It's the same quality I'd always loved in Rory, too. I was the opposite, a taker. And now I'd hurt the most important person in my life for the second time. So no, I don't deserve to bask in the memory of my mother for another precious minute. Not until I can fix this with Rory. And if I can't, well, I finish my coffee, drop a couple of dollars on the counter, and head back out into the parking lot. I sit in the SUV for a minute, wondering what the fuck I'm doing. Then I flip my sunglasses on and pull out of the lot and back onto the highway. I'm not going to even consider what happens if I can't fix this with Rory, because that thought, right now, is the most unbearable one of all.
34. Rory. As soon as Celia and I are seated in the bar, she flags down the bartender and has him bring us a couple of vodkas. He asks if we want tomato juice with that, and Celia glares at him. "Do we look like two women who want tomato juice with that?" "No, ma'am," he says stiffly, then shuffles off to get our drinks. Celia turns to me, holding my hand across the table. "Tell me everything," she says. And I do. As soon as the bartender drops off our drinks, I tell her every detail. From the moment Wes and I made our agreement, to the way it felt to be with him again after all these years. Every gory, mushy, humiliating detail. And then I tell her about how he was using me all along. That I was nothing more than a means to an end. The whole time I'm talking, Celia's frown deepens. When I'm done, she downs the last of her drink. "You think I'm an idiot, don't you?" I ask, burying my head in my hands. "Oh my God, Rory, no!" She seems horrified by the thought. I smile weakly, but I can see her gnawing at her lip. "What? You're just humoring me, aren't you? I really am an idiot." "No, stop it. That's not it at all. It's just..." "What?" "It's just... that doesn't sound like Wes." I roll my eyes. "You've known him less than 24 hours. I've known him over 15 years. I think I'm a better judge of his character." I bat my glass lightly back and forth between my palms, then snort. And even I fell for his bullshit. "Maybe," Celia says reluctantly. "It's just... God, the way he looked at you, Rory. I honestly don't think he could fake that. Oh, he could. Trust me. Wes is a master of manipulation. That much is obvious now. Celia doesn't say anything for a minute. She flicks at her glass distractedly. Are you sure, though? I mean, I know you know him better than I do, but maybe that makes me a more objective observer, and to this outsider, he looked head over heels for you. He told me he was in love with me, I admit. That's great! No, it isn't. I glare at her. Sorry, that came out wrong. I just mean, why wouldn't you believe him? Because I have no reason to believe anything he says at this point. Okay, let's look at this objectively. What does he have to gain by telling you he loves you? To hurt me even more, I mutter. Come on, even if we accept that he uses people to get what he wants, straight-up sadism doesn't seem to be his game. What if it's possible that he actually meant it? I hate to hand it to Celia, but she has a point. And he had seemed genuinely upset in the hotel room. But thinking about the hotel room only makes me think about our kiss. And that makes me feel weak, so I force myself to put the whole thing out of my mind. Well, I allow. Even if he meant that part, how am I supposed to forgive him for this? I just can't believe I'm in this position again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me and all that. Celia shakes her head. Her dark hair is down, but it still has some of yesterday's curl in it. When I look closely, I can even see a faint dusting of glitter across her collarbone. I groan. I'm really sorry, Celia. I can't believe I'm keeping you here when you should be with Jace. Celia waves away my comment. Don't be crazy. Remember when you flew out to Chicago for me when Jace and I got together? That fell right smack dab in the middle of best friend territory, and so does this. Now, are you feeling at least a little bit better, or do we need to get more vodka? I laugh and shake my head. No more vodka. After all, it's not even noon. Fair point. But are you feeling better? I don't know. No, but I guess I will be eventually. I just need some time to process. Of course you do. And that's totally normal. Call me any time this week, okay? I don't care if I'm on my honeymoon. I can still make time for you. Her words bring another wave of tears to my eyes. How did I get so lucky to find you? Easy. You ended up with a shitty roommate in freshman year just like I did. Oh, and also, you were awesome. I laugh, wiping at my eyes with a cocktail napkin. I love you, you know that? I love you too, you train wreck. Instead of stinging, her comment makes me dissolve into a fit of tearful giggles. Oh my God, I am a train wreck, aren't I? When did that happen? Just a little bit. It's why I love you. Now let's get out of here, shall we? We make our way into the hotel lobby, arm in arm. We're nearly at the elevators when I hear a voice calling out my name. I spin around, heart in my throat. But it's only my sister, Blake. She runs across the glossy marble floor, pink flip-flops slapping. Her blonde hair is disheveled, and she has dark mascara streaks under her eyes. I wonder for a second if she even made it back to her room last night. She was dancing pretty hard, but that's Blake, always up for a good time and never a thought to what the next morning will hold. I kind of admire that about her. We were looking for you everywhere. Mom and Dad and I are heading home now, and we wanted to say goodbye before we left. I glance behind her and see my parents straggling along, Dad lugging their suitcase behind him. They look a little worse for wear this morning, too. I guess everyone had a good time last night. I give Celia a long hug and whisper a heartfelt thank you into her ear. And then she escapes into the elevator with a quick wave to my parents before they reach us. Rory, what's wrong? Mom says, as soon as she's within a few feet of me. Nothing. Why? You look. She trails off, biting her lip. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine. She reaches into her purse, a giant straw thing with a woven sunflower on the front of it, and pulls out a tissue. She hands it to me. I'm fine, I say again, but when I dab the tissue to my eyes, it comes away wet. I wipe frantically at my face. I just hate saying goodbye to Celia again, that's all. Aw. Mom's face softens. You girls have such a special friendship. It's too bad you live so far away from each other. She pauses. But we will kill you if you move to Chicago, you know that, right? I laugh. Yes, Mom. Now give us a hug before we go. I give both my parents a hug, and then Blake, too. They make me a promise to come visit soon, which I do, and then they slowly start to shuffle back through the lobby. They're almost at the front door when the thought overtakes me. Wait, I yell. Wait! Dad stops, one hand already on the door. He turns, his face a mask of concern as I run towards them. What's wrong, Rory? Got room in the car for one more? Mom claps her hands and lets out a girlish squeal. Of course we do. What a question. She turns to face my dad. Oh, maybe Emma would want to come too. We could have the whole family together. Wouldn't that be fun? Dad nods. It would be. Maybe one of the girls can text her. Blake and I exchange a snicker. My dad might be a wonderful, brilliant man, but the guy is absolutely terrified of texting. The few times he's actually managed to send me something, he's always written it formally, like a letter, starting with Dear Rory and ending with Love, Dad. It's kind of adorable, actually. Where is Emma anyway? I ask, looking around and realizing I haven't seen her all morning. Oh, she went to the gym, Blake says, rolling her eyes. She said Sundays are cardio day, and why would she miss cardio day just because she went to a wedding last night? I can tell by the sour expression on her face exactly what she thinks of this logic. I can't say I disagree. Then again, maybe I should think of being less of a train wreck and more like Emma the Perfect. Then I wouldn't be crying my eyes out in a hotel lobby like a total freak. I'll text her, I tell Dad. It would be nice to have everyone together. As I text Emma, I realize it's been a whole 5 minutes since I've thought about Wes. I honestly didn't think that was possible. Maybe escaping to my parents for a couple of days is exactly what I need to put him out of my mind. Completely. 35. Rory. There's a soft rap on the door. Go away, I mumble. I'm lying flat on my back on the floor of my childhood bedroom. There's no bed in here anymore. Mom claimed the space as her home office a long time ago and moved my bed into Emma's old room with hers. But I wanted my own walls again, still painted the same pale yellow they were back then. The familiar view into the next-door neighbor's overgrown backyard. The same old crack running through the ceiling, bisecting the room into almost perfect halves. It doesn't matter that the space is also filled with Mom's huge oak desk and matching bookcase, the desktop computer humming quietly, the printer and fax machine combo that occasionally whirs and beeps for no apparent reason. This is my room. Somehow, no matter how old I get, or how much they try to reclaim it for more practical purposes, it still feels like my room. Maybe that's symbolic of my whole problem, actually, now that I think about it. It was the same with Wes, even though we're both older now and hopefully wiser, and have at least in theory moved on. It still felt like he was mine, that he belonged to me, that we belonged to each other. What a joke. All this time he was only using me. Still the same Wes he always was underneath. Someone who was only around for as long as he needed you. A jackass, as Emma would say. The knock at the door comes again, louder this time. I said go away. I can be louder, too. Instead of going away, though, the door cracks open. Mom says dinner's going to be ready in 10 minutes. It's Blake. I'm not hungry. Yeah, she said you'd say that. She said to tell you it's non-negotiable. I'm not negotiating, I'm just not hungry. I know I'm behaving like a baby, but I'm starting to regret my decision to come here instead of going back to the city. What I really want to be doing right now is hiding out in my apartment, drinking wine, and watching reruns of crime shows until my brain starts to feel like it's bleeding. My parents don't even have a freaking television. Blake slides in through the door and closes it softly behind her. She pulls out Mom's desk chair, the wheels squeaking as they roll across the floor. I can feel the vibrations through my back, even through the thin rug my mother's added to the space. Are you going to tell me what's going on? Nothing's going on. So you're just lying on the floor of Mom's office because it's fun? Yes. Right. I'm not kidding, Blake. I really don't want to talk about it. Especially not with my baby sister, the one whose biggest concern is whether Mom remembered to buy coconut oil at the grocery store, or if she'll be able to get a spot at her bar class this week. Is this about Wes? No, I say quickly. What makes you think that? She sighs. Because it's always about Wes. What's that supposed to mean? It means you've been hung up on that guy since you were 15 years old. What's the deal with that anyway? I let out a puff of breath. There's no deal. We're working together. He's my client. So why'd you take him to Celia's wedding? He was doing me a favor, that's all. It didn't look like a favor, the way he was dancing with you. My cheeks flush. God, that moment on the dance floor, looking into his eyes. It had felt so goddamned real. And all that time, nothing but lies. Can't get over how despicable the whole thing is. That he'd use Marigold to cover up his corporate greed. It's gross, really. But if I'm completely honest, that's not the thing that's bothering me the most. The thing that really hurts me is the realization that I was wrong about him, again. That I'd let myself feel something with him, and it had all turned out to be a lie. I angrily brush away a stray tear that trails down my cheek. Blake swings back and forth in her chair, not saying anything. Come downstairs, she says. Mom's making smothered pork chops and mashed potatoes. With mushrooms? I say hopefully. Extra mushrooms. Blake grins. And then, if you're maxed out on family time, I'll give you my laptop and you can binge watch something on Netflix for the rest of the night. I force a smile. I do love my sister, even if I happen to think she's a bit of a spoiled baby sometimes. Thanks, Blakey. I force myself to sit up and shake out my hair, then follow my sister downstairs to the kitchen. Pass the mushrooms, please, I say. And Dad passes me the bright red vintage ceramic bowl, the same bowl we've had for as long as I can remember. I scoop a heaping helping of Mom's famous sautéed mushrooms onto my plate. It turns out I was way hungrier than I thought I was. I add them to the mammoth pile of mashed potatoes, with fresh chives from the garden out back, and feel my mouth start to water. Save some for the rest of us, Rory. Gad, Blake whines. I glare at her, but she grins, and I know she's just playing. Mostly. I pass her the bowl and then dig into my meal. Well, that was certainly a beautiful wedding, wasn't it, girls? Mom sips her white wine and smiles at us. I swallow, and Emma and Blake both glance my way. Even though neither of them know exactly what happened, they both know something did. Most of all, they know I definitely don't want to talk about the wedding right now. I pick at my mushrooms, my appetite somehow mysteriously gone. Mom looks around the table. Her brow wrinkles as no one answers her. Well, I thought Celia looked beautiful, and the flowers were perfect. Don't you think so, Tom? Dad nods. They were perfect, honey. You did a fantastic job, as always. Mom looks around the table smugly, as if daring any of us to disagree with Dad. I crack a half smile. The flowers were perfection, Mom. Honestly, Celia was thrilled. Mom takes my comment as an open invitation. They really had a perfect space, she gushes. I loved how they had the wedding and the reception in the same hotel. It's easier for us, of course, setting up the flowers, but I think it's better for the guests too, don't you? I mean, that way no one has to be running around trying to find the reception hall. You're just in one place and that's it. It's great, Mom, I say through a mouthful of mashed potatoes. Emma and Blake exchange another look, and Emma dabs at her lips with a napkin. I suspect she's hiding a smile. It sure was nice to see Wes again, too, Mom says. A lance of ice goes through my heart at the sound of his name. You didn't tell me you were back in touch with him. I always liked him. He's just a client, I mumble. Although even that's not true anymore. No way am I doing another minute of work on this project, now that I know what he's really up to. Oh, isn't that nice, Mom says. He certainly seems to have done well for himself. At what cost, though? I don't mean to say it out loud, but the words slip out. Mom wrinkles her brow in confusion. Then she shakes her head, as if my comment doesn't even register. Well, I'm happy for him. He was always such a sweet boy. I stare at her. A sweet boy? Even without knowing about his most recent antics, he's still the guy who stood her daughter up at the prom. You'd think that would earn me at least a little sympathy. Strangely, it's Emma that stands up for me. How can you say that? Mom's eyes widen as she spins to face her. Say what? That he was a sweet boy. Don't you remember what he did to her? Mom looks confused for a minute. Then she squints. That thing with the dance? Emma rolls her eyes. Yes, the thing with the prom. He stood her up, Mom. He broke her heart. I want to protest. Insist that he didn't break my heart, that he never had any power over me at all. But it would be pointless. I know everyone here remembers that night. The way my heart shattered into 1,000 pieces in front of my entire family. But to my surprise, Mom waves off Emma's comment. Well, yes, there was that, but it's almost understandable given what he was dealing with at the time. I freeze, a forkful of mushrooms halfway to my mouth. I set the fork down carefully and force myself to face Mom. What was he dealing with at the time, exactly? Mom shrugs. I can tell she's enjoying the fact that all of our attention is on her. But the way my eyes are burning into her makes her squirm a little. You know, everything with his foster family. His what? The words pierce something inside me. Wes never had a foster family. He's told me many times about his mother, about how she worked at the diner and used to bring him in with her and sneak him pieces of pie. I even met her that one time, when we were at the mall, slurping orange Julius smoothies and eating cinnamon sugar pretzels. I feel Emma and Blake both looking at me. I sneak a glance at Emma, and she shrugs just slightly. I can tell she doesn't have any idea what Mom's talking about either. I push a mushroom around on my plate. It looks slimy and unappetizing now, and it leaves a streak of brown goo across the white glazed ceramic. What foster family? I force the words out of my mouth. They feel like rocks tumbling off my tongue. You know, dear, the Merchants. That's where he was living. What about his mother? Mom's eyes are wide. She sets her fork down gently on her plate so quietly it doesn't make a sound. Honey, his mom died when he was quite little. I assumed you knew that. He went into the foster system when he was, maybe 8, 9. He wasn't always with the Merchants. That was only from 9th grade or so, I think. Until he turned 18. Mom's words are like a blazing hot spear piercing my insides. My brain is rolling 1,000,000 miles an hour down a mossy hill. The Merchants, I say. Was she kinda stocky, short black hair? I described the woman we had run into at the mall that day, the one Wes had seemed reluctant to introduce me to. Yes, that's her. Patty. Real piece of work, I tell you. Not sure why she was ever allowed to be a foster parent. Mom shakes her head, real anger coming over her face. It takes a lot to piss my mother off, but when it happens, look out. My stomach is doing unhappy cartwheels, and I can't even look down at the food on my plate. What did she do to him? I ask the question, even though I'm not sure I really want the answer. Oh, nothing like what you're thinking, Mom says hastily. But she sure as hell didn't love him either. Kicked him out the door the day he turned 18. Wouldn't keep him a day longer than that since he wasn't good for a paycheck anymore. My stomach rolls again. I do the math and realize Wes had turned 18 a few weeks before high school ended. I glance over at my sisters. Blake is staring down at her plate, her blonde hair hanging over her face. I can't see her whole expression, but the downturn of her mouth tells me she didn't know any of this either. I look over at Emma and find her watching me, an expression of sadness on her face that I'm sure mirrors my own. Except I can't quite tell if she's sad for Wes or sad for me. I can't believe that all this time I had no idea Wes was a foster kid. He hadn't talked much about his family. The stories he told me this year, about his mom and the diner she worked at, were honestly the most I'd ever known. Now I know why. With a shaky hand, I reach for my wine glass and force myself to swallow down a small mouthful. Just enough to wet my throat, which suddenly feels incredibly parched. Where did he go? I ask. After she kicked him out, I mean. Mom shakes her head. You'd know better than me. I always assumed he was staying with a friend. He only had a few weeks to go until graduation, if I recall correctly. I figured he left for Boston early because there was more chance of him finding summer work out there, something to keep him going until school started in the fall. I nod, but my neck barely feels strong enough to support my head, so it's more of a dipping of my chin. I have no idea where he would have been staying. He had a few friends, but I was the only one he was really close to. Or at least I thought I was. But now it feels like maybe I never really knew him at all. That thought upsets me almost as much as the thought of Wes getting kicked out of his foster home, though I don't know why it would surprise me at this point. If I learned anything this week, it's that I don't know anything about the real Westlake. How did I not know any of this? I feel tears starting to prick my eyes. But I will them not to fall. I will not cry over Westlake at my parents' dinner table. I won't. Mom reaches over and puts her hand on my wrist. I don't know, honey. I suppose he didn't want you to worry about it. It was pride, Dad says suddenly. All this time he'd been slowly plowing through his dinner, slicing at his pork chop wordlessly while Mom talked. But now he looks straight at me. Wes was always a proud man, even back then. He loved you, and he didn't want you to know anything about that part of his life. I nod dumbly. Somehow that does make a certain amount of sense. He came into the shop, a couple of weeks before prom. Dad sets his fork down, wipes his mouth with the blue cloth napkin. Said he wanted to get you a corsage, but he didn't have the money to pay for it. Asked if he could do some work around the shop in exchange for the flowers. A lump forms in my throat, and this time, a single tear does trickle down my cheek. I wipe it away with the back of my hand. What did you tell him? Dad shakes his head, a sad grin coming over his face. I told him he didn't have to do that I'd gladly let him have the corsage. Have your mother do up something really nice for him. He wouldn't hear it, though. Came in every day after school for a week and did anything he could around the shop. Chores I never would have even thought of doing myself. Cleaning out the inside of the air conditioning vents, installing shelves underneath the cash register counter so that we didn't have to keep everything piled in those old wicker baskets we had. He was a smart kid, hard worker. The lump in my throat is the size of a fist. How could that Wes be the same one who stood me up a few days later, who tricked me into working for him? It was always a mystery to me why he never showed up that night, Dad says, as if echoing my question. He picked up the corsage that morning, had a fresh haircut and everything. I remember teasing him about it, asking if he was trying to impress you. Boy, I never saw a kid blush like that. Dad chuckles at the memory, but it only makes the lump in my throat grow another 2 sizes. There are too many memories flooding over me. Too many, too much. I feel like I'm getting sucked up into the undertow, carried along to somewhere I don't understand and don't want to go. May I be excused, please? I toss my napkin down on the table and push out my chair without waiting for an answer. And then I bound up the stairs to my room. Well, Emma's room, really. The room that holds our 2 twin beds now. I throw myself down on mine and bury my head in the pillow. It still somehow smells the same way it did when I was in high school. Some magical combination of Mom's laundry detergent, the baby powder perfume I used to love, and something that's perfectly, indescribably home. I breathe in the scent and let the tears flow freely. I cry for Wes, and for me, and for everything that could have been, but now would never be.
36. 12 years ago. I woke up with a crick in my neck, the way I always did. I sat up and rubbed the stiff muscles at the nape, and then used my sleeve to wipe down the windows of the car. They always got fogged up overnight, when I'd been in there too long, which I supposed was good for privacy, but not so great for the whole not having my car smell like morning breath thing. I pushed open the car door and stuck my feet out onto the pavement of the parking lot so that I could stretch my legs. I had discovered that sleeping in the back seat was more comfortable than staying in the front, even if I leaned the seat all the way back, but the fact that I still couldn't stretch my long legs out was killer. I hopped out of the car and did a few squats, just to get the blood flowing. It was Friday, but the school parking lot was empty. School had finished up a week ago, and ever since then, it had been quiet here. Just a few teachers in and out, wrapping things up, but they used the staff parking lot, which was on the other side of the gym. No one noticed the single red sunfire that never seemed to leave the student lot. I'd been there 6 weeks at that point, sleeping in my car. For a while, I would try to find different spots around town to park every night, not wanting my car to be spotted or to have anyone question what I was doing. Now I was used to it, and I knew the places that no one would look. No one would poke around. The school was safe enough, and it was quiet up here on the hill. Sometimes kids came up here to smoke or drink, but ever since summer had arrived, they'd found other spots to party. That was fine by me. I climbed up on the hood and let my legs dangle over the front of the car, while I went through my mental list of everything I had to get done that day. Pick up Rory's corsage from her parents' shop. Stop by our friend Aaron's, where I was going to shower and hopefully iron my shirt. Wash the car. Find somewhere to stash all my stuff so that Rory wouldn't figure out that I'd been living out of my car for the last month and a half. Then I was going to pick her up and take her to the prom. And it was going to be fucking perfect. I decided to walk into town first, to save the gas. I'd been keeping the car gassed, a few dollars here and there, whatever I could spare, but I tried to walk as much as I could, since I didn't have a reliable source of income. I bussed tables a few nights a week down at Al's Dine and Shine, but most of that went towards food. I didn't like mooching off my friends, and I especially didn't want Rory to know anything about this. So I've been trying to keep up with our normal routines. Pizza at lunch from the school cafeteria, pretzels from the mall on Friday nights, beer when we could get Aaron's older brother to buy it for us. It added up, but I didn't mind the expense. I'd do anything for Rory, to see her smile, and to hear her laugh, and to feel her lips against mine. She was a fucking angel, and about the only good thing in my life. So I didn't care if it meant I had to work myself till I was falling over the rest of the time. All I wanted to do was make sure my time with her was perfect. That was why tonight was so important. I wanted it to be the most magical night she'd ever had. Something she'd remember and hold on to for the rest of her life. It wasn't a long walk to the flower shop. When I got there, Rory's dad was standing behind the counter, whistling as he loaded a fresh roll of receipt paper into the cash register. "Morning, Wes," he said when he saw me. The smell of flowers was overwhelming in there, and my nose started to tickle immediately. It had been torture working in here all week. I'd spent the entire time feeling like my head was filled with cotton. But it would be worth it to see the smile on Rory's face when I gave her the corsage. "Hi, Mr. Holloway." He frowned. "How many times have I told you to call me Tom?" I grinned. "About 100. He chuckled. "And you're not going to listen, are you?" "Not about that, sir. Not as long as I'm dating your daughter." That made him smile. "I like you, Wes. I don't love the fact that my daughter has a boyfriend, but since I can't keep her locked in her bedroom, I'm glad she's with a nice young man like yourself." I tried to keep the smile off my face, but it was impossible. Rory was close to her parents, and knowing I had their approval meant a lot. "You get a haircut?" he said then, squinting. "Yes, sir." I touched my hair self-consciously. I normally wear it a bit scraggly, but I wanted to look sharp for tonight, so I'd taken the scissors to it in the bathroom of Al's. I tried to keep it as neat as possible, but I still thought it looked like a bit of a hack job. But Rory's dad grinned. "Look sharp," he said. "I'm sure Rory will love it." He winked, and my cheeks burned bright red. Thankfully, Mr. Holloway didn't seem to notice. "Let me get you the corsage," he said, closing the cash register and brushing his hands off on the green apron he always wore. "I assume that's what you're here for?" "Yes, sir." He shot me another look at the use of the word sir, but then disappeared into the cold storage area in the back of the shop. He returned a minute later with a small white box with the green and white bloomers sticker on the side. "Here you go." He lifted the lid off the box and presented it to me. Inside was a cluster of white roses, shimmery pearls, and sprigs of something green. I didn't know much about flowers, but I knew Rory was going to love it. Mr. Holloway took it carefully out of the box to show me the elastic attached to the back. "This goes right over her wrist," he said. "Easy as pie. Janine matched everything to Rory's dress, and I don't know, the things she's wearing in her hair, I think. It's beautiful." And it really was. I could already picture it on Rory's delicate little wrist, Could imagine the way I'd catch her admiring it all night when she thought I wasn't looking. "Now, it's best to keep it cool for as long as you can," he said. "You don't want it to freeze, though, mind. Stick it in the fridge. Maybe on the door, if there's room. Whatever you do, don't leave it in the sun." "Got it." Of course, I didn't exactly have access to a fridge at the moment. It was just going to have to stay in my car. Maybe I should have waited until later in the day to pick it up. I didn't want to tell Mr. Holloway that, though. So instead, I nodded in agreement and thanked him. "Anytime, Wes," he said kindly. "We'll see you tonight at the house." "Looking forward to it." I walked back to the school carrying the corsage in its white box. I ended up stashing it under the passenger side seat, or at least it was shielded from the sun. But I worried about the temperature inside the car. Even though it wasn't noon yet, the sun was hot, and I could tell it was going to be a scorcher. I didn't have time to worry about it right then, though. I had to move on to the next to-do item. I started grabbing all the stuff that was in the back seat and shoved up on the dash and wedged between the seats and began moving it all into the trunk. I've tried to keep the car as neat as possible. There's no trash or anything. But when all your earthly possessions are relegated to such a small space, it kinda tends to spread. I had notebooks and clothes stashed everywhere. A basketball sat in the footwell of the back seat. The glove compartment was stuffed with toiletries, toothbrush and toothpaste, a razor, a bar of soap, and a plastic sandwich bag. I'd been showering at the school gym most of the time, but I was going to have to find a new solution now that school was out for the summer. I moved as much of the stuff as I could to the trunk, where it was out of sight and out of mind. The only thing I left out were the black dress pants and the white shirt I'd managed to take with me when I left Patty's. She'd bought them for me so I'd have something to wear to church, which was strangely important to her, despite the fact that she was a godless bitch. But at least it meant I had something to wear tonight. I really hoped Aaron's mom had an iron. When that was done, I started up the car. The engine turned over a couple of times, but finally caught, and I breathed out a sigh of relief. The last thing I needed was the car conking out on me. Not tonight of all nights. I headed from the school straight down to Al's Dine and Shine. I had worked an extra few hours this week in order to be able to come in and wash the car for free today, which I hoped would help make the car at least presentable. I wanted Rory to be comfortable. I did not want her to feel like she was driving around in the Morning Breath mobile. When the car was gleaming, and I'd dumped so much floral deodorizer into the interior that it smelled just like bloomers, I headed over to Aaron's. I was running low on gas, but I'd been tucking away a few extra dollars here and there, so I figured I'd be okay. This was going to be okay. Aaron's mom answered the door. "Hello, Wes," she said. "The boys are upstairs." She left me to find them on my own, which was fine. I'd been here a couple of times before. The house was huge, practically a mansion by my standards, though Aaron's family mostly seemed pretty normal, and not like they were uber-rich or anything. They lived on one of those streets where all the houses looked the same and had green lawns that looked like AstroTurf. I made a mental note to see if I could maybe pick up some lawn mowing jobs around here over the summer. I found Aaron and our other friend Pete up in Aaron's room. They were laughing as I came around the corner, and when I crossed into the bedroom, I did a double take. They were both in full tuxedos, with shoes so shiny I could see myself reflected in them from here. Aaron was standing in the front of the mirror, fastening a black bow tie under the collar of his shirt. "You guys going to the Oscars or what?" I grinned. "Dude, this is prom. You gotta do it up right." "But really, tuxedos? Don't you think that's overkill?" Aaron stared at me. "Dude, come on. Everyone wears them for prom. It's just what you do." I was holding my shirt and pants over one arm, and now I looked down at them embarrassed. I knew some of the guys were renting suits for tonight, but I guess I didn't realize it was like this. This fancy. Aaron saw me looking down at the clothes I was carrying and raised his eyebrows. Is that what you're wearing? Yeah. He shook his head. He muttered something under his breath that sounded like, loser. Can I use your shower? Our hot water is busted. A white lie, but necessary. No one knew about my home situation, and I intended to keep it that way. Go ahead. There's towels in the closet there. I went down the hall to the bathroom and took my clothes with me. I laid them out on the vanity, hoping the steam would help take out some of the wrinkles. I suddenly felt stupid about asking Aaron's mother if I could use her iron, even though I was sure she'd say yes, even though I was sure she'd probably even insist on doing it for me herself. There was a mounting tension in my shoulders, my neck threatening to crick up again. I turned on the water, as hot as I could stand it, and then I stood under the stream until it seared my skin bright red. When I got out, I inspected the clothes and found them as wrinkled as they were before. Great. I pulled them on anyway, buttoning the shirt up over my still damp chest. The pants were a couple of inches too short, bought before my most recent growth spurt. Patty hadn't wanted to buy me new ones, so I'd been wearing these every Sunday. Going to church, the where's the flood look didn't bother me. But now I felt ridiculous. Aaron and Pete were in full tuxedos, and I had a wrinkled white button-down and pants that showed off my sports socks. It fucking sucked. I stared at myself in the mirror. It was fogged up, so I could only see the most basic outline of my head and shoulders. I reminded myself that Rory wasn't going to care about any of this. She wasn't that kind of girl. She was everything. I was madly in love with her. I hadn't told her that yet, but I wanted to do it tonight, at prom. That I couldn't imagine ever loving anyone but her. That was what really mattered here, right? Me and Rory, being together. Not how much money I had, or what kind of clothes I was wearing, or the fact that I was living in my car. Except, doesn't Rory deserve better? I stared at my outline in the steamy mirror, considering that question. If I told her I loved her, she was going to say it back. I knew she would, because I knew how it felt when we were together. She was as in love with me as I was with her. But then what? Once we'd exchanged those 3 little words, we were going to have a conversation about what happened next. When we both went off to college, I'd been accepted on a full scholarship to Harvard, but Rory was planning to stay in-state. Did I want her holding herself back, waiting for me? The guy who lived in his car, who was relying on a scholarship just to get an education, who might still be living out of his car 4 years from now? Fuck. I wanted to punch the mirror, but given that this was Aaron's house, that probably wasn't a good idea. Dude, what are you doing in there? Aaron's voice came from outside the bathroom. You better not be jerking off of my mom's face cream. I heard him and Pete laughing, and my face flamed red. Shut up. I'm just trying to zip my pants up over my huge dick. I wouldn't expect you to understand. They laughed again, and I knew it was all in good fun, but I still couldn't help the overwhelming desire to be anywhere but there. I came out of the bathroom, and steam drifted out into the hallway with me. Aaron and Pete were finished getting ready, and I had to admit they cleaned up nice. Full tuxes, black bow ties, and Aaron had slicked down his hair with some kind of gel. They even smelled good, like one of them swiped their dad's cologne. Better than the gym shoes they normally smell like. Aaron eyed my outfit, but didn't say anything, which was actually worse than if he'd made a joke. We ribbed each other all the time about stuff, And if he wasn't saying anything about the fact that I was wearing flood pants, it was because he felt fucking sorry for me, which only made me feel even more pathetic. I don't deserve a girl like Rory. The thought struck me right in the gut, almost doubling me over. The truth of it was like a knife wedged under my skin. I didn't deserve her. The three of us went downstairs, and right away, Aaron's mom started cooing over him. I stepped back when she turned her affection onto me. I knew she meant well, but having her fuss over me just made me uncomfortable and strangely sad. I should get going, I tell Aaron. Thanks for letting me use your shower. Oh, Wes, you must stay for some pictures. Brianna and Kelsey are going to be here any minute. I want to get all of you. I really should go, I protested. I really didn't feel like hanging out with Aaron's girlfriend, who, no offense, was the snobbiest bitch I'd ever met in my life. Please, she said, stay. We've got some snacks and leftover graduation cake. My stomach chose that moment to give off a loud grumble, and I realized I hadn't eaten all day. Aaron and Pete were still horsing around, but I knew Aaron's mom had caught the way I gazed at the kitchen. Let me fix you a sandwich, she said quietly, pushing past me and heading straight for the fridge. I felt like absolute shit. But what could I say when she was being so nice? Quite a few of my friends' moms had been like that, including Rory's mom. I didn't know if they knew about Patty, or if it was an innate sense of mother's intuition, but they somehow seemed able to pick pathetic out of a lineup. I tried to be cool, but I wolfed down the sandwich she handed me. Next thing I knew, she had another one in front of me, and then she was shoving a piece of cake at me, a glass of milk, a bunch of grapes. I ate every stupid bite, hating myself a little bit more with each one. I was supposed to be a man, not a charity case. I ended up staying for part of the photo session, posing in front of their elaborate mantel while Aaron's mom took snap after snap of us. I eventually tore myself away, telling her I had to go pick up Rory, and flushing when she wrapped me in a tight mom hug. Call me if you need anything, she whispered, or tell Aaron. I couldn't look her in the eye after that, so I walked wordlessly out of Aaron's kitchen and out to my car. As soon as I climbed in, I was hit with a wave of heat and a waft of that familiar stale odor. Even with all the cleaning I had done earlier, it still reeked in there. Even though I knew Rory wouldn't say a word, I dreaded picking her up in this thing. I rolled down the windows to try to let some fresh air in, but the car was still a sauna. It was fucking baking. Shit. The corsage. I scrambled under the passenger side seat and hauled out the box Rory's dad had given me. Please, no, I mumbled to myself. I eased the box open carefully. The roses, which had been so pristine earlier today, looked soft and wimpy now. They hadn't quite started to rot, but they still looked like shit compared to this morning. I should have brought the damn thing into Aaron's house and stuck it in his refrigerator while I got ready. I could already picture Rory's dad seeing them and knowing I didn't listen to his advice, him thinking that I was just some punk who did whatever the fuck I wanted to. Worse, though, I pictured them on Rory's wrist, wilted and wrong. I pictured the way she'd smile anyway, kiss my cheek, or maybe even my lips, if her parents were looking. She wouldn't say a thing. In fact, she probably wouldn't even notice. But I'd know. I couldn't bear the thought of this piece of shit that I ruined sitting on her wrist. Rory was perfection, and her corsage should be too. This whole night should be. That was what she deserved. Instead, I was driving a piece of shit car that smelled like ass. I was wearing a suit that made me look like a fucking Dickens character. Not even a suit, for that matter, just a church outfit that belonged to the Salvation Army. And worst of all, I was going to be handing her a corsage that looked like I dug it out of the dumpster of her parents' store. I saw Aaron's mother peering at me from out their front door. Fuck. This was not the time or place to be dwelling on how shitty this situation was. I gave her a quick wave, tossed the ruined corsage into the passenger seat, and then backed out of their driveway. I knew I should go to Rory's. I was supposed to be there soon anyway, and I knew she and her parents wouldn't mind if I came by a bit early. Even if she was still getting ready, her sisters would be more than happy to entertain me with their usual stories and antics, I was sure. God, those girls were hilarious. Except when I passed the road where I normally turned off to go to the Holloway house, I barreled right past it. I didn't know why. It was like some force outside me forced me to keep my foot on the gas, to just keep going. I passed another road, where I could have doubled back and still found her street, but I didn't turn off there either. I kept driving until I was past the city limits, and then I drove some more. I drove until the sun went down, and I was so far away from Highfield I didn't recognize the trees or the fields or the street signs. I told myself I was doing the right thing, that Rory deserved better. Yes, standing her up on this night of all nights was terrible. Despicable, really. But in the end, it was for the best. We should make a clean break. This felt like a scalpel. Nothing cleaner than that. And at least this way, she wouldn't harbor any feelings for me. She'd hate my guts after tonight. And even though the thought killed me a little, I knew it was the right thing to do. Someday, maybe I could come back for her. Someday I'd earn enough that I'd never have to worry about what kind of car I drove, or what kind of suit I bought, or where I was going to find dinner. Someday I'd be the kind of man that she deserved. Someday I'd come back for her. And all I could do was pray that she didn't hate me. Pray that whatever we had could stand the time and the distance between now and then. Pray that this hole in my heart doesn't completely consume me. Pray that my future was one with Rory in it. I couldn't imagine not loving her. I just had to become the man she deserved first.
37. Rory. On Thursday, Mom, Dad, and Blake all pile into the car to drop Emma and I off at the train station. It's been nice hiding out at my parents' for a few days, and Kyla's been great about letting me work remotely. But it's time for Emma and I to get back to our own apartment and the rest of our lives. Even if it seems like I barely have any idea what my real life is anymore. It's still early in the day, so the train is busy with long-haul commuters who live out here but work in New York City. We look out of place amidst the suits and briefcases, since we're dressed like we just rolled out of bed, which, to be fair, we did. I haven't slept much since I've been out here, though. I spent most nights staring at the bedroom ceiling and listening to Emma breathe as she slept in the other twin bed. Her breath coming in short, quiet little puffs. No snoring for Emma the Perfect, of course. Why couldn't I be more like her? My eyes are burning this morning, and I have a queasy feeling in my stomach. I don't know if it's from too many nights of not enough sleep, or if it's the thought of going back to the city. I've lived in New York for over 7 years, but the city feels like Wes's domain now. After all, he's had a hand in half of Manhattan's development projects over the last 10 years. Wes is building the city. I just live there. I keep replaying the conversation at the wedding over and over in my head, especially when I lay awake in bed at night. The look on Wes's face when I figured out what he was doing. The way he didn't even try to deny any of it. The literal shattering sound as my heart broke into 1,000 pieces. And when my mental viewing station gets bored of that channel, it switches to the other one. The one where I'm having dinner with my family and finding out that Wes had grown up in foster care. That I'd never really known him the way I thought I did. That one comes complete with the sound of the shattered pieces of my heart getting ground down into a fine powder. At the station, I give my parents and Blake tight hugs, and then Emma and I board the train. We find seats and slump down into them. I put my earbuds in right away because I'm not in the mood to make chit-chat with my sister for the next 2 hours. Luckily, she does the same. I stare out the window, and she leans her head back and closes her eyes. And we pass the ride in silence. At some point later, I'm jolted out of my trance by the feel of Emma's hand on my wrist. I look over at her and see her holding out a tissue to me. I blink in confusion, and she points to my face. When I reach up and touch my cheek, I find it wet with tears. I hadn't even noticed I was crying. I take the tissue and dab at my eyes, wiping up the mess that my face has become. "Do you want to talk?" Emma says. I can barely hear her through my headphones. I think about ignoring her, but then I sigh and slip the buds out of my ears and pause the music. "This is about Wes, right?" I nod. "And not just the stuff Mom told us at dinner, right?" I shake my head this time, twist my hands in my lap, run my thumb over the smooth screen of my phone, let out a shaky sigh. Wes and I have been seeing each other, I guess. I know it was stupid, and I don't think we meant for it to happen, but we just... I trail off and shrug. I brace myself for the inevitable Miss Emma lecture, but my sister's face stays soft and open. "I kinda thought so," she admits. "You did?" She nods. "You had that look about you." "How did I look?" I ask suspiciously. "Happy?" "Oh." My stomach bottoms out for a second, like I'm free-falling. Then I hit the ground, hard. Well, look how well that worked out. "So, do you want to tell me about it?" I shrug. I look out the window again and watch the trees go by in a blur outside. The train passes right through Bridgeport and Stamford, and I imagine all the people in their little houses living their lives and doing their thing. It's weird to think about that sometimes, that everyone in the world is out there, just like you, trying to live their lives and be happy. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you get a happy ending, and sometimes you get this. "Rory?" Emma touches my wrist again. I brush away another stray tear. I turn to face her again. Her brown hair is piled on top of her head in a messy bun, and even without makeup on, her face looks perfect. Her skin is flawless, her eyebrows perfectly plucked. I'm sure in comparison I must look like a troll doll. But she's my sister, and the way she's looking at me now is with nothing but compassion. None of the judgment I was bracing myself for. This is the Emma that people write to, not the one who dishes out bitchy advice. And who knows, maybe this is the real Emma. The one underneath the polished exterior. The one with the heart big enough for strangers and all their weird and wonderful problems. The one with the heart big enough for her screw-up of a sister. So I do something that surprises both of us. I lean my head on her shoulder. She hesitates for a second and then pets my hair. "You fell in love with him, didn't you?" I sniffle. I'm not sure I ever fell out of love with him, I admit. Oh, Rory, that's not even the worst part. What do you mean? I take a deep breath, and then I tell her the rest of it. About the Gold Lake project and Wes's real reason for contacting me last month. Emma doesn't say a word while I'm telling the story, and she's quiet when I'm done, too. You think I'm an idiot, don't you? No, not at all. Rory, no. She actually sounds surprised at the thought. But he's a jackass, I sniffle, trying to smile. Well, yes. Maybe. Maybe? She shrugs. I saw you guys together at the wedding. Blake and I were both talking about it. It certainly didn't look like any of that was pretend for him, and knowing what he went through in the past, I don't know, Rory. It makes me think about things differently, you know? What do you mean? Emma pauses as if considering her words. If there's one thing I've learned from doing this advice column for the last few years, it's that people never really escape their past, she says. You can grow up and you can change, but you've always got a piece of your past self with you. It's like a scar, you know? And for some people, that scar is tiny, like a little nick on your knee that you barely ever even think about. But for other people, the scar is deep and disfiguring. And it's all they see when they look in the mirror. I try to take in her words, but they make my chest ache. I dab at my eyes with the tissue again, and then try to smile at Emma. Has anyone ever told you that you're really smart? She laughs. Sometimes. Most of the time they just send me emails telling me that I'm a bitch and that I don't understand their super special circumstances and that they can't stop doing whatever it is I told them to stop doing because of reasons. I giggle at that. Well, I won't tell you that. But even if you're right about Wes, how can I be with someone who would do something like that? I huff, flopping back against my seat. This whole project, which he pretended to be so passionate about, was actually just a PR spin so that he could tear down a community center without getting shit all over. That's slimy. And being in foster care or whatever doesn't excuse that. No, you're right. It doesn't, she admits. But she still seems hesitant. But, I prompt. But it just doesn't seem like Wes, that's all. It doesn't seem like he would intentionally hurt you. I'm not even sure he intentionally hurt you back then. And trust me, I never thought I'd say that. I lean back and sigh. Well, I think the lesson here is none of us really know Wes at all. That was made pretty clear this weekend. Over and over, in fact. I can't keep the bitterness out of my voice. Emma doesn't say anything this time, and we pass the rest of the ride in silence. When we get back to the city, we go our separate ways. Emma goes back to the apartment to catch up on some work, but I go straight into the office. I know if I go home, I'll spend the entire time moping around. At least if I'm at the office, I'll have Kyla and work to distract me. I climb the stairs to our office with my suitcase clunking up the stairs behind me, feeling the temperature rise with every step. Buttercup rumbles under my feet as I go. By the time I get to the top floor, I'm already drenched in sweat. Sweet Jesus, I mutter, collapsing into one of the chairs at the poker table. Kyla spins around in her chair. You scared me. I wasn't expecting you until tomorrow. I decided to come in anyway. Figured I might as well try to catch up on what I missed this week. So, how is the wedding? I weigh my answer. I'm not ready to tell Kyla about Wes, especially since that would mean admitting that I've been sleeping with our client, so I plaster a smile on my face. Really beautiful, I say. That's true, at least. The wedding itself was beautiful. Do you have pictures? I bet Celia looked amazing. I dig out my phone and she pulls her chair over, and we spend the next little while going through every picture I took this weekend. Luckily, I hadn't snapped any of Wes. The only tense moment comes when I spot him in the background of the picture I took of the buffet, but Kyla doesn't seem to notice because she skims past the photo without saying anything. We only stop when my phone rings in Kyla's hand. She hands it to me and I press it to my ear. Rory Holloway. Hi, Rory. It's Mary Ellen Bishop. Hi. I blank for a moment and have no clue who she is. From Bulldog Rescue NYC. Fuck, right. Apparently the situation with Wes is making me brain dead. Of course, I say, trying to sound smooth. Hi, Mary Ellen. What can I help you with? Oh, nothing today. I'm just calling to tell you you can come pick up your keychain anytime. My keychain? I heard bulldogs from the sealed auction the other day? Right. I smile. Sorry, I think there must have been a mistake. I only bid on the paw print yoga mat. Did I win it? Sorry, no. She chuckles. But your friend Wes was the winner of the keychain and he said it was for you. Do you want to come pick it up? If you want, I can hang on to it and give it to you next time we meet. I rub my eyes. I'm too sleep-deprived for this. Wes won the keychain? She laughs again. Yes, not that it was much of a competition. $50,000 for a keychain is a first for us, I'll tell you that. But oh, Rory, that money is going to be such a help for us and the dogs. If you can think of anything we can do to thank him, please tell me. I will, I stammer, even though my mind is cartwheeling. $50,000? Wes hadn't let me see his bid, but never in my wildest dreams had I imagined he would bid that much. That's incredibly generous, my brain whispers. I tell it to shush and go back to sleep. Thanks, Mary Ellen. I will. You can hold on to it for now if you don't mind. I think we're meeting in a couple of weeks anyway. We sure are, she says cheerfully. Looking forward to it. Me too. I hurry her off the phone and flop down into my chair. What was that about? Kyla asks. Nothing. Brilliant lie, Rory. Kyla is looking at me strangely now. But there's too much to get into with her. Instead of answering, I pull my chair up to my computer and open my email. I have tons to catch up on, and an afternoon of throwing myself into work is exactly what I need right now.
38. Wes. I force myself to watch the video again, and again, and again. It's the video Rory and Kyla made for their Gold Lake presentation. It has Rory written all over it. Her compassion, her empathy, her goodness. Right now, it feels like the only thing I have left of her. But it's Maria's story that makes my throat feel tight. Each time her words come through the screen, I feel shittier. And I keep watching it, just to torture myself. Because I deserve to feel like shit. I've made a complete fucking mess of this whole situation. Rory hasn't spoken to me since the wedding. I've called, left messages, sent texts, but she hasn't returned a single one of them. I even stopped by her office, but Kyla told me she was spending a few days with her parents in Connecticut. That really drove home how much I'd hurt her. The woman couldn't even stand to be in the same state as me. I scrubbed the video timeline back to the part where Maria talks about her husband's death, how she struggled to go on after his loss. I think about Rory, and what an ass I've been. Here, I have the most perfect woman on the planet, alive and well and willing to work her ass off on a project she was passionate about. And I screw everything up. And for what? Money? What do I need more money for? I have enough money to live 100 lifetimes. I have more money than I could have ever dreamed of, back when I was a dumb 18-year-old kid sleeping in the back of my car. All I wanted back then was enough to not have to worry anymore. I wanted a comfortable life. I wanted to be able to provide for the woman I loved. Well, I had that and more after I'd earned my first $1 million. Everything beyond that was greed, ego, something to prove to myself, or maybe everyone else, that I had made it, that I was really someone. But what's the point of being someone if you don't have anyone? That's the thought that keeps rolling around in my head. That's the reason I keep watching Maria's video, listening to the way her voice cracks when she says her husband's name. When she talks about her son Bruno, about wanting the best for him while watching him go to a public school that's practically crumbling to the ground around him. What the fuck are you watching? Levi appears at my doorway, rolling his eyes at the tinkling piano music coming out of my laptop. It's a video Marigold made, to promote the hiring initiative. Oh? He perks up. Is it any good? It's great. Let's see. I hesitate, then reluctantly spin the laptop around. The last thing I want is for Levi to shit all over the video. I think I might punch him if he does. Levi slips into the chair opposite me as I start the video back at the beginning and hit play. He watches in silence, then chuckles when it gets to the emotional part where Maria talks about her husband. Lay it on a bit thick, huh? He shakes his head. Good. People eat that shit up. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. At least he shuts up. I watch him as the rest of the video plays. A frown comes over his face, and he looks up at me. Is that the community center? The one we're going to be tearing down? Yeah, I admit. That's hilarious! Levi slaps his thigh. So, this woman we hired to distract people from our development project actually lives and works in the place we're going to be tearing down. Yeah, I shift in my seat. Levi is nearly doubled over now. Oh my God! You can't make this shit up. That is priceless. Priceless? That isn't the word I would use. It's a fucking disaster. He sits up, wiping a tear of laughter from his eye. Oh, come on, Wes. Have a sense of humor. This is dramatic irony at its finest. My fists are clenching, but I keep them buried in my lap on the other side of the desk, restrained. Then you have a pretty sick sense of humor. I think this is what I'd call a clusterfuck. Levi waves his hand dismissively. Wes, this is not a big deal. It's not. That's news to me. Of course not. We'll just fire her. I sit up straight. What? Come on. We can't have her working here. You said yourself, it's bad. Yes, but the solution isn't to fire her. Why not? She's only been here a couple of weeks. I'm sure she'll find something else. You can't do that. He leans back in his chair, studying me. I'm not going to. Good. I start to relax before he speaks again. You are. My stomach bottoms out. I'm already shaking my head. No, not happening. Wes, we'll find a way to make this work. Levi and I have never really argued about a business decision before. We've disagreed before, but never for long. We've both always had the same vision for the company, that the deal is the thing. We do whatever it takes to seal the deal to succeed. It didn't matter what that entailed. There was no cost, financial or human or otherwise, that was too great, as long as it meant it got us closer to our goals. The business was ruthless, and we thrived on that. We were the most cutthroat in the industry, and everyone knew it. Now, for the first time, I'm the one breaking our deal. The unspoken one. The one that said we ran this company full speed ahead and damn the consequences. Wes, I'm ordering you to fire her. I raise my eyebrows. Excuse me? You heard me. The last time I checked, we were equal partners in this business. I don't believe you can order me to do anything. Levi scoffs. That's in name only, Wes. You and I both know that. This business was built on my knowledge, my experience, my contacts. Let's not fool ourselves. My gut is clenching, and I have the nearly insurmountable urge to slug him. Why partner with me at all, then? I can't resist asking. He shrugs. I enjoy your youthful enthusiasm. You've always been committed to the cause. I'll give you that. But now I'm wondering if maybe I've been wrong about that. My rage is simmering beneath the surface, but barely. Levi, on the other hand, looks like he's enjoying this. Why have I never noticed before that this man is practically a sociopath? He seems to be taking genuine pleasure in the situation with Maria, and in twisting me up about it. I've never seen it before, but now it couldn't be more clear. I've been trying to follow in Levi's footsteps, trying to become more like him. Levi doesn't have attachments to other people. He doesn't get emotionally invested. That's what I wanted. I wanted to be aloof, alone, where nothing would ever hurt and nothing would ever remind me of the things I'd lost. My mom, Rory. Having her back in my life has torn down those walls I spent years building. Suddenly, getting emotionally invested doesn't seem like such a bad thing. In fact, it seems a little bit like the thing I've been missing all along. I look up at Levi. His gray eyes are steely, and I can tell that he's testing me right now to see whether I'll push back about Maria or whether I'll roll over for him. I weigh my options, but the decision itself takes only a split second to make. Leave it to me, I tell him with a resigned sigh. I'll take care of it. Levi nods, satisfied. He leaves my office, and I slam the laptop closed. I can't bear to watch the video again. I have the damn thing memorized now. Instead, I reach for my phone. 20 minutes later, I'm meeting Tyler at Veneer, a hot little dive bar in Manhattan. We used to come in a lot when we first moved to the city, but I haven't been here in a couple of years now. It's a pretty mellow place, with a mixed crowd and great 80s alternative rock blaring out the speakers. Exactly the kind of laid-back place I'm in the mood for right now. Tyler is already there, and I slide into the booth across from him. I catch the bartender's eye and gesture toward Tyler's drink. A minute later, I'm sipping the foam off a frosty amber ale of my own. I clink my glass against Tyler's. Thanks for meeting me in the middle of the day, I say, after I've had a couple of good swallows of the beer. I really had to get out of there. Hey, no worries. When you're rich and fun-employed, you can do whatever you want with your time. Tyler grins. So, what's up? Troubles at the top of the food chain? I let out a long breath and tell him about Levi wanting to fire someone who, by all accounts, was a great employee. When I'm done, Tyler looks serious. What are you going to do? Fire her? Fuck no, I huff. I told him to leave it with me, but that was so I could buy myself some time. What I really need to do is figure out how to deal with Levi, not Maria. Levi Goldman. Tyler shakes his head. Say no more. I still don't understand why you've stuck by that guy for so long. Everyone knows he's toxic. Tyler's assessment takes me by surprise. Oh? I didn't know you knew him very well. Oh, yeah. He used to be a member at Kinsman. Until he got himself kicked out. I snort. What for? Tyler shrugs. General assholery. And you know, that place tolerates a fair bit of rich boy antics, but Levi took it to a whole other level. I don't know the whole story, but I always suspect that he crossed the wrong guy there. This was years ago, though. I only got the gossip secondhand. Through my dad. Huh. I guess I always knew Levi was a bit on the arrogant side, but I didn't realize it was bad enough to get him kicked out of the Kinsman. I shake my head. Wish I would have known that about, 8 years ago. I grin ruefully. Tyler grins back. Sorry, man. By the time I heard about it, you'd already started Gold Lake. Figured there was no point in bringing it up. And hey, the guy could have changed. I don't think he has, I say, taking another drink from the glass in front of me. That sucks, Tyler nods. Yeah. I look up suddenly. How do you do it? Do what? Stay normal. I mean, you grew up with a fuck ton of money. Your father is Malcolm Grant, for Christ's sake. And yet, you're a good guy, down to earth. You haven't let it go to your head. Tyler chuckles. Well, I'm sure my father would like it if I was a little less down to earth. Or in his words, a complete fuck-up. Shit. Sorry, man. He waves off my apology. Don't worry about it. That's my issue. But I don't know the answer to your question, really. Where is this coming from? I shrug. Just thinking about stuff lately. My life now is, well, it's nothing like what I could have pictured when I was a kid. I didn't know money like this existed. Sometimes I wonder if I've become too singularly focused on it. I don't want to end up like Levi, you know? I expect Tyler to crack a joke, but instead he sips his beer thoughtfully. That happens, he admits. And I guess that's what happened to my father. Maybe that's why I've always rebelled against that life. I've always been happier being the party boy than the good son. Huh. Even though Tyler and I have been friends for over 10 years now, I don't think we've ever really had a conversation like this before. I've never thought about him being conflicted about his family's money. I know he likes the playboy life, but I never imagined it was a reaction to the way he grew up. I guess there's always more to people than you realize. Tyler sips his beer again. Look, I don't know much about how you grew up. You've always been cagey about that part of your life, and I totally respect that. But you can't let the past eat your present, you know? It'll completely consume you if you let it. At the risk of sounding like a total cheeseball, today is all we have. That's how I try to live my life. We're both quiet for a minute. You know, you're a hell of a lot smarter than you look, Grant. Tyler grins. I'll take that as a compliment. Now, on to more cheerful topics. He sets his beer down on the sticky table with a loud thunk. How's that new lady friend of yours? Rory. My face falls. Tyler winces. Shit, man, sorry. Should I take it it's not going well? You could say that. What happened? You want to talk about it? No. I sip my beer. No problem. There's a moment of silence, and then I crack my knuckles. It comes back to what we were just talking about. I think I put my business before her, in a way that was, well, let's just say it was pretty bad. And now she's rightfully pissed at me. And I don't even know why I did it, because she's 100 times more important to me than Gold Lake. But now I don't know how to fix it, and it's killing me. I stop and finally take a breath. It feels surprisingly good to get that out. Tyler looks sympathetic. Shit, man, that's heavy. I don't know what to tell you. If she's more important to you than Gold Lake, well, that says to me that you're head over heels for this girl. Now, you gotta make her see that. I know, but how do I do that? You have to go deep. It has to hurt, you know? Tyler's gray eyes are serious. It's not a real apology if it doesn't cost you something. And I don't mean in the financial sense. Damn. I shake my head. His words really resonate. Seriously, man, when did you get so smart? Tyler laughs. I guess it was all that time I spent partying in Europe after college. All those old philosophers rubbed off on me. I groan. Sure, let's go with that. But Tyler's words have lodged something loose inside me. I know now what I have to do. I have to be honest with Rory. I have to tell her everything, even the things I never wanted her to know. The things I was so ashamed of for so long. I have to let her see all of it. Tyler's wrong about one thing, though. Because if I'm going to do this right, it's going to cost me financially, too. It might just cost me everything. But when it comes to Rory, no price is too high.
39. Rory. Okay, sister dearest, it's Sunday night. You've been in bed all weekend. It's time to spend at least a couple of hours sitting upright and eating some vegetables. Emma tears off my blankets, leaving me sprawled on my bed in my Christmas tree pajamas, which were the only ones I could find Friday night when I put them on. Yes, I've been wearing the same pajamas since Friday, when I crawled home from the office and got into bed. I've been here since then, binge-watching sitcoms and trying to make myself forget about Wes. Emma thrusts a clear plastic tumbler into my hand. It's filled with some kind of sludgy green liquid. What the hell is this, Em? Green smoothie. I figured I probably wouldn't be able to get you to eat any actual vegetables, but maybe I could disguise them for you. They aren't exactly disguised. I tilt the drink and watch the green goop slide along the walls of the tumbler. You won't taste them, I promise. Drink up. I took a hesitant sip. And surprisingly, she's right. It tastes like a regular fruit smoothie. I told you, Emma says smugly. She grabs my pillow and strips the case off, then grabs the sheet underneath me and tugs on it. I go rolling off the side of the bed. Jesus, Emma! I barely manage to hold on to my drink. Sorry, but these sheets probably stink. Wouldn't you rather go to bed tonight in nice, fresh ones? I grunt, which Emma takes as a yes. She smirks as she gathers the sheets into a ball. Now you're going to have a shower, put on clean pajamas, and I'm going to make up your bed. Tomorrow is Monday, and you know what Mondays are? Terrible? Har har, no. They're the best time for a fresh start, and that's exactly what you need. I take another sip of the green drink and glare at her. A fresh start is a little easier said than done, you know. I know that. Emma rolls her eyes. But even if it's hard, it's going to be impossible if you don't at least try. Touché. I throw back more of the juice and fake a grimace. I refuse to let her know that it's actually freaking delicious. Yeah. She shoos me out of the room. Go get in the shower before I have to call in the hazmat teams. I stumble into the bathroom and peel off the pajamas, which admittedly are a bit gross at this point, and climb into the shower. Much as I hate to admit it, Emma is right. I feel better when I get out. More like myself, at least. Less like a rank beast. When I come out of the bathroom, I find Emma has made up my bed with fresh, clean sheets, in the palest of yellows. They're hers, I realize, and my heart swells a little at the idea of my sister taking care of me in this way. Thanks, Emma, I say, throwing back the last of the smoothie which I'd left on my bureau. Of course, she says. You do the same for me. Except the difference is I'd never need to. Emma's lips purse into a smile. I'm not perfect, you know. Sure. She studies her nails for a minute. Lilac this week and not a chip on them, of course. You know that book I've been working on? Yeah? She pauses again, then looks up at me. The proposal's been rejected by 6 publishers so far. Shit, Emma, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want anyone to know. I guess it makes me feel like a failure. You're not a failure at all. You're putting yourself out there. That's amazing. Someone will bite on it eventually. Did you know at least 80% of authors get rejected more than 10 times before they get accepted? I mean, I don't actually know that for a fact, but it feels like something I've read somewhere. Emma forces a smile. Thanks. I'm trying to be positive and hope it'll happen eventually, but it's getting a bit discouraging. I wrap my arms around her in a spontaneous hug. She stiffens for a minute, then hugs me back. I think you're awesome, I tell her. And your book is going to be awesome, and you just need to wait until the right awesome publisher finds it. You'll find the right match for you, I know it. Emma smiles, sniffling a little. Thanks. That's sweet of you to say. And look, the same thing is true for you. Someday, you're going to meet the right match, and Westlake is going to seem like nothing but a distant memory. Instantly, my good mood plummets. Wes. I know Emma means well, but the thought of meeting someone else is about as appealing as the thought of eating tainted chicken. I don't want to meet someone else. I want him to not be an asshole. I want to not have been wrong about him. But since that's not going to happen, I guess Emma is right. I have to look to the future. I don't feel like dating right now, but I'm sure someday I will. Someday, just like Emma said, I'll meet someone else and it'll be like Wes never even happened. So why does that thought make me feel even worse? Thanks, I manage. I'm sure you're right. Of course I am, Emma teases. I get paid to be right, remember? I roll my eyes, but we're interrupted by my phone, which blares angrily from my bedside table. For a second, my heart skips a beat. I have the strangest idea that it might be Wes. If he called right now, I would talk to him, I decide. Call it a moment of weakness, but I'd hear him out. Except when I pick up the phone, I see it isn't Wes, but Celia. Hello? Wow. Could you be any less enthusiastic? Sorry, I laugh. I thought you might be someone else. Ah. I clearly don't have to say any more. Sorry, sweetie. I guess you two still haven't worked things out then, huh? No, and I don't think we will. Well, never lose hope. A little late for that. Now what the hell are you calling me for? Aren't you in Hawaii? Yes, but I wanted to see how you were doing. You're on your honeymoon. You aren't supposed to be thinking about me. Oh, come on. You're my best friend, and you're hurting. Of course I've been thinking about you. Well, I hope not at any critical moments, I tease. Celia giggles. No, I confess I haven't exactly been thinking about you 100% of the time. Good. So how's Hawaii? Oh my God, Rory, it's amazing. You have to come here sometime. Maybe we can do a girls' trip. It's the most beautiful place I've ever been. That's awesome, C. I'm glad you guys are having fun. That reminds me, she says. I can hear her hesitating over something. What? Can you send me Wes's mailing address when you get a minute? No rush, just sometime before we get back. Wes? Why? Look, I know you're not talking to him, but my mother would kill me if I didn't send him a thank you card for the amazing wedding gift he got us. He got you a gift? But I put his name on my card. I know, but I guess he wanted to do something on his own. He booked us this unbelievable helicopter tour of the islands. We went practically right inside the volcano. Jace almost shit his pants. She dissolves into giggles. It was the best part of the honeymoon so far. Well, aside from, you know. Yeah, I say. But my mind is racing. Wes got them a gift? That's really sweet and thoughtful. And exactly like the Wes I wanted to believe he was. When did he do this? Huh? When did you get the gift? Did he do it after we got in this fight or before? Oh, before. I had the email confirmation the day of the wedding. He got our booking information from our loft and barn registry. Huh. What, Rory? Nothing. That wasn't nothing. No, it's just, I don't know. That's twice now that I've found out he's gone and done something amazing without me even knowing. He also spent $50,000 buying me a dinky little keychain from an animal rescue group. That money is going to completely change their operations for at least a year. It's beyond generous. It's Wes, she finishes. I don't say anything for a minute. Then, maybe, yeah. What are you going to do? I straighten up. Nothing. This doesn't really change anything. It's sweet, but it doesn't negate what he did. Rory, no, Celia, I mean it. I'm done with Westlake. Okay. She doesn't sound convinced, of course, but I'm not going to spend any more time arguing with her. I have to stick to my convictions on this one. In fact, tomorrow I'm going to do the thing I've been dreading. I'm going to tell Kyla everything and let her know that we need to get out of our Gold Lake contract. I know she's not going to be happy about losing out on all that money, but it's the only thing we can do. I chat with Celia for a few more minutes, and then let her go when she has to head off for dinner. By the time I hang up the phone, I'm feeling my resolve strengthen. Wes can spend his money on charities and helicopter rides if he wants to, but I'm not going to take another penny of it. 40. Rory. On Monday morning, I wake up with less resolve than I would have hoped. I trudge through my apartment in a trance, pulling on yoga pants, a royal blue tank, a gray hoodie. When I get outside, I find New York City mirrors my mood. The sky is gray and the air is so hot and humid, it's like walking through soup. Even though my hair is piled up on top of my head, wisps of it are already sticking to the back of my neck. I descend into the subway and find the odors are particularly ripe today. Garbage, urine, and something that smells distinctly like it might be a decomposing animal. Lovely. For a second, I let myself imagine what life might be like if I had never come here, to the city. If I had stayed in Highfield working at my parents' flower shop, the way Blake still does. Life would be easier there. Simpler. With about 100% less Wes. That sounds like a dream come true. The train is late, and I wait on the platform as it gets more and more crowded. The heat is seeping down into the underground, and I start to feel dizzy and lightheaded. I squeeze back through the crowd and inch out a spot against the wall, so at least I can lean against something. I press my head against the cool wall and try not to think about what kind of grime is on the tile. I close my eyes and try not to think of Wes and of what a mess my life has become. The sick feeling I've had since the wedding refuses to go away. I sip at my takeaway coffee, feeling more nauseated with every swallow. When the train comes, everyone pushes forward, trying to cram on, even though the thing is already packed. I stay leaning against the wall. After all, I'm not in any hurry to get to work today because once I get there, I'm going to have to tell Kyla about Wes, and that we have to get out of the contract. So yeah, I'm happy just standing here, leaning my head against the grimy wall for now. Another train comes by, and then another. I wait until half a dozen have come and gone, and then, when the next train is empty enough that I can no longer justify standing here any longer, I board and let the rhythm of the train lull me into an uneasy stupor. I get to the office half an hour later and find it, as always, a good 10 degrees hotter than the outdoors. Buttercup is rumbling away down in the laundromat, and the scent of spring fresh breeze adds to my sickly feeling. "Morning," Kyla says, yanking off her headphones and turning around to greet me. "Morning." I decide there's no point in putting it off anymore. So I pull out one of the chairs at the conference table in the middle of the room. There's something I have to tell you. I take a deep breath and flop down into the chair. I want to bury my head in my hands already, or actually maybe stand up and walk back out of the office. Kyla is going to kill me, and she has every right to. What's up? She sets her headphones on her desk and pulls her chair over to the table with me. For a minute, I don't say anything, but Kyla's face grows more concerned. Rory, you're scaring me. What's going on? Ugh, okay. I take another deep breath. I have some bad news. Could you just spit it out already, Holloway? I blow out the breath. We have to cancel our contract with Gold Lake. What? Why? This is when I put my head down on the table and groan. Because I'm an idiot, I manage. Kyla doesn't say anything for a minute. The room goes quiet, with only the hum of Buttercup rumbling away downstairs. Finally, my curiosity gets the better of me, and I sneak a glance up at her. She's rubbing her temples and staring at me. What did you do, Rory? I slept with him. I say the words, but they're muffled by the green felt of the poker table. I knew it! Now I sit up. What? Oh, come on, Rory, you're about as subtle as my mother's floral print blouses. I give her a weak smile. That bad, huh? Yes, that bad, but we're not canceling the contract. You're just going to have to suck it up. We have to. I shake my head. Shit went down, Kyla. Wes isn't who I thought he was, and the whole contract? It was a lie. What do you mean it was a lie? There's no money? No, the money's real, the job's real. But the stupid hiring initiative, it was just to cover up a deal they're doing that's going to get some pretty bad media attention. They were using us to make themselves look better. She's quiet for another minute. I can't bear to look up at her, so I keep my head pressed to the table again and concentrate on the feel of the dryer downstairs, rumbling up through the soles of my feet. That sucks, she says. Yeah, tell me about it. She doesn't say anything else, and when I look up, I find her gnawing on her nail thoughtfully. Tell me what you're thinking, I say. I know she's got something on her mind, and I'd rather know what it is than have to sit here and wonder. She presses her palms into the table, running her nails along the felt, scratching out fine lines in the weave. We still can't cancel the contract. We have to, I say immediately. No, Rory, we can't. The first check's already been cashed. Some of the money is spent already. No. I shake my head, straightening. My coffee sits forgotten beside me. We have to do it. We can't, Rory, that's what I'm telling you. You read the terms of the contract. Almost all the money would have to be refunded, minus the few hours we put in on the presentation and research. How are we going to come up with that kind of money? I push my chair back and stand up, then pace the room. We have to. We can't do this. I can't do this. Kyla doesn't move and doesn't answer. She's not letting me off easy, and I can't say I blame her. But I have to find a way to make this right. How much money have we spent so far? I force myself to sit down and try to discuss this rationally. After all, there has to be some way we can make up the difference. If I have to beg, borrow, or steal to do it, I refuse to spend another minute working for Gold Lake. Kyla shakes her head. I don't know. I'd have to add it up, but we paid off all our outstanding bills, plus we've used some of it to fund other campaigns. Rough estimate? She shrugs. I don't know, maybe 15,000, 20,000? My stomach sinks. It's more than I thought. I press my head down against the felt of the table again. I brace myself for Kyla's wrath, but instead, my phone rings, saving me from whatever she was about to say. I look at the phone and then look at Kyla. "You might as well get that," she says, shrugging. "If we aren't going to be working with Gold Lake, we better make damn sure the rest of our clients are happy." Right. I swallow as I reach for the phone and press it to my ear. "Rory Holloway." "Rory, it's Maria." "Maria, hi." I find myself brightening. "It's really nice to hear your voice. How are things going?" If nothing else comes out of this, at least Maria was able to get a good job. Wes's hiring initiative might be a sham, but the jobs are real enough, and the experience and opportunity will be great for her. "Oh, goodness, Rory, things are amazing. I'm just calling to thank you." "Thank me for what?" "For everything. For connecting me with this job. It's changed my life, and now Bruno's too." "That's great. But what are you talking about?" "They established a scholarship fund at the Sacred Heart Private School for Bruno. Well, not just for Bruno. They're going to take 10 kids a year from the Elmwood Gables community. It's a full ride, Rory, can you believe it? My baby's going to get to go to private school." For a minute, I sit there shocked. Kyla gives me a questioning glance, but there's no way to explain it quickly. "Wow. Maria, that's great. Oh, I haven't even told you the best part. They're going to name it after my husband. The Luis Costa Memorial Scholarship." I can feel the pride and elation in her voice, even through the phone. My eyes fill with tears. "I'm so happy for you. Wow, who did this exactly? Gold Lake?" I ask incredulously. "Yes, Gold Lake. Well, I think it was your friend Wes. That's what the director of the board at the school told me. I met with him yesterday, and I think the school is going to be an amazing fit for Bruno. They have all kinds of art classes and music and even a rugby team. Can you imagine my little Bruno playing rugby someday?" "I could totally imagine it," I say, smiling through my tears. "That's unbelievable, Maria. I'm so happy for you. Well, none of it would have happened without you, Rory, so thank you from the bottom of my heart." "Oh, God, Maria, don't thank me. I had nothing to do with it. It was all Wes." The word trips a bit coming off my tongue, but there it is. Wes. Again. Always. "I have to find a way to thank him," Maria muses. "If you can think of anything he'd like, let me know." "I don't think there's anything he needs," I say honestly. "Maybe something more personal, like a card." "That's a good idea. I'll get Bruno to draw something. Maybe I'll make him a pie, too." "I think he'd like that," I say softly. "Good. That's what I'll do. Anyway, I need to get back to work, but let's catch up soon." "I'd like that." We were just about to hang up when I say, "Wait, Maria?" "What?" "Lemon meringue." "What?" "He loves lemon meringue pie." I can hear her grinning. "I think I can manage that. Thanks again, Rory." When I get off the phone, I feel shell-shocked. Not to mention more confused than ever. Every time I make up my mind to walk away from Wes completely, something comes along and knocks me flat on my ass again. Kyla nudges my shoulder, dragging me out of my thoughts. "Everything okay?" I honestly don't know anymore. There are tears in my eyes, and I don't even know what they're for. Whether they're for Wes, or for me, or for Maria. Kyla rubs my shoulder. I don't deserve her sympathy, and yet somehow after all this, she isn't mad at me. Or at least not irreparably so. "We'll figure this out," she says. "Thanks." "Do you want to get some coffee?" I shake my head. "Too hot. I think I'm just going to throw myself into work if that's okay with you. Sure. That sounds like a good idea for both of us. We spend the rest of the day heads down, fingers on keyboards. I actually plow through my to-do list and am starting to feel better about today. I don't stop until almost 5, when I stretch and realize how dark and gray it's gotten in our office. The humidity is worse than ever, and my skin peels off the vinyl of the chair with a gross sucking noise. Downstairs, Buttercup rumbles away. Ugh, it has to rain soon, right? I reknot my hair, trying to get rid of all the frizzy, wispy bits. A futile task, obviously, but I managed to capture some of them. Dear God, I hope so, Kyla groans. And as if we summoned it ourselves, the sky chooses that exact moment to open up. Kyla and I both move to the window, drawn by the sudden rush of noise from outside. The rain comes down in a torrential downpour, and as we watch, the sky lights up with a sudden fork of lightning. We stand there in silence for a minute, awed by the force of nature right outside our window. The sidewalks have nearly emptied, and the rain splashes down so hard it comes off the pavement in great waves. Like all extraordinary bursts, it quickly tapers off and settles into a regular downpour. The room seems to lighten slightly, as if the weight of the day's humidity is already starting to be washed away. I have an idea, Kyla announces, turning away from the window. What's that? We need to dance it out. I lift my head up. Dance it out? You know, like on television. Hold on. She gets up and goes to her computer. Then a few seconds later, music is blaring out her speakers. I laugh as I recognize the song. I'm too old for this, I shout, as a Taylor Swift song pumps through our tiny office. But Kyla grabs my hand. No such thing. So, even though neither of us have an idea what's going to happen with Marigold, and even though I still kind of want to cry, we dance. We dance till I've almost forgotten about the money, and the contract, and Wes. It feels good to fling my limbs around like a crazy person, and I get so into it that I lose all sense of time and place. Kyla and I are dancing machines with no off button. Which is why the voice from the doorway catches me completely off guard. Hello, Rory. Just like with the rumble of the dryer, I can feel the timbre of his voice right through the soles of my feet. I freeze, mid-ass shake, then slowly spin around and come face to face with the man who broke my heart. Wes. Son of a Buttercup, I whisper. 41. Rory. My heart beats against the inside of my chest, so hard and fast I swear it's going to burst out of my ribcage. I can feel Kyla whipping her head back and forth between Wes and me, and I can't take my eyes off the man standing in front of me. Despite everything, all the things he's done, and all the things I now know, he still has the power to make my knees turn to straight-up jelly. Hello, Rory. His voice fills our tiny office, ricocheting off the 4 walls and lancing straight through me. His hair and the shoulders of his jacket are wet from the rain, but he seems oblivious to it. I fold my arms. I won't give him an inch. Mostly because I'm afraid that if I do, I'll fall to pieces completely. And this time I might not be able to put myself back together again. Wes seems to be able to sense my new iron will because he clears his throat and then straightens his tie, something I've come to recognize as a nervous habit of his. For a second, my resolve weakens, just a hair. But I force myself to stay steadfast, rock solid. I don't even speak because I don't trust what might come out of my mouth. Wes runs his hand through his wet hair. "I was hoping we could talk," he says. Once again, the deep rumble of his voice fills the room, enveloping me like a warm blanket. I'm not sure we have anything to talk about. The words tumble like dry stones out of my mouth. Why, oh why, does he have to have this much effect on me? I should be furious with him. But being confronted with the sight of him, up close and personal like this, is undoing me completely. "Please, Rory," he says. His voice is earnest, almost sad. My tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth. I try to spit out the word no, but I can't seem to form even that one simple syllable. That's when he holds out a small white box I hadn't noticed he was carrying. My throat constricts, and I swallow down a lump. I recognize the box right away. The small green and white sticker on the side that says Bloomers. It's from my parents' flower shop, and judging by the size of the box, I know exactly what's in it. Wes keeps holding out the box, but I don't move to take it. "This is for you," he says, as if I couldn't tell by the way he's offering it up towards me. I know. I still don't touch it. It's not until Kyla elbows me in the ribs, hard, that I reluctantly step forward and take the box from him. "It's from your parents' shop," he says. He runs his hand through his damp hair again as I ease open the box. My throat forms a lump that I try to swallow. Inside the box is a corsage. A wrist corsage, like the one Wes was supposed to bring me for our proms so many years ago. It looks just like how I always pictured it. Small white roses, greenery, little silver beads like the ones I wore in my hair that night. "I had your mom recreate the same one I was supposed to give you that night," he says. His voice sounds thick, and I have to lean against the conference table as I stare down at the arrangement. Kyla is still staring at me. Even without looking up at her, I can feel her eyes boring straight into me, but I don't acknowledge her. Instead, I force myself to speak to Wes. "It's a sweet gesture," I tell him. "But it's not enough." "I know," he says hastily. "I just wanted you to know that I remember. That I've thought about that night every day of my life. And I've regretted my actions more than anything else I've ever done." I raise one eyebrow at him, and he looks away. "Well, up until recently," he adds. Downstairs, Buttercup chooses that exact moment to end her cycle. And the sudden silence that fills the office is deafening. "All I want is to talk," he says now. He's starting to sound less composed, like it suddenly occurred to him that I might just say no. "Please, Rory, at least let me explain, and then you never have to talk or see me again if that's what you want." The sudden thought of never talking to or seeing Wes again seems as shocking as losing a limb, and I almost gasp at the idea of it. Instead, I look at Kyla. I try to ask her, without words, what I should do. She answers me without words, too, by practically shoving me into Wes's arms. I stumble forward and then glare back at her. She shrugs innocently. Wes grins. I'm feeling seriously outnumbered here. I fold my arms again to both prove that I'm not amused and because it feels safer somehow. Fine. We can talk. Just hearing the words seems to release some of the tension in Wes's shoulders. His grin broadens. "That's great, Rory. Let's go." "Where?" He hesitates. "I want to take you somewhere." "Where?" I repeat. "Can you please just trust me?" I glare at him and he winces. "Sorry, I get it, but just let's go. Don't make me ruin the surprise." As much as I hate it, my interest is piqued. I shoot another look at Kyla, but she shrugs. I toss my hands up in the air. Fine. Let's go. I set the corsage box down on the conference table, but Wes shakes his head. You're going to need that. I wrinkle my brow in confusion, but he only smiles mysteriously. I follow him out of the office and down the stairs, into the street. We don't talk while we're in the car. I don't know where we're going, but it seems like wherever it is, that's where Wes wants to do his talking, which is fine by me. And I spend the time staring out the window, watching the buildings go by and trying not to think about the man sitting and breathing and existing beside me. Except soon we're in a neighborhood I recognize. I whip my head around to face Wes. What are we doing here? You'll see. Wes, Rory, please. I asked you to trust me. Just give me this. Fine. I sit back in my seat, but only for a second. Then I'm pressing my face to the glass again, watching as Wes's SUV pulls up in front of the Elmwood Gables Community Center. Before I can ask any more questions, Wes is out of the car and darting around behind it to open my door for me. Thank you. Should I take this? I gesture to the corsage box. He nods, his face still giving nothing away, except the ghost of a smile that he can't seem to keep off his lips. The humidity in the air has broken, and the sun is finally starting to burn through the gray, giving the sky that feeling that the city is waking up, coming alive again, even though it's evening now. A flutter of hope passes through me when I try hard to tamp down. Wes takes my hand and leads me up the cement front steps and pulls open the heavy blue door. After you. I step into the community center. Behind the front desk is the same bored Indian girl who sat there the last time I was here, only this time she looks excited to see me. She came! She hisses the words to Wes, and I can tell she's trying to be quiet and failing spectacularly. Wes winks at her and leads me down the long hallway. The smell of bleach and gym shoes hasn't changed, but there's something else in the air tonight, too. Something that feels like electricity, anticipation, excitement. A group of kids cluster at the doors of the gym area, watching us walk down the hallway and pointing. Barb, the director I'd met with on my first visit here, pokes her head out of her office and flashes us a thumbs up. I give her a confused wave and keep following Wes. We reach the back of the center, and Wes pushes open the heavy door, the one that leads out to the garden. The smell hits me first, just like it did the first time. That rich perfumed haze of the roses, the azaleas, the peonies, made all the more lush by the rain and the moisture in the air. For a second, I close my eyes and breathe it in. Then I feel Wes's hand on my lower back. The touch sends a shiver through me, and I breathe that in, too, just like the rich scents of the garden. Well, he says. There's a hesitation in his voice, a note of worry. What do you think? I slowly open my eyes, taking in the sight in front of me. I suck in a breath and look at Wes in amazement. What is this? He smiles, and now it's one that actually reaches the corners of his eyes, making his whole face look open and warm. It's what I never gave you before. It's our prom. 42. Rory. My mouth must be hanging just about down to my chest because Wes chuckles. Here, let me. He takes the white box from my hands and removes the corsage, then slips it onto my wrist. I let him, my hand limp in his, mostly because it feels like none of my muscles would actually work right now anyway. This is... I look down at the flower arrangement, now snug against my wrist, then back out at the garden. I shake my head. This is truly unbelievable, Wes. The garden, which had always been beautiful, has been completely transformed. Small cafe lights crisscross from one side to the other, glowing above the garden, and in between the lights hang tiny silver stars. Long white curtains have been hung up along the gazebo, giving it a romantic feel, and inside, a small table and chairs are set up. Somewhere there must be speakers because some kind of instrumental jazz is playing softly. Even the community garden section, which had been nothing but a huge plot of overturned earth last time I was here, is filled with new life. Herbs and tomato plants, and what even looks like a transplanted lemon tree. Everything feels fresh and beautiful and perfect. You like? I nod. He's smiling. His eyes crinkling warmly again, and I have to look away. I finger the elastic on my wrist. I have a sudden and overwhelming urge to launch myself into his arms, to kiss him into oblivion, to let him throw me down on the grass and make love to me under the twinkling lights so that we can both forget these last 2 weeks. It takes everything I have to remind myself that even though this is incredibly sweet, Wes has done a lot of other stuff that isn't so sweet. I can't let myself forget that stuff, even if he did throw me my own private prom. I gasp, suddenly looking down at my outfit. What? I'm wearing yoga pants to a prom. He chuckles. That doesn't matter. You could wear a garbage bag and still be the most beautiful woman in the room. My cheeks color and I look away. So, how does this work? He shrugs. However you want. We could dance, or we could eat, or we could talk first. I think we should talk. I don't let myself think about it. If I dance with Wes, I might lose myself, and I don't want that to happen. But Wes smiles. I thought you might say that. Come on. He leads me over to the gazebo, and then up the stairs to the table where a bucket of ice sits with a bottle of champagne chilling inside it. I glance down at the label and laugh. Dom Perignon? I don't think we would have had that at prom. He grins. I might have taken a few liberties. Can I pour you a glass? Part of me thinks I should say no, that I should keep my faculties if Wes and I are going to have this conversation. But everything is too beautiful and perfect to say no to a glass of expensive champagne. So I nod, and Wes pours us each a glass. He pulls out one of the chairs and I slip into it, and then he's sitting across from me. For a minute, neither of us says anything. I sip my champagne, suddenly nervous, partly because I want to hear what Wes has to say, and partly because I don't. There will be no going back after this conversation, that I can already tell. I take a deep breath. Wes, you have to... I owe you an explanation, he says at the exact same time. Then, oh, sorry, what were you going to say? No, nothing, just... You go ahead. He grins nervously. Okay. What I was saying is that I owe you an explanation. Well, I owe you an apology, too. Maybe a couple, actually, but I wanted to start with an explanation of who I was back when we first knew each other. This is it. I'm practically holding my breath as Wes starts talking. I was never completely honest with you back then. We never talked about my family much, as you might remember, and we never spent any time at my house. I knew you assumed it was easier to go to your house, especially since your parents worked so much, but the truth is, I let you believe that. I liked being at your house because it felt normal there. He takes a deep breath, and then a sip of champagne. The silence is brief but deep. He sets his glass back down. I didn't have the best home life. My mom died when I was 9, and I spent the rest of my time in foster care. Until I aged out, that is. I don't say anything. The glass of champagne sits forgotten beside me, bubbles slowly bursting into nothingness. If you're doing the math, you may remember that I turned 18 a good few weeks before graduation. We went to see a movie at the mall that night, remember? Well, not that we watched most of the movie. I think we spent most of the night making out in the back row. Still might be my favorite birthday memory ever. That makes me smile, but I quickly swallow it down, letting Wes continue. That was the first night I slept in my car. The first night I was officially homeless. That word sounds so strange now, but that's what I was. I was homeless. I lived out of my car for 9 weeks, and then for another couple of months after I got to Boston. Until the dorms opened at Harvard, and my scholarship kicked in. There's a lump in my throat now, so big and heavy that I couldn't swallow even a sip of champagne. Why didn't you ever tell me? He shakes his head. I was embarrassed. I had nothing, and you were everything. You deserved someone who could give you everything. Wes, all I ever wanted was you. I realize as soon as the words are out of my mouth how true they are. Wes is everything I've ever wanted. Wes. He shakes his head sadly. I get that now, but back then I was 18. My pride was shot. I felt like I was failing at life already. And I felt like, if I let you love me, I was just going to drag you down with me. I didn't want that for you, Rory. You were this bright and shining star, the one good thing in my life. The last thing I wanted to do was taint that in any way. So you stood me up at the prom? I don't know what to say about that, except I'm sorry. To my 18-year-old brain, it made sense. I thought I was saving you from me. I couldn't be the man you deserved. Christ, I couldn't even keep your corsage alive that day. By the time I was ready to go to your house, the stupid thing looked like shit, and the thought of you wearing it, the thought of your dad seeing it and knowing I couldn't take care of it or you, I don't know. I panicked, I guess. It was the lowest point of my life. Well, until the morning after the wedding. I rub my eyes, trying to keep the tears from spilling over. Wes and I still have a lot of ground to cover, and I can't afford to lose my shit now. I guess I still don't understand how I never knew, I say now. We were so close back then. Or at least I thought we were. How could I not have known about your home life, or that you were living in your car? Jesus, what kind of girlfriend was I, if I didn't even know my boyfriend was homeless? Was I really that wrapped up in myself? He shakes his head, smiling softly. Not at all, Rory. Honestly, you were perfect. You didn't know because I put a hell of a lot of effort into making sure you never found out. That time we ran into Patty, that was my foster mother. Though mother is being generous. I was sure I was going to be outed. It would have been just like her to say something to humiliate me, especially since it was probably obvious how much I liked you. The fact that she didn't, and that you didn't realize anything after that encounter, well, I just thanked my lucky stars, and then tried to keep you as far away from the truth as I possibly could. Oh, Wes. I shake my head. There's so much sadness welling up inside me. A lifetime of it, it feels like. Sadness for me and for us, but mostly for Wes. For that sweet 18-year-old kid who was just trying to handle things the best way he knew how. You don't sound all that surprised by any of this, Wes observes now. My mom told me a bit about it last week, I admit. I guess my parents must have known, or at least some of it. They assumed I knew too. It was embarrassing admitting that I'd had no idea. I don't mean to dump that on him, but Wes reaches across the table to take my hand. I hesitate, then let him, feeling the instant warmth as his big palm envelops my smaller one. If I could do the whole thing over, I'd do it completely different, he admits. I should have trusted you with the truth back then. I run my thumb over his. Why didn't you? I ask softly. I don't know. Like I said, I was a kid. I was proud. I didn't know what was really important in life. That's what my dad says, I admit. Oh yeah? Wes chuckles. Your dad was always a pretty smart guy. He was. Still is. I smile. He really likes you. Both my parents do. Despite everything, they still talk about what a great guy you are. That's sweet. Not quite sure I deserve the praise, though. I don't answer that because I can't say I disagree. I understand our past a bit better now, and I have sympathy for the kid Wes was. But he's a man now, and he made his own choices. Wes is quiet, and I wonder if he's thinking the same thing. Finally, he takes a deep breath. I guess that brings us to today, he says. To this place. The garden. I look around. The sun is going down now, and the cafe lights seem to twinkle even more brightly above us. The silver stars catch the last of the dying light and reflect it back down on us, glinting and shimmering like something magical. The development project is off, he says. I want to start off with that. How? Excitement bubbles in my gut. The garden is too precious to be bulldozed over, and the fact that Wes sees that is encouraging. I'll get to that in a minute, but first, I want to apologize for using you. It was really awful. A low point in my life for sure, except that was only one of the reasons I wanted to hire you. I raise my eyebrows and try to brace myself. The truth is, I had never forgotten about you, Rory. This may sound crazy, but even after all this time, I thought about you every day. So when Levi and I hatched this plan with the hiring initiative, you were the first person I thought of. It was an excuse to see you again. I must look skeptical, but Wes chuckles. Come on, Rory. While it's true that we didn't want to use our own in-house marketing team or one of our usual global PR companies, there are still 100 other marketing firms in this city who specialize in nonprofits. We could have worked with any one of them. Hotchkiss Burns was calling us up from the day word got out about the project. We went with Marigold because I wanted you. Yeah, well, thanks a lot for that, I say sarcastically. I didn't think it would turn into such a shit show, he says earnestly. I really thought it would be a good opportunity for you, that it would maybe help even the score from what I did all those years ago. Didn't work, I say, though this time I'm smiling. A little, at least. Tell me about it. He pretends to roll his eyes. Look, I know I stepped in it. I have no excuse for it. I got caught up in the thrill of closing the deal. For so long, all I've been focused on was the money. I lost sight of what matters. What matters? I ask, holding my breath. You matter, Rory. I swallow. Wes's voice is so earnest and plaintive that I believe him. Thank you, I say now. It's hard to get the words out, but I force myself to persevere. For saying that. That was the worst part of all this, Wes. thinking that you were just using me, that I didn't matter. Because you matter to me, you always have. You probably always will. I feel the same way, Rory. You're the only thing that's ever made my heart feel complete. Not the deals I've closed, not the money I've chased, only you. Always you. Tears are springing to my eyes, but I brush them away and swallow. I feel like I should apologize, too, I say, though my voice shakes. Wes frowns. Why? Because I never gave you an honest chance. I made up my mind about you ages ago, and I didn't even bother to wonder whether you had your own reasons for doing what you did. And ever since you've been back in my life, I guess I've been waiting for you to do something wrong, so that I could be right about you, if that makes sense. I ignored every sweet thing you did and only looked for the bad. To be fair, there was some bad in there, Wes jokes. I grin. Yes, there was. But what you did for Maria, for Celia, you're a good person, Wes. I know you like to pretend you aren't, but I know the real you, remember? He smiles at me. There's a sheen in his eyes that wasn't there before, and he looks away for a second. I think this would be a good time to pause for dinner, he says, looking back towards the door of the community center. I turn and see two tuxedoed waiters emerge, each carrying an ornate platter topped with a silver dome. They wordlessly set them down in front of Wes and I, magically produce silverware wrapped in white cloth napkins, and then silently disappear again. What is this? I say. It smells great. I didn't realize until now how hungry I am. Apparently, emotional catharsis can make me work up an appetite. Why don't you find out? I glance at Wes curiously, but he gestures to the silver dome in front of me. I lift it up cautiously and peek underneath, then laugh. Macaroni and cheese. Fresh from Fran's Diner. I hope you like it. I do, but... I shrug, laughing. Were you expecting something a little fancier? Kind of, yeah. I think the fancy platter threw me. I mean, I love mac and cheese as much as the next girl, don't get me wrong. Good. You don't know how happy it makes me to hear you say that. Why? Because I want to make things work with you, Rory. I really do. But if we do, you're going to have to get used to eating this stuff, because starting tomorrow, this is going to be about all I can afford. What are you talking about? Wes picks up his fork and stabs a noodle, popping it in his mouth and chewing slowly, leaving me in absolute suspense. Wes, you're killing me here. What are you talking about? He grins. Starting tomorrow, Gold Lake Developments will officially be known as Cal Developments. Cal? What are you talking about? Carol Ann Lake. It was my mother's name. I've used up almost the entirety of my savings and assets to buy out Levi's half of the business and take it over for myself. I clap my hands. Wes, that's amazing. You're going into business for yourself? Yes. It's the same company, so I'll keep all the same active projects, but it'll be entirely my business now. I won't have to answer to anyone, and I'll be able to pick and choose the projects I really believe in, rather than the ones that'll turn the highest profit margin. Wes, I'm so proud of you. That's great news. I grab my glass of champagne, which is probably a bit warm and flat by now, but I hold it up anyway. To Cal Developments. Wes clinks his glass against mine. Thank you, Rory. I'm glad you're supportive, because the business is going to need some rebranding, and I was thinking you and Kyla might be able to help me with that. We would love to. I don't even have to think about it. Somehow, listening to Wes's story and seeing the change that's come over him, I know that we'll be able to work together on this. Good. Wait. I pause, setting my glass back down on the table. You said all the existing projects will continue. What about the hiring initiative?
It's still on.
In fact, I'm going to expand it. Opportunities for people with disabilities, internships for at-risk youth. But it's not a media ploy anymore, so I'm afraid we won't be requiring any further marketing representation on that front. He grins, and I laugh. That's just fine with me. This all sounds great, Wes. I shovel in a bite of my macaroni and cheese, feeling fully relaxed for the first time since Wes picked me up an hour ago. There's one other thing. I'm still buying the Elmwood Gables land. What? My relaxation goes flying out the window. My entire body stiffens again, and I freeze. A forkful of mac and cheese halfway to my mouth. He nods. I'm sorry, but I have to. You don't, though. You can't. I mean, look at this place. I gesture frantically around us.
I know it's special, Rory. I get it. That's why I'm not tearing it down.
But you said...
I said I'm buying it. The city is selling it regardless, so whether it's me or another developer, someone's going to snatch it up. Hell, even Levi is still interested, once he figures out his next steps. So I decided to formally put in the offer from Cal Developments. Once I own it, I can officially preserve it. The ownership structure will have to change a bit, but your friend Barb has graciously agreed to step in and head an informal board of directors to run this place.
So the garden is staying?
It's staying.
And no one here will be out of a job? People will still have their community?
Nothing will change. Like I said, a few things on the governance side. But I think that will actually help grow this place. With a board of directors, maybe the garden can start getting more concrete funding opportunities. Give even more people access to the space.
My heart swells with happiness. Wes, that's seriously the most amazing thing I've ever heard. I can't believe you did all this.
His cheeks color, which makes me smile. It was the right thing to do, Rory. I kept thinking of my mother and wondering if she'd be proud of me, and finally had to admit to myself that she wouldn't. And of course I thought of you. I might have even played a little game of what would Rory do. I may not be perfect yet, but I'm trying.
I think this is amazing, Wes, truly. You've outdone yourself.
Thank you. Now finish your dinner because we have a lot of nights still ahead of us.
I laugh and spoon up a huge mouthful of cheesy pasta. I'm suddenly famished. I finish my plate in record time and then devour the lemon meringue pie that gets served up to us afterwards. We finish the champagne, too, and another bottle magically appears right after. We talk easily, laughing and joking as if none of the last 2 weeks had happened, as if none of the last 12 years had happened, in fact. It feels like it did the first time, getting to know Wes and getting carried away in the dizzy excitement of being near him. The sun has set fully now, and the garden is lit only by the cafe lights and the distant blue glow of the street lights. It's probably the most romantic setting I've ever been in my life, and being here with Wes is just... well, it's everything I've ever wanted. I smile across the table at him, and the smile he returns to me says he feels everything I'm feeling, and then some. There's an electricity between us, but more than that, a sense of completion, of life coming full circle, of both of us, after all this time, ending up exactly where we were meant to be.
Rory. Wes clears his throat. I have to ask you something.
Yes? I lean forward, barely daring to breathe. He hesitates a second, then holds out his hand.
Would you like to dance?
43.
Rory.
Wes takes my hand and leads me into an open, grassy area of the garden. in between the towering pink azalea bush and a low bed of daylilies. The music changes from the soft, jazzy background soundtrack that played over dinner to a perfectly cheesy 80s power ballad. I giggle as Wes sets his hands around my waist. I loop mine around his neck and let my body lean against his. We turn slowly in the grass, moving in time to the searing guitar solo. The lights twinkle above us, and the silver stars sparkle, and the whole moment seems to shimmer, like something outside of time and place. Something magical. Something perfect. I look up to find Wes smiling down at me. For the first time all evening, he looks relaxed and truly happy. I lean in closer to him, reveling in the warmth and comfort of his body, the familiar planes of his chest, the bulk of his arms, the stubble of his chin against my skin, the press of his erection against my stomach. I grin up at him as I pull him closer, and he growls into my ear. "Just creating an authentic prom experience for you," he murmurs. "Because trust me, if we had been dancing together in high school, there's no way I would have been able to control my reaction." I giggle, but a thrill of anticipation runs through me. I would hate for it to go to waste, you know. He growls again, nipping at my earlobe. "Don't tempt me. Unless you want me to fuck you in the grass right here in front of everyone at the community center." He gestures back towards the center, and when I turn, I find a group of people clustered at the door, watching us dance. Barb is there, one hand pressed to her heart as she watches us, and she gives me another excited wave. I laugh and wave back. "Show's over, people," Wes calls out. "Nothing to see here." "Just came to let you know we're all clearing out, Wes," Barb answers. "I'm leaving you the keys here. Lock up when you're done." I'm not close enough to see for sure, but I could swear she winks at him as she loops the keys over the stair rail. "Did you enlist all of them in this little plan of yours?" "Well, I am technically their boss now," he grins. "Though actually when I told them what I wanted to do, I suddenly had an army of very enthusiastic volunteers." I shake my head, laughing softly. "I still can't believe you did all this for me." "I'd do anything for you, Rory." His voice is serious again, his expression one of deepest reverence. He presses his palm against my cheek, forcing me to look up into his eyes. "I love you, Rory Holloway." I suck in a short breath, then lean my cheek into his hand. "I love you too, Weston Lake." His smile twists. "It's been a long time since anyone called me that. It was my grandfather's name, you know." "It's a nice name." "It is." "Now, are you going to kiss me, or what?" Wes growls, swooping his head in towards my mouth. His lips cover mine, and he draws my body closer to his. I lean against him and let myself be carried away by his embrace. His lips, his tongue, his hands, all of it takes me away. Wes and I together, sailing away on the wave of our forever love. Because that's how this feels. Eternal, infinite. I pull away for a moment, breathless. Wes frowns. "What?" "Do you remember the first time we kissed?" He hesitates. I can see him thinking. Then he grins. "At the Spirit Club bake sale, right?" I laugh, nodding. "You bought my peanut butter cookies, but you didn't have change for my $5 bill. So you made me give you a kiss instead." "What? I thought that was quite charitable of me. It was for a good cause, after all." "The Spirit Club appreciated your contribution, but I think I appreciated it more." He grins. "Except then I had to spend the rest of the afternoon hanging around like a stalker, waiting for you to finish up so I could ask you out properly." I laugh, leaning my head against his shoulder. I'm glad you did. Me too. He sighs. I'm just sorry I did all that other stuff in between then and now. I pull back, studying his face. His beautiful, handsome face. His blue eyes look gray under the light of the twinkle lights. And there's a hint of sadness in them. I kiss him softly on the lips. I'm not. He raises his eyebrows. Really? Really. You're the real estate developer. You should know this. Know what? That sometimes you have to tear everything down to build something better. He shakes his head softly. I don't think I could love you more, Rory. I feel the same way. I nuzzle my nose against the underside of his jaw and then find his lips with mine again. We kiss for a minute, a long, dizzying, heart-stopping minute, and then I pull away again. Wes? Yes. I'm tired of dancing. His eyes blaze. Me too. He scans the garden quickly. Don't move. Okay. I watch him bound over to the table where we'd eaten our meal of mac and cheese, then laugh as he yanks the white linen tablecloth off, tumbling used cutlery onto the gazebo floor. He rescues the champagne bottle before it spills and sets it on the step of the gazebo for later. Then he returns to where I'm standing, brandishing the tablecloth and floating it down to the ground in front of us. Come here, he growls. I slip into his arms and he lowers me to the ground, holding himself over me. I press my palms to his cheeks and bring his lips down to mine. We move together, his hands exploring my body as I tug at the tails of his shirt. I run my hands along the smooth planes of his abs, find the waist of his pants, move to the back to cup his firm ass as it flexes. Wes kisses his way down my neck, across my collarbone, then pushes my shirt up and kisses a line across my stomach. The combination of his lips and the warm night air on my skin makes me shiver. And Wes pulls me closer. His skin is burning hot, flaming with desire. He pushes my yoga pants down off my hips, and I kick them away. I don't even care that we're still at the community center, that there are neighboring buildings that might be able to see down into the garden. All I care about is Wes. About his touch. About being as close to him as possible. Please, Wes, I whimper. He finds my part, and I tremble as he strokes me. His fingers are deft, already knowing exactly the right way to touch me to set me on fire. I fumble with his belt, and he stops touching me long enough to help me push his pants down, and then we're both naked from the waist down, and our bodies are coming together on their own, already finding each other in the dark. Heat seeks heat. Do we need a... He stops, forcing himself to pull back, even though he's breathing heavily. I shake my head. It's just us now, Wes, right? Just us, he echoes, dropping his head to nip at my jaw. Forever. He's inside me then, bare and with nothing between us. It feels even more exquisite than I could imagine. His skin is soft and warm, and he fills me with his hardness and strength. I clench my body around him, and he groans, thrusting his hips against me. Even through the linen tablecloth, the ground is cool beneath my back. But above me, Wes is a furnace, molten lava. I cling to his heat, to his energy. We move together as one until I can't take any more. I grab his shoulders and buck underneath him, whimpering into the empty night air as he kisses my jaw. Oh, God, Rory, he groans. His hips slam against mine, driving his cock deeper inside me as I come. I cling to his frame as I feel him twitch and then surge inside me. We come together like that, holding on to each other and riding the wave of some infinite thing. We lie there quietly afterwards, catching our breath and looking up at the twinkling lights above. Then I roll over to face him, propping myself up on one arm. Okay, seriously, did you make an entire playlist of these 80s power ballads? He chuckles. Yes. Actually, I had Joyce do it. You should have seen her face. She said it was the strangest request she'd ever gotten in her 40 years of working for corporate America. I still think she did a pretty damn good job, though. I laugh as I cuddle up against his chest. She did. Thank you for doing all this for me. Get used to it, he whispers, his lips against my hair. Because I'm going to spend the rest of my life doing things for you. Do you mean that, Wes? I feel so sleepy suddenly that I can barely keep my eyes open. I snuggle closer to him. I do, Rory. I absolutely do. He pulls me closer to him and holds me tight against his chest. I let my eyelids flutter closed, safe at last in the arms of the man I love. Because it's Wes. It's always been Wes.
44. 12 years ago. I stood at the entrance of the gym, near the doors. It was crowded in there, and I was waiting for the right opportunity. For the moment when she wouldn't be surrounded by so many people, and I could actually talk to her. I watched as she laughed, as she handed a sticky Rice Krispie square to one of the basketball players. Her dark red hair was pulled back into a swishy ponytail, and I swear I could see her hazel eyes sparkling from here. I thought of her eyes often. They were the exact same color as the sunlight glinting off the grass in the park I rode my bike home through. Her name was Rory Holloway. That much I'd already managed to suss out. She was in my English class, and she was on the volleyball team, and she had at least one, maybe two sisters. That was all I'd been able to piece together so far. I wanted to know more, but first I needed the balls to actually, talk to her. There was a small break in the crowd. Rory stood back from the bake sale table, surveying the busy pep rally with her hands stuffed into the back pockets of her jeans, over the ass that I'd spent many hours daydreaming about. I ran my fingers over the worn $5 bill in my pocket, and then screwed up my courage. As soon as I reached the table, she smiled at me. Her smile was a thing of beauty, wide and warm and open. It lit up her whole face. 50 cents each, or 3 for $1. Her voice did something funny to my insides, making them twist and loosen at the same time. Everything looks great. I forced myself to be cool, but it was hard. Which ones did you make? Her cheeks went pink. The peanut butter cookies. She pointed to a red platter of slightly burnt cookies. The tray was still full, so I didn't think she'd sold too many of them. I'll take 6. Her grin got wider. She put the cookies into a small plastic sandwich bag for me. $2, please. I handed her the 5, and she frowned. Sorry, we're actually out of change right now. Taryn just went to get some more from Mrs. Harris. Do you want to wait, or... I wanted to wait. I wanted to stand there and talk to her some more, maybe forever. But there was a group of basketball players ambling their way over now, and I knew that they'd overwhelm us as soon as they got here. I have an idea, I said instead. I didn't know where the words were coming from. How about you give me a kiss, and I'll let you keep the change? Rory's face went pink again, a sweet blush that bloomed all the way down her neck, down under the snug blue Wildcats t-shirt she wore. I guess, she said, but she was biting back a smile. She glanced around quickly and then leaned forward. I leaned forward too, closing my eyes as her lips pressed against mine. It was a short kiss, friendly, but it was probably the best 3 seconds of my life. When she pulled away, Rory's fingers went to her mouth. She touched her lips and gazed up at me through her dark lashes. Her breath seemed to catch. The moment stretched out between us. I couldn't tear my eyes away from hers, and it seemed like the feeling was mutual. The jocks arrived then, laughing and grabbing at the sweets spread out on the table. Rory turned her attention to them as she took their money and shoved it into the metal box in front of her. Her hands seemed to tremble. I slipped away. I didn't want to compete for her attention, but I knew I needed more time with her. Her lips against mine had stirred something inside me, something I'd never felt before. I snuck a glance back at her and found her watching me. Her fingers went to her lips again, almost absent-mindedly, and I grinned. She smiled too, softly, before her attention was once again captured by a customer. That was when I knew. I'd ask her out, but that was only the beginning of it. I already knew that someday, I was going to marry that girl.
45. Epilogue. I closed the last box and used the tape gun to seal it shut. I think that's the last one. I wipe my sweaty brow and survey the room. Empty now except for a half a dozen brown moving boxes. Emma sits on my bed, stripped down to the mattress. Her expression is glum. I can't believe it, she sighs. It's the end of an era. I know. How are you going to survive without me? I shoot her a grin. Don't tease, she says. I liked having your company. Me too, I say honestly. Moving out of the apartment I've shared with Emma for the past few years was a surprisingly hard decision, even though I was beyond excited to be taking the next step with Wes. It's still sad to leave this life behind. It's like, as long as I lived with Emma, I still had a piece of my family with me. Now I'm striking out on my own. A real adult woman in a real adult relationship. Except, I think moving in with Wes isn't like leaving my family at all. It's like finding a new one. Anyway, you're going to have Lucy now. When's she moving in? Next week. That'll be fun. Yeah. Emma doesn't sound convinced. Lucy is someone Emma had met at a networking event a while ago. She's a blogger, I think, or something like that, and they had bonded over a mutual case of Instagram envy. I haven't met her, but she sounds like a nice enough girl. You're going to do fine, I promise her. It feels strange to be the one trying to cheer up Emma. Usually, she's the one that's mismotivational, but her book got rejected again last week. And now with me moving out, I think she's taking it kind of hard. Besides, I assure her, you're still going to see me all the time. We're going to have dinner at least once a week, and we can have lunches when you're downtown and... Emma forces a smile. I know. And you know I'm happy for you, right? I do. I grin. It had taken a little while, but after she'd had dinner with us a couple of times, Wes had managed to win Emma over. She'd decided he was sincere and that she'd no longer refer to him as that jackass. I think that was one of the proudest days of Wes's life. I grab the glass of lemonade Emma had left me on my empty bureau and take a long swallow. Then try not to grimace. It's sour as hell. Emma made it herself, so of course it was half the amount of sugar that any normal person would use. Good? She asks hopefully. Mm-hmm. I nod and force a smile as I try to swallow. I set the glass back down and wipe my hands on my pants. I'm going to have a quick shower before I head out to meet Wes. When are the movers coming? Tomorrow morning. I'll be back over around 8, before they get here. Emma nods. Have I mentioned that I still can't believe this is really happening? Once or twice. Emma laughs. Fair. I head towards the bathroom, but before I close the door, I pop my head back out to face my sister. She's still sitting on my naked mattress, staring at the boxes. I love you, Emma. She looks up, surprised. I love you too, Rory. An hour later, I'm climbing into the back of Wes's SUV with him. His driver hits the road as soon as I've closed my door, and Wes leans over to kiss me. Excited? He asks. I rub my lips against his, then nuzzle his jaw. Very. This time tomorrow you'll be moved in. I know. I look up at his crystal blue eyes, which shine happily. It feels right, doesn't it? It's been 4 months since Wes's surprise prom, and in that time, I don't think a day has gone by where we haven't been together. Being with him feels like the exact place I'm meant to be. Side by side with him. He nods. It does. And I have a surprise that I think is going to make it feel even more right. You do? Curiosity pings through me. What is it? If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise. I finish with a groan. Yeah. Wes grins. You catch on fast, Holloway. I stick my tongue out at him, then turn to look out the window. Even the city has felt different these past few months, and not just because the cloying heat of the summer has been replaced with the welcome crisp breezes of fall. The city feels hopeful again, like a world of possibilities instead of an oppressive slog. Some of that is Wes, of course, probably a lot of it, in fact. But some of it is everything else, too. Things with Marigold are going extremely well, and Kyla and I were just talking the other day about how we finally feel like we've leveled up. We even have to turn down clients now, which has never happened before. We're actually talking about hiring new staff to help with the overflow. It's a scary thought. It's always just been Kyla and I, but an exciting one. On top of that, Barb offered me a seat on the board of directors at the community center. I'd never done anything like that before, so she kind of had to talk me into it, but I'm glad I accepted. I'm looking forward to being able to help shape the center's growth. For now, I'm just watching and learning. But hopefully, I'll actually be able to contribute something soon. Wes's business is going strong, too. In fact, ever since he ditched Levi, business almost doubled. Turns out a lot of people in the business weren't fans of Levi Goldman and weren't eager to do business with Gold Lake as a result. Now that Wes has gone solo, his reputation speaks for itself, and everyone wants a piece of Cal Developments. The Wall Street Journal even did a whole feature on them recently. He can barely keep up with the workload, but I've never seen him happier. We drive for quite a while, Wes and I making easy conversation while his driver takes us to whatever mystery spot Wes has in mind. When I realize we're in the Bronx, I look at him in confusion. Seriously, where are we going? Seriously? Could you show a little patience? He teases, leaning over to kiss me. I lose myself for a second in the feel of his lips against mine. His kiss never fails to take me out of time and space, to take my mind away from whatever care was on my mind. His hand is snaking around my neck when the car slows, pulling up in front of a low gray building with a small parking lot and a big lawn surrounded by a chain-link fence. I look at Wes, more puzzled than ever. He chuckles and helps me out of the car. As soon as we get out, I hear it. Barking. The gravel crunches under our feet as we walk to the front door, but then a half-dozen dogs come racing through the grass, pressing their wet noses up against the fence. Okay. I admit it. I squeal. And then I might just race over to the fence to stick my fingers between the links, letting the dogs lick me. It takes me a second to realize that they're all bulldogs. Is this the Bulldog Rescue Center? Wes nods. Have you never been out here? I shake my head. I've always met Mary Ellen downtown. He grins. I was sure you'd figure out exactly where we were going as soon as we went over the bridge. Nope. Now, what are we doing here? He takes my hand, forcing me to get up from my crouching position. The dogs pant and snorkel as we make our way to the front door of the building. Inside, Mary Ellen greets us right away. Rory, so nice to see you. Wes mentioned you two would be dropping by today. Yes, he's very sneaky that way. I grin as Wes shrugs innocently. I understand you two are in the market for a new companion. We are? I look at Wes excitedly. We're getting a dog? I thought it might be nice to add a little four-legged buddy to the mix. I submitted our application last week, and they decided we'd be a good fit. I throw my arms around his neck. I love it. I love you. I kiss him and try not to let it linger too long, since Mary Ellen is still standing right next to us. After a minute, she clears her throat. I'll just bring you in to meet the dogs. How about that? We have some amazing dogs available for adoption right now. I reluctantly let go of Wes, and we both follow Mary Ellen into the back room. The dogs run loose here in a room with a dark gray rubber floor. There are beds strewn around the edges of the room, and some dogs sleep, while a volunteer plays with some of the others. I spot her immediately. Mabel. The same aging bulldog we'd seen at their fundraising event in Central Park, the one that had covered Wes in kisses, the one who was so ugly she was cute again. Wes. I elbow him and point, and he laughs as soon as he sees her, which means he recognizes her too. Do you think it's fate? He asks. I nod. Mary Ellen grins. That's Mabel. We don't know much about her backstory. She was just found wandering the street. We think she's about 10 years old now, so you'd be adopting a senior, but there are lots of advantages to doing that. They have a lot of love left to give. I wave my hand, cutting her off. You don't need to sell us on that part. I don't think. I look to Wes for confirmation, and he nods. Mary Ellen fills us in a bit more on Mabel, and we look at her recent vet records and talk about some of the potential risks now that she's older. But all of it goes in one ear and out the other. I think Wes and I have both already decided she's our dog. She sits down right on my foot while we talk, almost as if she knows she's ready to come home with us. I pet her velvety ears as Wes signs the paperwork. Mary Ellen looks like a proud mom watching her kid graduate high school. When everything's done, she hands us Mabel's leash and paperwork. Come on, Mabel, I call as I start to walk towards the door. She sits and stares up at me. Mary Ellen chuckles. You could probably change her name if you want. We have no idea what she was called before, so Mabel is just what we've been calling her. She clearly hasn't adapted to it yet, so if you want to change it, now is the time. I look up at Wes. He shrugs. Up to you. I look at Mabel, at her squishy face and her snaggle tooth and her rolls. Her breathing is heavy, like a lot of bulldogs, and I can almost feel it rumble in my feet through the rubber floor. I get the perfect idea and grin up at Wes. What do you think of Buttercup? Wes smiles. I think it's perfect. Suits her. Buttercup, I say to the dog. Come on, Buttercup. This time, she gets up and trots towards us. I think she likes it, Mary Ellen says, with another proud smile. You guys are the perfect family for her. Thank you for giving her a second chance. I grin up at Wes. We're all about second chances. Later, when Wes and I are eating pizza and snuggling on the couch with Buttercup, who seems to be in pure doggy heaven, Our blissful moment is interrupted by my ringing phone. I almost don't answer. Buttercup is sprawled across my lap, and I have to extricate myself carefully as I reach for the phone. But when I see it's Emma calling, I hit the answer button. After all, she seemed so down lately. But I barely have time to say hello before she's shrieking into my ear. "Rory! I sold my book!" "What? Em, that's amazing! I know I'm dying. After you left, I had a long nap, okay, and maybe a long cry. There might have been a full-fledged pity party, but I just checked my email now. And there it was. An offer. Oh, Emma, that is the best news I've heard all day. I'm so happy for you. Who's the publisher?" "They're called Good Grant Books. They're launching a brand new self-help catalog, and they think my book could be part of the flagship lineup." Wow, this just keeps getting better. Wes is looking at me curiously from the couch, but I give him the 1-minute finger. "So, does this mean you're finally going to tell me what the book is about?" She giggles. She sounds a tad delirious, actually, and it makes me laugh to hear her so out of sorts. "It's a dating guide," she admits. "Kind of a modern rules for dating type of thing." "What? That's so cool. Have you called Mom and Dad yet?" "Not yet. I wanted you to be the first to know. You've always been supportive of me, and I really appreciate that." "Oh, thanks, Em. Now go call our parents. Mom's going to flip. Imagine when she realizes she can tell people her daughter is a published author." Emma giggles. "I know. She's going to be insufferable, isn't she?" "Oh, completely." I eventually say goodbye to Emma and snuggle back down on the couch with Wes. Buttercup opens one eye, confirms it's me, and goes back to snoozing.
What was that all about?
"Emma's book is getting published."
What?
"That's great. We'll have to take her out to celebrate this weekend. She'd love that." I nod. "But guess who's publishing the book?" He shakes his head.
No idea.
Good Grant Books. That's Tyler's dad's company, right?
Yeah, it is.
I'd heard they'd gotten into publishing. Small world. Very small world, I agree, thinking of Tyler and his handsome gray eyes, almost the exact same shade as Emma's. I shake my head, grabbing the remote off the coffee table and turning off the television.
Tired?
Wes asks. It's nearly 10 o'clock, and we've got a long day tomorrow, moving all my stuff over to his penthouse. Instead of answering, I take him by the hand. While Buttercup snores on the couch, I lead Wes down the hallway to the bedroom.
Oh, I see,
he says gruffly as I begin unbuttoning his shirt. This weekend we'll celebrate Emma, I tell him. But right now, we're celebrating us.
I can get on board with that,
he growls. But what exactly are we celebrating? Second chances, I tell him. And then I kiss him. This concludes The Deal Breaker by Kat Carmine, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Rock Engel. Copyright 2018 by Kat Carmine. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kat Carmine and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.